to continue the way it's going.
Hi. I don't know what you've been doing. If you've been collecting supplies of water, extra container of Band-Aids, Neosporin, or you have upped it to maybe even getting a backup power generator. But if I were you, I would get into high gear. Things are not good right now. They're going to get worse. And you need to have something to fall back on. If you listen to no other videos that I've made, listen to this one.
Let me first say that I'm not an expert in this, but I have been reading and I have been listening to a lot of people way smarter than me, and I want to give you some small, bite-sized, practical things you can do. And number one, be prepared. Just like if there was going to be a snowstorm or a winter storm that you might be in your house for a little while. Rice and beans, people, that whole deal that we've talked about before. Number two, we have to build community. If you don't talk to your neighbors, now is the time to start. If you haven't talked to your neighbor across the street in 10 years and you think it's awkward now, get over it. Go knock on the door and say, hey, you want to have a cup of coffee? Hey, I want to take a walk around the block. Start neighborhood watches. Start phone trees. Start things like that, because we may lose access to information like this. So those are the first two baby steps. More's coming. And watch other creators, because I certainly don't have it all figured out. I will share with you what I learned, because I love my family. Go love your neighbor.
How long do we honestly think this level of corruption, instability, and moral decay can continue before something really breaks for good? History is not vague about this. Every major empire believed it was different. Rome, they thought they were permanent. So did the Ottoman Empire. So did Britain at its peak. They all had warning signs. Corruption at the top, complete loss of public trust, widening wealth gaps, social division, foreign conflicts, distracted citizens. Stability erodes slowly, then all at once. Civilizations, they don't collapse in a day. They rot from within until pressure exposes the weaknesses. And when confidence in institutions finally cracks, events accelerate fast. Financial shocks, civil unrest, supply chain disruption, power struggles. History shows this pattern over and over. And I'm sorry, but the lone wolf fantasy is a lie. Isolation is weakness. What survives collapse are skills, discipline, tight community. It's time to learn real survival skills, get real training, build strong local networks. We have to know our neighbors. We have to strengthen our family. Because when stress hits a nation, it doesn't reward comfort. It rewards the prepared and the united.
You are not preparing yourself in your personal life for the other shoe to drop, then you should be. I will be the first to admit that I thought preppers were crazy, because I, even with my background in history and learning, did not think that there was going to be any possibility of our society breaking down, which was stupid and arrogant. I will freely admit that. And let me just preface this by saying I know there are a lot of people who are really struggling right now and truly cannot afford to be preparing themselves. I understand that. I got you. I'm not trying to be rude, but understand that if shit truly pops off, there are going to be limited resources that government, cities, etc. are able to provide. And if you did not plan for it and you use up some of the resources that were meant for people who truly had nothing and cannot prepare the way that you can, come on.
Start storing water, and that doesn't have to be complicated. You don't need to go buy bottles. Reuse stuff, your old milk jugs, your old soda bottles, just make sure you wash them out well. If you have an old pasta sauce jar, an old jelly jar, or you just have random Stanleys that you don't use anymore, fill those up with water. Next is, if you're able, you need to start working out. Think of it this way. If there was an emergency, somehow you found yourself in an unsafe situation, can you run away? Can you get yourself out if you had to, walk a few miles to maybe get home or something? Can you do that? And if you have kids, can you carry your kids? Can you get your kids out safely? If you have pets, can you carry your pets out safely? You want to remove yourself from any unsafe situations, and you need to be able to do that. You need to be able to get your kids, anyone relying on you, you need to be able to get them out as well. And the last thing we can all do is use the internet. It's free. Google, watch YouTube, rent books from the library, learn new skills, watch YouTube videos on cooking without power, or, you know, how to purify water, rent library books on how to repair cars. Make yourself useful. Make your brain filled with knowledge that if something really bad happened, you can take care of yourself, but also give yourself a skill maybe to barter with or to make money with. Knowledge is free, and we have access to so much.
Bro, I'm just done. I just want to know when we light the torches and get the pitchforks, because we just need to burn this down and start the over. So, you with me?
It's time to leave the country. 100%. It's time to leave. That rhetoric on Greenland and everything else and Gestapo in the streets, it's time to leave. Because it's either going to be fighting in the streets, a world war, or just straight up authoritarian regime and everybody just doesn't care, or they're too apathetic to care. And I'm not like that. I'm getting my kids the out of here, and I suggest you all do the same. Give your kids a better life. Get them out of this country.
I'm going to tell you guys what's coming, okay? Because I think we need to be very clear-eyed about what's coming, and it's very obvious. On the second day of this year, I posted a video, and I said that I very strongly feel like 2026 is giving resolution, but through a lot of struggle and strife and very negative stuff. But that it's necessary to get to where we need to be. Well, we're not even that many days into this year, and I am already being proven right. Here's what's coming, folks, okay? Be prepared. We are walking our way right into a state versus federal conflict with us citizens in the middle, and I guess divided on those lines. That's what we're headed towards, and there will be clashes, we'll call them, okay? And there are going to be American citizens who are not going to comply. You weirdos that always said you wouldn't let the government tread on you are very happy apparently to let the government tread on you, so you're going to, I guess. But there are going to be people who will not allow that to happen to themselves or to their neighbors, and they will fight back. And apparently the state's National Guard of blue states are going to be there to protect their citizens. So this is what's coming. I just need you to prepare yourself for headlines and for video of this kind of thing, because it is going to be terrifying. I think we don't have any other choice at this point, though. This is, I don't know what other way there is. So wrap your head around it now, make your peace with it now, make your plans, talk things out with your family that you live with. What do you do if they come to your door? What's the plan? You know, figure shit out, because I'm telling you that's what's coming.
This is it, guys. This is the tipping point. I'm a Marine Corps veteran, and I'm going to tell you how to prepare for the impending civil and world war. And I know that sounds scary, and I am not trying to fearmonger here, but please stay with me. Today, J.D. Vance went on record and publicly declared that ICE officer who shot Renee Good has absolute immunity before an investigation is even complete, and they have all of the facts. So you know what else that means? That means he thinks he has immunity and Trump has immunity. He just gave every member of ICE permission to unalive Americans. Let me repeat that. Our Vice President of the United States gave total immunity to ICE to off Americans. Don't get it twisted. This is state-sanctioned harm. The same shit that happened in 1930s and 1940s Germany. They are telling us that our lives come second to their authority. And here's the part that people might want to hear. If you are actually paying your taxes still, well, you can stop now. Because for the last year, they have taken away our rights, our benefits, our opportunity in the United States, and now they've actually taken away our protection. And our government is co-signing government agencies hunting us down and saying that it is okay. Meanwhile, they want to send $100,000 to each citizen in Greenland, while most of us can't even frickin' buy food. We are being destabilized internally while things are escalating with Russia, with China, with Venezuela, with Europe, and more. We have a target on our backs right now, and we're supposed to pretend like this is all normal? Hell no. This is how societies slide into civil conflict, with erosion, with fear, and with unchecked power. And so this is what I'm going to leave you with. We didn't call World War I and World War II those names when they were happening, okay? Let that sink in. 2, you need to stop paying your taxes and you need to keep cash on hand and you need to have things that you can barter. 3, I hate to say it, but you need to be prepared in your homes and you need to know how to protect yourself. So take that for what it's worth. I know that this feels heavy. It is. But if we have learned anything from history, it is that power without accountability always turns on the people. And it is time that we stand up.
What I'm about to say is probably going to sound crazy. It is going to make me a radical, and that's fine with me. I don't give a shit anymore. We are at the start of the American Civil War. I said it yesterday. I'm going to say it again. We're not voting our way out of this. If we make it to the midterm elections, that shit is not going to count. Your vote is not going to matter because they've already told us the 2024 election was manipulated. That vote was rigged, okay? Elon Musk said it. Donald Trump said it. Voting is not going to matter anymore, okay? These content creators that are lying to you and telling you just to vote in the midterms, just to vote in the midterms, stop listening to them. All they're doing is giving you anxiety and stressing you out and leading you down the naive path, all right? What you're gonna do instead, right now, is go buy 4, go buy 10. I don't give a... Learn how to... some shit in your backyard. If it is safe to do so, go to the gun range, go get training. I'm sure there are liberal and democratic, whatever, influencers or people around you that will train you on how to use a firearm, okay?
This is what it's going to take. It's literally going to be a group of people using their First Amendment right, pushing back, and an army. A firecracker, a rogue person, a trigger-happy agent is ultimately going to set off the storm, and you need to be prepared. Again, food, water, ways to cook things, non-perishable items, ways to defend yourself. If you're not into pew-pews, maybe get some of that sweet spray that they like to blast at everybody. It's available online. It's just, I do want to point out that this is a situation that could stop everything. Gas station, grocery stores, everything you need to get through daily life. You might have a bunch of people that are unwilling to go to work or afraid to go to work. And you're going to have a lot of people that are not going to go to work because they're not going to take this shit anymore. The upside to that is that same infrastructure that we rely on, this little army also relies on. Air traffic controllers, rental car companies, all of these things that they need to exist, they also use. They're not just crippling us, we're crippling them. Just be prepared. I'm telling you, this is a Boston MAS situation where it's going to take one event, and that we've already been pushed to the brink. But this is going to end up as a mass pew-pewing that takes out a lot of innocent people's lives because these people won't stand down and they think they can control everything, and that's fine. That's apparent that that's where this administration is at. People need to prepare accordingly. I'm just going to keep repeating this every few days until people realize how dire this situation could be. I mean, this could be a point where cell phone towers are shut down, electrical grids are shut down to try to stop any continued dissidence from people, like people just pushing back. You just have to understand where we are. We've seen this play out in other countries. We're watching it play out in a different one right now.
If you're not observant and you're not seeing what's going around in this country for the last several months, you need to wake up and open your eyes. And I'm not saying that to be mean, I'm saying that so you can start to get prepared. Look at every single day. There's something else new going on, something else major happening, and it just keeps continuing. So for yourself and for your family, if you listen to anything that I have to say, please start preparing to help your family and yourself. Make sure you have extra food. Make sure you have extra water. Make sure you have a plan if communication goes down, where you're gonna meet, where you're gonna stay. Make sure you have that bug out bag or a go bag if you need to leave quickly, that you have essential items in there. I'm not here spreading fear, but honestly, the track record of what's going on, it doesn't look like it's getting better, it's only getting worse. You need to remember that your main priority is you and your family. throw out all the noise in the background, throw out all the bullshit that's going on, and just focus on making sure you and your family are prepared.
I want us to be unbothered, but I do not want us to be unprepared. I want to give you 3 tips of how to prepare for what's coming up next in this storm. Number 1, I want you to stack your paper. Make as much money as you can. Do your side hustles, do whatever, save your money. Number 2, I want you to prepare your house. Make sure that your home has plenty of food, water, and protection. And you know what I mean by protection, okay? And number 3, keep your eyes open. If you think things are bad now, they're going to get worse. They are tired of our unbotheredness, and they're going to keep pushing the line. I want you guys to hold the line, stay unbothered, and be prepared.
I'm people watching today. I'm seeing young couples, I'm seeing kids, and I'm seeing them just living normal lives and enjoying reality, and yet they are unaware of what the powers above us are doing to ruin our world. We didn't ruin our world, they ruined our world. And then when I think about it, right, with what is on its way, apart from Agenda 2030, the kind of stuff that's going to happen before Agenda 2030, for them to rise with the power that they want and for us to accept it, is that there's going to be things happening now that mean, and I mean 2027, and I can't be too transparent about it, because if I am, I think I might cause myself issues, so I need to get out before I do. Exit, protect. Now, when I say exit, if you can exit, great. If you can't exit, then protect. Protect yourself in such a way. My meaning is not just about, arming yourself or getting a dog for protection or that kind of thing, securing your homes. I'd probably suggest doing some of that too. However, protect yourself, because when these wars occur, they don't occur on a physical front, a military, let's say. They'll occur financially, right? So if you have got debt, get rid of it. If you've got a mortgage, I've said this before and I'm saying it again, downsize. Put yourself in a position that you are secure. So if you're staying, secure yourself and prepare yourself with, food and other things in place that will get you by where you might have to stay inside for a while, if that becomes the case, because I believe that it is, and I'm going to do some more digging. I'm going to post more about it. I'm Sarah Hayati. I make money make sense, but this money sense, it's not just about finance, and it's not just about mortgages, and it's not just about savings and investments. It's the money sense that occurs around the world that is coming.
There's a video going viral about the banks and their liquidity, and out of the thousands of comments that are in there, I saw like 3 that actually know what's going on. You guys have got to go and do some real research. Go and look up what the Federal Reserve actually is. Go and look up the gold standard. See what happened in 1971. Our dollar is fiat. There is zero backing it. It is worthless. The banks are going to fall. The system will collapse. It's happening right now. And if you don't understand, I don't know what to tell you. Go and do your research. You've got to be prepared. Renew your heart and your mind, because things are coming that are going to shock you. So you have got to be prepared. Stop listening to mainstream media. Go do your own research. And when you understand what the Federal Reserve is, go do your research. I can't tell you. You have to go look it up for yourself, because that is the only way you're going to get it. Stop listening to mainstream videos and these people that don't know what they're talking about. Go look it up for yourself. Things are coming, and it's going to be rough for a time, and you need to make sure you are prepared. Okay, I don't mean to yell at you, but go research. Have a good day.
How am I preparing for the not taking the digital ID? Well, right now I'm homeless, right? I have no money or anything like that. I'm going to be learning skills, and I'm going to school to be a teacher, because I'll make a post about this, but the future of education is going to be completely at home, aka COVID was a good example of what that's going to look like. So I'm actually being prepared by having an education degree, because my kids will eventually, or my kids' kids are going to be taught on a computer or a laptop in the future. Learning new skills. I'm learning how to make my own clothes. I'm learning how to, I already planted a garden at my mom's house, how to grow food, and that will benefit her since I don't have my own land. And so there's skills that, and then the only thing would be water is going to be difficult. But right now, those are the two skills that I'm making. I'm learning how to crochet, learning how to sew, learning how to buy products, using family members' land to make a garden. It benefits them, it benefits you, it all makes sense, right? And these are a couple things that I'm doing to get ready because I'm not taking the digital ID.
I'm pretty sure that my family thinks I'm crazy, but I've been stocking up on more food, and I even bought 2, to start off with, food grade 5-gallon buckets to get more rice and beans in bulk because I don't want weevils. I don't want other pests. I'm fine with them thinking I'm crazy because you know what? They can think I'm crazy and be thankful for it someday. And if not, they can think I'm crazy and we'll still have food. You know what I mean? I don't care.
Okay, this is cart number 1 and this is cart number 2. Come with us to Costco to get all of our pantry staples for a year. I took inventory of everything. You can go check out my other video that I have posted about that. So I have a whole list of everything that we're gonna need to get. He said he has to put his shoes in sports mode for this. You should get one of those orange carts. All right, let me get my list out. Yeah, 3 boxes of white, just a whole box. So I'm gonna do paprika, just 8 of them, 5 bread flour, and 5 all-purpose flour. I'm making him put it back because it's $9.49 for those bags, and obviously those are better for us, but these are $15.49 for a 50-pound bag, and this will last us a lot longer. So we're gonna get 2 of these or 3 of these. Making him get his workout in today. Thanks. Okay, I didn't get everything I need. I got mostly everything. So let's go check out. Guess the total in the comments. I'm a little scared. Every time I come to Costco, I get scared to check out. Alright, this is cart number 1, and this is cart number 2. Alright, this is what it looks like. Alright, did you guys guess the total in the comments? The total was $1,032.10. I had a $98.50 off because when you shop at Costco, you get 2% back with an exclusive membership. So my total was $933.60. I didn't get everything I needed. There's a couple more things that I do have to get. So I'm gonna go probably next month and get those things at like a regular store, probably like Walmart or something. But for the most part, I got everything off my list that I needed. So my budget was $1,000 and I stayed in my budget, so I'm happy with that.
I think staying prepared for anything at whatever point in time is just something that everybody should do. You don't have to think about having a bunker or think about like doomsday prepping or anything like that. It just means basic things, you know, start with where you are, save some money, doesn't matter how much, put some money aside, try and get some extra food stored up, get basic essentials that you know you might need in some type of an emergency situation, if you need some extra medication, even just OTC stuff, like just, you know, over-the-counter meds and everything like that. You can get them cheap still, relatively at, you know, Walmart or dollar store, but doing things like that, even just things that you've been putting off, you know, maybe fixing some vehicles that you have, doing some maintenance yourself, or just anything like that that you can do. I think it's really wise. Even just making sure that you stay connected with trustworthy people in your community. You know, you always want to have some people that you can count on. I think community is so underrated. Community is so huge. People really do not, for the most part, put enough emphasis on really getting to know trustworthy people and taking the time to build those connections and relationships in your local area. You can have people that you can count on, you know, if they're far away, by a phone call, that's fine, but how is that really going to help you necessarily if something happens and you need somebody to help you right now? You need people in your local circles. So build up those relationships. That's super important. And honestly, the reality is nobody can really predict what is coming. Everybody can make a guess as to, you know, what they think is going to happen. But really, the most important thing to do is to take action now and don't postpone things that you can do today to tomorrow. Don't postpone things like that. Make your plans. Be proactive. It's only smart to do so. It's wise. And you're not going to regret it. You won't regret it. And what's the harm in putting up some extra food, you know, stored up in your cabinets? If hard times fall, you have extra food. Or if, let's say, you lose your job, you have some extra food, right? Or what's the harm in saving some money and foregoing some, you know, things that you can do on the weekend and saying, hey, we're not going to spend money on that. We're just going to put money aside and save money for a rainy day. Most people don't have savings anymore. Most people don't have $100 put away for an unexpected situation. Not even $100. So put some money aside, you know, do the best that you can. Whatever you can do that. And it's not that I'm trying to say that I don't understand how somebody can't put $100. I mean, maybe you really can't afford it. The mindset, though, of not saving, you know, if you can only save $5 a week, then do that. It's the mindset. The mindset of not wanting to save, not wanting to take responsibility for an unpredictable future. But that's the way we see it. You know, we like to stay prepared for unforeseen circumstances to the best of our ability. Let me know your thoughts down below. Thank you for watching and take care.
A burger is almost $12. That's over 100. A burger is almost $12. That's over 160% increase over a decade. So if I add to, they add up.
These restaurant prices out there have gone completely insane. Check this out. This is the kids menu for Benihana.
What happened to Panera Bread? $71.62 for 3 sandwiches, 2 of them that were grilled cheese, and 2 soups.
Welcome back to Edwards Economics. My name's Kaylin, and the math on eating out this year finally broke. 5 Guys quietly turned a burger combo into a $25 receipt. Panera is charging more for a sandwich than a sit-down used to cost. And entire dining rooms are emptying out on Friday nights for the first time most owners can remember. The headline is that restaurants got way too expensive, tipping culture got way too annoying, and the food quality went down to almost stop. So what in the world is going on with restaurants in 2026? Let's find out.
These restaurant prices out there have gone completely insane. Check this out. This is the kids menu for Benihana. We got chicken and steak, steak and shrimp, 200 calories, $27.50. You know, Benihana is not a cheap restaurant.
Bro, did he take the menu with him? How did he get the menu out of the restaurant? He said, this is diabolical. They're not gonna believe it. He stole the menu. Honestly, probably worth walking up with after spending all that money. Gotta have something.
About 4 years ago, they ordered the same thing I had always ordered, which is a splash of matter, steak and shrimp, which at the time, adult portion was $27. Fast forward to today, 4 years later, official inflation over that time less than 20%. That same exact meal is now $53. That doesn't include the chicken fried rice, which now is an additional $8 on top of that. So $60 for the same dish I used to get for $27. Where now you literally get 150 calories worth of steak and shrimp for $27. But I'm done. I have a family of 4. I got 2 little kids. I'm not ordering $30 kids menu. You add my wife and I's entree, we got drinks, you're talking $250 for a thing. And look guys, the crazy part is we're there on a Saturday night and the place was like a ghost town. Unfortunately, I think places like this are literally pricing themselves out of business. It's just not worth it anymore.
What happened to Panera Bread? $71.62 for 3 sandwiches, 2 of them that were grilled cheese, and 2 soups. 71.62. Are you kidding me? Like, I know, guys, the Chipotle video, the McDonald's video, all these other videos, these places going crazy, but like Panera Bread was something you could go and get like a half a sandwich, a little cup of soup, and a drink for like under $20. Is this?
But they were slowly trying to increase it too. Like Panera was being slick. You can get a little cup or a bowl, right? What you really wanted was the bowl. What you could afford was the cup. The cup was like you little sips. You little sips. Dream on the bowl. Now, $70. It was never cheap. I remember growing up thinking that Panera was like, you know, rich people eating out. Now, and then like you get the quality, it's not that good. Now, Panera is like wealthy people eating out, except they would never even eat there because the quality's not there.
It's how completely out of touch these companies have gotten when it comes to pricing this stuff. Like, my Chipotle order went crazy. That video has 4 million views in a week because it was $52 for 2 bowls and 2 drinks. And then somebody sent me this today, my friend, and said, this guy went to Panera Bread and he has a video with 3 sandwiches. 2 of them are just plain old grilled cheese and 2 soups for $71.62.
No.
And it's like, at this point in time, like, I think these companies have completely lost touch so far with reality that they just don't understand. And then you see all these places, oh, we're in bankruptcy right now. Oh, we're closing locations right now. Like, it's a mystery. Like, Denny's had an announcement here recently that they're closing tons of locations.
Yeah, I don't even see people in these places anymore. And it's scary because, like, I'm in DFW. This is one of the markets where restaurants come and, you know, they launch. Like, we have tons of new places always to eat, but they always fail. So many of them fail, y'all. They're so empty. Like, what is going on?
Someone sent me a picture of this Five Guys menu from the early 2010s, and I almost had a panic attack. Because in what reality have we shifted to? In what realm did we end up in where the prices have more than doubled in a little over 10 years? You telling me there was a time period where I can go get a burger, fry, and drink from Five Guys and not need to file bankruptcy?
A good burger, too. A good burger. You know, Five Guys uses the fresh ingredients, so they're way more susceptible to this inflation. But, man, I still kind of remember Five Guys even being more fresh. I don't know, it could just be me, but you're going to pay if you go there.
I looked on the app. A burger is almost $12. That's over 160% increase over a decade. So if I add 2, it ain't adding up. I could make minimum wage back then and get a burger for just 1 measly hour of work.
And that's how we calculate it. You know, when you don't make a lot, you start calculating all your expenses in the hours that you're working, which I think is always the smartest way to calculate it. But, you know, when you're working minimum wage, you're like a teenager, you're like, hold on, this meal cost me an hour. Now these kids are like, this meal cost me 5 hours of work. That's why they're not dating anymore.
If I made minimum wage right now and walked in that motherfucker, they might call the cops. At first I thought this was AI, but then I thought about it for a second. Even a computer couldn't compute these type of prices. It couldn't fathom the level of inflation and capitalistic greed in our society. And a Five Guys burger sounds so good right now, too. But I'll never financially recover from that.
Do you know what I'm sick of? I'm sick of going out to eat, spending $90 on 2 people, and then plus tips, so about, $110, $120 on 2 people, and the food don't even taste good. We went out last night, because I was like, we've been busy with the move and stuff, let's go out. You know when you spend some money that you're not supposed to spend and you get that gut-wrenching feeling like, ugh, and the food wasn't good? Like, you could go home and you could make that mistake.
But what exacerbates it for me is when, and again, bless their heart, they just work there. We're not upset, even at the cooks, because you can only cook with the ingredients that you have. When they come by and they say, how's the food tasting? And they just dropped it off. And it's like, as they're asking it, it's as you're processing that this food is disgusting. That this food wasn't worth the hours that it took you in order to earn the money to pay for it. And then you see the price.
Mashed potatoes yourself. And it isn't even that steak and potatoes that's like really yummy. It's just like that steak and potatoes that you fastly cook. You know what I'm talking about. I'm so sick of spending money like that and and the food isn't even worth it. Like, what happened to spending like $100 on a good meal that you're like, oh yeah, this is worth it. This is so worth it. It's not worth it. And then when we go out as a family, and you know how big my family is, don't even get me started. That food, it's not worth it. I don't know what happened. I talked to my mom about it. I just feel like everybody, it gives you cheap stuff, raises the prices, and the food is crap. I'm just so tired of the food tasting like crap.
And now it hits different too with, you know, when we were all kids, we would sometimes plan our food. Some of us would get popped or get in trouble for playing with our food. But now that I'm older and inflation is doing what it does, when I see my kids not finishing their meals, I kind of side-eye them a little bit. Like, you don't even know. When I was a kid, I wasn't even able to order a drink. I wasn't even able to get a fry on the side. I didn't even get to choose what I was eating. Y'all are over here making choices and stuff in this economy, and then not even eating your food.
We're in Miami, and we just wasted, what, $500 on dinner?
$650.
We spent $500 to reserve a table, and we got chicken nuggets, burgers, fries, and chicken tacos that fell apart.
Sliders.
Oh yeah, not even a full burger, sliders. Did you think it was worth what you paid to reserve the table?
It was criminal. They had us sitting there in a bar eating bar food for $650.
Wow.
Yeah, you were literally in a bar, sitting on like a couch. You did not have a table, so if your food fell, it fell on your lap.
They're laughing, but they just got done paying it. Does it get to a point where it's ever okay, ethically and morally, to walk out because you realize they're trying to scam you? Like, I know, like, sometimes Americans can go to other countries and you may not speak the language, you don't understand the currency conversions. So you can get scammed, like the price that you can get quoted sometimes when you're buying stuff on the street. Like, they're trying to scam you. But you can, like, barter back and forth, like, nah, it's not really worth it. I see what you're trying to do. Can we do that here? Like, when we order the food, are we really agreeing to that? Do you think that they knew, is what I'm asking? Or did they not even see the price and they just had the menu items? Because sometimes they do that and they don't put the price on there and then you get the bill and it's like, whoa. Would it be okay to just kind of be like, nah, you're going to take $50. You're not going to take $650. What do y'all think?
But was it good? Did you enjoy the night?
I enjoyed the music part of
The music was so good. The singer was incredible.
He sounded like Frank Sinatra. He was a great
incredible.
Italian singer.
But we could get tickets to go see a concert. But the food was... Oh, and then the best was, when we were ready for dessert, she told us what?
Our 2-hour time slot for the experience had expired and we had to move tables.
Eating out in LA is so expensive and no one talks about the tax and tip. So here's how much it actually costs to eat out in LA. First, I tried proper sit-down meals. I went to Mel's Drive-In and then IHOP. Food itself didn't seem that bad at first, but then you've got your tax on top, and then on top of that you've got your tip. And all of a sudden, for breakfast, you're looking at $60 for two. Don't get me wrong, the food was really good, but when you're here for 10 days, it can soon add up. Bearing in mind that is just for breakfast, so the first meal of the day. One thing to remember when you're in America is the price you see is not the price you pay. It feels way more expensive than it actually...
That hurted. That hurt a little bit. Hearing somebody, you know, from a different country with the accent talk about how our pricing is like dishonest and there's always going to be some tax and some upcharge. They're so right, though. They're so right. I'm from California, but I remember visiting, because I live in Texas. I visited a couple years ago and we were in the Newport area and getting breakfast, and it was fire. Like, it was really good, you know? A lot of restaurants in California make really good food. The problem is the orange juice was $18 per cup. Florida and California grow oranges. Why does it? We're surrounded by orange. $18 cup of OJ? No. No.
Looks. Onto fast food, I tried Panda Express and In-N-Out. Here's the difference, both of these meals came to under $30. Biggest thing with fast food is that you don't need to give a tip unless you actually want to, because you've got good service. Main thing is it's not actually expected. Instantly, it feels way more affordable and a lot less stressful. Yeah, it's fast food, but you're still getting a full meal and decent prices.
Panda used to be able to get a whole meal for like $20. You could feed a lot of people for that. I remember going in. In-N-Out is still pretty reasonable. They're not as You know, we don't have as bad of prices as like Five Guys. It's not as egregious. But even they're starting to inch up a little bit. I saw a recent price change.
So the portion sizes in America for takeaway food are usually huge anyway. I'm not gonna lie, after making this, I completely understand why people go for fast food. Those extra costs, they just add up so fast.
So as always on Every's Economics, we are going to steel man the counter argument because there is one for restaurant pricing. And it's worth saying out loud first. Labor is up. Food is up, insurance is up, rent is up. A restaurant operating on a 5% net margin in 2019 needed every one of those line items to stay flat, and literally none of them did. So when Five Guys starts to charge you $14 for a burger, somebody at corporate can show you a spreadsheet that justifies it. That's the honest version of this story, but I don't think that's good enough, because here's what isn't on the spreadsheet. Three forces are stacking on legitimate cost inflation. Together, they explain why a meal in 2026 feels like robbery instead of a treat. The first one is supplier consolidation. Sizeco and US Foods together control most of the food going into restaurants that you actually eat. When the supply side consolidates, prices stop tracking the cost of beef or wheat. The second force is private equity. Those good old PE firms. The casual dining brands you remember from the 2000s are mostly owned by a couple of PE firms now. Cheesecake Factory, Bloomin' Brands, Applebee's, Panera, all sit within these PE structures or have recent cycles. The third force is the fee playbook in tipping inflation. 20% used to mean great service that you appreciate. Now, it's like the barrier of the entitlement that these waiters and waitresses have. iPad turns around and it's 25, 30, 35% before you've even taken your first sip. There's a service fee on top of the receipt, a kitchen fee, a wellness for our staff fee, so many fees, and none of them are showing up on the menu price. But if you insist on continuing to eat out, there is a plan that you can follow that can make it make sense. I'm gonna go ahead and give you the blueprint right now. From now on, eating out should clear 3 checks before the credit card comes out. 1, is the food actually better than what you could make at home? Or are you paying $80 for some nasty frozen chicken with some random sauce drizzle? 2, is the experience that you're going to get worth the line item, the people, the time, the occasion, not just the food? Number 3 is, can you pay for it without juggling or eliminating something else in your budget? If you get 3 yeses, go ahead, eat out. You won't regret it. If 2 or fewer, the answer is dinner should be at the house, because eating out just ain't worth it anymore. But as always, I want to know, what was the last meal that you ate out that made you feel cheated? Go ahead, drop it in the comment section below. The chain, the city you're in, and the number that ended up at the bottom of the receipt.
We have to talk about the McDonald's prices. I went to McDonald's today just to get some lunch. No intention to film a video. I got a double cheeseburger. I like it without ketchup. I think it's one of the best things on the menu at McDonald's. But the price caught me so off guard. This thing right here is $4.19. And I remember in high school, one of these was like $1, I think, before the double. And I'm in Colorado. I don't know if that's why. I don't know if it's more expensive out here. But this one right here, $4.19, is great. And don't get me wrong, I love it. I do them all the time. I've been eating them for years. But $4.19 is too much. Now, to be fair, it is buy one, get one for $1. So $5.19 for 2 of these, which is still crazy. I don't know how McDonald's went from being the best value in food, not even just fast food, to now.
I mean, we gotta be fair. $5.19 for 2 is getting at the price that you need. The thing is, it's the shrinkflation. Do y'all see how miniature that burger is relative to the size of his hands? I know this is a big guy, but y'all, he's making that burger look like a quarter. What? How many of these will you have to eat to actually feel like you ate?
Now you can get 2 of these for essentially the price of like a Little Caesars pizza. You can feed a whole family, or you can get 2 double cheeseburgers. That's insane.
1 bite, gone. You can 1 bite that.
I will probably continue to hit them, but honestly, it's hard to justify it. For like any pizza place, or even a place like Applebee's, In a slightly more expensive meal, that is a meal, not a fast food.
Nah.
This is nuts. Something has to happen. I don't think it's going to.
Even places like Applebee's, though, the food quality, y'all. Because sometimes you can get a lot of crap. It's not even good. So we want, like, a lot of good food. Honestly, I'm okay even having a little bit of good food. Because what we're getting right now is a bad deal, it's a bad trade. We're getting a little bad food. Y'all just saw the dude say it was for 120 calories of shrimp. It was $30. What kind of sense does that make?
I guess it's McDonald's world and we're just living.
How can we afford to go out and eat at this rate? I went to Joey's last weekend and I had dinner with my friend. I haven't seen her in a while and I don't go out to dinner that often. I ordered this tuna burger, which sounded divine. I was so excited to try it. I substituted a garden salad instead of fries because I wanted something a little bit bigger. Got the burger. It's a big burger. It was delicious. The salad was honestly so mid. I could have done without the salad, but I got my bill and I could not believe how much
42?
I had dropped for a burger and a salad. I spent $41 with tip on my burger with a salad. And I did not order a drink. I told my roommate and she's like, did you order a drink? I said no. I got a tuna burger and a salad. And it's because the tuna burger was $29. And then to substitute a garden salad was $4 extra. And then I tipped her 20%, I think, because she was so nice and I really liked her and she was very genuine and down to earth. I think you should tip your servers. But at this rate, I'm not going to be able to afford to tip or be able to afford to go out to eat.
Especially because it's escalating, right? You make everybody's tipping on a percentage basis off of how much the meal costs. That's... So now they make the food more expensive and you're tipping more. Like what? Like what? We just heard this couple spend $600 on some chicken strips. They have to tip $60 to $120. Are you kidding me?
$40 for a simple burger and a salad. Like, that's actually insane, and it's not even a fine dining restaurant.
The culture of going out to eat in America is getting absolutely destroyed. You used to be able to go out to eat, get a drink, get an appetizer, get a meal, maybe get a dessert, $22. Those days are dead. I live in LA. My restaurant's in Los Angeles. If you want to go out to eat with a friend and grab lunch, you're spending $60, maybe $70. You throw a cocktail in there, you're at $100. You're already done. And you have families of 4, families of 5 that want to go out to eat, and the minimum they expend is $150, $160 to feed their family of 4. Service is down. Portions are down. Quality is down. Everything is down. Prices are up. People are aggravated. People are sick of it, and I understand. McDonald's, Denny's, IHOP, your go-to fast casual QSR spaces that were great for budget-friendly meals are smoked. You're spending $40 at Denny's now. I want nothing more than reduce my prices, but I can't when my trash goes up $500 in a year.
Wow.
My property taxes, my unsecured property taxes, the POS system fees go up, vendor prices go up, food prices go up, they're charging me for gas now. Like, it's getting bonkers. I went to dinner the other night, and they served me like 3 ounces of pasta for $54. I said, are you guys out of your mind? You don't even make the pasta here. Like, you're buying the pasta fresh and making it, and it's tomato
Pasta's not even out there.
$54. DoorDash, Uber Eats, don't even get me started on DoorDash and Uber Eats. That's a scam in itself.
So Chipotle is raising their prices again. And apparently the CEO of Chipotle is saying, if you're broke, then Chipotle is not the place for you. I mean, that's what he's saying. It's lost the plot. Basically, he's saying that their core customer base, 60% of their core customer base are people who make over $100,000 a year. Yeah. So basically, they're saying that the majority of their customers, 60%, make over $100,000 a year. Therefore, they won't mind the 1 to 2% price increase because they can basically afford it. And those are the people they are targeting as their core audience regarding their new price increase. So basically, if you're broke, Chipotle is not the spot for you.
So we just went to James on a Friday night, and there was like no one there. And the food, how not what it used to be. So, where's everyone going in Summerlin, Las Vegas? Where is everyone partying? Where is everyone drinking? Where is everyone eating? Because that used to be the spot, and it's not anymore.
They staying home, girl. You missed the memo.
In the United States, I think we are on the path to not having restaurants in 5 years. It sounds ridiculous, it sounds crazy, but hear me out. All of these places are not making money. Nobody is going. There is no lines out the doors, okay? Unless it is right downtown on the middle of Main Street. If you are not in that prime area, your restaurant's dead. I'm sorry. It's just the way it is. And it's absolutely crazy. I don't know how it's going to get better. I don't know how waitstaff, bartenders, I don't know how they're making any money, especially with the cost of living going up, how they're even surviving, how they can afford to live in the cities. And if your waitstaff can't afford to live in the cities and they have to be farther and farther out, there's going to be a point where they stop making that commute. So who's going to work all these jobs? Old retirees who live here with $1 bajillion? Absolutely not. So I don't think this is a system that is going to work for much longer, which I think is insane. And from a consumer standpoint, I get it. Inflation, tip inflation, all of it. It is just conspiring against the whole thing of going out to restaurants or bars. And these third spaces that we have, which are places that we can hang out, communicate and talk with other humans, listen to live music, all that great stuff, they're going to go away. And it's just going to be wake up, go to work, come home, go to sleep, do the same thing every day with nothing in between, and it's just going to be a horrible monotony. So I think this is a bad thing.
Yeah. You will own nothing, be happy. You're not going to complain. You're not going to do anything else. You will wake up, go to work, have no hobbies, no time, no nothing. That's what some people want.
You're spending $15 at least if you want to get a proper full meal, and that's just not sustainable.
Gen Z are eating out less because even fast food is getting really expensive.
Really, the quietest that has got me.
That spells trouble for big chains like Chipotle, which is having a harder time getting Gen Z through the door, where it hasn't sold as much as it was expected to.
What we've noticed is a category slowdown for the 25 to 34-year-olds that are under the most financial pressure.
And Chipotle isn't the only chain noticing a pullback. McDonald's recently said it isn't expecting as many.
That's crazy because Chipotle used to be the spot. You know, as a Gen Z, you had Mac Miller talking about eating this Chipotle. Like, it used to be like a punchline in songs. Like, we used to be there in high school. It was affordable, pretty affordable. Now, $50 at least.
Meals for low-income diners next year. So how did fast food go from budget-friendly to overly expensive?
You're seeing higher wages, higher therefore the average eater is higher than it has been for years past.
The price of ground beef, for example, has skyrocketed. 1 kilogram now costs more than $14. 5 years ago, that number was closer to $9. So a lot of these chains are trying to win back cost-conscious consumers with promotions. Burger King says it's seen more traffic from meal deals like this one. And a recent survey shows that Gen Z says promotions are a major consideration when they're choosing a restaurant.
We know that younger people, they're looking for value meals. But this is one strategy that a lot of restaurants are using to remain competitive.
The thing is, a good deal at one particular restaurant won't necessarily keep a customer coming back.
They may not be brand loyal, so they'll switch to different brands based on the value offerings.
They might also just be snacking more. You know, girl dinner.
Having girl dinner again tonight.
Y'all, girl dinner might be a sign of poverty. Oh no! I thought that it was just girl dinner for convenience, which I understand. Girl dinner might be like, we're starving, and this is what we can afford. Restaurants didn't just get expensive. They quietly became a different product, a different supply chain, a different ownership structure, and a different relationship to the customer than they had just 10 years ago. The price you're seeing is the result of all of this innovation, which we could actually say is degradation. You don't have to give up eating out. You just can't afford to do it on autopilot anymore. 3 yeses in our framework means that you should actually eat out. And if it's 2 or fewer, you should just stay home. The food just isn't worth it sometimes anyway. That's the rule, and make sure you're following it. And also follow the rule of going to edwardseconomics.com and subscribe there. That's where I go way deeper into all of these topics, but from a more biblical perspective that I don't always get to get into here. If you haven't already, go ahead and like this video and share it with a friend in your group who's always trying to pick the restaurants and never even picks anything good. And finally, I want you to tell me in the comments, which fee on a recent receipt made you literally put the fork down and almost walk out because it was that insane? You guys watch this video once again. I pray the Lord blesses you, that He keeps you, that He makes His face shine on you, that He turns His countenance towards you, that He gives you favor, and then He gives you peace.
Gotta get those comments going. Gotta get the engagement stuff.
You want some fruit, honey?
Let me go sell the car.
$40.60 for a fruit tray.
That's everything. That's $108 worth of groceries.
Grocery prices are higher than ever, so the last thing we needed was a tomato shortage hitting our supermarkets across the country.
So today we're going to be taking a look at a lot of issues people are dealing with when it comes to groceries. Of course, the prices still being sky high, but I wanted to look into some other problems along with sneaky ways companies get you to pay more for less, and that same food ends up being very low quality. We have a ton of stuff to go over today, along with comments from you guys from previous videos. So if you want to be featured on a future video, leave in the comments down below. But let's just jump into it with some beef prices.
I want to show you something that's actually blowing my mind right now. Hold it a second. $12 for some ground beef. $6.29 for that? For 1 pound of beef? Not to even mention, look at the bean and fat ratio. I swear that used to be half the price.
I wanted to buy cook a roast this weekend, but look at the prices. $35. $33. Everything costs too much. You can't afford it.
And a little bit later, I'll show you some of the prices around me in North Carolina, so you can compare how much it costs wherever you live. Well, we got a comment from you guys that goes along with the high prices. I went into intermittent fasting in 2018 for health. Now it's more economic reasons. And when it comes to what you're paying for in these stores, it seems like everybody is getting ripped off constantly. Here's a pretty shady and illegal form of shrinkflation that I'm seeing on social media more and more.
Lawyer's reaction.
1.71, 5.51, 2.41. I think I have enough. It's time to go see management. Let's see what they have to say about it.
So what does that one weigh? Like 2.32 pounds. But look, this says 5.41, and then they're charging people $4.98 a pound. That's over double, right?
Every shopper needs to know what to do in this situation. There are many shoppers across the country that are being deceived without even knowing that it's happening. Because if you are purchasing something for 5 pounds, but it only weighs 2 pounds, you are paying more than double what it's worth. And imagine how that adds up over time. You should do exactly what this man did, which is report it to the manager to not only honor the correct price, but have the manager remove all the incorrect prices from the shelf. But if this is a habitual practice, you can report it to your jurisdiction's version of the Weights and Measures Bureau.
Now you might think in this situation there has to be some sort of mistake that was made. Saying the meat weighed 5 pounds when it was only 2 is pretty drastic. However, there are tons of different videos from this creator up on screen from several different stores with different products and different companies. Most people just see the weight of the item they're purchasing and they don't think twice. And yeah, this is just another way for you to get ripped off and a different form of shrinkflation, unfortunately. Walmart was found guilty in a class action lawsuit over this already, and it's still happening. For all the people commenting that it's not much of a shortage, Walmart sells millions of these bags, and a 3-pound bag is $4.98, and each bag is short by 6 ounces. They're making an extra 60 cents on each bag, which is an extra $600 in their pocket for every 1,000 bags they sell. Now times that by the millions of bags they sell, that's a lot of money. Because of course, Walmart is one of the biggest companies in the country. And we got another comment from you guys here. The worst part of a lot of food is it's not only higher in price, but everything is smaller in size.
Shrinkflation is going crazy. Here's how you can tell. This is a king size Hershey bar. In what world does a Hershey king size bar fit in a Ziploc bag long ways and basically up and down?
Hoarders, it's your time to shine. Help to live with shrinkflation. And we've gone over clips from people who do have products from years ago, showing how much less you get for the exact same price, if not more money in 2026. A brand new bag of cereal that I just bought that's maybe a third of the way full. Isn't it funny when you bring up corporate greed and suddenly none of those companies want to be in the comment section making jokes? I'm starting to get so tired of seeing it over and over again. It's the same playbook that Wendy's did on Twitter, I mean years ago now. Just giant corporations commenting like they're relatable, normal people on TikTok, just in the name of getting free advertising, but whenever you call them out, magically they're not making funny comments or don't respond to it at all. Shrinkflation is real. I work at a grocery store and I see it everywhere. We used to sell 10-pound bags of ice through a vendor, and that same vendor upped the price and shrank it down to 7 pounds. I also do resets and new items and watch the can of Axe body spray go from 4 ounces to 2.6, but it looks the exact same and the price didn't go down.
These are companies that are charging us the same or more, but giving us less. Viva paper towels. 94 sheets is what they used to give you. Now they're giving you 86 sheets, but look at that. 6 double rolls, equals 12. It's all the same packaging, basically, but they're giving you less. This Finish dishwashing detergent, which is very, very popular. 76 pods you used to get. Now you're only getting 62 pods. Look at the price on the price tag. When you were getting 76 pods, you were getting it for $23.99. 62 pods? You're paying $25.49. That's a lot of loads. And Charmin Ultra soft mega size packs. These drop from 224 sheets down to 208 sheets. Again, 16 less sheets. Protein cereal from Post. The old weight was 11 ounces. The new weight is 9 ounces. Atkins protein bars. They went from a 5-pack. Look how they used to give you 5 bars. Now it's new, but they only give you 4 bars.
You'll be hard pressed to find any brand of anything that isn't charging us more for less. It's just corporate greed. Paper towel math is the bane of my existence. And that last clip ended on a couple of protein products. So we're going to go off on a little tangent for a second because I feel like this has been flooding every single store over the past few months.
And this is what I'm talking about with this protein getting out of hand. This coffee creamer says protein creamer, but it says 5 grams of protein if you have 4 tablespoons worth, but look at a serving size. Serving size is only 1 tablespoon and it's 1 gram. Stop slapping protein on the label of everything, please.
So it seems like protein is the new buzzword when it comes to food. Just like keto-friendly was years ago, everything has to be packed with protein. And along with the clip that we just saw that was pretty misleading, I can guarantee you that they slap an even higher price tag on it because it says it has protein. And just quickly walking through a store, I found some ridiculous examples of things that don't need protein in it. We got a whole bunch of protein sodas now, apparently. And that's also in the canned protein shake and protein milk section. That I'll give you has been around for quite a while. Of course, people like having protein shakes going to the gym. But then we get an entire end cap of protein water, refresh and refuel. Then coffee just got an upgrade. Protein coffee, protein popcorn, birthday cake flavored. That just sounds pretty heinous to me. All of the different protein potato chips you could get, adding on now an entire aisle just for protein bars. You got the ice cream as well, 30-40 grams per pint. And I even found birthday cake flavored protein donuts from Dippin' Dots, the ice cream company you get at a baseball game. And like I said, I found all of this when I was just quickly going through the store. I bet there are so many more examples than what I just showed you. And of course, because this is now the protein version, they'll slap an even higher price tag than the plain one. We got another comment from you guys right here. It's not just prices going up, the quality is drastically going down. It's hard to find good tasting meat. And that's a pretty good segue into the next clip.
Thousands of popular food items like Pringles, Cheerios, and Takis are being recalled over unsanitary conditions at a distributor. The FDA saying they found rodent waste and bird droppings at facilities belonging to Gold Star Distribution in Minneapolis. The products were distributed to more than 50 grocery stores throughout Minnesota and Indiana.
I know every time we go over food on this channel, we got another set of recalls we can take a look at. It's just unbelievable how much of a common occurrence this is. So all the high prices you're paying for the food you're buying might not even be safe. But even though a majority of the goods that we're talking about are in the U.S., it doesn't mean that this problem isn't happening all over the world as well.
Grocery prices are higher than ever, so the last thing we needed was a tomato shortage hitting our supermarkets across the country. But that's exactly what has happened. There's a nationwide tomato shortage. As a result, those that are in stock are almost double in price.
Of course they are. We can't have 1 week without some crisis or shortage screwing us up. And how come they always have excuses for the high prices? And funny enough, right after I saw that clip talking about the tomatoes, we get another one showing that many products are now raising in price.
It's a massive concern, Mon. Good morning, primarily because of fertiliser costs. They are soaring up 50% in some markets. We're told the cost of fertiliser, it's jumped from about $800 a tonne to $2,000 a tonne. We understand that could primarily affect vegetables with shorter life cycles. So think things like leafy greens, zucchinis, capsicums and eggplants. The Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, he did just secure that major fertiliser deal in Indonesia, locking in 250,000 tonnes of urea. That's the main ingredient in fertiliser. So hopefully that deal goes some way towards pushing down these cost pressures.
I feel like every time we hear that, no matter what country we're talking about, the prices never seem to go down. They might stay at their inflated price, but they never go back to where they were a year or two ago. It just keeps getting worse. And to add on top of that, you have to be even more aware when it comes to shopping at the grocery stores, because digital price tags are becoming more and more common.
Hey, what's up, America? I'm here at a Walmart, and I want to show you the electronic pricing tags that can change prices based on surge pricing. So as you know, a lot of places are starting to replace actual paper tags with digital tags. Here at the Walmart by me, they're doing that now. So let me show you what these look like, and let me show you the difference. So here's a digital tag. These prices can change at a moment's notice, and they do throughout the day. Every single one has been changed to a digital tag, so these prices will go up 3 or 5 cents depending on what time of day it is, and they'll go up when more people are here shopping, and they'll go down when fewer people are here.
I really don't know how this isn't illegal, and that's what the comment section says. This needs to be illegal. One more reason not to shop at Walmart, but in the same way we talk about issues with car manufacturers, you know, BMW's putting features behind subscriptions a while ago. Fast forward to 2026, every manufacturer now has subscriptions. So even if Walmart's doing it right now, everybody else starts to follow. But there are some examples where companies have pushed too far and people stopped buying.
Burritos selling for $7 a bag ended up costing PepsiCo billions. That is the headline here. Yeah, according to Bloomberg News. Probably not big enough for Romaine, but right now PepsiCo, it's actually going to slash prices by up to 15% on some of their salty snacks after sales plunged and the company missed internal revenue targets for 2 years.
So the idea they learned that if we charge people $7 for a bag of Doritos, they won't actually buy those Doritos. Is that demand destruction?
It's exactly what it is.
Dorito demand destruction. Yeah. Did they have to put this into Claude to figure this out, or like a spreadsheet?
So there is the willingness to pay did not go to $7 for a bag.
Huh.
My thought immediately is that if they were able to slash prices by 15% because people weren't buying at $7, how much is their overall profit? They're still going to make money even with the 15% discount. They were just trying to get even more at that $7 price tag. But with these types of prices, I'm starting to see a lot more examples and comments like this. My local Aldi recently had to close self-checkouts because of people stealing.
Baby food, baby formula. America.
Tell me why, we in Alexandria, and they have the damn state locked up.
They have jewelry and locked up in cases for $2.
It's Walmart. It's Walmart. It's Walmart.
I have to see it to believe it for myself. $10.
Now this clip goes on and on with even more examples, and I showed you guys in older videos that I had a very similar experience in the Walmarts and Targets around where I used to live in New Jersey. I remember they must have spent a ton of money putting a whole bunch of self-checkouts in, and within less than a year they completely closed it for the same reason. People were stealing things, and now more and more products are being locked up. You have to call to get even a Monster energy drink. It would just make me not want to shop there in general anymore. But this next clip is probably the most ridiculous one out of this video. I don't even really know how to transition into it. We just have to watch.
The popular pasta sauce company Prego is joining the tech world by officially launching a device that sits on your table and records dinner conversations. Technology reporter Mike Dubusky is tracking it. All right, so what is this Prego pasta sauce collaboration all about?
Yeah, so this is a device that's called the Connection Keeper. It's like a small little puck that's designed to sit on your dinner table and record your conversations. It's a recording device at its core. And Prego has partnered up with an organization called StoryCorps, which is a nonprofit that basically collects stories from various Americans and preserves them at the Library of Congress for posterity, for historical purposes. Prego's idea is what better place to find American stories than around the dinner table.
Sure, it's for historical purposes. I really hope that this is just a late April Fool's prank. Am I going effing insane with over 150,000 likes? The sauce is wearing a wire, almost 100,000 likes. Literally, no one asked for this. Just make the sauce. What is happening in today's world? Collect stories and preserves them for historical purposes. Right. Just like all modern cars collecting your driving data just for the fun of it. The Onion's gonna go out of business. I mean, this is a picture-perfect article, but apparently this is real life. And I will say, with some of these absolutely ludicrous prices, it's not going to change anything if you keep buying them.
You want some fruit, honey?
Yeah. Let me go sell the car.
$40.60 for a fruit tray.
At Whole Foods. At Whole Foods, you can buy
$17.
But you still bought it. Exactly. That's why they're charging $17, because you still bought it. They're just going to keep doing it. You're going to complain, but I guess buy it anyway. And I just wanted to put this in because of how crazy it is. On the second channel, we've talked about Erewhon a couple of times, but this blows any of the other strawberry prices out of the water.
Am I? Or is a box of 12 strawberries $120? I don't care how organic they are. That's insane.
Erewhon strawberries. This is the most expensive strawberry in the world. It's strawberries. Now, if you watch Danny Gonzalez, he recently made a video where he went to one of these Erewhon stores and bought these wildly overpriced strawberries, and he said, yeah, it was good. They better be for the price, but of course, it's not worth it.
I know that I can't really expect cheap groceries at the store. But you want to see what $108 worth of groceries looks like here at the end of March in 2026. Safeway, $108.73. Here you go. I'm going to show you.
Pounds and quid, pence.
That's it. That's everything. That's $108 worth of groceries. One bag, one jug of milk.
Now, I've personally never been to a Safeway. I haven't seen it. Maybe it's just a West Coast thing. I don't know if there's some sort of a Whole Food equivalent, but we could go into the next clip with a chain that's supposed to have the cheapest prices around.
Today I was planning to make a fun What's New at Dollar Tree video, but the first thing I saw stopped me in my tracks. Groceries are a minimum of $1.50 now. I definitely don't live under a rock, so I know the prices everywhere are and have been going up. But usually when prices go up, you kind of expect something to come with it. New products, bigger sizes, maybe even a little better quality. So I walked around to see what was new, and there were a couple of interesting things here and there.
What are you looking for?
But overall, it mostly felt like the same inventory, just with higher prices. And honestly, some of those things were already pushing it at $1.25.
They need to stop calling themselves Dollar Tree, maybe once a Dollar Tree. Cans being $1.50 is insane because at Kroger's and Aldi, most canned goods are cheaper than that. And I do remember watching a video a long time ago where somebody went over the math shopping at places like Dollar Tree compared to like Target or Walmart, and you were actually paying more money at Dollar Tree because you were getting a smaller amount compared to the other stores. And now it seems like it's getting even worse.
Is anybody else sick of these grocery bills? Because I just spent $80 at Trader Joe's. I still have to buy food for the week at the regular grocery store. That's going to cost me over $100. So this is out of control. Prices are ridiculous. I don't even know what I bought at Trader Joe's.
Can you guys relate? Because why are prices so expensive?
And that's a pretty good segue into some of the clips that I recorded. I've personally never shopped at Trader Joe's, but I haven't shown one of these stores to you guys in my videos, so we could take a look at some of the prices where I live in North Carolina. We'll start off with a lot of the produce. It's $3.99 for a 3-pound bag of oranges, or you can get a lot of individual pieces. Lemon 49 cents, the lime's 59 cents, and the oranges are 89 cents. The organic strawberries were $6 for a pound, or $9 for 2 pounds. The grapes were $6 for 2 pounds. Now we'll take a look at a lot of the meat. $5.99 for a pound of ground turkey breast. This was the 99% lean version, and then right next to it you had the 93.7 at $4.49 a pound. I did find some expensive chicken. This was Trader Joe's organic free-range chicken. That was $7.49 a pound, so this was almost $10.50 for just 2 pieces. Here we got 80/20 ground beef for $6.49 a pound, and there definitely was more expensive beef. 100% Argentinian Angus beef ribeye for almost $18 a pound. There was filet mignon for almost $25 as well. Now I don't really have too much to compare against this because I normally just get ground beef, ground turkey, and chicken breast at the end of the day. But we could go over to some of the milk. Some of the normal 2% whole milk were around $4 a gallon, but then you could go over to the organic version, and that was around $7. Most of the eggs were pretty cheap. This was a dozen for $3. And then it seems like Trader Joe's has a lot of their versions of cereal. Cinnamon Squares, Honey O's, they were pretty cheap, around $2.69 a box, but I will say they were much smaller than any of the family size or giant sizes that you'll probably see at places like Target and Walmart. Here, most of the cheese prices were around $4 to $5, and a set of hot dog buns were around $2.50, and hamburgers were around $3. But going over to most of their normal bread, it was sitting around $3 to $4, and most of the selection of their chips were similar prices, around $4. Their spaghetti and pasta were similar prices to what I see in most stores, just around $1, and their different kinds of rice were a little bit over $1 a pound each. But that's all I got for you guys today. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. YouTube thinks you'll like this video popping up on screen right now, but hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, please leave a like, and I'll talk to you guys later.
We ordered 2 funnel cakes and 1 churro. They were pretty basic, nothing special. $55?
I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I feel like the posts that I make are so cute. All I'm asking is for you to give me your hard-earned cash for something that I then get off AliExpress and then ship it directly to your house.
If a small local business is going to charge me $30 for the same item Amazon's going to charge me $10 for, I'm going to go with Amazon, and most people are going to go with Amazon as well, whether they like to admit it or not.
So today we're going to be taking a look at small businesses and why they're struggling in 2026. I don't think I have to tell you that the economy is not doing great right now, even though we constantly hear from the government that everything's fine. So in turn, that means people don't have as much cash to spend on things and are turning to the cheapest option possible. And because small businesses usually have higher prices, they're empty and going out of business. It also doesn't help that there are so many examples of absolutely ridiculous prices for dropshipped or low-quality items in these stores as well. We have a ton of stuff to go over today, along with comments from you guys from previous videos. So if you want to be featured on a future video, leave in the comments down below. But let's just jump right into it.
I am working from home, and I have a gift card to a local coffee shop, so I wanted to get something for lunch, because I never get the opportunity to do this. And I ordered a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich because, you know, it's the most standard one. But I didn't look at the price until I ordered it, which was my mistake, of course. And I also didn't ask what it would be like. So I am genuinely asking you, how much do you think this costs? Genuinely. This is what I got. I got takeout. Yep, that's an egg, 2 pieces of bacon, and some ephemeral remnants of what used to be cheese. Yep, just something, multi-grain bread from Walmart. Yep. It cost $12.50.
And the creator adds a comment, here's what it's supposed to look like, by the way. And of course, the product photos always look better than what you actually get. Multiple diners and breakfast spots around me are charging $8 for 2 eggs. I literally bought 18 eggs for $4 at the store. Now, we've gone over the small coffee shops a couple of times before, and people don't want to pay for a $12 cup of coffee in this economy. Along with food prices like this. I mean, you did have a gift card, but not asking what the price was in the first place is crazy to me.
If a small local business is going to charge me $30 for the same item Amazon's going to charge me $10 for, I'm going to go with Amazon, and most people are going to go with Amazon as well, whether they like to admit it or not. Gas is $4.40 at the cheapest gas station where I live. I'm trying to save money. Most other people are trying to save money. Times are rough right now. And I wouldn't have an issue shopping locally and keeping the money within my community if the small businesses didn't overprice all of their items for no reason. And obviously not all small local businesses are like this, but most of them are.
If a small business offers it for $8 and Amazon offers it for $5, I'll support the small business. If the small business offers it for $20 and Amazon offers it for $5, I'm not supporting the small business. I agree. Support small businesses, and the small business is open maybe 3 days a week, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., no weekends. Everyone in the comments arguing back and forth of why small businesses are priced higher, I do not care. If the bank account allows you the privilege of spending more, knock yourself out. Mine doesn't, and I will shop accordingly. I will not be peer pressured into feeling any differently. And if you've seen most of the videos that are on my channel, you know that most people are struggling right now. And it's just crap that's been purchased off of Shein half the time too. We're going to see an example of that later in the video. And we also saw one previously of a boutique in Nantucket doing the exact same thing, and somebody recorded them looking up the Amazon listing and seeing how wildly overpriced it was in the store. We got a comment from you guys here. Some small business owner yelled at me because she heard me say her combination coffee shop and bookstore seemed a bit half-hearted since there were only like 30 books. She started screaming about the collection she curated. Literally tried to start a fight with me. Okay, lady, I'm sorry I expected your bookstore to have more books. And there are quite a bit of examples of business owners getting defensive and angry when you question the things they do.
Again, if you think it's overpriced, that's fine, but nobody asked you. Oh, geez. I mean, if they think that's overpriced, they definitely don't want to know what I'm charging for families then.
Anything else?
If it's too expensive for you, just say that, love. That's okay. I know what I put into it. I know what I paid for them. I know what shipping costs, so...
And it looks like it cost about $5 from Hobby Lobby. And you go over to the comment section, you realize she's selling it for $45. Dollar Tree cups for $45 is completely insane. I'm all for people going and making stuff and selling it, but going down to Target, buying the cups and straw toppers for maybe $5 or $6 for bulk, and selling it online for $45 as if you made it is wild. Another person, the straw toppers alone are at the dollar section at Target, 2-pack for $1. So you're talking about $5.50 per cup and selling it for $45. And then you wonder why people aren't buying. But still, we can move on to the next clip talking about the other side of the argument.
I feel like my For You page is rage baiting me because I have seen too many people complaining about the prices that small businesses are charging right now. Okay. They're not charging you $12 for a coffee because they're trying to price gouge you at their business and then get into their Bentley and drive home. They're charging you $12 for a coffee because their cost of goods is so expensive, and if they want their business to stay open and survive inflation, they have to charge more because that's the position that they're put in. I saw someone also complaining about the quality's gone down at a boutique and they're charging a lot of money. Same thing.
Okay, so we got a couple things. While I do agree, of course, inflation has taken a toll very heavily when it comes to small business. If your prices get so high where nobody's coming in anymore, you're still going to go out of business. The drop in quality, particularly talking about clothing, is odd to me as well, and I get it. Again, the cost of goods have gone up, but turning everything into Shein quality polyester when you were known for making higher quality items, again, is just going to alienate your customer base. And I'm not trying to make this video to tell everybody that all small businesses are bad. You shouldn't shop there. If you really do have that kind of money to spend, that's completely fine. Go right ahead. But most people aren't in that situation today, so you can't be surprised if customers aren't flooding into the doors.
I love to support small businesses, but some of y'all need to chill with the prices. My sisters and I went to support a local food truck, and they sold funnel cakes and churros. We ordered 2 funnel cakes and 1 churro. They were pretty basic, nothing special. $55? What do you mean $55 for 2 funnel cakes and a churro? That churro was $8. I had even recorded everything because I wanted to post a TikTok about it, but after seeing the price, honestly, I did not post it because I did not think that was worth it. I wish them the best, but the prices were crazy.
I don't know, going back to that last clip, it seems like price gouging to me. The ingredients to make a funnel cake and churros cannot be that high.
Pretty rare to see a lot of people trash on a small business, but there's this cookie company out in Lancaster, PA called Taylor Chip that recently announced they were going bankrupt and closing all their stores, and hundreds of people were celebrating this. By the way, this is Lancaster, PA, bro. This is not the New York City food scene. For hundreds of people on Reddit to within hours talk about how happy they were they shut down blew my mind. People were saying, oh, the cookies aren't that good. They were like half-baked. The cookies were super expensive, which, by the way, I think they were like $6 to $8 a cookie, which is, that's a lot. People were trashing on the owners, saying they were annoying, that they didn't treat the staff well. By the way, allegedly, like, this is what comments were saying. The owner once rented a Lambo or something, and, oh, they had a field day with that. They were like, oh, yo, how's your Lambo, buddy? And you gotta kind of feel bad anytime people, like, lose a small business, but when there is 90% of comments trashing on you, like, it's hard to not assume, like, you know, stuff is probably going wrong.
And we could go a little bit deeper in the comment section, local here. Just search Taylor Chip in the Lancaster subreddit and you'll find the lore. And he owned the Lamborghini. So yet again, going back to the previous clip of price gouging to drive away in your Bentley, in this situation, they actually did it with a Lamborghini. Lancaster here, I applied to Taylor Chip and was denied after they said 6 years of experience wasn't enough. Safe to say I'm working with their competitor that put them out of business. And we'll just move right on over to the next clip with the drop in quality.
There's no way.
Not a single vintage shop is actually selling vintage clothes anymore. Most of the jerseys I found recently at the vintage stores in Newton were fake, but it's much easier buying things in bulk from Shein than actually finding higher quality items in today's world. And we got another comment here. Most of the small businesses still think it's the 2000s, and people can't find out where their homemade items are from. I mean, the Shein tags on clothing are a dead giveaway, but now we have the ability to take a picture of anything with our smartphones, search it up in Google, and see if it's actually homemade or not. And unfortunately, most of the time, it's not.
Yo, this pisses me off so bad, because the other day, I was in this, like, local shop, right, in this little town, right, and there was a sweatshirt, right, that had the town name, and there was, like, a little bear on it. Like, it was so cute. So I go into the store, right, and I'm looking around at the store. Everything looks like it's bought from a manufacturer. Like, nothing in the store looks homemade. Like, the sweatshirt certainly wasn't homemade. I mean, the logo, I don't even think it was stitched on. I'm pretty sure it was, like, laser printed onto the sweatshirt. And the sweatshirt you can buy in bulk from manufacturers for very, very, very cheap, okay? So I'm like, I go in there, I'm expecting the sweatshirt to be like $35 at most, okay, for a sweatshirt, like, hello? So I walk in there and I find the sweatshirt. Mind you, there's a huge pile of these sweatshirts. They all look dusty. Like, no one has even touched these, no one has even looked at these, okay? So I pick it up, I look at it, I look at the price tag. I literally gasped out loud. I was like, what? It was $80. $80 for a sweatshirt with a laser printed logo on it.
My entire small town and rural boutique culture is like this, and this would have worked 10 years ago, not now. We're too informed. And there's another comment, this is exactly why I thrift as much as possible, but yet again, going back to the clip with the vintage thrift store, just selling Shein stuff anyway. It's basically a lose-lose situation. But we can move on to another issue that I see a lot with a comment from you guys. Guilting people into shopping at your business is a losing strategy and will never work. I've personally started to see a lot of TikTok artists doing this type of trend, selling this for only $4,000. I don't even really know what to say with that one, but we can one-up it. Day 5 of revealing this painting until it sells for $25,000. And to be honest, it is a pretty solid painting, but when you go over to the comment section, you could see that this is not an original work. Evening by Vittorio, I'm not even going to say the last name because I know I'm going to butcher it, but they just ended up painting something that was already painted. Girl, there's no way anyone's going to buy a painting for $25,000 unless it's already by a renowned artist. It doesn't matter how good it is. It's a beautiful painting, but isn't this just plagiarism? The creator responds, thank you, it's not. You could actually sell master's copies as long as you clearly state it is, and make sure that they haven't been alive for over 70 years, and then there's no copyright. I recently learned this as well, so it's technically not plagiarism, but it's just because a certain amount of time has passed. At the end of the day, it's not the original, and like the comment said before, it would be extremely hard for somebody to spend $25,000 on a painting when they aren't already a famous artist in the first place. POV, it's 2020 and I'm about to guilt you into spending 280 pounds on my small business, and it's a whole bunch of the resin art. I remember seeing this all the time during COVID. People were making Pokemon custom keycaps and selling them for like $50 to $100 a keycap. It was insane. And going over to the comment section, did anyone actually buy these like ever? Almost 250,000 likes. But we could go over to a lot more of the restaurant-themed clips that I've seen. We have such a hard time staying open. We just reopened yesterday and been closed for 2 weeks, and hardly anyone has come. Please come by and help us. We're a small Mexican restaurant. I've talked about this a couple times because it's definitely worked in the TikTok algorithm. Maybe you can guilt people into going once or twice, but if you're already struggling right now closing and reopening, to me it doesn't seem like this is going to end well.
Day 2 of begging and pleading for you guys to please help boost my small business. Let TikTok shop up right now. I have a lot of competition and my sales have not been doing good.
Okay, so this video was uploaded November 30th of 2023. Legitimately begging people to buy from her shop because there's a ton of competition when it comes to this jewelry. You got TikTok shop, Etsy, eBay, I mean probably thousands of different sellers that are also selling very similar things. But let's fast forward a little bit.
I need your help. TikTok took down my video yesterday and marked it as ineligible for the For You page for unoriginal content, but this is my content. I literally just filmed it a few seconds ago. This is my jewelry shop and I'm trying really hard to pull in sales, so I'm doing a 50% off my entire Etsy.
And this one was uploaded February 15th of 2026. I know that this type of jewelry can be very cheap to make, but again, if your whole marketing strategy is to make people feel bad, nobody's buying my stuff, I'll do a sale, I got a whole bunch of competition, I don't think that this is going to be as successful as you want it to be.
You guys, I am so stressed out. I started a brand new business and I have put everything on the line for this. I quit my job, I remortgaged my house, I borrowed thousands of dollars from my parents, and then I had to sacrifice my firstborn soul for this, and no one is buying anything. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I feel like the posts that I make are so cute. All I'm asking is for you to give me your hard-earned cash for something that I then get off AliExpress and then ship it directly to your house. Like, what am I doing wrong? It's a 700% markup on something you can get for $3 that's made in a sweatshop. I just feel like I have no support. None of my friends are supporting me. People always talk about how they want to support small businesses, but when it comes to me selling little bits of plastic on the internet, no one's here to support me. I'm going to lose my house.
All I want is a fully paid for holiday to Coachella for me and my team. The worst part is saying I'm so scared we aren't going to sell out. Like what? Selling out is the dream, not an expectation. But we can move on from begging and pleading to get sales to just straight up scams.
This person says, girl, no one wants your overpriced Madonna blankets. $69.99 is way too high. Whoever takes a moment to comment on this, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Black, 28-year-old woman making Madonna blankets for kids. Let that sink in. People keep telling me my blankets are too expensive, but here's the truth. Every blanket I make is made by hand.
Okay, so I'm cutting it off there. I don't know if you noticed, but all of these videos are completely AI. There's something weird that still goes on with the background compared to whoever's supposed to be talking, and it just doesn't look natural compared to a real video. So going over to this account, it is just the same type of video over and over again of a sob story, people making fun of her, saying that it's too expensive, and then the same type of clip saying that it's handmade over and over again. If you watch my most recent video talking about scams, this is a lot more common than you think. There's a whole scheme taking place with fake videos talking about a woman who was making lobster purses, selling them for around $100 a pop, but if you really looked into it, it was all AI. None of it was true. So if you did get sucked into buying one of those purses or this Madonna rug, you're 100% going to get some AliExpress products and you're just going to get scammed. But I guess people are falling for it. So you really do need to be extremely careful online because you can't really believe anything anymore.
Wow, Montana's beautiful. I think I'll move here and open up a gift shop and sell trinkets from China and $30 ice cream cones.
You like rock candy or magnets? What about a new sign that looks old? It says welcome. We got jewelry no one buys. I got loose rocks in a lot of different colors. What about a soft colored sweatshirt that says the town's name? I got a 1,000-piece puzzle of a beach. July is a perfect time to buy a calendar. I got a personalized keychain with your name on it. Unless you spell it weird. I don't know why we have giant jawbreakers. Do you want hot sauce in 3-ounce bottles? I got a pina colada flavored honey stick. The amount of candy we have here is disturbing. I got pocket knives that say don't tread on me. How about a book you'll never read? I got one that says hiking trails. It's filled with information you can find on your phone. I might have too much candy. You want a train whistle? We have a wall of hand soap. We still sell Beanie Babies. I have a barrel of black licorice. You know how much candy I have? I could put a horse into diabetic shock. I got a section of just like colonial shit. How the f am I supposed to sell sarsaparilla? I gotta move this candy. There's too much of it.
And going back over to the first one, you could replace Montana with any tourist destination in the US, which is exactly what the second clip was showing. And don't forget the fudge for whatever reason. And we got another comment from you guys here. Any good accountant will tell you 95% of small businesses fail due to poor management and grandiose expectations, because there are a whole host of examples like this on social media. I never get here early. I get here late every day. I get here after 12 o'clock, not at 12 o'clock, just sometime after 12. Business hours open most days 10 or 11, occasionally as early as 7, but sometimes as late as 12 or 1. We close at about 5:30 or 6, occasionally about 4 or 5, sometimes as late as midnight or later. On some days we're not here at all, but lately we've been here a lot. Unless we're not here? What's the point of having a business in the first place? What could they possibly be offering as a service? Almost 50,000 likes there. The Inconvenience Store, 125,000 likes. I mean, unless you're a money laundering front, you're not going to be making any money. I definitely wouldn't want to go there.
I just opened a restaurant 20 minutes down a dirt road. Where are all my customers? We're right in between the Asian nail salon and the board game store. It's prime location. I've been DMing Keith Lee twice a day. We only have $20 burgers with thick cut fry. No, we don't do DoorDash or takeout. We want people to come in and experience the linoleum tiles we didn't tear up. No, we don't do table service and we don't call out the name. You just have to hopefully see that it's sitting there. Yeah, the last 4 restaurants in this location closed within a year of opening, but I think this is the one that'll stay. All my employees are my kids because I don't have to pay them. They hate it. Do you like the wall art? It's an AI-generated eagle that's peel and stick wallpaper off of Temu. If you want your burger to have cheese or a bun, you have to order it crazy style. It's $4 extra. I was inspired to open the restaurant after a family barbecue where my brother-in-law said my burgers were good. So I decided to take out a $200,000 loan.
And their domain redirects to a Facebook page, and there's no menu online. Every 5th social media post is lamenting on how hard it is to be a small business, and their website is their Facebook page again, and their logo is AI generated. And I know we saw a couple examples already, but some of the food stuff is just outrageous. And mind you, this was an $8 chocolate croissant. Thank you, Orange County. And I mean, it's just little strips of chocolate that isn't even baked into the bread. And the next one is a guy recording a food truck with a mouse running around in it. I mean, it's right next to the French fries. Even the employees took notice and basically did nothing about it. In the caption, I know he saw that rat run by the fries and just kept scooping. You know it's bad if it's on a truck. Oh, you saw that with a screenshot of one of the employees, and you better believe they still charge an outrageous price. And we got another comment here. Reminds me of those farmers markets where they just resell stuff from grocery stores.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm actually excited to go to this farmer's market. Hey, catchy, right? I actually, I don't make this. I buy it wholesale, and then I slap my packaging sticker on it, and I sell it right to you, dude. You're asking me about the honey? I can't even tell you the last time I've been around a bee, dude. Like, I'm in the business of selling it, not making it. You about no damn bee. These are hilarious, right? I actually did not paint these. Believe it or not, ChatGPT did. Yeah, have you ever heard of it? Just Live, Laugh, Love. Oh my god, my #1 seller, dude. People eat that up. Oh no, did I make it? No, this comes from China, brother, China. I buy it from Alibaba, AliExpress, so dirt cheap, and then I become a middleman essentially, and I come and put 400% on top of that, and I'm just cha-ching. Everything you own is from China, dude. You better get with it. Nothing's homemade here.
You forgot the 3D printed dragons and the freeze-dried candy people. Don't leave out the lady selling sourdough bread for $37 a slice. You got single moms that make tumblers. Support your local middleman market. But even with everything we've gone over today, if you still want to have some sort of small business, it's not like it's a walk in the park. All the business guru type of people on social media make it seem like you can just start a business and start racking in the money, but that's clearly just not the case.
I'm at that point as a business owner where I'm genuinely wondering, like, when am I going to get my first heart attack? You know? You just let him pay for shit, operating on so little sleep, so much stress, and instead of pulling over early in the morning when you're so tired, you just decide to pound two monsters and white knuckle your way to the job site. So, yeah, just genuinely wondering, when does that first heart attack
I got Bell's palsy. It's not just heart attacks. Hope this comes. 6 years in, and I almost for 3 out of 7 mornings during the week. I quit and rehired myself 20 times this morning. Almost happened to me when I was 18 years into running my business. I had a blockage in the Widowmaker artery. That sounds pretty bad. And I mean, there are a ton of clips like this on TikTok as well. Quit your job, live your dreams, open that gaming lounge. That's how I went from making $6,000 a month to $200.
You said recently that more small businesses closed in New York last year than opened.
Absolutely. I'm a former small business owner. As you know, this is an area of great concern. We lost about 5,000 small businesses last year. We lost about 20,000 jobs, and that compares to about 190,000 jobs that were grown in the prior 4 years. So we really have an economic crisis. We have to make sure, first of all, that we're supporting our small businesses, that we're lowering fines on small businesses, cutting through red tape and bureaucracy, also promoting them through marketing and tourism so that we're really promoting our small businesses. We need to be doing all of the above, and we need to focus on economic development, making sure that we're keeping businesses here in our city and that we're attracting new businesses.
While I do understand it's important to keep small businesses around, especially when you're talking about New York City, I can't imagine how expensive everything is. And like I've said over and over in this video, people just don't have the funds in today's economy. But that's all I got for you guys today. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. YouTube thinks you'll like this video popping up on screen right now, but hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, please leave a like, and I'll talk to you guys later.
How do you feel when you walk into a boutique and you instantly realize that everything they're selling is just from Amazon?
So how's everyone surviving in the beauty industry right now? It's been crazy slow.
That wouldn't have been supporting small business. That would have just been financially irresponsible. I'm not going to pay that, not in this economy.
So recently on this channel, we talked about how restaurants were not doing very well right now financially, primarily because customers don't have extra money right now, amongst many other reasons like declining food quality, customer service, tipping, etc. But today I thought it'd be a good idea to specifically look at small businesses. I've seen many people online talking about how their businesses have been declining, especially since COVID, and I think that there are a number of reasons why that's the case. So we're going to go over what I found today, which is a lot, so let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. But let's start off with the elephant in the room, the overall prices.
There's a very concerning trend of small business owners coming out and complaining about how people aren't buying their products because they're too expensive or they can't afford them. Well, I think what they forget, there's a very delicate balance between being financially responsible and buying small business products. I bought this off of Amazon. $13 flat, no shipping, brand new, right? My local bookstore, that's about 5 minutes down the road that I frequent quite often, $40. Now, if I would have spent the extra $27 to go buy this book, that wouldn't have been supporting small business. That would have just been financially irresponsible. I'm not going to pay that, not in this economy. You serious? Like, why would we pay that?
Half of the stuff at my local businesses drop ship garbage off of Temu. Why would I support that? I went to a local plant shop and the plant that I wanted was $135. Same plant on Etsy was $45. I get a little inflation, but damn. And that's going to be one of the large problems overall today in this video. At the end of the day, it comes down to price for many people because they are tightening up their wallets. Not nearly as much expendable income as there was a few years ago, especially when we were all cooped up in our house. Online businesses were booming because so many were bored and just purchasing stuff online non-stop. I get that inflation and tariffs have definitely taken a toll, but when you start seeing wild clips like this up on screen right now, there's not really much else I could say. Burnt out, haven't sold an item in weeks, and lots of debt. But there was a time with a chocolate Nike hoodie for $1,300. Shipping calculated at checkout as well. It wasn't even free shipping. We just have to go right over to the comments. I'm sorry, but you probably haven't sold anything because $1,300 is most people's bi-weekly check or rent. There's no reason a sweater should cost $1,300. And the creator responds, it's wearable art, and taste in art is definitely subjective, so they're playing that card, which I guess I understand, but at the same time, you can't really be surprised if nobody's buying it. You're so delusional, $1,300? Come on. Maybe if it wasn't $1,300. It's wearable art in quotations, cut a sweater / blanket, and sewed it onto a hoodie. I get that for $30 at the market. Wearable art, it looks like something from Shein during COVID. It's super cute, but I wouldn't pay more than $150 for that, to be honest. I still think that's a lot. A lot of small businesses simply don't make it because they price their stuff way too high. And that's really what's been popping up on my TikTok a lot lately.
Hey guys, so as you know, things have not been great for us. It's been a bit of a struggle bus, but we have just hit a brick wall. We have to be out of our warehouse by the end of July. We can no longer pay our employees, so that's pretty We'll be doing one last warehouse sale, so as soon as I have that figured out and planned, I will let you guys know when that is. Any of the inventory I have here in the warehouse that I need to sell, I'll be posting for super cheap, so keep an eye on that. That's just like our ready to ship items. We will be selling all warehouse machinery, equipment, anything that's in this warehouse is being sold. So if you're interested in any of those type of things, also let me know.
So of course, I still feel bad because she's shutting down her business, can't afford to pay the employees, the money's just not coming in. However, if you go over to the comments, why is a shirt that says Mom $32? $63 for a t-shirt? I think people are buying groceries and necessities rather than $60 shirts. I'm hoping that that was the full retail price at least, and not the warehouse sale price. You have to rethink your whole business model. Way too expensive and very dated styles. $64 for a t-shirt is insane, maybe 15 to 25. Every other shirt is Mama. I've purchased here a few times, but the prices are just too high. My wife makes these at home for like $5. Graphic tees aren't really in anymore. Free shipping over $200 is kinda insane. So if you buy 3 of those $60 t-shirts, you'd still have to pay shipping. I know that the cost for everything in a small business is more expensive than giant corporations, because of course places like Amazon and Walmart are buying in crazy amounts of bulk, so they can get those products for a cheaper price. But when you start seeing very high prices like this, along with a pretty tough economy, it sounds like what's happening was inevitable. Again, talking about COVID, a clip up on screen, POV, small business owners in 2020 trying to sell their resin art. Just scribbling a whole bunch of stuff on a napkin, but it's sold. People were buying so much stuff online. Small businesses, big businesses were bringing in record profits, but that's just not the case anymore. Here's an example of crazy spending. Once bought a resin art card door hanger for $100. What was I doing? That one business that made cotton candy cakes and sold them for like $60. Hitty marketing pisses me off so bad. We're going to see that a little bit later in the video. However, we can move on to a pretty popular clip online of a small business reselling Amazon clothing.
Let me ask your opinion because I really want to know what other people think about this. How do you feel when you walk into a boutique and you instantly realize that everything they're selling is just from Amazon?
What you need to do is
go and head
right to the bottom. You need to go and find the option for live. It's not shut right to the bottom. What you need to do is open up the post page, tap on, go and tap, open up the post page. What you need button, which you need to go and tap on as well. So it's a great way of engaging with your followers, but also you can go and grow your followers as well because you can go and reach new people. I really like it because you can engage with people live, answer their questions, and just build a really cool community. And you can also go and monetize it as well through gifts, so you can go and make money with it as well. So we're going to guide you through this step by step, how you can go and start going live, everything you need to know, and the different options you've got as well. So let's go and get right into this. So to go and get started, you need to go and head to the bottom of TikTok. There you're going to go and find the plus button, which you need to go and tap on. Go and tap there. Of course, as we're going to open up the post page, what you need to do is go and head right to the bottom. We need to go and find the option for live. It's not showing there, keep watching, and I'll explain that to you. You can then go and tap there, and it will go and open up the live screen. So it's important to note there are some requirements you need to meet. So there is a follower requirement. So the general rule is it does vary market by market, but it's around 1,000 followers you need to have in order to go live. As I said, it does vary. And also you do need to be 18 years old. So you need to go and verify your age. I was asked to anyway. I had to go and do it with facial recognition. It's a really easy process. I was prompted to at the top. It'll go and say verify your age. Now that we've gone through that, we can go through the different options. So here you can go and flip the camera. See, that's pretty obvious what it does. You can go and use enhancements and effects. Open up the settings. You can go through here, set about me. You can go and use the multi-guest fun kit. Use boards, use dual camera, that's useful. Practice mode is really great if you're new to streaming. You can sort of practice going live. Choose who can watch it. I want everyone to. Set moderators. You've got some marked viewers. You can use live setter for client acquisition. That's great if you run a business. Set the video quality. You can go and choose remove background noise. That's good. You can go and choose audience controls there for older people. Then you can go and have live GIFs, gift galleries so you can make some money, rankings, comment settings, and you can go and check live recordings. Use content disclosure if needed. Mark AI-generated content if needed, and add a fundraiser as well. And so then at the bottom, you can go and give it a name. So if I go and tap there, mine's called test, and mine has the icon there which you can change, and then you can press done. At the bottom, you can choose between the device camera, mobile gaming, and live studio. Of course, you probably want to use the device camera so you can stream on here. And then what you can do is go and press go live. Now we're getting the counter, and now we're live. So first of all, at the bottom left, you can go and press here, and you can go and co-host. You need to unlock that. And also you can go and multi-guest as well. You need to meet the requirements. In the bottom right here, you can go and check with the interactions there, different options. You can go and share. You can also go and use effects. Press the 3 dots in the bottom right to go and access more options here as well. And when you're finished with your stream, all you need to do is go and press the power button in the top right. And then what you can do is go and press end now, and it'll then go be ended, and you can go and see the stats there. So that's it. That is how you can go live on TikTok. If you found this useful and want to see more guys like this, then please consider subscribing and liking the video for more.
but I mean, I didn't even make it past the front door.
They're selling Shein as well, without a doubt. I was so disappointed. Another comment, the Jaguar dress is $19.99 on Amazon and it has horrible reviews. We saw that exact dress in the clip and they were selling it for $150. I know they're in Nantucket with all the rich people, so they don't even know what to do with their money. But come on, how do you think your business is going to stay afloat? They didn't even steam out the folds or wrinkles. You think with the 2-day shipping, they would have more time to steam it. And unfortunately, this happens a lot more often than you think.
Have you seen the video of the woman that goes to the boutique store in Nantucket only to realize that all of the clothes are from Amazon? Well, I have a newsflash. I live in a super touristy area of Massachusetts as well, not that one up north, with so many cute boutiques and home decor stores with a coastal vibe, only to realize that some of that stuff is from Amazon and Home Goods and Marshalls, and they've just bought it, curated it, marked it up. So this is more of a buyer beware. They're using those stores as wholesalers. I see nothing wrong with that. But if you want to treat yourself to a vacation gift and you see something that you love, but you don't love the price tag, go on your phone first. Chances are you'll find it there for less.
My daughter works at a local tree nursery. One of her tasks was taking price tags off of mum plants bought at Walmart. I've started reverse image searching on Etsy too, very eye-opening. However, I've seen if you start calling this out online, you get a good amount of backlash, because I guess you're not supposed to critique any small businesses for any reason.
You guys are all upset with me. I'm not supporting small businesses. All of Nantucket is small businesses. I'm not here on this island not buying things, you know, whether it's an iced coffee, a croissant, or a sweatshirt. These are all small businesses. I'm not against supporting small businesses. We just went to Bro Denim and bought 2 sweatshirts, $180, 2 sweatshirts for kids. It's not cheap, but I believe in supporting small businesses. We actually are family friends with the owner of Bro Denim's uncle and have met her. Lovely. So we love to support businesses. The problem with the denim jacket is that someone who worked at the store told my friend last year that she hand stitched these Amazon denim jackets. That's deceptive.
So this is a different issue with another store on Nantucket where they were lying about an Amazon dropship denim jacket. But either way, she was getting a lot of backlash online because you aren't supporting small businesses. And I'm in the same boat as her. I don't have a problem with supporting it. On the other hand, I do understand that a lot of people can't right now because money's tight. And when you also get deceived, like this woman, lying about their products. Either way, I would not be able to justify paying $90 for a child's sweatshirt, let alone 2. But that is her choice, and we can move on to a mini segment just talking about coffee.
I no longer support local coffee shops. I'm not paying $10 for iced coffee out of my face.
Short and sweet, but there are a lot of people that agree, and it's always served with an even worse attitude. I just said this, people talk crap about Starbucks, but I know exactly what I'm getting. I'm done with the local stuff. Then they have a facial expression of a fart when you don't select an 85% tip option. Like I said, there's a lot of clips what the local coffee shop's coffee looks like, and it's not the most appetizing, to be honest. Open 3 days a week from noon to 3 p.m. Why is it burnt, translucent, watery, lukewarm, and overly sweet? It's every bad thing that could happen to a coffee. The sadness of buying an $8 coffee from a small business, and it's terrible. Support small businesses. I will, if it's good. When you take a sip and realize the small business isn't going to make it. Small businesses take advantage of people's empathy by overcharging. The small businesses, when nobody wants their $40 burger that's smaller than a Whopper. We've already gone over this before with the millennial burger joints. I know that's a meme, but almost all of them end up being a mom and pop place that charge way more than most people are willing to pay in this economy. But we could go back to the expensive coffee and the random times that they're open as well, making it even more difficult to shop with them.
This might be a hard watch for some people, but small businesses can be their own worst enemy. Like this morning, it's a Friday morning, I said, let me go get coffee. I forgot to make my iced coffee last night. I'm just gonna go buy it, okay? Trying not to support chains, so I said, let me find a small business around here. I look at the first one. They're open from 10 to 2 only. Well, I started working at 7 in the morning, so that's not gonna work. Sounds good. Cool, let me look at another one. Closed on Fridays and Sundays. You know, 2 of like the busiest days for most coffee shops, especially on Sunday, you're gonna be closed. Okay, sure, that makes a lot of sense. Look up another one. They have 4 menu items. It's either a latte or a matcha. Okay, don't like either one of those, so that's not gonna work for me. Find a 4th one. I said, okay, this menu looks good. We're rocking with it. They have a little online checkout, so I go to put in my order. I get a black coffee with cold foam on top. That's it. Nothing in it. And it was $12.
Not only are all the local coffee shops more expensive than Starbucks and Dunkin', their coffee consistently tastes bad. I want to support you, but I'm literally just throwing away my money. A local bakery I love changed the hours to 10 to 4. The owner gets on Instagram and complains that no one's supporting them. When most people are working 9 to 5, your customer base is going to shrink significantly. There's a thrift store in my town that's open by appointment only. How would you make any money? There are people that treat a small business like a hobby, and then they're surprised when they don't work out. I love supporting small businesses, but I literally can't afford to do so. And piggybacking off of that, we could take a look at this news segment that's talking about the big restaurant chain businesses, but also applies to everything else as well.
Now to the economy, where there are troubling signs in the restaurant industry as consumers are tightening their belts and eating more at home. Elizabeth Scholze breaks down the numbers.
Hey Rachel, the cost of going out to eat is up almost 4% over the past year, outpacing the price of groceries. And now some popular restaurant chains say that they are noticing customers pulling back. Salad chain Sweetgreen is the latest to sound the alarm about younger consumers, reporting that people between the ages of 25 and 35 dropped their spending by 15% in the last 3 months. Burrito maker Chipotle and the Mediterranean fast casual chain Cava made similar warnings about younger customers, pointing to the impact of inflation and student loan payments. And McDonald's, which can serve as a bellwether for the overall economy, says that lower income households are not visiting its stores as much.
When it costs $50 to eat out at a casual restaurant, you realize that you do in fact have food at home. Tipping culture is out of control. I'm not going out and paying $30 for Cisco frozen foods. And all of this can unfortunately be talking about the mom and pop restaurants as well. So that's why there are so many clips like this online.
So how's everyone surviving in the beauty industry right now? Let me share. I own a salon, a lash salon, exactly, and it's been crazy slow.
It's too expensive. The owner replies it's not as expensive, but getting your nails done is still a luxury and not a necessity, so this kind of market is going to slow down during this time. We have a whole paragraph here I see a lot of people complaining about because it's expensive. You know why it's so expensive? Because people don't know or understand that having a business is lots of bills like paying rent, electricity, insurance, buying materials, supplies, all of that. Now do you understand? So bring the money. Where do you think this money's coming from? Do you think customers and consumers didn't know that they had overhead? And now that they realize that the owner has to pay rent and the cost for material supplies, that money's just going to appear in their bank accounts and everybody's going to go and get their nails done for a most likely wildly expensive price also. I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. POV, I set up at a market and end up making 0 sales, wasted 8 hours not to make a single dollar, because this is the life of a small business owner sometimes. When a vendor event is a flop with no customers at all, another empty event here, where is everyone? To be honest, I don't think people want to pay to get into an event and then pay for extremely expensive items. I know you use skill and love, but it usually outweighs the cost to the consumer. And that's just reiterated right here. Honestly, I can't afford it. I also don't think it helps when you see absolutely outrageous prices like this pop up on TikTok.
What makes you want to go platinum?
I just really want to feel brighter.
Okay, how often are you wanting to come to get your hair done?
Oh, I don't like to come that often since I drive from farther away, like maybe every 6 months or so.
Are you wanting to be platinum to the root?
Yeah.
Okay. You'd have to come in like every 4 weeks.
Oh wow.
Yeah. The price point for that, it'd probably be about $1,600.
For just color?
Yeah.
Wow. Every 4 weeks?
Not every 4 weeks. For like the first time. Like 16 to 18, I would imagine. I wouldn't know until I like finish it and how much product I use and how long it takes us.
So I know I touched on this a while ago. I made a dedicated barbershop video, mostly talking about men's haircuts getting ridiculous $50, $100, $200 for a shape up, but you could definitely add in a lot of the women's pricing as well. And I know it takes a lot more work than the men's side, but in 2025, how could you say $1,600 to $1,800 to a customer with a straight face? I'm sorry, $1,600 to $1,800? Immediately no. I personally wouldn't pay that. That's called robbery. It explains how she could afford Prada as work clothes. Very good point there. Hairstylists have lost their minds. She gave the I don't want to do it price. I really don't blame her. I pay $200 every 6 weeks. I don't know. There's just something about charging those prices and then wearing Prada as a hairstylist. Weird to me. There's a lot of other examples I could add in. Charge my clients $600 for 3 pans of mac and cheese. Just wildly overpriced, and they're surprised when people don't want to buy. buy. A comment I thought was pretty funny from this clip though, I blame COVID. Everybody thinks that they're an entrepreneur now. I mean, we have another example right here.
Everybody say start a business, nothing you sell is oversaturated. It's a lie. People are so addicted to consumerism, they would rather go buy a $30 product from a celebrity than go buy a $10 to $15 product from somebody they don't know. Which is why I'm in between getting a second job and investing in my business, but I don't know what I should do. I don't know what I should do, y'all. I created this product almost a year ago.
Straight over to the comments, lip gloss isn't something I'd ever buy from a random person online because too many people are bottling random products at home. Maybe you should show the manufacturing process, what's special about it, highlight the ingredients, all of that, and I think they make a very good point. Even though makeup as a whole is of course very expensive, with all the big celebrities slapping their name and faces on everything you could think of, at least at the end of the day you know what you're getting. Not just a random lip gloss from a random company you've never heard of. Another comment talking about prices. Girl, people are so poor right now. I don't know anyone who's buying lip gloss at the moment. Everyone's just trying to get groceries at this point.
Okay, you guys always say shop local, then why are they always rude to me? I am literally a local business owner's dream customer because one, I love spending money, and two, I love going shopping around here, and I'm just a great customer. I always buy stuff. I literally just buy stuff to be nice. If you're nice to me, I'll buy something because I don't know. I'm just like that. I'm not trying to be like I'm so nice, but usually I just feel bad if I'm the only one in the store. I'm like, oh my gosh, I have to buy something.
And I think that's how a lot of stores get people. They almost feel guilty because they don't have any customers. You're the only one in the store. Almost strong arms you into purchasing something. And then on top of it, at least with this story, they're rude to their customers. She talks about how she was a regular at this particular shop. However, she ends up telling them the incorrect name to one of her coworkers while they're there. And then the owner ends up getting super angry and yelling at her saying, that's not our name. Just being overly rude for a simple mistake with, again, somebody who's been regularly giving you money. Probably not the best way to retain customers. You know who isn't mean to me? Amazon. I literally avoid boutiques because all of the employees give me mean girl vibes. I feel like local boutiques are just fast fashion disguised as bougie. None of the clothes are comfortable either.
Can I say something? A lot of times these local businesses that people like to hype up, they just suck. People always want to say, oh, you know it's going to be good when the restaurant has this or that, whatever rundown aspect to it. Yeah, sometimes they're good, but a lot of times they're not good.
People talk about supporting small businesses for ethical reasons too, and sometimes they're way worse to workers. For real, and small businesses don't equate to ethical. I work for a hipster ice cream shop, and I take a corporate job over it any day. I worked at a small cafe in town and only realized after getting a new job at a franchise restaurant how many labor law violations were happening. And this is not a one-off experience as well.
On the topic of jobs, one place you will never catch me working again, ever, is a small run business. I will never go back to one of those places because I don't understand what it is, but the vibes are just so bad. I've never actually met anyone who's had a good experience at a family-run business, even the family. When I worked at one, I think I went in 10 minutes late one time. I had a very legitimate excuse. I actually had proof, I had evidence. And my boss just goes oh, it's a fine, Krista, just go work on the till, whatever. So I'm working on the till, and she goes behind this plasterboard wall. We were having renovations at the time. She goes behind the plasterboard wall, and I hear her telling everyone else in the back of the shop how she can tell that I'm a liar, and she can always tell a liar by their eyes. I mean, clearly not, first of all, because that's actually telling the truth. Also, that's insane. That's insane behaviour, and also very weird from a grown adult to literally a teenager that you pay £6 an hour to work on the till. Is it that deep? Is it that deep like that?
Husband and wife run businesses are absolute hell. I truly think because they're a family business, they can speak to you like their kid. In hindsight, I should have walked out, but I needed the money, so I took the disrespect. I don't really know what to say because I know this makes it look like I'm the biggest fan of the giant corporation, Walmart, Target type places, which I'm not, but I understand people who want to save as much money as possible, and it's not like you won't have the same problems while working for a small business. Now we can switch over to the farmers markets and those types of businesses along with the vendors that come along with it.
So that's farmers market. When did it become so expensive to shop at farmers markets?
I seem to remember getting a grip on produce for $20 years ago. Now it's just an excuse for yuppies to spend oodles of money. $3 for a bunch of green onions? $10 for a dozen eggs?
Watch the documentary about farmers markets, and most of them get produce from the same place as local grocery stores. I spent $17 on 2 loaves of bread. I always thought farmers markets are cutting out the middleman, but it's more than the store. I don't even go anymore. Farmers markets are insane now. $15 for a small thing of raspberries, $45 for a tiny candle. I mean, it's actually outrageous how much money they're trying to milk from us.
Here's a collective farmers market haul as someone who tries to eat. I started off with the berries. I got a full pack of blackberries and a full pack of raspberries. And then I grabbed some raw local honey. I got a 3-pound jar and I'm slowly working my way up to a 12-pound jar. And then I grabbed some of this goat and cow cheese. This one is one of my favorites from them. And then I grabbed about a pound of beef liver. I'll be eating about a ½ ounce each day. After that, I got a pound of wild yellowtail. This is one of my favorites. I like to eat it either raw or grilled. The last thing I got was another plant.
Okay, so some of the prices aren't absolutely outrageous compared to larger stores, but overall, she ended up getting 6 things, and what was it, $120, $130? People don't have that kind of cash to spend on these things anymore. $30 for berries. Another one up on screen, what I got at the farmer's market for $90. Going through the produce she ended up purchasing. This is so expensive, OMG. I looked at this and genuinely think that it should be $40, and I'm shocked by the fact that it's way above that.
You guys sell your cookies for $5. How did you determine your pricing?
Our cookies are actually really competitively priced. Walk over here. Yeah. We have really large cookies. Per ounce, we're actually priced like really competitively compared to like Tiff's. We're actually cheaper than that. $5 is kind of the cap. If it's more than that, they won't buy it. So it was really hard for us at the beginning to actually charge $5 because we just had this idea that people wouldn't buy it. But now I can confidently say our cookies are worth way more than that and people happily pay it.
So I don't know if he's being 100% truthful saying people are happily purchasing, or if it's just for the TikTok and the exposure for more people to come to his business. But the comments definitely say something else. No, those are $3 cookies. Priced competitively is code for overpriced. Saying that over and over again in a very short video kind of makes it seem like you're trying to convince the customers that it's priced well. Still just flour, sugar, and chocolate, right? Their really large cookies seem suspiciously average sized. Ridiculous $2 to $3 max. Trying to normalize $5 for a cookie. We could take this a step further with festivals and these small businesses. How much we spent at Panda Fest ATL. A pina colada, $27. Coconut ice cream with sticky rice and mango, $17. Half a squid, $16. Chicken, cabbage, and beef dumplings for almost $17. Dubai chocolate strawberries, almost $18. Hot Cheeto mac and cheese for $10. That looks nasty. Chicken cabbage dumpling for $11. A beef and chicken stick being almost $33. Entry fee was $17 per person just to walk into the place. Others not pictured a strawberry lemonade being $6.40 and 3 regular lemonades being almost $40. Total spent $349. And you wonder why there's more clips popping up like we saw earlier with vendor events being empty. Those prices for those small portions is insane. So don't go is what you're saying. I kind of regret getting my tickets for Nashville. The food is this expensive. This has de-influenced me for the Nashville event. Those prices are crazy. But keeping on the subject with food, we could talk about a lot of the pity marketing I've seen. A clip up on screen right now. My mom's new restaurant is so empty, and that's all it is. Just showing an empty restaurant, it ends up going viral on TikTok. But we can take a look at this guy talking about it, at least when it comes to book talk.
Pity marketing is not a sustainable business model, and I wish that we would quit rewarding it. I've seen a number of viral videos happen in bookish social media spaces lately that have a lot of authors, not just me, talking about pity marketing, which is where people get on camera and cry for social media in order to boost engagement and boost their book sales. A lot of these viral videos are completely made up, whole cloth. These stories never actually happened. There was never a book signing where people didn't show up. There was no book, there was no signings. This is a person who did a little self-published book and then stuck it up on social media and had their friend hide in the bushes and create a couple of videos with somebody wearing a fake wig, or they just sat at a table in a bookstore but didn't actually have a book signing. There was nothing organized with a bookstore.
So this does happen with many niches, but I've seen it a lot, particularly in the small business restaurant scene. My parents' Filipino restaurant is empty. Someone please stop by. Another one, update. My family business is still empty. I know at the end of the day, you're just trying to get customers in the door, but if your entire marketing plan is to just make people feel bad and guilty, I can't really say that I'm surprised that people start getting annoyed at the end of the day.
Here's what hasn't sold yet at LA Comic-Con that I thought was going to sell right away. So, prove me right.
These cookie cutters. Oh my gosh, doesn't anybody love
cutter. And this Dragon Ball Z coaster set, you get all 7 Dragon Balls plus the finder, and they sit nicely in this case. Also mystery bags. They're only $5.
Okay, so she goes over more stuff from her booth. The overall sentiment on many mystery bags in 2025 is basically the merchandise you can't sell, you put in some sort of mystery box, bag, whatever, and sell it off to somebody for a cheaper price. However, the customer is most likely not going to want the item that they got. On top of it, a lot of the 3D printed stuff, we can go over to the comments, low-key feels like a Ross. I walk past any booth with 3D printed items. For sure would pass the booth. To be honest, if I see 3D printed stuff at a con, I tend to stay far away because I'm so sick of seeing it. On top of these straight up bootleg dropshipped items as well.
How many AliExpress stalls can I find at MCM London Comic Con? Let's see. Lots of AliExpress stuff. Right, so here's another AliExpress one. So all of these are bootleg figures, not official ones.
So this guy shows even more examples in this clip, and overall I know it seems like I'm just trying to dunk on all small businesses, when overall I still would say if you do have the funds, shopping at a smaller business compared to Target or something like that would definitely be better in my opinion, but there still aren't issues that go around that contribute to the fact that a lot of these places are empty and closing. So I do have more examples, but I don't want to make this video too long, so that's all I got for you guys today. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. YouTube thinks you'll like this video popping up on screen right now, but hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, please leave a like, and I'll talk to you guys later.
I friended somebody on Facebook who I thought was NASCAR driver Denny Hamlin.
I am down horrendous. You know why? Because I got scammed out of $1,800.
I almost got scammed. I can't believe it.
So today we have yet another round of scams that I've found in a very short period of time. This series will probably never end, but hopefully you'll be aware of some of the grifts that are floating around after watching this video. I mean, we have a ton of different examples to go over along with comments from you guys from previous videos. So if you want to be featured on a future video, leave in the comments down below. But let's start off with one that's eerily similar to a very popular news story we've seen in the past couple months.
I friended somebody on Facebook who I thought was NASCAR driver Denny Hamlin, and we developed a friendship, and it quickly turned financial, and I thought it was Denny Hamlin, and it became all about my money, and I ended up doing like 6 Quandy $500 gift cards, and I was told that he had a briefcase stuck in customs and his documentation to get it inside the United States expired, so I ended up doing a withdrawal on my 401k and killed my IBM 401k. And then it kept being held in customs, and I ended up doing more loans on my other Global Foundries 401k, and I lost like $100,000.
I mean, initially I would hope to think that this was completely scripted to get more viewers for their podcast, but as we saw in the news recently with the Brad Pitt AI scandal of somebody getting swindled out of either $600,000 or $800,000 from a scammer, no matter how ridiculous this sounds to so many people, it's not as uncommon as you think. I don't know why Denny Hamlin would be messaging you on Facebook with any of these problems, but just going by the sound of the guy's voice, he didn't sound super old. You know, most of the time you'll think, oh, it's just some really old person, 80, 85 years old. They're not really all there in the head anymore. They'll get tricked. I personally don't know the age of this guy, but he didn't sound like he was in that group. But I mean, we could take a look at some of the comments. I don't understand how you could possibly do that if you have a fully functioning adult brain. You really think Denny Hamlin would be asking for money? Same thing happened to me with LeBron James. I'm broke. Not true. I've been chatting with Denny Hamlin. He's actually stuck overseas. I've been sending him money to help get him back home. I know a lot of people turn this into a joke because it really does seem like satire. This isn't actually happening. It's all scripted. I honestly wish it was and it just went right over my head, but it really seems like people are still falling for this. We have another comment very similar from one of you guys. It's silly for that woman falling for the Brad Pitt scam. She must be really lonely. Thank God I'm not, as I've been texting Jennifer Aniston for months and says we'll get married one day. Oh man, it's depressing.
Just got scammed and we didn't realize it, but a woman pulled up on our street. She stopped right in front of our house because both of her back tires were blown out, and we thought it just happened, and she came out and looked like it just happened. So Jason went outside, and apparently she said she only needed $20. That's all she needed.
They needed $20 to get the tow truck to come their way, and they were gonna get picked up right around the corner. So I was like, yeah.
So he gives her the $20, and she's like, okay. She has a man in the car also, and she just tells him to just ignore the man. And so then they drive away, and they go down our little side street that we can still see. And she gets out of the car again and acts like it's the first time she's seeing it. And then two neighbors come outside, and they give her money.
A lot different than most of the scams we see. A majority of it is online. You don't know who the scammer is, but this person's going door to door, basically, just taking money from people and going to the next. I don't know if this was an opportunity scam, because you slowly driving block to block with two blown out tires seems like a very odd setup to get $20 per person from whoever you can. But yeah, this is one that I have never heard of, and we have a little update in the comment section from the creator. WTF, this happened 2 hours ago, but she just drove by our house again. Tires are now just rims. It's loud when she drives by. She clearly never intended to get a tow truck. So you frying both tires and now messing up the wheel as well, trying to drive on it, will probably take away all your potential profit from scamming all the neighbors. I mean, what is happening here? And we could go over to just some of the screenshots that I've taken over the past few weeks with my email. I get a whole ton of BS sponsorships, just a bunch of scams in general. Because of this YouTube account here is apparently Sony wanting to collaborate with me. They apparently want to give me a PS5 Pro and some sort of headphones, even though my channel has virtually nothing to do with gaming. And if you look at a whole bunch of these emails, a lot of them are overseas or just known scammers. Here's Dr. Pepper apparently too. Here's another scam email trying to make it look like they're Rode microphones. I had Hulu as well. There's a number of different ones that I get almost every day. Here's just a couple that I screenshotted. Then of course we're still getting the text, whether it's the toll roads or DMV. Here's a random text from an email account trying to impersonate the New Jersey DMV, even though I don't live in New Jersey anymore. And then another one that I've recently come across on some of my comment sections. These bots are trying to promote some sort of crypto. I mean, all of them happen within like 5 or 10 seconds of each other and just disappear after that. I've also told you guys previously that there are some people trying to impersonate me in my own comment sections, saying to go to some WhatsApp number, which clearly is not me. You're just going to get scammed. I've blocked a number of them from commenting, but if you do still ever see any of that, it's of course not me. And we have another comment from one of you guys. I get a ton of the toll text messages. I also get a lot of the post office text. Something like USPS wishes you a wonderful day is a big red flag. I've gotten those too. USPS, FedEx, UPS, I think DHL as well. All of them just end up being scams.
So the latest scam in restaurants is somebody will reach out to the restaurant asking for what is typically the wife's surprise 60th birthday. They'll be that specific on what they're trying to do, and what they will try to get you to do. It's gonna be like months in advance. And as the restaurant, they're gonna ask you to pay for the band through the restaurant, and then you will be reimbursed. If you pay the band, they will never pay you back. They will completely ghost you. I must say, I don't know who came up with the scam, but it's kind of smart. When this first is now, we've had 10 people reach out to us over the last year trying to do this exact same thing, all different people. But so we're not falling for it. But the first time it happened, I made people that do our parties like go through it and like, no, hold on, it may be real. You gotta still follow up.
And of course, it's just a bunch of BS at the end of the day, just a different iteration to a very common scam that's been around for a while, but now I guess it's making the rounds in the restaurant industry. Like he said, it's happened to him a number of times. We can look at the comments. Wedding photographer here. This is a very old scam in the wedding event biz. Usually they mention a family reunion and want to send you a check to cover all of the vendors. I get this scam every year as a wedding planner, so I guess it's very common there. It's the second one in a row. I get this email at least once a month and just delete. But as I've said in every one of these videos, even though it seems very common or ridiculous like the first clip, if it didn't end up working on at least some people, these scammers wouldn't use these methods. So there has to be some sort of success rate to these, or you'd never hear about them again. Another comment from you guys: I've been scammed. Don't ever give any money over Facebook for puppies. Don't answer anyone you don't know who's calling, and the tax man doesn't call you. But speaking of to giving money to people over Facebook. We have another clip here.
I am down horrendous. You know why? Because I got scammed out of $1,800 trying to surprise my mom with Adele tickets. I was going to buy them from a resale site, but they were charging an extra $600 for processing fees, which I did not have. And so I was like, you know what? I got Taylor Swift tickets directly from someone. Let me try to do that with Adele tickets. And so I joined this big Facebook group that was like, oh, like reselling Adele tickets. 2,500 people are in this group. And so someone posted for the weekend that I was going, they're like, hey, I have 2 tickets in blah, blah, blah section. And I was like, cool, I'll take them. And I was like, hey, like, I want to make sure this is safe. And she was like, yeah, like, I've been scammed before, I want to be careful. Why don't we go through one of the admin that run the page? Because, like, they've been helping facilitate to make sure, like, they do the background checks on people, blah, 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 to make sure they don't get scammed. And so I was like, great, I'm going to do that. So I worked with this lady, Christine Smith, on Facebook on this big chat. And so the lady was like, oh yeah, like, I'm happy to help. This is the way to make sure this is done safely. The original lady transferred her tickets to the middle lady. The seller was like, oh, like, I use Bitcoin, that's how I want the money. And I was like, I've never used Bitcoin before. The middle lady, who I wrongfully trusted, was like, that's okay, like, I'll walk you through it, it's super simple. Here's how you buy Bitcoin.
An absolutely massive red flag if they want it in a cryptocurrency, if they want it in Bitcoin. I think it's an extremely dangerous game to do this in the Facebook groups in the first place. I know tickets are unbelievably expensive. Yes, the processing fees. What are they processing at the end of the day? They just want you to give them more money. And I guess this worked in the past with Taylor Swift, but whatever this group was with even 2,500 members was a giant racket. Of course, you have the person selling the ticket, and then you have the admins that are all in on it. And as soon as you transfer Bitcoin to a wallet, it's gone. There is no refund, chargeback policy, nothing. All of your money disappears. So you could probably guess what happened at the end of that story. But yeah, if you see anybody who wants their money in Bitcoin and transferred to a specific wallet, I would take that as a huge red flag. That's a very easy way to get scammed. We have another comment here, indestructible dog toy scams. Dog toys that tear up literally instantly and offer free replacements for an exorbitant shipping fee up front. I've never seen this before, but it's a good way to get people to go, oh, you know what, whatever. Even though I just lost $20, $25, I'm not going to pay a ridiculous shipping fee just to get the product replaced. I'm just going to let it go. And I mean, with the marketing we have on social media online right now, people can make a good amount of money before their operation gets shut down, even if they knew they had an absolutely inferior product.
I need you guys to start becoming technologically literate, okay? Social media literacy, all right? They are lying to you about everything. I don't think you guys understand. It's a personality. It's an alter ego. People are trying to make a living off of being entertaining and putting on a facade. They're always trying to sell you something. Like, I just saw a cool page that had over 16,000 followers, and they're drop shipping items from Temu. They're rinse and repeating videos that they got off of the internet, and they're making a sob story saying, oh, my grandfather made these. My grandfather made these. He was a Vietnam veteran, and he made these because he missed my grandma because she passed away. You click the bio, you click the link in the bio, a ton of different stuff. Be smarter, guys. Please be smart.
So this is a little bit different, turning into the online influencers. Whether it is a straight up scam like lying about homemade products when they're just drop shipped from Temu, or just entire personalities to be entertaining, and then maybe they partner up with other brands and have affiliate links, and they end up getting a whole bunch of money from you, and then one day their true colors are shown. I mean, how many different examples have you seen of that? Just in the past few years, there are entire drama channels on YouTube dedicated to just showing it almost every day. We can look at some of the comments. Half of the stuff on TikTok Shop is on Temu or at Burlington. I think you guys know how much I hate TikTok Shop sellers. They made fun of old people on Facebook falling for all this basic scams and became too blind to realize that they're being scammed themselves. It's just a new form of it. Oh, we'll never get scammed by email, the Nigerian prince, the phone calls trying to fix your computer, any of that stuff. But when it comes to buying stuff off a TikTok Shop or people's courses for the drop shipping, any of that digital marketing, it clearly ends up getting a ton of people because there are a new one of these grifters that come up on my For You page almost every day.
This isn't real. I bought it on eBay. And this, I also bought it on the internet. It's called Aged Crop Money. And together, I have a kit to convince you that I am running an automated channel empire. And you'd be so lucky if you bought my course and learned how to do it yourself.
So, I mean, you might be able to see right, why can't I point? There you go. There's that one from this channel. I don't know why it took me 10 seconds to point trying to look at the camera, but having that or a gold play button with 1,000,000 subs, buying a channel that's dead, or just buying the bots for the subscriptions to inflate the channel size definitely makes it look like you have credibility if you start making any of the course type videos with the drop shipping or the channel automation, and all you really need to do is buy some props on eBay, completely lie to your audience, and start racking up money. Sticking with the topic of a lot of online influencers, we have another one here.
Ever come across this jewelry business on TikTok? They're Nathaniel Page Peace, they're an age gap couple, and they claim to sell real authentic jewelry. But for the past 2 years, this subreddit has been exposing them for selling cheap or inauthentic gems. Some claiming that they found the gems on Temu or AliExpress or other similar sites. And so far they've claimed that they've never even shopped on Temu before for personals, and definitely not for business. But today Nate accidentally flashed his emails showing that they have been in fact ordering from Temu for some time. I plan to make a longer, more in-depth video about this, but if you know, you know, and this is huge.
So we have another influencer scamming their viewers. You build up an audience, a relationship, you start selling jewelry, maybe that was their niche, and people will believe you because they've been watching you for a good amount of time. And all along you've been drop shipping stuff from one of the worst websites you can. Just another one up on screen as well I thought was funny, buying a set of pots and pans from Temu, and you could clearly see the quality as you could just bend and break them with your own hands. I don't think I really have to tell you guys how bad Temu is. There are a ton of different videos online showing how bad the products are. I actually have those same pots from Temu. I said to my boyfriend, I think it's a kid's play set. Don't use them. The paint burns off. Okay then. Okay, but I just imagine all the chemicals and the cheap materials. Yeah, nothing you want to be cooking food in at all. But we have another comment from one of you guys that goes well with the next clip. I don't answer my phone any longer. Every call is a scam. And to be honest, I'm on the same boat. A good amount of the calls that I get are automatically silenced because it's very rare that I'd be talking to somebody who's not already in my contacts. And if anybody does end up reaching out, I'll just see the voicemail and end up calling them back because there are just so many scams now.
So I get a phone call. My daughter's on the other line. She's crying. She says, Mom, I've been in a horrible car accident and I'm at the ER right now and they won't give me any treatment because they won't accept my insurance or something, and someone from the hospital is going to call you. Then I get a phone call from, in the caller ID says the hospital name. The hospital associate says that they can't accept her insurance and they can't give her life-saving treatment until they have some type of payment on record for her, and I can't use a credit card, so I need to wire money and then just going to hold it as a deposit, and I'll be able to dispute this very easily with my insurance carrier. This did not happen to me. This happened to one of my followers, and they shared the story with me.
Now this is another one that's still around. I know most of the time they try to get older people. Oh, it's my grandchild that has this problem. Maybe they're overseas. They really need this money or they're going to get in trouble, or maybe they're sick. They are in the hospital. And unfortunately, one of her viewers was scammed out of $75,000. A scam from the very beginning. I would have hung up and called my daughter. This happened to my mother. They told her, don't tell anyone. They scammed her for $3,000. She went to CVS to get more gift cards, and even the lady at the CVS store told my mother it was a scam. My dad gets these calls. It's a lot more common than you think. We have a kind of funny comment from one of you guys. I miss my Nigerian prince. He was so simple. Going back to one of the original online scams, you get an email from a Nigerian prince saying that he needs a certain amount of money from you because he's in some sort of trouble, and as soon as he's out of it, he's going to give you $1 million, and you know you're not getting that money. But yeah, it's a lot more advanced now. They get very close to the caller IDs, very similar numbers. I mean, we have this example too. This guy was very close to losing a ton of money.
I almost got scammed. I can't believe it. So I just got a call from USAA, what I thought it was. It had the same phone number and the caller ID. It literally said USAA and then the phone number. And I know that number pretty well because I've been working with USAA for a long time. Anyway, so they're like, hey, we noticed that you tried to transfer $5,000 and $8,000 to someone in Chicago. We got a flag in our system. We just want to make sure everything's okay. keep in mind this guy spoke perfect English. So I was like, no, I definitely didn't do that. Thank you for the call. And he's like, yeah, no problem. And we're gonna go ahead, disable your card because that one's been compromised. It's the card ending in 1234. And I was like, yep, that's my card. I have it right here. And he's like, okay, sounds good. We're gonna disable that one. We're gonna send you a new one. It'll be there in 2 days. I'm like, perfect. Thank you so much. And he's like, okay, in order to close out this claim, I just need you to go to your app. And I was like, okay, go to my app. And he's like, go to your top right-hand corner. Go to my top right-hand corner. And he's like, okay, and then just tell me your USAA ID number. And I was like, no one's ever asked me to do that.
And right there is how you'll get scammed and lose your account and all the money that's in it. But I'm glad that he realized that this was something off. He ended up hanging up and calling USAA again, and the actual person who worked for the company said, yeah, that was a scam. That was not them, and giving away his ID would have compromised the entire account. So I really don't blame people now for just not answering phone calls at all anymore. But we have a comment from one of you guys, a very similar situation. If your bank calls you about anything, tell them you have to call them back. Hang up and call your bank, not the number they gave you. They'll be able to tell you if it's a scam or not. That's exactly what the guy did in the last clip and saved him from getting scammed in the end.
91-year-old Alan Colbert got shivering as he described the phone call he received from a Montana-based lending company called Plain Green Loans.
Deceptive to me the way it presented.
Struggling on a fixed income, the Harvard-educated Vietnam and Korean War veteran needed to buy Christmas presents for his grandchildren. After applying online, he says Plain Green Loans was one of the only companies to accept his application for a $900 loan. The company advertises an excellent 5-star rating with better rates and an easy, straightforward process.
It didn't make any sense.
Yet unbeknownst to Colbert, his loan agreement came with a huge catch, a 682% interest rate.
I was shocked.
And it's not advertised anywhere on the front page of the website, but in small font through another hyperlink halfway down the page.
And during that initial conversation with them, at any point did they tell you they would be charging you interest?
Not to my knowledge.
Of course they're not going to tell them. It was almost 700%. I've made an entire dedicated video talking about predatory payday loans, and this is exactly the reason why. People are drowning in credit card debt when we're talking, what, maybe 30, 32% interest rate, and that's high. So when you have 680%, it's almost unimaginable how much you'd have to pay back just from the $900 he tried to borrow. But now we'll switch over to something you've probably heard in the news over the past few months. All the issues with the AI advancing, taking people's jobs, a lot of the videos, AI slop on any social media, the dead internet theory, the comment sections. I mean, we could go on and on, but this type of issue we're about to see is going to get a lot more common in the future.
Millions of people have watched this video on TikTok, but it's fake. It's one of several AI-generated fakes that have gone viral after the deadly earthquake in Myanmar. There's been plenty of footage of real devastation. So how do we know this video isn't real? We found this early version of the clip on TikTok, and it has a watermark of an AI video generator. This clip alone had over 14 million views. Versions which cropped the watermark out spread across social media too. But even without a watermark, there are some telltale signs of AI generation. One expert has told us that one of the clearest signs of AI fakery in videos like these is people. Viewers should watch out for any unnatural or unrealistic moves, like these jerky movements of people here. And the video just doesn't look like the location it claims to be from. The footage is set to show the city of Mandalay. There are temples in the area that do look similar to the ones in the AI video, but nowhere can you see them laid out like this. This AI fake seems to be a growing trend of engagement farming when there's breaking news. While they may not always cause harm in real life, fakes like this can add to confusion at a time when it's important to know what you can trust.
And I honestly think it's only going to get worse, because if you watch the advancement of AI videos from just a few years ago to what it is now, the type of issues that they were trying to point out with the people looking weird, they weren't walking naturally, or the temples weren't in the right place of what you'd normally see in the city, all of that's going to be fixed, and it's just going to become even more real, to the point where it's going to be difficult to trust anything you see on your phone. There's basically no way of stopping this either, even though it's almost universal that everybody dislikes AI, but it's still just chugging forward. We could look at some of of the comments, I'm so sick of
Have
AI.
some
I
candy.
can't believe some
Cheer
people's initial
100.
thought when a disaster happens is to make an AI video of it. It's for that engagement, the clicks, the views, the attention, which eventually turns into money. There should be a law to know when it's fake or not. I mean, I believe there's a law against deep fakes with adult content, but that's going to be extremely difficult to pass for just videos in general. But we could go over to somebody who fell for one of the MLMs.
I'm so frustrated. I was just at a street fair, and this lady was selling these books, and I thought they were so cute. Like, seriously, look how cute. And I bought 2 books for my daughter, and she handed me a flyer, and she was like, oh, I'm gonna be here next weekend. You know, you should think about doing it. And I was just like, okay, I don't know what that means. Think about doing what? Going to the festival? Okay, sure. Then I get home and I read the flyer that she handed me. And it says something about being a consultant and earning 25% back in commission. Then I go online and search the name of the company. Paper Pie. Y'all, it's a damn MLM. I fell for an MLM. I directly contributed to an MLM. If you know me, that is against everything I stand for. I cannot believe I fell for it.
So I might make a dedicated video in the future. I know there are many channels that cover, any MLM you can really think of, but we've gone over it a couple times. The big ones, Amway, the Cutco knives, and apparently Paper Pie is another one selling kids' books. If you get roped in, you gotta buy a whole ton of inventory and then try to sell it for a profit. So that's why so many people try to sell to their friends and family, and a vast majority of the time you're just out a whole ton of money because you couldn't sell the product. The only real way to make money is to get a ton of people into the pyramid scam, and then you get commissions off of them, and it just keeps expanding from there. But really only the founders of these types of companies are the ones who actually make a bunch of money. Everybody else just ends up getting screwed, and now they've expanded into the book selling world for kids.
I can officially say that my boyfriend and I have experienced our first scam holiday. We're in Morocco and we booked a luxury desert camp, which is £400 per night. We were due to stay there for 5 nights, we ended up only staying for 3. Like, it was that bad that we left early, no refund. I'm not going to talk for ages because I have a whole montage of the conditions of this place. So this is a Gaffe luxury camp, absolute scam of a place. This was the room where we checked in. At this point, the vibes weren't off. It was pretty normal. Our bags were left outside though, but check-in was quite smooth. We then waited by the pool. This was fine, this was cool, like we had a beer, whatever. Unfortunately though, we got hit with a massive sandstorm. This was just like so unlucky. Right, now this is what we see when we walk to our room. I'm sorry. The actual conditions of this place, stuff like this is everywhere. I'm telling you, everywhere. This is your entrance to the hotel, okay? This is the first thing that you see. Like, I'm sorry, what? Like that, what is that?
So I never knew that this was a thing until this video came on my For You page. But real quick, we can look at some of the comments. Agafe is the Timu or Shein version of the Sahara Desert. All Moroccans know that this is a scam. I'm sorry you had to experience this. I'm Moroccan and never chose these kinds of places. But yeah, this seems like another good marketing job. Most likely on social media showing you one thing, a luxury desert resort, which probably isn't my first place to go on vacation, but whatever. And you end up getting there and it's not what you expected. So I think one of the positives for a lot of the travel influencers on YouTube is that if there is any place that you want to go that you've never really heard before, other than maybe a few pictures on Instagram or maybe an ad, you can actually see full-length videos from these YouTubers. Now, I'm not saying it's 100% foolproof because these influencers will definitely ham it up to get more views. Maybe they got a partnership, but at least you know a little bit more of what you're getting into besides just a few pictures online.
Did you know there is a scam going around very, very recently about these capture tests? We've all had them where you've got click that you're not a robot, click how many buses are there, etc. Well, scammers are now using this very well-known test to make you do actions on a keyboard or on your phone, which would then allow them to access your device. But the thing is, you wouldn't know that you're actually, infecting yourself with this software. All you think is you're just verifying something to read an article or play a game or whatever you're doing online. You just think this is part of the norm because it normally is. But if there's ever anything asking you to do actions like hold, control B and all this stuff, please don't do it because they will literally get in through the back door and have access to anything that they want, sounding wrong, on your phone. So yeah, it's really, really quite a clever way to fool people because we've all had to do these boring tests and now they're using
Have
it
some
to access
candy.
devices.
Cheer
So,
100.
Yeah, please don't do anything they ask you like this. Just be a bit more clued up, because a lot of people would just think this is normal, but it's certainly not normal.
So this is another new one that I've come across. Everybody's probably had to do the capture before, so probably is a good way to get into a lot of people's PCs, to their phones, along with the next clip using QR codes.
All right, listen. It's a new scam going on. Let me put y'all on before the scam, somebody gets scammed, okay? Somebody will send you a package to your house. You don't know where it came from. It will be a free gift. It might be cologne, it might be shoes, it might be a PS5. You never know. It might be car parts, okay? But it's free. And in the box will be the gift. And then it will also be a card, okay? A business card. And it will have a QR code on it with instructions. And it will tell you to scan the QR code, okay? When you scan that QR code, you're done. Your info is stolen. That's the whole point. Because people like free things. And the scammers know people like free things, so they send you a free gift so you can scan this QR code thinking you're about to get a "you welcome" letter, and you just gave your info away. Don't get scammed.
I've also heard iterations that they can take everything from your phone as well, be able to control it the same way with the captchas like the last clip. So with, of course, everybody being on their phones 24/7, captchas also being a very common thing along with people shopping on Amazon, getting packages all the time. Both of these types of scams are probably very successful right now because, at least in my own experience, this is still relatively new. Maybe not a whole bunch of people know about it yet. So hopefully seeing this video, you'll be a little bit more aware. But we're going to end off on this. That's still pretty straightforward, but I guess still needs to be said in today's world.
If it sounds too good to be true, it is. And once again, they're pushing an affiliate link, this time to a site where you can make money by taking these stupid surveys. And these sites are the digital equivalent of digging through your couch cushions for change. According to Lifehacker, here's the real stat. In some cases, you'll end up earning less than $1 per hour, and at most up to $6 an hour if you were hustling nonstop. So here's the bottom line on this one: the juice ain't worth the squeeze. Now, if you've got some free time in your week, you will make way more with a part-time job or with a side gig than you would by telling some marketing company how often you buy frozen beans. Avoid this one.
So overall, if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. The survey stuff, making money online, oh, it's so easy. You could be on your couch doing whatever, filling out these surveys, and then you're just raking in the money. That's clearly not the case. $1 to maybe $6 an hour. But that's all I got for you guys today. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. YouTube thinks you'll like this video popping up on screen right now, but hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, please leave a like, and I'll talk to you guys later.
HOA fees, what were they when you moved in?
$400 a month.
And what are they now?
$2,081.
Grass above the 3-inch maximum. It's a violation.
I am currently getting sued by my HOA.
Okay, so today I thought it'd be interesting to go over another aspect of the real estate market that has become an ever-increasing problem. That is living in an HOA. Insane price increases, ridiculous rules, and Karens that live in the neighborhood that seem to want to do nothing else but make other people's lives miserable. We have a lot of different examples to go over today, along with some of your comments from previous videos. So if you want to be featured on a future video, leave in the comments down below. But let's start off with one of the worst examples of these price hikes.
And owns a 2-bedroom, 2-bath condo here at the Winter Park Woods. She says since buying the unit in 2022, she's put a lot of work into the space.
Renovated it, gutted both bathrooms, gutted the kitchen, repainted everything, redid all the trim, the doors, everything.
During that time, she says their HOA fees have skyrocketed. In the meantime, they haven't seen any significant improvements around the property.
The HOA fees, what were they when you moved in?
$400 a month.
And what are they now?
$2,081 going into 2025.
Alexander Austriaco is a retiree who also lives at the complex. He's seen similar increases and says he may have to go back to work to cover the cost.
It's over 2 years. I haven't been working in IT, so that sometimes they don't like that.
Insurance expert Carl Sussman says the steep increases mainly come from new state regulations in the wake of the Surfside building collapse. HOAs must now keep much more money on hand to cover infrastructure improvements and repairs.
Okay, so there's a couple things I want to go over from that clip. First off, I think $400 a month is already insane compared to, of course, $2,000. But as we're going to see through this video, that's a lot more common than I thought. And the other supposed main reason why it jumped 5 times the price is to keep more cash on hand for infrastructure infrastructure issues. Because clearly it didn't look like the HOA was updating any of the cosmetics, but talking about infrastructure, to me, that sounds like these buildings are not that safe to live in. Only now after another apartment building collapsed and new regulations forced these people to have a lot more cash on hand for repairs. That just seems like a massive red flag to me, but we can look at some of the comments. An audit needs to be done. $2,000 HOA is a house mortgage. Yeah, just take that hit and leave. There's no way I'm paying that. This made me not buy a condo. They won't even be able to sell their property with costs that high, which is one of the problems from the second comment saying just move because $2,000 a month is a mortgage. Who's going to come in and purchase that condo? Happening all over South Florida. The condos are just sitting on the market. For an HOA that high, there needs to be beautiful grounds, updated gym, community room, and a gate with a guard. And you saw the B-roll shots from the news station. It did not look that nice. This happened at my husband's old condo. Immediately sold it. At least they were able to sell. Another person that's crazy called for an audit. And we have a similar example from one of you guys. My payment went from $750 to $1,000 in 3 years, and my HOA went from $539 to $1,000. Biggest regret is buying a condo. I'd rather be a renter. And I don't live in a high cost of living area. I live in Kentucky because many of these examples are around Florida. There are so many of these types of buildings. With all the retirement communities they have and the storms that have been hitting recently, many people can't afford to live there anymore. But this comment's from Kentucky.
My HOA now is $708 a month. We got a special assessment, so it's $708 for the next 4 months. And then I'll go back down to $603 a month. 2, the pool was closed. Apparently Miami-Dade closed it down because they said it was unsafe. 3, I'm hearing that 2 people have tripped because of the concrete in the sidewalks. And just over time, the community has run down. Like, it needs to be painted, it needs pressure washing, it needs to be fixed. And it's like, what am I paying $1 for if I can't even feel safe in my community when I'm walking outside at night and, uneven ground and things like that?
So you're getting basically nothing for $700 a month just for the next 4 months, and then it goes down to $600 a month. But then she started rattling off all the things that the HOA has not done. The community pool was closed because I guess it's dangerous. Things are falling apart. It just looks decrepit, needs a new paint job. The sidewalks are all cracked. Where is this money going? Because basically the only argument for an HOA that I ever see online is to take care of the entire neighborhood, having the grass cut, everything being nice and tidy and clean. But then there's example after example of this online where she's paying at least $7,200 a year. That's without the $700 price increase to have all of these things taken care of, and it still looks awful. Personally, for me, an HOA is just completely out of the question. So even when I see comments like this, I still think it's way too much money. $100 a month for an HOA, that's cheap. My friend owns a condo in the hood, and her HOA is $350 a month. I mean, I guess both of them are better than the previous clip, $700 or the $2,000. But to me, all of this just sounds absolutely ridiculous.
People always wonder why I'm anti-HOA. Look at this Castle Rock community that had a huge increase in their HOA fees. So here's the article if you want to read about it. They had a huge skyrocket in their insurance premium of 600%, which they had to pass on to residents. You are not ready for this. Our dues went from $300 to $820. Not a year, not a quarter, a month. I don't know if these homeowners have any recourse, but that's an insane amount. That's why I am anti-HOA.
Now, she was talking about the insurance going through the roof, which is already a problem we've talked about previously, but there are a good amount of stories where it looks like nothing is really improved upon. A lot of embezzling happens and people get caught. We'll see that a little bit later, but we have a few comments here from you guys. In North Miami Beach, you can get a 1,400 square foot, 2-bedroom condo on the water with an ocean view, 2 parking spots, and amenities for $2,800 a month. I don't know how true this is overall. I've never been to Miami. I have gone on Realtor and just looked at some of the condos, some of the housing in that market, just basically for fun, and it was ungodly expensive. So I don't know about the $2,800 a month, but we'll just take that at face value. Some of the replies, that's very expensive. Not having state income tax means nothing. You must be a New Yorker. I thought that was pretty funny because being from the Northeast, there are just so many people that are wired to expect everything to be unbelievably expensive. So that $2,800 a month doesn't seem like that much if you've lived up there, but overall, still a ton of money. Another one of the replies, being in Miami, keep in mind your HOA will be incredibly expensive and will probably go up. Same with your insurance, as Florida is always getting blown off the map by a year. And speaking of that, we can go into a clip that talks about that a little bit more specifically with that state.
The HOA crisis here in Florida is reaching a level that's hard to even imagine. There's condos here that the owners are now having to pay over $2,000 a month in their HOA fees. And now these owners, they're being forced to sell because they can't afford it anymore. Like on this listing here in Miami, you can see they said here on the listing, owner is motivated to sell, can't afford the condo assessment, they've cut the price, and this is a real crisis, everyone, because many of the owners here in Florida and Miami, they're seniors on fixed incomes. They don't have the money to all of a sudden have their HOA fees double for their condo, and now they're being forced to sell. With the inventory of homes for sale going up all across Florida, particularly here in some parts of Miami, where we're just seeing many of these condo owners be forced to sell. So if you're a home buyer out there looking at a condo potentially, be very, very careful. Look at those HOA fees and try to understand if they're going to go up more in the future.
Real quick, we can look at a couple of the comments before I say anything. Condos all have these problems, and the boards are not independently audited, so the funds are paid to contractors who never do work, but split money with others in on it. Talking a little bit more about these shady practices, definitely illegal. Again, get to that in a second. But imagine being priced out of where you live because of the HOA fees. Not the ridiculous monthly payments that we're seeing now because the interest rates are high, along with home prices in general. It's because it costs $2,000 extra a month to have some of these amenities taken care of, which many examples show that they're not actually being taken care of. But we have a comment from one of you guys on one of my home buyer remorse videos saying that some HOAs are $500 to $800 per month, like in Hawaii, and now you don't even have to live all the way out on an island. I mean, another comment showed $1,000 a month HOA in the middle of Kentucky. There are so many different examples of these crazy price hikes.
I hate HOAs. I'm so pissed off. I'm an owner in a condo, and the board decided to increase our fees by 55% for the year. And so, no notice. It's just here it is, and you also owe us more money because of last month.
A couple of comments from this clip. A friend had an HOA audited, whole new board and rules after that. Very interesting. 55%, that's insane. I thought they have to give a 30-day notice before changing the rates. Even that, a 1 month difference, having to come up with 55% more money with what we're going through right now in the economy and the high cost of living. No wonder why so many people are angry about this, and we get into one of the clips of somebody getting caught embezzling money from one of these HOAs.
There's something bothering this quiet North Valley subdivision near Edith and Paseo. Desiree Pepin, former president of the Las Colinas Homeowners Association, is arraigned on felony embezzlement and forgery charges. Pepin collected $30 membership dues from residents each month. Eventually, neighbors say they started receiving invoices with added fees.
There was a pattern of this for like about 6 months where we would go from only $30 to $180, and we didn't know why.
But others who got less outrageous bills did pay up. When people realized they weren't the only ones with billing discrepancies, they started asking questions. Neighbors became their own investigators. An outside management company was later hired. He says he finally got access to HOA banking statements. Checks they thought Pepin wrote for HOA expenses, Gisela says were actually written to herself. Number from the bank shows the money actually went to Desiree Pepin.
The HOA is also taking Pepin to court in a civil case for more than $50,000.
And honestly, if you want to look this up yourself online, this is not a one-off case. I'm not saying this is what's happening in every HOA on the planet, but still something interesting if you want to look it up yourself. Now we can get into some of the clips with the HOA nightmare, let alone the crazy price hikes and what you have to pay every month. You're probably going to have to deal with some of these types of stories with the Karens that live in your neighborhood.
So I recently just had my driveway extended, like yesterday. It took a month, actually over a month to get approved because I kept getting rejected, but I finally figured out what the rules were. That was on me. And I got my driveway extended per the parameters of the HOA guidelines, which is like the exit 3 feet on either side, using the same type of materials that the original driveway was constructed with when it was on the house. So I had a neighbor walk by and look at my driveway, and she was just like, hey, just so you know, I don't think, this is allowed. And I'm like, oh no, I got the HOA approval. I had to submit a whole application with a sketch and a mock photo and like the vendor's proposal and all that stuff. Yeah, but it looks a lot bigger than the other driveways. And I was just like, yeah, man. No, I just don't think I'm comfortable with that. And I was like, man, you're not even on the HOA board. yeah, but they're going to be hearing from me. And I was like, dear freaking God.
Imagine this being your life after you get home from your 9 to 5 that you most likely hate. You have to deal with other neighbors getting annoyed at something that he even got approved for. It's not like this wasn't allowed, but some people will just take it upon themselves to be the police of the neighborhood. I mean, what a nightmare. We could look at a comment from this clip. I got a violation for having my garage door open in the middle of the day while I was actively working in it with power tools. I think that's a perfect transition into the next clip. This person got in trouble because their garage door was open. We have another HOA where you'll get in trouble if it's closed.
Auburn Green's resident Fred Waitlow cleans out his garage.
And I gotta remove all this stuff, this personal belongings, pictures.
But it's not something he wants to do.
If we have to have this open from 8 in the morning till 4 in the afternoon, anybody can help themselves and steal your blind, and they do it in this Auburn Greens complex.
The mandate from the Homeowners Association says residents must keep their garage doors open from 8 to 4 Monday through Friday. Failure to comply can result in a $200 fine.
This is not safe.
Shally Ia keeps her garage door closed, fearing what might happen if it's left open all day.
This will just be an open door policy and saying, welcome, take what you want.
A member of the board who did not want to speak on camera said the policy was enacted because of a resident who was allowing people to sleep in his or her garage.
I think they could have gone around this in a better, logical way. For example, maybe a monthly inspection.
The on-site manager closed its window and posted this sign as we pulled into the parking lot and didn't return our phone call. The corporate office had no comment and referred us to the district manager in Auburn, who has yet to return our email and phone call.
That's an issue that they should address differently, I feel.
Until it is, Shally and others plan to keep their garage doors closed.
So they clearly know how ridiculous this requirement is when they don't want to be on camera at all. They're not returning emails, barely any comments. Magically, they were closed the day that the news station came over. But because one person in the entire community broke the rules and had somebody living in their garage, everyone else is punished, and almost the entirety of the day has to have their garage completely open while you're most likely at your job. So anybody could just waltz into your garage. I mean, this almost seems like it's satire to me because of how unbelievable this is. We also have another comment from one of you guys. All the new houses today have HOAs because they're built in subdivisions. You can't get out of it unless you buy an old house in a regular old neighborhood. And I don't think I have to tell you how much more difficult that's becoming. At least in my experience in North Carolina, a vast majority of the houses have an HOA because they're in some sort of community. If you go on Realtor or Zillow, go through the filters and say no HOA, a majority of the houses for sale right now just disappear. I know this is also happening all throughout the country right now, and the older homes that aren't in an HOA listed up for sale right now are incredibly expensive and price out a lot of people. And it could be for a couple different reasons. Of course, not being an HOA, you can do whatever you want, and the older houses are just built better than any of the new construction we're seeing today. It makes it very difficult to find a house, again, at least in my own experience, but I have seen a lot of comments from you guys with these same problems.
I got a violation mail from my HOA. They said that I'm in violation because there are weeds along my garage, and if further action is not taken, I will be fined. Now, they were here about 5 days ago. I'll admit I haven't been out there in about a week, but let's go find out what this violation really is. Now, I share a garage, so my garage only has 3 sides. There's the garage, the back, and then the side here. So here's the front, no weeds. The back is a big lilac bush. There's no weeds in here, it's just lilac. So on the front to the side, we're gonna go along the garage, because everything's planted here, right? So plants, plants. Just, I need to resand this. That's fair. This rose bush, and then, there's the violation. Found her. That's the one. Better not find me. I'm gonna pull it right now, see? Take care of this. Fixed. Now leave me alone.
Some of the comments from this clip: anytime they mail you a notice, ask for pictures. I'm glad you took care of that eyesore. The community thanks you. You know how sad it is for your entire job to go around and just needle people all day?
Ever in your life purchase a house or a condo that has an HOA? Let me explain. Number one, you can Google my name. I am a contractor, realtor, and home inspector. And I'm telling you now that HOAs, well, let me tell you a quick story. Quick story. I just did a house for $1.6 million, and the guy got a $1,500 fine because he had his garage door open for more than 15 minutes while he was watching.
Imagine getting a fine because you had your garage door open on a $1.6 million house. If I ever had some sort of house like that, I would want to be able to do whatever I want. And unfortunately, there's probably a good chance that his house will start falling apart pretty soon because I can almost picture it in my head. We've seen it time and time again with the new construction videos I've made on this channel, all the home inspectors going through and ripping it apart for how unbelievably expensive it is. And on top of it, you're paying thousands of dollars for HOA fees and you're not even allowed to do much with the home that you purchased.
I cannot park my own truck in my own driveway.
The subdivision The Meadows doesn't allow pickup trucks or commercial vehicles in their driveways 11 p.m. and 5 a.m. Violators come on the association's nightly safety patrol-based warning letters, fines, and can be towed out of their own driveways. Mack agreed to the rules when he moved into the neighborhood in 2019, but hoped a new law would change that.
A new HOA law went into effect here in Florida on July 1st. The Meadows Community Association said the application of the new law depends on the governing language of the community association at the time it was recorded.
It got the governor to sign it into law. So I cannot be the only one with this concern.
So I will say right off the bat, he willingly moved into this community that had this, of course, ridiculous rule, but he did have a pickup truck and then he was surprised that he was getting in trouble for it. But it did raise enough concern with this community that the government changed the law. However, they start going into the legal talk, bringing in a whole bunch of lawyers. We have another clip explaining what these HOAs could do.
Homeowners associations are above the law and they can basically make you do whatever the heck they want. Homeowners associations create bylaws, and if you live in a community with an association, you absolutely have to abide by them. I recently had a client come to me that wanted to sell his home because he got fined for sidewalk chalk, having a bike on his porch, and having a tomato plant on his back deck. And did you know that those associations are typically made up of people that live in the neighborhood that get to enforce those rules? Every now and then, they can get a little power hungry. I was actually on the board of a community that I lived in several years ago, and there was this fuzzy little guy that wanted to make life hell on everybody. He was handing out fines like they were friendship bracelets at a Taylor Swift concert. And if you don't pay those fines, the Homeowners Association has the ability to put a lien on your home and potentially even foreclose on you. If you're buying something that has an association, you need to know what you're getting into before you do it.
So it does sound pretty obvious that you should go over all of the rules before signing and purchasing whatever you're going to buy in that community, a single family house, townhome, apartment, condo, whatever. But it doesn't take away the fact that some of these rules are just completely out of control. He even talked about a lot of these people getting power hungry, and it's slowly becoming more and more difficult to find an area that does not have an HOA. He also talked about people getting liens on their home, getting sued. We could take a look at an example right here.
I am currently getting sued by my HOA. When I first got my home, my HOA started at $200, which was, you know, that's about average. It made sense. My community is very, like, it's real basic, okay? Like, there's no gym, there's no security, there's no gate. They do have a pool, but it's like a community pool. It's not one of those, like, cute, nice pools. It's, like, very, like, I don't even want to swim in. I have not swum in the pool since I've been there. Like, it's rough, okay? Since then, my HOA rate has gone up to $450 per month. Nothing has changed since the $200 per month. It's just gone up. Apparently, they're just allowed to do that with no rhyme or reason. Like, I don't know, inflation, aliens, they can say whatever they want, but the price can just go up and you really, like, have no say. Earlier this year, my HOA decided that they need
Have some
to
candy. Cheer 100.
crawl space under the units. This cost us homeowners an additional $500 per month for 7 months.
So we're talking about it going from $200 to $900, when she also explained that this was nothing fancy. They had a community pool that was pretty gross, but it's not like you're in one of these luxury apartment buildings that we've also gone over isn't really luxury, but you know what I'm talking about. The random little amenities, the gaming room, the community lounge, blah, blah, blah. She doesn't even have that in the first place, and it's still turned into almost $8,000 a month.
So the $450 plus $500 plus my mortgage. That's like 2 mortgages. So all of a sudden my HOA is now $950 per month. And I reach out to my HOA like, yo, I ain't got $950 per month just for my HOA. Like, I ain't got it. I don't have it, and that's crazy. So what do they decide to do? They decide to hire lawyers to basically force me to give them money I don't have. On top of the $950, which I think over the course of like 7 months had totaled up to like $3,500 total. So now on top of that, they're now also charging me for their lawyer fees, for the lawyers they hired to sue me. Now I owe my HOA $10,000, and I'm just like, hello? I'm trying to negotiate with these people, like, yo, I don't have that. Can we just settle for like the actual amount of like the crawl space or whatever? Like, I'll figure out that money and just get. They're like, no, you need to pay our lawyer fees too.
I honestly don't even know what I do, and there's not much you can do. But having to come up with almost $1,000 a month extra, completely out of the blue, and then being sued and having to pay for the lawyers that are currently suing you, on top of it all because you live in this community. This is becoming a very good video to deter anybody from ever going near an HOA.
Let's talk about HOAs. This person says that the HOA has sued for not paying fees for the last year. They want to foreclose on my house. Can I pay the collections fee and not have to go to court? The answer is probably yes. However, you are going to likely have to pay not only the unpaid fees, but also interest, possibly some penalties or late fees, and if there's been any sort of attorney action on the case since a lawsuit has been filed, I'm going to assume that's a yes. You may have to pay attorney's fees as well.
And we can look at some of the comments here. If you're under an HOA and want to get rid of it, talk to all of your neighbors and demand a board to take a community vote. You need 67% to abolish them. Now, another one of the solutions I bet a lot of people are saying is to just sell and get out of it. It's a lot easier said than done in this market right now, but there are still some extra fees even if you want to sell and get out of all of this.
$520 is how much our HOA quoted us for some papers to sell our house. If you didn't know, if you sell your house in an HOA, you need to request documents. These are some stupid papers that just say, hey, this is the budget. Hey, you're up to date on your HOA fees. Hey, we're cool with you selling your house. $520 for some paper. For paperwork, $520. Oh my God. Pro tip, never buy a house in an HOA. And if you do, don't sell that because you're going to pay more in paperwork than they will ever offer you in value.
They will nickel and dime you for everything until you finally get yourself out of that situation. So I guess my only advice is to not put yourself in the situation in the first place, but we got a pretty funny skit that's not too far out of reality when we're talking about the HOA Karens.
Seems like a good day to find some violations. Hey, Matt, I know you got enough money for the boat, so I know you got enough money to store it. Let's get it out of the yard, okay? This is a gated community. You know the rules. Hey, Chevy, listen, girl, I know your husband cheated, and I really am praying for you, but you need to get these bushes trimmed. They're an eyesore, girl. Hey, Darlene, when'd the privacy fence go up? Well, enjoy it. We got a meeting next week, and that thing's coming down even if I have to rip it out myself. When's the last time y'all mowed? Looks a little bit high. That's a violation. Hey, Diane, you know trash runs on Friday, right? Okay, well, it's been 3 days. I'm just wondering why the cans are still at the street. That's a violation. Hey, Chevy, what's up with the baby blue door? I told you the only blue that's allowed is navy. That's going to be a violation. Hey, Mary, listen, I know your love life went to shit, okay? But that doesn't mean our neighborhood is, okay? You need to get it together. Cars blocking the sidewalk. That's a violation. If he spent half as much time on them rose bushes as he did on Tinder, he might be able to bring a girl home. Hey, Sean, you're kidding me, right? It's grass above the 3-inch maximum. That's a violation.
So normally I try not to end these videos on a depressing note, but I still wanted to put in this video because this actually made me more angry than any of the other stuff we've seen, just showing how ridiculously power hungry these HOAs could be, even with a family who's taking care of a special needs person.
Less than 3.
This year, we built a ramp for our foster son who has cerebral palsy. He's deaf, he's blind. He's been living with us since January of 2015.
Laughing face.
And we had a church group come out and build the ramp for us. And within hours of building the ramp, we received a lot of complaints from the Homeowners Association. I believe it was about 24 hours after that, we were told that we needed to remove it. That is just not an option for us. Our son he's 11 years old, he weighs 75 pounds, and we were working with just car ramps. to get them in and out of the house.
The excuse that the HOAs will always use is to keep the neighborhood tidy and clean and keep the property value up, all of that, right? Do you really think a necessary ramp in front of the house is going to destroy the entire value of the whole neighborhood and it's just going to go down the drain? I mean, I don't know. Making this video actually made me more angry about this than I was previously, but that's all I got for you guys today. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. YouTube thinks you'll like this video popping up on screen right now, but hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, please leave a like, and I'll talk to you guys later.
If you live in the UK, I do not know how you're supposed to survive right now.
Somebody needs to make the price of living actually realistic.
Yep, their plan is working. You will own nothing and be happy about it.
So as of recording this, we're about halfway through the year of 2025. So I thought it'd be a good idea to look into the cost of living so many people are dealing with, and we're gonna go over a lot today. The income needed to feel secure state by state in 2025, rising housing prices along with rent, increased insurance prices, cost of...
Hi everyone. Alright, so on today's video, I wanted to showcase and highlight some individuals who many of you may be able to relate to. If you are someone who's going through some difficult times, you're not the only one.
You know what, they keep saying that we're in the age of disclosure, and I think that they're right, but I think we also need to start disclosing something else, like on a personal level. Like, I think more people, especially Americans, need to start disclosing how much they are struggling financially. Like, I made a video yesterday talking about how this is my first job that I've been able to land since November of last year.
I just spent over $200 on groceries, and this is why that matters, because it's not just about groceries anymore. It's about the price of everything going up, except for our incomes, and nobody tells us what to do about that anymore. We're just expected to figure it out on our own.
Good morning, guys. Quick question. I'm not throwing a sub, just know it's not a sub, it's just a question. Why y'all heifers keep buying cars you cannot afford, and then the repo guy is running behind the repo guy in the car because your car got repoed? Get something you can afford. Shit, save and buy a car cash. You know, I've never had a car payment and this is my 5th car. Like, I can't understand. I really don't understand. I am not buying anything unless I know that I can afford it for the next year.
Now, something that people have been discussing is stop living above your means. Now, that is some good advice for some people who have bad spending habits. They like to overspend, they like to treat themselves, but maybe they can't afford it. So stop living above your means is a very good advice for those people. But for a lot of people, it actually doesn't really apply to them. A lot of people are living paycheck to paycheck, and they're only buying necessities. So being told to stop living above your means and everything will be okay is not applicable to most lower class Americans, because there's only so much you can cut out of your budget before it becomes an income problem. People are now having to choose between transportation, like filling up their car with gas, or buying groceries. And being told to not live above their means is really a slap in the face to those people. But we definitely need to take a look at what we're actually spending our money on. What I like to do is I like to track every single expense. Every time I purchase something, I take note of it, I write it down, and then you can clearly see where your spending habits are. And there's actually some things that may surprise you. There may be some expenses that you thought were necessary, but they're actually not necessary, and you can cut that out of your budget for the next month. Let me know in the comments down below what you think, and take a look at the rest of these clips.
It is incredibly frustrating that the bar just keeps getting lower and lower, but yet they still expect us to bring shovels somehow and lower it even farther. Because I remember a day when spending above your means meant that you were going out too much, you were going out to eat too much, you were going to clubs, you were going to shows, you were going on vacation maybe one too many times a year, you might have had an extra vehicle that you probably didn't need. That was living above your means, you know, having a nicer apartment in the city when you don't make that type of money. That was living above your means. Now the idea of living above your means is that you buy fresh fruit instead of cans. You're right. That is insane. And we keep lowering the bar. Like now it's if you don't do absolutely everything to live the absolute cheapest you can possibly live, well then that's your fault. It's not society. It's why are you not reusing your napkins? Like you could get a couple more uses out of that. You're just being lazy. You don't buy generic food? Okay, big spender. Like that is our new standard. Money saving hacks don't really work anymore because we're not spending like that. Like it used to be, oh, we'll cancel all your subscriptions. You think I could afford $30 Netflix? What? I steal it from my father-in-law. No, wait. Scratch that. Living above your means used to mean that you thought you literally lived in a different class, not that you thought you deserved to eat more than 2 things a day. Living above your means used to mean that you just did not want a roommate even though you really needed one. Now living above your means is you actually thought you could move out of your parents' house? Girl, why? Society has shifted our idea of living above our means so much over the past few years, like even the past couple of decades, that it went from having extra cars to, you know, why do you even have a car at all? You only drive 5 times a week. You can't just figure it out and walk. It's basically if you're paying all of your bills, why, girl? You're spending too much money this month. Like, I'm not living above my means. Insurance is just expensive. Everything is just expensive. Life is above my means now. Like, literally, life is above our means.
Now, I wanted to talk about this. Again, the dude that burnt down the warehouse, right? And why I think it was a terrible decision what he made. Hence, why I always say in a lot of my videos, smart decisions. It's not enough people saying this. We live in a country where people are living way above their means. Way above their means. Like for instance, if I was a single man, right? There's no way I would want to go buy a 4-bedroom house. Because what I need the other bedrooms for. Or, for instance, how many people you know, personally know, that got a car note and that car note is $600 or higher? Yes, a lot of these companies are not paying good money or livable wages, right? Right? You knew that before you signed that thing to work for them. You knew what they were offering to pay before you said, I will work here. Did you not? I've never been one of those people that will get on the internet, any kind of social media, period, and say, oh, well, they don't pay us enough money. No shit. You agreed to work there, though. See, we have a problem. We have too many people accepting those jobs. That's why those companies can keep doing it, because you keep accepting those jobs. If you don't go apply for it, they have a bunch of people going to end up just quitting on them. And guess what they're going to have to do? Up the pay. Because nobody coming in to work for what they putting on the table. That's all it has to do with us, the people. We can control that if we just don't work for those jobs. But you still go do it anyway. Moral of the story is, right? If you don't need it, then don't go buy it. If you don't need a Mercedes-Benz, don't buy a Mercedes-Benz. If you don't need a BMW, don't go buy a BMW. If it's just you and your spouse, don't go buy a 4 or 5 bedroom house. It's as simple as that. See, the thing, a lot of people understand this. A lot of people do. But they don't say anything because they too worried about other people being, oh, well, you can't tell me. Just do this, right? Live below your means, and you can figure out a way to make the money work with what you got without doing something stupid to where your whole life is over now. That man is going to get his whole life in jail because he chose to burn down a building. I can never recommend this. Because remember, people, what you did yesterday, it'll affect today. And what you do today will affect tomorrow. So, smart decisions. Smart decisions, people.
A lot of people don't understand that living outside of your means includes grocery shopping as well. If you're struggling with your income,
and you are not in a food desert, you are somewhere where places that are affordable are easily accessible, and you are shopping at Publix, Wegmans, Trader Joe's, you are living above your means when it comes to grocery shopping. It is an unfortunate truth that if you are struggling in this country, you might not get to eat everything that you want all the time. You should not be surprised when you go to Wegmans or Publix and your groceries for one single person total out to like $300. If you are able to shop at affordable stores, you should. It might not be the big brands that you want, but it's more affordable. Where I grew up in an area that had really one primary grocery store for a long time. Any other grocery stores were 45 minutes to an hour away from us. And that grocery store was a Food Lion. And let me tell you about Food Lion. If you go to Food Lion and you go to the front and you print out that little booklet that they have with all of the coupons and the sales, and you shop from the sales and build your meals around what's on sale, you will save a lot of money. Is it the TikTok recipe that you saved that you want to try? No, but you're not going to starve this week. You're not going to be hungry. Are you going to be able to budget for food and eat a bunch of processed stuff? Probably not. Are you going to be able to drink a bunch of juices and sodas and stuff like that? Probably not. Use your freezer. Buy in-season produce, vacuum seal it, and freeze it. My grandma used to freeze bread. Just get creative in your kitchen. Make new recipes. Make stuff that's kind of basic. Honestly, when I was living on my own and I was really struggling, I would eat rice and beans for dinner. I know that sounds absolutely crazy, but like rice and bean soup was very, very good, filling and affordable, and the leftovers last me a long time. It's not a ribeye steak, but I wasn't hungry.
I really don't get how people are still saying like you don't live within your means. Y'all, 64% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck right now. We are in what is called a housing crisis and homeless crisis right now because people cannot afford to buy a house and people are going homeless. Our homeless population is the highest that it's ever been. Just in the past 2 years, groceries have literally doubled in price, actually doubled in price. Y'all, it has nothing to do with living beyond your means because nobody can even afford to live beyond their means. People are using their credit cards to just buy groceries, basic fucking food right now. Our country has the highest credit card debt that we've had in decades. And when they did a survey to see what these people were spending their credit card money on, it was groceries. It was basic necessities. Food banks are seeing record numbers of people. Food banks are running out of food because of record numbers of people. Your mindset is outdated.
I think we should officially retire the term living above your means because, baby, gas almost $4. I'm on the East Coast. I just spent almost $200 at Trader Joe's. Trader Joe's. For those asking, yes, I practically did buy the store because I know I'm about to be hunker down Dory until I get a new job. But unless you are out here going on vacations and credit card companies are calling you while you got a Birkin bag paid for by yourself, not a gift, because people love to come for the girlies who have nice things and go nice places, but don't realize that sometimes somebody else is paying for that, and not in like the freaky deaky Dubai, somebody's duking on you way, but in the sense that, oh, it's a family trip, it's a gift trip. But baby, I dare, and this is really shade at my family. It hasn't happened yet, but I know it's gonna happen. I know it's gonna happen. There is no living amongst your means when every paycheck is going to bills and food. I gotta think about when was the last time Alexa did something nice for herself was when she went to Amsterdam after saving up for what? 1 year, 2 years? 2 years, yeah, 2 years. 2 years. Come back 2 weeks later, she gets laid off. Listen, I wish there was a countdown that would let me know when the rapture is coming, because then I would know, okay, should I like actually, you know, live, laugh, love, in a non-responsible way, or should I continue being a responsible person? Because I really do hate being responsible. It's not cute. It's not fun. I'm getting ingrown acne that I can't do anything about it. Sorry, is the people laying me off sending me another email? What more do you want? What more do you want? Also, since this is the first time I got laid off, I didn't know that when they like send you your little layoff contract that you have to sign it or whatever. I thought like, you know, that was there as a courtesy. And they're like, oh yeah, by the way, if you don't sign this, like, you will not be getting severance. Oh, girl, I signed that so fast. I said, you want me to deliver to the lady's house by hand? Because I will. And I'll tuck in her baby if she need that done.
A lot of people will put themselves in their own struggles because they try to live above their means. Why are you trying to get a BMW and you don't have 10,000 in savings? You don't have any money invested. You don't have any cushion for yourself. You're working that job just to pay off that car. Why are you buying designer clothes? Why are you buying designer clothes? Why are you buying designer shoes? Like, why are you doing that? Like, you're just trying to live above your means to what? To appeal to other people's eyes? To get some type of status, fake status? Because you're struggling to maintain it. Why are you trying to, you know what I'm saying? And there's rich, like, if you notice, most rich people, they wear chill stuff. They don't wear all that fancy stuff to try to look all cool and be nice. Like, you can dress with class in an inexpensive way. It's okay to have nice jewelry and nice things like that because that's an investment, but you can resell those things. But bro, stop trying to live above your means. Like, stop.
Now, I totally get that consumerism is very high. There's a lot of new technology, there's a lot of bills we have to pay, there's just a lot of consumerism nowadays compared to decades ago. And that has also contributed to people living more paycheck to paycheck, but it's also due to the cost of living and also wages. Wages have not increased the same rate that inflation has, so a lot of people's money is going less further than it used to, and people are really feeling the effects. For 2025, the value of the US dollar was decreased by over 10% for 2025 alone. So that means if you had $100, you only had about $90 of purchasing power. And this of course affects everyone, but it definitely affects the lower class individuals the most because they just don't have as much money as the upper class.
I'm really curious how people are rationalizing living above their means when they know they can't afford it. For example, I know many people who have student debt, credit card debt, whatever it is. They have a job. But like, for example, I know someone who just bought a Range Rover and they're in probably $100,000 of student loans. Like, where are you, how are you, I have anxiety for you. How do you do that? Like, how are you justifying that? Why do people live above their means? Like, I grew up in a family where you get a car that is used and you make sure that it's a good car. Like, I'm not saying buy a crappy one, but get a good car, make sure it gets you from point A to point B, and it's safe and, you know, checks the boxes. And then eventually, as you get older, you can justify getting a car because maybe you've bought a house, you have all of those boxes checked that need to be checked. You're not in credit card debt, you're not in student loan debt, all of those things have been paid off. But my thing is like, I feel like I know so many people who are like, oh, student loans are killing me, but then you just bought a Range Rover. I don't get it. Why would you do that? Why would you buy an $80,000 plus car? I would love to know. Like, I'm actually, like, no judgment. No, there is judgment. I can't even say there isn't judgment. There is judgment because I genuinely don't get it. But I would love to understand what the thought process is. Because I get anxiety for these people thinking about it. So I'd love to know the realistic realization or whatever, like the realistic reason. Is it because, like, you want to flex? I don't know. Especially, like, at 26. Sorry. Like, our lives are so, you know, like, we're young still. We're starting our careers. Like, a lot of us haven't been in the career that we're in for a while, like, maybe 4 years. But I'm like, why? I don't remember someone based on the car they drive. I remember someone based on the type of person you are.
Hey y'all, I don't know who needs to hear this, but I feel the need to say it. Stop trying to live above your means. If you ain't got it, you just ain't got it. If you can't afford to go here and go there and buy this and buy that, don't try. I know we want to buy ourselves nice things sometimes and take ourselves on little vacations or whatever the case may be. But if you cannot do it, don't do it. And don't be worried about people talking about you. People are going to talk. You can be doing great, phenomenal. You can buy all your friends Louis bags or whatever. Somebody's still going to talk about you. And another thing, don't let social media get into your head. I know that our needs and our wants change, but I'm going to leave the needs out of this because if it's a necessity, it's a necessity. I know that our wants change with age, with eras, and all the different type of stuff. Like a 6-year-old is not going to want the same thing when they turn 8 one day. And I'm 21, and there's some stuff that I wanted when I was 20 that I don't want anymore. There's some things that I want now. If I can't get what I want, I'm going to wait until I'm able to get what I want. If you cannot buy it twice, don't buy it once. If all I got is money to pay my bills and put gas in my car and put food in my stomach, then that's all I'm gonna do. Times get hard. Sometimes you ain't got it. And some of the people that you looking at who you think got it, they probably ain't got it for real either. They probably breaking the bank to please everybody else. And social media plays a huge part in this. And I used to be one of them people saying, oh, social media, doesn't define like what I want, it doesn't define this, that, and the third. But it really does. And you might not even catch it for real because you're so caught up in your head because like I said, that's how I was. But I catch myself saying stuff that I want that I never wanted before. Stuff that I never even seen before, and all of a sudden I want it because I saw it on social media. And I'm not talking about a little cup, the little TikTok shop cup or some simple stuff like that. Stuff that's just beyond my means. Stuff that ain't even necessary. Like, but yeah, let people talk. If they ain't gonna pay your bills, put food on your table, and put gas in your cart, it don't matter. Even if they say they will, it don't matter. Do what you can with what you have. If you want a Lululemon set, but you can't afford to go in the Lululemon store and pay $200 some for a set, go to Walmart. Look what I got going on right now. The leggings came from Dollar General, $10. This, I don't know where I got it from. I think it was Walmart. Pretty sure it was Walmart, but it's been some years since I bought this. Value your stuff. Be thankful for what you have. Because one day the stuff that you have can be taken away from you. You don't even know when, why, or how. And it's somebody else who want what you got. I don't understand people who are so like name brand like advocates. It's the same stuff. It do the same thing. If you know me, I am Walmart and Shein down. Fashion Nova sometimes, Ross and Marshalls and all them, TJ Maxx. But if I can find it somewhere cheaper, shoes, leggings, pants, I don't care. It's the same thing. Save your money, spend wisely, worry about you. Figure your life out, especially in this economy, like I said. Inflation is crazy. It's too much stuff happening, period. Do what you can while you can and be grateful in it. And one day God will bless you to be able to do the things that you want to do, plus do what you need to do and have more. But blessings are not just financial. But I'll get into it another video. Happy Monday.
I'm on my first 15-minute break. I start my shift at 3 a.m. It's about 4:55 a.m. now, so I'm on my first 15-minute break at work. I work from home at a call center. And let me just say, I feel like I'm just working to survive. Like, the pay that I get barely pays the bills. I'm living paycheck to paycheck. I have to take calls all day long, 5 days a week, 40 hours a week. And while I'm very thankful that I get to work from home, I feel so burnt out, and I feel like I work so hard, and I don't get to enjoy anything. I'm burnt out on the weekends. Sunday afternoons, I'm already dreading Monday. The weekdays, when I get off work, I just bed rot until I have to get up and cook dinner and do homework with my child and everything else. But the biggest issue for me is that I just feel like no matter how hard I work, I don't get anywhere. I can't put money into savings because I'm barely paying my bills. The cost of living is ridiculous. Groceries are ridiculous. I'm thankful that I don't have to pay gas every week because I get to work from home. But does anybody else feel that way? Does anybody else just feel complete exhaustion and like you don't get any reward for working hard and you don't get to enjoy any of your paychecks and it's just the same day on wash, rinse, and repeat? Let me know, because I just want to know if I'm the only one feeling this way. Like, am I lazy? Do I just not want to work? Or has working just gotten almost pointless at this point and the only way to really just barely survive is to work?
So I was talking to a friend of mine the other day, and he told me that a lot of times we take things and people for granted. And I agree, but then I thought to myself, why do we take things and people for granted? I found out that it's not that we're not appreciative of what we have, but it's really the fear that we may lose it all again. So it comes off as us lacking gratitude, but really it's us being in survival mode. I feel like we're trying to maintain everything that we gain, because any person who gets it knows that we're going to have on and off seasons and we can lose it all and get it back again. But nobody really wants to start over and over again. Even though we know we can and we're capable, nobody wants to do that. So then we acquire all of these things and we work so hard for things and we try to figure out a way to keep the momentum and not fall off. I think that the reason why we're mainly scared to lose is because of other people. Like, nobody wants to be called a has-been or be told that we fell off. But we can't be scared of outside opinions who were never on to begin with. Them telling us like, oh, you falling off, at least we had somewhere to fall from. These motherfuckers ain't even reached the level that, we reached, so why does it really matter? What I'm saying is to say, sometimes you're not ungrateful. Sometimes you're not taking things for granted. You're just caught up in your head because you have more responsibility and you want to keep everything that you work so hard for. But there's no point in gaining all of these things if you don't take the time to enjoy it. Instead of worrying about maintaining it, enjoy life right now, because the truth is, all of this is just temporary. Money is temporary, status, people. We all have a time to go and life is precious. So if you have all of these things right now and you have your gifts, use them. And if you lose them, worry about that when that time comes. But for right now, use everything that you have and enjoy what you have, because there's no point in working for all of these things and you're not taking advantage of the benefit that you get from it. So yeah, life is short, y'all. Enjoy the life that you have right now.
Me personally, I live above my means and think about the consequences later. And I get the whole saving thing, but tomorrow's also not promised. So what do we do now? I'm not working 40 hours a week, 160 hours a month to suffer and deprive myself of good things. If I want to go out to that restaurant for food as opposed to cook dinner, because my bank account is saying otherwise, I'm going out for dinner. If I want that bag, I'm getting that bag. If I want those shoes, I'm getting those shoes, simply because it's going to make me happy. And I always tell people, yes, you can save, you should be saving, but also enjoy your money. That rent can wait. Pay your rent, but enjoy your money. It's okay. It's okay to take that trip. I promise you, I'm holding your hands.
Yeah, I'm just getting on here to talk because I just had a debate with somebody about this topic. But what we were talking about was like how people live above their means just to impress other people, like just for other people to think that they on a higher level than what they are. And it's like material things don't make you on a higher level than somebody else. Like, if you understand what I'm saying, I feel like a lot of people buy houses just to say they have a house but can't really afford the house. A lot of people buy vehicles, luxury vehicles, just to say they have a luxury vehicle and can't afford the maintenance or the repairs on the car, the maintenance or the payments on the cars, instead of really just like getting something within their means and then like taking care of yourself financially there by having a car that gets you from point A to point B, or living somewhere that's comfortable. Like, I just feel like a lot of people just live above their means and wonder why they still like struggle. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to do that. If I'm in the apartment for 20 years, I don't care. Like, I'm just in the apartment for 20 years. Like, and if you got a house, shit, I'm happy for you. You feel what I'm saying? Like, if I was driving a bullshit car that got me from point A to point B, cool. Like, as long as I got a car, I'm Gucci. Like, yeah, I upgraded a few things in my life, but I upgraded to what fits my financial, what I can afford. Like, basically, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not about to sit here and get things that I can't afford just to show off for everybody. Like, people always ask me for favors. My family asks me, like, my friends, and like, I want to be able to travel. I want to be able to be a little bit, you know, like, financially stable for when I do decide to have kids, and I want to be able to help those around me. So it's like, I'm just not gonna put myself in a situation that I can't afford. Like, that's just me. Like, but I feel like a lot of people do. And to each his own, but I would rather my life be easier than hard. You know what I'm saying? Like, so when you see me with a house, it's because I was fully prepared for that house. It wasn't because I give a fuck about y'all things. When y'all see me with certain shit, it's because I prepared for it. And I can afford it. And I don't give a fuck about y'all things. Straight up.
America has become completely unaffordable, and I don't know why more people are not talking about this. Half of America doesn't even have a savings, rent is insane, healthcare is a luxury, and somehow the narrative is still people are just bad with money. Like, what money? People are working full-time. Most people have 2 to 3 jobs anymore because you have to. At what point do we stop blaming the people and just accept the fact that the cost of living has simply just outpaced reality? Because everything is this expensive, you have to know exactly where all of your money is going anymore. Like, a budget is just simply a necessity. You have to have one. I started using a budgeting app like mine to figure out where all of my money is going, but it does not make up for the fact that America is too expensive to live in anymore. If you're struggling, you are not alone.
How much does gas cost where you live, and where do you live? Because I just went and got gas, and this is the price per gallon. Wow. Just saw an article that said the average price of gas per gallon across the US is $4, and then it's risen 33%. So basically, you get in your car to go get groceries, and the gas is more expensive than ever to get there. And then you get there, and the groceries are more expensive. Then you go home, and you're like, okay, I need to be careful because my energy bill is higher than ever. Is this that American dream that everyone always talks about?
We're seeing more and more people tap out because of bills. The struggle of paying bills, especially in 2026, is very difficult. A lot of people just can't afford their bills. The bills don't stop. And not only on top of that, if you lose your job, you're not going to have any source of income to pay off those bills. And every single year, your bills likely increases. We've seen a lot of people's rent increase, electricity is getting more expensive, everything is getting expensive. Your internet bills, car insurance, and this is causing a ton of people to tap out because, first of all, the wages that we have are not able to cover all of these increases. We're not getting raises every single year that is matching the cost of inflation. So people are getting more and more behind, and people who are already living paycheck to paycheck are having a much more difficult time, especially in this economy. Now, I don't know how much more beating a lot of these people can take, but I know that eventually we're going to be coming to a breaking point where people just can't afford to pay off any more bills. Now, this is a serious problem, and I want to hear from you guys. Let me know in the comments down below what you think about all this, and take a look at the rest of these clips.
So my rent is close to $2,000. Food cost is going up. I just filled up my gas tank. It was like $48. My car payment's close to $500. My insurance is between $1 and $2. My light bill's about $2 something. My internet's $100 and something. My phone bill's about close to $100. But yet, $45,000 is too much for a single person and income. Are you kidding me? Like, at this point, I just want to live in my car for like 6 months and save money. Is anybody else struggling? Like, damn, Greg, it's not that I ain't got no money. It's not that I ain't got no money. Everything's so fucking expensive. Like we have to pay to live. Not even our water's free. Unless you want to drink sink water. Ain't nobody telling you that shit's clean. It's not clean. It's not purified.
You know, I'm flipping through TikTok here on my lunch break, and every 3 or 4 videos I see it's someone talking about how they're living in their car, how they work full-time, a full-time job, but they live in their car. There are millions of Americans that are dealing with the same thing, okay? It's not people here or there. You know people that are living in their car, you just don't know it. People that aren't bad people, people that aren't making mistakes or doing the wrong thing, people that just can't afford life anymore. Not because of bad decisions they made, but because the prices have just got so high, people can't afford it. People don't have the money to buy groceries and pay rent the same week. Car payments are as much as mortgage payments. If you want to go buy a week's worth of groceries, you're going to spend $600, $700. Nobody can afford that. My power bill is almost $500. My house isn't even 1,000 square feet. What do we do? The prices are just going up and up and up and up and up and up, and no relief for anybody in any way, shape, form, or fashion. America has become unaffordable for Americans. Our government is spending all of our money on a war that we didn't ask for and don't need. Our president does not care about the little people. He cares about his friends in Israel. It's not going to get better until we say no more.
I guess it's officially spring because all of the hotels nearby have raised their prices to almost double what they were last week. The same hotel that I've been really going to the last 2 weeks, I haven't been able to go to because it's either been booked or it's at least like $30 to $40 more a night than it was 2 weeks ago. It's just really like, it's really getting to me because I'm getting to the point where I'm very close to being able to pay, you know, majority of the stuff off that I need to pay in order to be able to secure myself like an apartment for myself. And now I have to either spend more money to stay in the hotel, which means that I'll have less money to pay off the debts, or I can go back to sleeping in my car, which I basically have been doing because at this point I just want to pay off all of these debts. I just want to get my credit up so that I don't have to deal with this anymore. Sleeping in my car has been the most heartbreaking thing that I've ever had to deal with, and it's mostly because of how people treat you. Not having anywhere to go, and if you're in parking lots for too long, people start looking at you, people start messing with you, cops get called, like, so you have to constantly move around. Even on my day off, I can't even have any rest because I have to constantly move around. They wanted $106 for one night at the hotel room when I was paying closer to like $60 something for a night. And again, it's not an upscale hotel. It's basically bare bottoms hotel. Every time I go there, there's problems. Every time I go and I make it a hotel room that's supposed to have certain amenities, they don't even have it. And when I tell them about it, they're like, oh, I'm so sorry. One time I went there and their card reader was messed up, so they couldn't even give me a key card to my room. They had to have one of the hotel staff let me in my room, and then every time I left my room or went somewhere, I had to have hotel staff come and let me in because I didn't have a physical key to my room, and that went on for days. And I was still expected to pay full rate.
Part of why I share car living content is because I think within capitalism there's a lot of fear-mongering around the idea of losing your home, ending up homeless. I watched a young woman on here today that has 3 jobs, came home to an eviction notice on her door. She said in the post that she feels like she doesn't even want to live anymore. Like, what is the point? If my entire life is working 3 jobs just to afford a roof over my head, that is not living. Like, what am I doing here? And I know a lot of people feel this. It's like, what is the point of this. If we're not living, we're just working to have a place to sleep at night, and she can't even do that. Share this to let people know that this is an option. This shouldn't be an option, but because we exist under the system that we do, and with the way things are going, I think more people are going to choose alternative living situations. This is something that can be done with a lot of dignity and fun and adventure, and it doesn't have to be something that is feared. So if you are someone that is feeling the crushing weight of the cost of living, feeling like what's the point in living anymore, not knowing if you're going to face eviction, whatever it is, I want you to know that I see you. I know the weight that can put on you emotionally and mentally. I'm here if you ever need to talk. Just know that there are alternative options to renting or owning. No matter what happens, truly, you will be okay. I needed somebody to tell me that. And so hopefully that will help you.
I can't be the only person living in Maryland that feel like I'm being scammed. The cost of living is already crazy. BGE is even crazier. And to even drive at this point is even crazier. It's like, it's insane. Like, y'all nickel and dime these hard working people for everything. Like, literally for everything. At this point, I'm gonna go ahead and just pack up and go ahead and move to like Mars or something, because this is too much. This is just too much.
America has literally built a system where being poor is more expensive. And nobody talks about how backwards that is. Like, if you're already struggling, everything costs more. On a bill you couldn't afford? Well, now you owe more. Miss a payment because you were trying to juggle rent and groceries? Well, now your credit drops and you owe even more money. Withdraw your account by a few dollars? Well, now you owe $50. Like, this system punishes you for already being behind. We're always rewarding millionaires while the people that are struggling the most just simply end up paying the most money. But everybody still says, work harder, budget better. The reality right now is the economy is brutal. It is so hard to get ahead right now. How are you supposed to get ahead whenever you fall behind a little bit and the system just keeps pushing you back further and further? Everything is insane right now. Rent is at an all-time high. Groceries are so expensive. I don't understand how we're supposed to get ahead in this economy anymore. Don't get me wrong, budgeting does help. I literally have to budget with mine, or else I don't know where any of my money would be going. But it doesn't make up for the fact that the system is literally designed to fail us. So if you're struggling right now, you are not alone.
It takes a huge mental toll on a lot of people as well, seeing their bills come in every single month and increasing. It discourages a lot of people from even paying bills. When I saw that my rent was increasing by $50 per month for 2026, that honestly discouraged me, because I did get a raise from my job for 2026, but the entire raise is going towards that increased rent payment. And on top of that, health insurance premiums went up, car insurance has gone up, everything has gone up. So the raise that I got for 2026 did not cover all of these bills that increased in price also.
So $130,000 a year is now becoming the new poor. Right now, the average household income is $83,000. That's the median household income. But then if you do the math about the taxes they take out of your paycheck, the cost of housing, the cost of transport, the health insurance premiums, and childcare, like if you look at this graph, you're going to see that $83,000 on the average cost will leave you $10,000 in the red, right? And to be comfortable, based off of the old 1960 standard of poverty rate, it was based off of how much it would take a family of 3 to eat back then. So she would take that number and multiply it by 3, and that number would be like the golden number. They'll spend a third of their money on food, and everything else would comfortably fit within the other 2/3 of that number. But back then, food was the most expensive thing. Housing was cheap, transportation was cheap, and everything. But by the modern standard, if you take that same metric she used back then and shift it to now, you'd have to be making $130,000 to be comfortable the way people were under the same metric, the same mathematics back in the 1960s. And it's incredible to hear that number, $130,000, 6 figures, is the new poor. But it makes sense when you consider everything is considered luxury. All the prices have gone up. Even my cat's angry about it. I hear her screaming over there. She knows it's ridiculous that everything is luxury, because not everything is luxury, but everything is getting that premium price tag because they're slapping luxury on every good we consume. And if you want to eat real food even, that's considered a luxury. So they're putting extra money on that as well. So even though I feel like it's really crazy to consider, that number is actually correct. $130,000 does seem to be the new poverty line for a family of 4. It's hard times out there, and I know a lot of people are like, I don't make that type of money, but it is hard times out there because of unrealistic expectations from the millionaires. And as you can hear, my cats are very outraged by these prices as well. So y'all have a good day.
Yo, what is really going on with this world? What is really going on in America, bro? Like, this shit making me want to just pack up and move to one of these countries that $1, that our American dollar is worth fucking $70 and $80 over there. Cause this shit is fucking ridiculous, bro. This shit is fucking ridiculous. Everything, all the quality of the food, all the quality of everything has went down, but the prices has gone up. I live in New Jersey, right? Earlier today, gas was $3.99. 5 hours later, it's $4.19. What the fuck happened in the 5 hours? What happened in 5 hours where gas gotta go up 21 cents? And then probably by the time I wake up tomorrow, it's gonna be $4.28. Bro, like this shit is crazy, bro. The only thing that I got lucky with is I bought my house in 2021. I have a $1,300 mortgage, bro. You can't even find a motherfucking 1-bedroom box for $1,300 right now, bro. Like all the car payments is crazy, astronomical right now. You gotta pay $700, $800, $900 for a fucking Toyota Camry right now. The chips, the juice, the fucking Doritos, the motherfucking, bro. They even made the paper plates smaller. They even made the paper plates to the point where you gotta use 2 paper plates to fucking eat now. Like, this shit is crazy. This shit is crazy, bro. I make a decent pay rate and I'm still living paycheck to paycheck. I'll be lucky if I could put up $100 a fucking week. Like, this is just getting ridiculous, bro. I really feel like I want to just pack up, go overseas to one of them countries. Bitch, I need to save like 50, 60, 70,000 and go transfer that shit to another country and live like a royal fucking king. Because $50,000 out here, that shit'll be gone in 3 months. That shit'll be going in 3 fucking months, bro. When you gotta deal with buying food, paying for this, paying for that. The fucking electric went up. The gas went up. They charging travel fees for your gas now. Like, what the fuck, bro? The world is designed for us to fucking struggle, bro. It's designed for us to be slaves to the clock. You either gotta work, bitch, I don't know what the fuck you gotta do. I think, like, right, you gotta work every day, all day. You gotta work, bitch, 17, 18, 19 hours a day to make some money just to spend it all right the fuck back. I don't know how the fuck motherfuckers is going on trips, motherfuckers going on vacations, motherfuckers buying Balenciagas, motherfuckers buying, like, I don't know how motherfuckers is doing that shit. I just don't, bro. I've been working for 15, 16, 17 years straight. I make almost $30 an hour, and it don't fucking matter. It don't matter. This shit is ridiculous. I'm ready to fucking, I don't know what I'm ready to do, but I'm ready to do something, bro. Something has to fucking give.
Hot take, America did not get more expensive, our money just got weaker. Your parents could raise kids, buy a home, take a vacation on 1 income. Now, people have 2 incomes, they can't even go on vacation or even pay their rent. Groceries are double, Rent is insane. The car market, don't even get me started on that. People in like their 50s and their 60s, when I talk to them, they tell me, oh, it was so easy to buy a house back then. It's only like $20,000. Be fucking for real. Things got more expensive, but wages didn't even double. The system has just gotten so hard to live in that everything is just basically survival at this point. Nobody's living to have fun anymore. We're all just trying to survive, you know? Right now in America, every single dollar matters so much. I had to start using a budgeting app like mine, which helps so much, by the way. Still, it doesn't fix the fact that living in America is so effing expensive. Everyone has to know where every single one of their dollars is going, because at this point, you have to.
I know that I can't really expect cheap groceries at this store. But do you want to see what $108 worth of groceries looks like here at the end of March in 2026 in California? From Safeway, $108.73. Here you go, I'm going to show you. That's it. That's everything. That's $108 worth of groceries. One bag, one jug of milk, $108. And again, I know that Safeway is not exactly discount groceries. I mean, I don't love giving Amazon money, but at the same time, at least the prices at Amazon Fresh were really, really good compared to this. Of course, Amazon Fresh is closed now, and in our town, we're waiting for Whole Foods to open up probably sometime this summer. Until then, I'd have to go quite a ways across town to a grocery store that's more discounted. My purchase there included, I'm not thrilled to say, 2 TV dinners. Those TV dinners, if they weren't on sale, were going to be $8 a piece. $8 a piece for a TV dinner. Package of chicken thighs, I think 1.28 pounds, was like $14. 7-ounce salmon fillets were $8.99 a piece. A small box of cereal was $5.99. It's time to start buying beans and rice in bulk.
I can't be the only one that feel like everything is high as fuck. It has went down. Like, can somebody tell me the price of groceries is high as fuck? I ordered $125 worth of groceries. Baby, when I tell you it was just one handful that could sit right on the damn passenger seat in the seatbelt. The cost of living. I remember when 2 bedrooms used to be $500-something, $600-something. 3 times the rent, and it's about $1,300 to $1,500 for 2 bedrooms. Medication, health insurance is high as fuck. I told y'all a few weeks ago, someone passed away because he couldn't afford his inhaler. His inhaler usually be $60 on his insurance, and his inhaler went up to about $600 damn. He couldn't afford it. What about this high ass car insurance? Good driving record. Baby, I ain't never had no low driving record. I remember they told us when you turn 25 with a good driving record, your insurance gonna go down. Baby, my insurance always went up. This year, my insurance is high as fuck. I'm like, damn, no accidents, no nothing, no. I paid my car insurance when I renewed it. I'm like, what in the hell? But I gotta pay it to keep driving. Now y'all said make America great again, but it's feel like making America hate your ass again. What is going on out here with all these high ass bills? I was on Indeed the other day, just trying to see, you know, if I could find me some at home stuff, because baby, sometimes I get tired of driving for real. Y'all listen, some of these jobs are still paying $7.25 an hour. Who gonna pay their bills with that? And y'all sitting out here talking about, oh, a job is a job. No, a job is not a job. When you just working and you still can't afford to pay your fucking bills. What's better than zero? Where you gonna stay at? Who you gonna take care of? That's not even working paycheck to paycheck. That's working under paycheck to under paycheck. It's gonna take about 3 of them fucking paychecks just to pay one bill. The power bill. What the fuck is going on with the power bill? It seems like they keep going up on the fucking power and the water bill. What is going on out here? I remember back in, 2011. Boy, I was making $9, about $10 an hour. Boy, I was feeling good. I was like, yeah, I'm making $10. Baby, they are still paying $10 an hour What can you do with that? The new $10 an hour is now the new $20 an hour. You still can't pay your bills because as the pay rate go up, your bills go all the way the fuck up too. Meanwhile, other countries got free healthcare and free education, and we out here struggling. We supposed to be the best. Y'all still arguing about taxes on food stamps. After a while, everybody gonna need some food stamps out here to survive and to pay the bills at the same time.
$198,000 when I know that's not nothing for a Lexus. They only want $13,500. So this one is low enough to be like, this is also not a bad buy. 2017 Honda Pilot, 200,000 bodies, 16,000. That's a lot for 200. I know it's a Honda, it's gonna last. But and last but not least, we got a 2009 Infiniti M35. I used to want one of these, but not one with 193,000 bodies on it. And somebody bought it. It is what it is.
And I mean, I get it, the Lexus and the Honda are solid, but they're still pushing 200,000 miles. And they both still cost you around $15,000 each. And I mean, the Chevy Malibu along with the Infiniti were very bad deals. With that type of mileage, they're bound to break down any day. And going over to the comments, 200,000 miles on a 2017 is insane. I mean, it's not that far out of the realm of possibilities. It's about 22,000 miles a year, but still, it has definitely seen better days.
Let me also say this. The worst place you can buy a car is buy here, pay here. I'm going to just say it because nobody wants to say it. They're going to oversell you a car because they don't use regular banks, because a regular bank will not finance that car. They overcharge you for the car. They charge you bi-weekly, and there's nothing you can do about it because your credit is so bad you can't get approved anywhere else. It's the worst thing you could do. I would recommend for you to build up your credit, take care of what you need to take care of on your credit so you can actually buy a car from A or B dealership. Not buy here, pay here. You will get cooked.
And crazy enough, I found some clips like what we're about to see next of these salesmen blaming you for not knowing that you were basically going to get ripped off by buy here, pay here lots. Now I get it, some people just might not have the knowledge or they're not too interested in cars in general. They just want something that'll get them from point A to point B, and hopefully these types of videos will help you out, give you a little bit of knowledge of what you should be looking out for.
Let me be real with you. It's not my fault that you got scammed at that buy here, pay here lot. You made a bad deal, not me. You walked in thinking it was easy money, thought you were getting a deal, and now you're stuck paying triple for a car that barely runs. And guess what? That's on you. I don't hide cars, I don't push loans you can't afford, and I sure as hell don't mislead anybody. I sell real deals, transparent, upfront, no gimmicks. So before you come blaming me for your nightmare, remember, smart buyers do their homework. You made a dumb mistake, not my problem.
And just going right over to the comments, a few videos ago you said you shouldn't do your homework. It's odd, as soon as you get screwed it turns into, oh, that's not my fault, you should have done your research. It's really amazing how shady people could be. But now we'll get into a lot more of these salesmen all across TikTok, just posting video after video like this, bringing even more customers in.
What's going on, folks? It's your boy Steve, got me rolling. Today I got my man Drew here, approved on this 2018 Mercedes E400. First time buyer. Guys, as you know, all you need is your ID, piece of mail in your name. Go ahead and shoot me a DM at Steve got me rolling. We'll get you rolling off today.
And there are a ton of videos with this exact formula. They are first-time buyers, so they're basically just a kid. Only have to put $500 down, and you get to drive around in a Mercedes-Benz, make you look like you're super rich. We're not going to talk about the monthly payment, the interest rate, or the term length, though. Just think about having that Mercedes badge on the front and back of the car. Another one up on screen, first-time buyer approved. Another $500 down on a 2019 Mercedes. It's the same story over and over again. We go over to the comments. Repo Man has an air tag. His kid is going to inherit those interest payments, 25% APR, $1,100 a month with 100,000 miles on the car. Repo Man already warming up his rig. And we got another one, approved 2022 Chrysler 300, only $1,000 down, 5 $586 a month, and going over to the comment section, $586 a month, probably 84 months, and you do the calculation. And if this is the situation she's in, she'd be paying almost $50,000 for this Chrysler at the end of the day. And another comment, you gotta be putting trackers in these. We'll talk about that in a little bit. But another thing that I see constantly when it comes to cars on social media in general are all of these scam accounts just lying to you. 2021 RAV4 Hybrid XLE Premium. Full price is only $7,000. Down payment $200 and your monthly payment would be $300. Even if this had 200,000 miles on it, it would still be worth more than $7,000. And there are a ton of accounts like this. It's literally called cheap cars for sale under $2,000. Even though if you take a look at every one of the posts, they're over $2,000. But what this most likely is just a scam. You see a deal that's too good to be true. You contact them saying that you want to buy it. They'll probably ask for the down payment up front, even if it is just a couple $100. You send it to them and just get ghosted. It's just another way to prey on people who are desperate for a vehicle. And up next, we got a clip that we've seen on this channel before, but is a prime example of the consequences of you buying a car from one of these lots.
All right, guys, so hear me out. I got a customer that just came in on this 2010 Volvo. Has about 97,000 miles. Been having issues with it. The worst part about it, this gentleman owes, it was really rough inside. You guys can see this, and it smells really bad. This man owes $14,000 on this car. It has 95,932 miles on it. There's a total loss report on the Carfax. I mean, this is as bad as it gets. Yeah, so total loss, click that. Total loss report in 2023. I feel bad for this guy, man. This car is worth absolutely nothing to me.
And in the description, he said that the customer did buy it from a buy here, pay here lot. Going over to the comments, $14,000 left. What is he paying? $42 a month? And the creator responds he was paying $460 a month, almost $500 for this thing that has almost no value. But it doesn't matter to these dealerships. They post these types of videos all the time.
Tell me which buy here, pay here, or no credit check in-house financing dealer will do this for you. 2,000 down, you're riding. 1,000 down, you're riding. 3,000 down, you're riding. 2,000 down, you're riding. 2,000 down, you're riding.
Okay, so we're cutting it off there. He just keeps going on and on, but I don't really have to say much. We'll just move on over to the next clip.
We got another repo that just came in, man. It's sad, it happens all the time, it's part of the business. But no, me personally, as an independent dealer, I don't really like repossessions, and I'm here to tell you why. Remember, since we do buy here, pay here in-house financing, we make our money as you make your payments. If you default on your loan within the first 3 months, we didn't make that much money. With your down payment, we invested in the tax, we invested in paying the guy's commission, we invested in getting your tag. So within the first 3 months, 3 to 6 months, it's an investment for us to be able to go ahead and put this car under your name and finance you and all that good stuff.
Yeah, all that good stuff, like a 30% interest rate. Even if they get just a couple payments from you and repo the car, they'll still be able to make money and then resell to someone else. Another thing, I don't know if you caught real quick in the clip, he's wearing a Van Cleef bracelet while he's recording this clip. And with all the videos I've gone over talking about influencers and luxury items, I know that that bracelet is worth thousands of dollars. So to me, it seems like they're making some sort of money over there. And we got another comment here. Always remember, any car that's been repossessed from someone who couldn't afford the payments also couldn't afford proper maintenance. You take your chances at buy here, pay here, where most of the stock are repos. So each time they repo a vehicle, like they said in the last clip, happens all the time in the business, the car ends up getting worse and worse. It's just something that I would want to avoid at all costs.
Let's talk about the cons of financing a car from a buy here, pay here. These buy here, pay here's control all the terms. So 9 times out of 10, they're gonna set that interest rate at 20-25%, and that's it. This is gonna result in you paying for the car like twice. That's how high your rate's gonna be. But to be honest, that can happen at a regular dealership too. Second thing is that they really don't have the best selection. At most buy here, pay here lots, they have older, high mileage cars, and there's just not much to really choose from. For example, the buy here, pay here that I went to yesterday, I think they had like 12 cars on the lot. Now, another big one is that they don't always report your payments. So let's say you plan on getting a buy here, pay here car to rebuild your credit, you might not actually get any credit for those payments that you made that were on time. Now, another one that goes over people's heads is that they track their cars. can pretty much guarantee if you purchased a car from a buy here, pay here, there's a tracker somewhere in the car and you have no idea where it is. So with that being said, let's say you miss a payment, they're gonna go pick up their car. It's not gonna be a repo or anything like that. They're just gonna go pick up your car or shut it off.
So they'd be able to find out and follow you wherever you go. And we got another comment here regarding the trackers. If you own a vehicle and hold a title, remove whatever you want. If you're still making payments and don't hold a title or are under lien, read your contract. And that's a very good transition over to the next clip with somebody advertising their services.
The buddy called me today on a Tuesday, crying, saying he was late on the car payment. He couldn't make it until Friday, when he got paid. And I guess the buy here, pay here company threatened to repo his car after making 28 on-time payments straight. And he just had a baby, so I made this video for people on an emergency and educational purpose that needs assistance. Rather you think you have a stalker, rather a dealership is being real nasty with you, and now you feel unsafe.
Okay, I'm cutting it off there. You know exactly what this is, and it doesn't seem legal to me. The guy was still making payments and decided to remove the tracker. But one of the comments here, the buy here, pay here companies put more than one tracker on, which sucks. So you might think you removed it, now you're in the clear, but they could still find your car regardless.
Buy here, pay here dealerships. If you have to ask the question whether or not you want to buy a car from a buy here, pay here dealership, then you need to ask, are you the type of person who buys stuff at Rent-A-Center? Do you have extraordinary credit card debt? These people will sell, it's a lie, they're not selling you a car. You're at best renting a car, a long-term rental. Some buy here, pay here places have, they may let you buy it after a while, but typically, let me be blunt, buy here, pay here places are exploitative business practices for the poor, right? A buy here, pay here dealership is made to exploit people who have poor financial literacy, and that's just the beginning and end of it. Everybody needs a car, and these people will loan shark you to death.
So I mean, I feel like this is pretty common knowledge in today's world, but if you didn't know how bad this could get, hopefully this video helped. But that's all I got for you guys today. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. YouTube thinks you'll like this video popping up on screen right now, but hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, please leave a like, and I'll talk to you guys later.
Google searches for can't sell house just hit an all-time high, higher than 2008, higher than COVID, higher than anything we've ever seen. We all know what that means.
Anyone else trying to sell a house in Southwest Florida? We've been trying to sell our house in Southwest Florida for probably close to 3 years.
Folks, for sale signs are stacking up everywhere in the U.S. housing market. Some of these sellers are even taking losses. On this house behind me, they bought it for $267,000 in 2024, and now it's listed for $230,000.
So today we're going to be taking a look at the housing market along with some people having trouble selling their home right now. Who would have thought it'd be hard to sell overpriced homes to the average person living paycheck to paycheck in this high cost of living environment? We have a ton of stuff to go over today along with comments from you guys from previous videos. So if you want to be featured on a future video, leave in the comments down below. But let's just jump right into it.
Folks, for sale signs are stacking up everywhere in the U.S. housing market. Some of these sellers are even taking losses. On this house behind me, they bought it for $267,000 in 2024, and now it's listed for $230,000. I'm seeing like houses for sale literally right next to each other. The prices are dropping and dropping hard in many cities and states across America, especially in the South. This is where data from ReventureApp is showing the biggest inventory surge and where price declines are happening. First, over here, this is an open door house. They're America's biggest home flipper. You can see the blue sign right here. They're trying to sell a 3-bed, 1-bath house, 900 square feet south of Atlanta for $216,000. Folks, sellers in Florida are taking huge losses on houses. The owner bought it in 2022 for $390,000. It's now listed for $357,000. When you look at this map on ReventureApp, prices are dropping almost everywhere in Florida. And the reason I'm showing you guys this is to show you the truth about what owning real estate in Florida means. Yes, there's big booms. Yes, you can make a lot of money in the long run. However, there's also big downturns. There's big crashes. You see, this owner also tried to rent the house out first. He had it on the market for rent at $2,600 a month, cut it to $2,500 a month,
There's a lot of rental inventory in this neighborhood. He couldn't rent it. Now he's deciding to sell at a loss.
And we could go right over to the comment section with the Florida clip. There are too many builds and not enough income or interest to support $500,000 houses in Florida. The economics are too lopsided, distress and home prices will drop like a rock. And I don't know if you heard in the background of the first clip south of Atlanta, is that there was a dog outside constantly barking the entire time. I don't know about you, I wouldn't want to hear that in the background all the time either.
Anyone else trying to sell a house in Southwest Florida? We've been trying to sell our house in Southwest Florida for probably close to 3 years. We rented it out for 2 of those years. We made the mistake of moving to Florida, thought it was going to be a whole different life. We were looking for peace. We got total chaos. We stayed there for 5 months and we moved back to our original state. We're still here now. We rented that house out for 2 years, and then as of this June, I think it was May, the end of May, June, we put it up for sale. We finally have buyers, and now the market is so bad that we're hoping that the appraisal that's being done tomorrow is going to appraise for at least what the offer was. It's a solid $150,000 less than what we paid for it.
And the appraisal could make it even worse. My other thought with this situation is you didn't go down there for a long period of time before you bought some sort of long-term Airbnb in the area where you were expecting to buy a house. That's a pretty big mistake to not like where you actually purchased, and now you're losing $150,000 just to get out of the deal and go back to square one. Very odd decision in my opinion, but we can move on to the next clip.
Google searches for can't sell house just hit an all-time high, higher than 2008, higher than COVID, higher than anything we've ever seen. We all know what that means. But there's a problem with the chart. This only goes back to 2016, so I went back and I checked every single year of Google Trend data. And when you go all the way back to 2004, it was basically a non-existent search term, and then this has just been taken off like a rocket lately. So unless interest rates fall dramatically, you're about to see home prices fall across the board.
Going over to the comments, are you saying Gen Z might be able to buy a home? Wow, it's almost like a $200,000 house isn't worth $1.3 million. Someone else also said, I can't sell my $500,000 home that I bought for $250K in 2020. And that's why some people are taking massive losses right now. But on the other hand, you still have some sellers that are completely delusional.
I just encountered another completely delusional seller / listing agent in a recent offer that I wrote. And here's the story. So for reference, I'm selling my client's townhouse. They're upsizing to a single family home, currently in escrow on that townhouse. So we're writing offers on homes that they love. This home we wrote an offer on was listed for $1.2 million. We wrote a little above list price. That's how much they loved it. And we got a counter. And this counter was mind-boggling. The seller is requesting to live in the house completely for free after close of escrow for 30 days. On top of that, the home will be sold as is, no repairs, no credits, even any termite work. It's going to be up to the buyer to do that after close of escrow. On top of that, they said, you know what, if your appraisal comes in lower than what you are writing an offer for, you're not going to be able to adjust the purchase price to make up for that appraisal difference. So we didn't even respond to this counter. We just walked away, and now we're looking at different homes this weekend. But to ask for free rent backs, no repairs, no credits, appraisal, forget about it. In 2025 is absolutely ridiculous. This is something that occurred in 2020 and for the most part of 2021.
On top of it being a $1.2 million house, and you know it's probably worth half that. We have some sellers that are still stuck in the peak of COVID years and won't settle for anything less other than the absolute top of the line price. And that's just not happening 6 years later. I asked you guys in an older video, do you see overpriced listings where you live? Yep, the sellers keep delisting and relisting their homes to restart the clock on the MLS. Some sellers in my area have been doing this for the past 3 years. They refuse to accept their home is overpriced. I also live in North Carolina on the coast, and it's all overpriced D.R. Horton builds and overpriced older homes that are about to fall apart. And the seller refuses to fix anything or come down on the prices. Don't sell homes for $800,000 when they should be $350,000 houses. I'm in Canada. What do you think? We'll see a clip a little bit later about Canada. One house near me was originally priced at $1.2 million. Single family home that's 2,500 2,500 square feet, was on the market for 124 days and sold for $900,000. The original bathroom and kitchen was from 1989. The market is still cooked, no matter how you look at it. 40+ thousand homes in Las Vegas are overpriced sitting on the market. There are no jobs in Vegas anymore, only layoffs and casinos losing everything with no tourism. But regardless, we're still seeing clips like this being uploaded all the time.
280 days on the market, our buyer makes an offer at 90% of the list price. What happens, Jenny?
Well, the listing agent told me that the seller wants their list price. I said, well, what's her plan if she doesn't get it? She said, keep the house. I said, good, that's a good plan. That's what's gonna happen.
We offered $50,000 under listing on a $699,000 property 7 weeks ago, and they declined. Today, it was reduced by $55,000. The longer that house sits on the market, the more sellers it drives away. The assumption is something is wrong with either the home or the seller. Exactly. 280 days on the market means it's overpriced, 90% was a good offer, and that's still not enough for some people. Here's another one up on screen, me sending an offer on a house that's been sitting for 200 days. Listing agent, we have multiple offers coming in. Yeah, sure you do. Made an offer on a house that's been listed for over a year, so we offered $40,000 under, and yet again denied. Sold a few months later for $175,000 under. I really just don't understand. Saw a house on Zillow sitting for $850,000 for a couple months, then dropped to $799,000 and stayed there for a couple more months. It just got relisted for $1.25 million. What do you think's going to happen now? I put an offer on a house that's been sitting for 2 months. The agent came back and said the buyers were offended with my $10,000 under asking, with no other offers on the table. Do you want to sell the house or not? We could really sit here and read comments like this all day long. They are never ending. And we got one from you guys talking about the people who bought in the past couple years. They overpaid for their homes, and now they want us to overpay for their homes. Don't think so. But now we can get into the absolutely ridiculous prices in Canada.
Miriam Musavi admits she's been struggling financially as a full-time real estate agent in the Greater Toronto area. A single mother, she was forced to list her own home in April. 7 months later, it hasn't sold.
I have to basically beg people to come and just even look at the house.
The national average sale price of a home sold in October was just over $690,000, down 1.1% from a year ago, according to the Canadian Real Estate Association. This home east of Toronto was purchased in September 2024 for $2.3 million. Last month, it sold for $1.2 million.
Guess what? People can't afford million-dollar homes that are only worth $350,000. They inflated the market and now cry. Well, as an agent, she should know. If it's not selling, the market doesn't support the list price. No one wants to spend $800,000 on a $350,000 house. No one has the money. Inflation is killing us. That house was never worth $2.3 million in the first place. But talking about her being a real estate agent, we could go over to some of the recent stats.
Did you guys hear about this? The National Association of Realtors just dropped the numbers for 2025. Roughly 71% of realtors across the United States did not sell a single home last year, and it's literally almost 950,000 realtors out of the 1.3 million that are licensed across the U.S. did not do a single deal.
And I know some people do it as a side hustle. They just have the license and don't really do much with it. But regardless, with those types of stats, it sounds pretty obvious that most people can't afford houses these days. And what happens because of that? They just sit collecting dust.
You guys honestly aren't gonna believe this. Those townhomes are still for sale over 2 years later. It's almost unimaginable. They could build all these condos and let them sit for sale for so long. Some of them listed for almost $600,000 still. So recently, they put a whole bunch of money into this quiet, serene public landscape area. It's right here on one of the busiest streets in town. I'm literally having to yell so you can hear me. So basically, all these units are just emblematic of the greater housing market, where there's so many refusals to lower prices. You can see that all these years later, the for rent sign is still up. Personally, I believe a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom, whatever, on one of the busiest streets in town with basically no yard isn't worth more than $250,000, $300,000, but that's just my opinion. And I guess in the olden days, people not buying it would drive the prices down, but that's just not how it works anymore. It's anybody's guess as to what's gonna happen here. But I want to say thank you to those of you who've been here since the beginning. All those years ago when I made one of my first videos about this place.
It's crazy that he gets to go back years later and see the exact same issue happening, along with showing a perfect example of how loud it would be if you did live there for $600,000. But no, we're not going to lower the price at all. It's just going to sit dormant, and with those being new construction, they have a pretty short lifespan. They're definitely not going to last as long as houses built 50 years ago.
Hi, I'm Brittany. I'm about to go tell a seller that their $900,000 house is actually worth $550,000. Welcome to that house.
There's actually a good amount of clips like this online. I like this trend, but no matter how many times you tell them, some sellers just won't accept that. Someone around the corner from me bought a small bungalow for $1.4 million during the pandemic. They would be lucky to get $700,000 for it today. The economy needs more of this kind of reality check. Tell them that the $550,000 house isn't worth $900,000 and they shouldn't have paid for that. The creator responds, "You're exactly right. During COVID, I told all my buyers, you better stay in the house 5+ years or you're not buying it." But many did not take that advice. They saw the wild increase from people who bought 2015 up to 2020, 2021, and they thought prices would constantly increase like that all the way up to 2025, 2026. And obviously that's not what happened. We got another comment from you guys right here. Buy a house you'll love. Don't buy a house you want to sell in the future. But we've heard so many times that it's always an investment. You can make more money in the future. You absolutely have to buy a house right now. That's how you start building generational wealth. And to be honest, I'm just really tired of hearing that.
People who bought their house in 2022, now 3 years or 2 years ago, they want to sell their house and they're trying to sell it for 50 grand more than what they bought it for, but really their sale price is their purchase price. And again, if they used a VA or if they did some sort of refinance and rolled their closing costs into it, like, they can't. So I'm meeting with these folks and trying to have these conversations with them. It's a really hard pill to swallow.
And like I said, some people won't accept that, so their house will be listed for more than a year, with absolutely no buyers being interested. I bought my house in 2019 for $130,000, just had it appraised for $510,000. Now, if I were to sell my house for $500,000 and buy an equivalent house, I would essentially be paying $500,000 for a house that's really worth about $130,000. That's something that's always glossed over with the people who have made a lot of money in their houses over the past few years. You now have to move to a different area with a much lower cost of living and either do your research or get very lucky that it's also a up-and-coming town. So it's really not as easy as buying a house, just waiting a couple years and making free money from it.
Let's talk about the number one factor in selling a house, okay? Do you know what that is? It's pricing. It's always been pricing. I don't care how good of a house you think you have, what great condition it is, and all the modification that you've done, the location, the school district. While those are all factors and a reason why someone is attracted to your house, at the end of the day, they're going to buy your house on the most important factor, and that is how much is it going to cost them, okay?
Here's another sobering truth for you. Buyers don't care how much you bought the home for. They don't care how much money you put into it. They don't care how much you spent on your high-end appliances. Certainly don't care what you need to net.
And because of that, we have sellers that would rather delist and relist their house every single year.
According to Redfin, nearly 45,000 sellers who threw in the towel and delisted their homes last year came crawling back to the market in January, the highest number of relistings for a January in over a decade. This is the seller delusion narrative in full effect. It's a phenomenon prevalent in hybrid markets where the power hasn't yet fully shifted from seller to buyer. These are sellers who would rather pull a home off the MLS for a few months, hoping against hope that conditions will improve before relisting the same exact house with the same exact problems. In San Jose, California, 257 homes that were delisted last year hit the market again in January. That represents 12.5% of the total inventory for that month, the highest share of any major U.S. metro.
But it's because they're told it's not a great time right now. Maybe delist it and relist it in the spring or the summer. The buyers are magically going to come back, as if people are going to magically be able to save a massive ton of money to buy these homes.
You're trying to sell now. It's a horrible time to sell. If you look at it, Zillow just shows everywhere there's price drops after price drops after price drops. It's a horrible time to sell. And I told these people, I said, listen, this year, by summer, the buyers are supposed to re-engage, and we'll see some very strong buyer activity. But last year, most of the MLS was down between 6 and 6.5%, depending on your neighborhood and price point and things like that.
So why do you think it's going to be any different in 2026? Again, the cost of living hasn't gotten any better. It's not like everybody got a pay bump for some reason. We're going to see the exact same problems as last year. But we can move on to just a couple clips here that I just had to put in this video. We have one of a guy trying to sell this house 45 minutes outside of Houston.
For less than $8,000 as a down payment, I can get you into this modern starter home. Perfect for my first-time buyers, just 45 minutes from downtown Houston. Let me show you the inside. Come follow me.
Okay, so he does a normal tour with the music behind it. 45 minutes out is pretty far, but the price really isn't that bad, at least in comparison to other homes. However, the HOA is $900 a month. How do you think you'd be able to sell that? And that's basically every single comment under this video. HOA $900? You had me till HOA, lost me at HOA. Why? Do you have almost an extra $1,000 a month for it? That one was just absolutely unreal to me. Here we got another clip up on screen with the power lines being in front of your driveway. But yeah, get ready for a massive discount on that townhouse, or be ready to let it sit listed until the end of time. Here we got another one. This is why it's important to ride past the property before falling in love with it online. Now I really hope this means this person's just doing a tour of the property and they didn't purchase, because their neighbors look like absolute nightmares. But that's all I got for funny clips in this video. We could just move on.
The Las Vegas Valley is now firmly a buyer's market for residential real estate, according to a new study. This is from Patrick Blennerhassett and the Las Vegas Review-Journal. Redfin estimates that the valley has shifted towards a buyer's market almost more than any other major metro in the country, as the number of sellers now outpaces the number of buyers by 96.7%, which is up from 47.9% year over year, ending August. The only other metro area that has seen a bigger shift from sellers to buyers this year is Denver. And in terms of it being a seller's market, the only place worse is Newark, New Jersey. They lead the category.
But as we heard with the comment earlier, there aren't as many jobs in Las Vegas anymore, especially with them relying heavily on tourism. People don't have expendable income to go over to Vegas and hang out and gamble their money away. But even with some of these areas turning into buyer's markets, or the housing prices beginning to drop, it is still way more expensive than renting.
According to Realtor.com, they say that the median U.S. rent for July of 2025 is $1,712 per month, which is actually down 2.5% year over year. And while the average monthly mortgage payment does change significantly depending on how much you paid for your house and your interest rate and your down payment and everything like that, according to Redfin, the median monthly mortgage payment at a 6.58% interest rate right now is about $2,600 a month as of the end of August, and that's with a 20% down payment, guys. And we're going by the median sale price of about $435,000. So that is still a crazy amount of money, and you got to come up with 20% down in order to even get a payment that low, which means you need to have like 90 grand at closing. Might as well just call it 100 when you round up to having all the closing costs and title fees and things like that paid for. So you got to spend 100 grand right off the bat out of pocket to have a $2,600 or $2,700 a month mortgage payment right now. Whereas if you're renting that same property, you could be paying $1,700 a month.
And I think it's pretty obvious to say most people don't have a spare $100,000 for the down payment. And that's only talking about the mortgage. We could take a look at the other expenses that of course have increased over the past several years.
I'd rather talk about the hidden costs of owning a home. So here's how much the average total payments for owning a home has gone up over the past few years. This is a 10-year chart. So notice how it really accelerated after the pandemic, obviously because of all the money printing and inflation. Okay, so this is the total average payments, right? But this, like this line that I've circled in red, is how much property insurance has gone up, and we are seeing no relief. And the next one I just circled is property taxes. Since 2019, insurance costs are up 72%, and property taxes are up 31%. So listen, I want you to think about that, because even if mortgage interest rates fall, then of course, yeah, that's gonna help out home affordability. However, the affordability situation can continue to get worse if insurance and property taxes keep rising like this.
So that average $2,600 a month mortgage becomes way more expensive when you factor all of this in. And I know that there are many people who don't know how interest really works, so when they start seeing videos like this, it really deters a lot of home buyers.
We bought a house in 2025, and it might have been the worst financial decision ever. Let's talk about how much we paid in the year of 2025 toward this house. We're not going to include all of the repairs that we made, which totaled over $10,000, but we are going to talk about the actual mortgage payments we made, because we went from a mortgage of $364,500 to today having a mortgage of $359,681. So overall, we paid a little bit extra toward the principal, and we reduced the balance of the loan by $4,818.82 in the year of 2025. In that same time, we did pay our taxes on the property, which was $5,067.89. And then we paid interest toward the bank for the mortgage of $15,828.02. In the beginning of a mortgage, you pay more in interest because the balance is higher, and we do have an interest rate of 6.375% on this loan. So the interest adds up every single month. We're paying over $1,900 in interest on this loan. It's a little bit painful to see the totals at the end of the year. We paid almost $16,000 in interest, which just went to the bank to allow us the privilege of paying a mortgage payment every single month on this property, so that we can eventually, in maybe less than 30 years, own the home outright.
And again, this is after finding, at least for that situation, around $70,000 to $80,000 for a down payment, and then you could watch $16,000 disappear every year for interest. No wonder why we hear Gen Z saying that they'll never be able to own a home.
People can't sell their homes right now. They're having the worst luck selling their homes right now. This is not the market to buy, it is the market to rent. I know it sounds crazy, but right now it is more flexible, more feasible, and it's just smarter to rent right now. The average length of time that a house is sitting on the market right now is about 3 months. 3 months. Some houses have been sitting longer than that because the market is vastly different than it was a year ago. Just a year ago. Like, people are losing their shit trying to sell their homes right now. And some people are selling just to go back to renting. So right now it's not smart to buy.
And because of this, we even have some situations where people could afford a home but are deciding not to because of how much of a headache it is.
I'm 25 going on 26. I probably could afford a house, but I'm just gonna keep renting, bro. Like, of course at some point I would like to have my own house, but I'm in my mid-20s, and right now I just don't see it as a practical thing. Again, would love for someone to prove me wrong, but buying a primary home that you are going to live in full-time, that's a lifestyle. That's not an investment. Like, buying a single-family home and living in it full-time, that's not gonna build me a bunch of wealth. I've seen 20-something homeowners, and they're miserable. It's a lot of upkeep. It is a lot of upkeep. And then and the people that I know, they're house poor. I truly view buying a house as like a luxury lifestyle, not really an investment, unless you are just mega rich and you're turning and burning and you just have a bunch of rental properties.
And of course, a vast majority of people are not like that. They can go over to the comment section, hey, I'm a homeowner, keep renting. And whenever I talk about this, a bunch of people get mad. If you're renting, you're just setting your money on fire, giving it to the landlord. And just like the last clip, I'm not against owning a home. I would like to one day. I just don't think it's worth it whatsoever, especially where I live. Houses have become so ridiculously expensive, along with there being a ton of new builds, so the quality isn't even there in the first place, and the rent is significantly lower than the mortgage payments. But that's all I got for you guys today. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. YouTube thinks you'll like this video popping up on screen right now, but hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, please leave a like, and I'll talk to you guys later.
I have 3 cars on my lot right now that I can't believe are still here.
Okay, we'll do your financing, but we're gonna put all these additives on. We're gonna put this warranty on, we're gonna put all these extras on, and now the price comes out to be $35,100. Goes from $26,900 to $35,100.
My latest car purchase, it was unbearable. You always have to talk to the finance office, no matter what.
Okay, so today we're going to be taking a look at dealerships and why they're still having trouble selling vehicles. I think the answer is pretty obvious to you and me, but they love to play dumb and act like it isn't because everything's overpriced. We have a ton of stuff to go over today, along with comments from you guys from previous videos. So if you want to be featured on a future video, leave in the comments down below. But let's start off with one of the many tricks dealerships like to pull to get you in the door.
So I'm trying to buy a new vehicle for driving with Moonguard. I wanted to buy a bigger vehicle than my RAV4. I'm looking for a Toyota Highlander hybrid, and I'm out here at Toyota of Richardson, Texas. They advertised this Toyota Highlander hybrid for $26,900, and then whenever I get here, they pre-approved me. My credit union pre-approved me, and I asked them ahead of time, can I take this car to my mechanic to get pre-inspected? That way I know I'm not getting raked over the coals. And they said yes, but as soon as I get here, they're like, oh no, our salesman has to go with you. And I was like, okay, that's not what was communicated, but I'm like, okay, as long as your salesman can get there, get it inspected, I'm okay with that. And then whenever they say, we have to agree on the price, I'm like, okay, the price is $26,900, so that's what I'm gonna get. They're like, well, we can't accept outside financing. I'm like, you can't accept outside financing. When I'm really gonna bring you a check to pay for the car, you have to do inside financing. So we got around that. They were like, okay, we'll do your financing, but we're gonna put all these additives on. We're gonna put this warranty on, we're gonna put all these extras on, and now the price comes out to be $35,100. Goes from $26,900 to $35,100. This is at Toyota Richardson in Texas.
And you really wonder why vehicles aren't selling? It's almost like they don't want to do their job. We can go over to the comments. I worked for them. Good call. Never buy from anyone affiliated. They're selling loans now, not cars. The kickbacks are insane. Thanks for the heads up. Definitely scratching that one off the list. May I use your video as evidence in a soon-to-be filed complaint? So just because you wanted to get a few extra $1,000 on a used Highlander, your whole dealership is now getting dragged all across social media. There were over 10,000 comments on this clip. This went pretty viral. And we got a comment from you guys right here that goes with this. Car sale lots aren't selling cars anymore. They're selling loans. Screw that. But like I said at the beginning, they have to play dumb. It's got to be for other reasons, not the price.
I've got a hot take. I think the real reason people don't come into the dealership is because they're scared. Most people aren't scared about driving a truck. They're scared of getting denied, paying too much, not knowing their payment, or being embarrassed about their credit. And the crazy thing is, this is the easiest time of year to buy from us because Ford is running a special of 000. It's the easiest time for anybody to qualify regardless of your credit, your down payment, or your monthly payment. Now tell me I'm wrong. Most people aren't avoiding the dealership, they're avoiding the conversation.
And we're just going to go straight over to the comment section. It's because we could do math. The 0% of $60,000 is still $1,000 a month. No truck is worth that. It's because they're $20,000 to $50,000 overpriced. Especially if you're looking at any pickup in today's world. Scared? No, your prices are insane. 90% of America cannot afford a new car, especially when a used one is not only cheaper but more reliable. Been to 3 different dealerships the past 3 months, talked to one person over the phone, gave all the information, and ghosted us until we came into the dealership and then passed us to someone else. Not to mention the outrageous markups and fees. The real reason we don't go there is that we have to interact with salespeople. It's exhausting, an outdated way of doing business. And they know this, so they have to resort to making little advertisements on social media like this.
Hey guys, it's Nick here at Crane Hyundai Bentonville. We got some certified pre-owned Palisades, marked down several thousand if you want to save some money on one. What? That's right, we got a handful of them and they're marked down several $1,000s. Come test drive one, see if it's one for you.
I do like that the first comment I see under this video is somebody asking, do you have any Hondas? But specifically with that vehicle, the Hyundai Palisade, there is currently a stop sale on them because with all the modern technology and electronics in the vehicle, it malfunctioned while folding its seat down and ended up killing a kid. So even if it is a few $1,000s off, I don't think it's really worth getting that vehicle. And we got another comment from you guys that goes well with it. Notice how they never mention the price. It's just a few $1,000s off. They're not actually going to tell you how much it is out the door, but we could keep going with the frankly embarrassing types of advertisements, at least in my opinion, because you're supposed to be a car salesman, professional, right? And you have videos like this up on screen running into a whole bunch of chairs just to gain a little bit of attention online so they'll walk into your dealership, let alone all the other clips of weird MLM kind of culty vibes when it comes to salesmen. What a sales meeting looks like at the number 2 Toyota dealership in the county. They're blaring a whole bunch of music, kind of the wannabe Wolf of Wall Street clip. I'd rather get a root canal than buy a car at a dealer. I can't wait until I I never have to deal with another car salesperson. First job to go from AI, this dude is fighting for his life in the comments. Everybody was making fun of it, but we'll just move on to the classic, I have no idea why these cars aren't selling type of clip.
I have 3 cars on my lot right now that I can't believe are still here. 2021 Civic Type R, only 36,000 miles. Red suede seats with Type R lettering, 6-speed manual. 2023 Ford Bronco Wild. Absolutely beautiful green on the vehicle right here. You get the beautiful two-tone interior with the beige and black on it. Nice large screen, 360 camera. This one is priced incredibly. I do not know how I have this last one still here. 2020 Porsche Macan GTS. Beautiful metallic gray finish on the car. Red bucket seats. These are stiff. They're gonna hold you in on these high speeds.
All right, we're cutting it off there. And again, magically, no prices were talked about. You not showing the price answered why they're still there. Show those sticker prices. DM me for more info. So you could get constantly harassed by them and never find out the actual out-the-door price. But another comment seems to have looked it up and found all the prices. The Type R is $37,148 with 38,000 miles. The Bronco is $43,105 with 41,000 miles. And the Macan is $44,269 with almost 60,000 miles. The maintenance with the Porsche is of course going to be a ton with 60,000 miles. I've talked about the Bronco a million times on this channel, not reliable, and most likely after all the fees, you're going to be paying $40,000 for a 5-year-old Civic. That's kind of all you really need to say. And we got another comment from you guys right here, short and simple. It's the price. It's always the price.
Bro, the amount of car salesmen on this app that have to come on here and act shocked as to why they cannot sell cars when all of the comments are just because of the price. Like, it is literally just the price. Like, you'll see them pointing out like a brand new truck, and then the comments, you go to the comments immediately, and it's just because you're selling a $40,000 truck for $90,000, and that's why no one is buying it. And it's just been kind of insane, and to the point where, you know, I totaled my car a few months ago, and instead of going out and getting another new car, I said no. Like, screw that. I'm just gonna buy like a cheap used car because I'm not gonna pay these insane prices for a new car.
Vehicles have more features than ever, a lot of them no one asked for. Buyers don't care about features, just let the market crash and burn. But then when you start saying this stuff to salesmen, they end up getting angry, making videos like this.
Just a reminder before you buy your next vehicle that the average iPhone has a markup of 40 to 60%, and eggs have an average markup of 10 to 30%. So, while yes, when you buy a car, the dealership may make money to stay in business and pay their employees, just realize that the only reason there's frustration is because it's the one industry where if you want to, you're allowed to haggle on the price.
So we're just gonna head right over to the comment section. Eggs aren't $50,000. Exactly. It's not illegal to buy an iPhone from Apple. Very good point again. No offense, but I never understood why we can't buy direct from a manufacturer. Other than providing some jobs, I don't see any value to dealerships. And he said the dealerships were marking up cars just to stay in business. They're just trying to pay their employees. I don't know about you, but this next clip doesn't seem like they're just trying to stay in business. They're trying to gouge you for as much money as humanly possible.
Toyota is having trouble selling the Tacomas, and the TRD Pro Tacoma is the perfect example of why. The Toyota Tacoma TRD Pro has a starting price of $63,735. Right out of the bat, it's already over $60,000. But like most of these TRD Pros, and honestly most of the Tacomas in general, there are of course markups, options, add-ons, and all of that is added to the total price for the Tacomas. This 2025 TRD Pro has $2,755 added by the manufacturer, and then you've got the $1,545 destination fee, of course, and then the dealership adds another $9,995. So just with the options added, the total price is actually $78,030. So that's another $14,295 from the original base price with all the add-ons and markups from the manufacturer and the dealership.
We're talking almost $80,000 for a Toyota Tacoma. Again, that doesn't seem like the dealership's just trying to stay in business. That sounds like price gouging. Absolutely ridiculous. And we could just move on to the next clip with straight up car dealership fraud.
car dealership that's committing fraud that changed your down payment from $1,000 to $10,000, and you went back to see what exactly was going on with the paperwork, and they said, "Oh, we'll get it fixed, baby." The Attorney General opened up a fraud case and pulled their license from selling vehicles. The finance manager and the two salespeople that said that the amount was going to be $1,000 and it was changed were charged with felony theft and wire fraud. Baby, that's not small crimes. They potentially could have 5 to 20 years in prison, because we had to wait to see how the investigation was going to go, because it's not just the difference of the $9,000. It's also manipulated paperwork. It is altered financing. There are several different things that happen behind the scenes before we can go ahead and have this money returned. Once these contracts started to get reviewed, and there were different forms, one for what the customer received and one for what they submitted to the finance company.
And this is not a one-off issue either. I remember us watching an older clip with a different dealership pulling this type of crap. I honestly don't know how they think they'd get away with this type of stuff. Going from $1,000 to $10,000 in today's world, where most people are living paycheck to paycheck, who would ever just say, you know what, that's fine, I'm just going to let them do whatever they want and commit fraud? Very odd decision making in my opinion, but it just seems like everybody is so tired of this.
I will never buy a new car again in my life. Not when I'm not prepared for it. I hope that I never have to go through this again. It is truly the most frustrating experience I have ever been through. This entire wreck is, but the car buying experience is so frustrating.
And we can go over to the comment section. This is the exact reason why I just went with Carvana. I bought my last car from Carvana and it was seamless. And I've talked about it before. Those types of companies could have run dealerships out of business. However, they completely messed up as well, because there are a ton of horror stories like this.
I ordered a SUV from Carvana. I loved it. It was black outside. The outside was so nice. The size was perfect. It had a third row, but I had to return it because look at, there was mold inside those little inserts behind the seats. There was garbage. There was milk still on the seat. The tires were almost bald. If you see, the pedals are so dirty. Like, Carvana put no effort into this delivery. They didn't clean it. It looked like they quickly just wiped it down.
The first comment saying, did you not hear the brakes coming off the truck? That's what I thought. You sell to Carvana, you don't buy from Carvana. I had coffee stains on the ceiling, seatbelt, and my seat. Mine came from Carvana as well. So there really isn't any winning in this situation. Going over to the dealership is a terrible experience, but if you buy from a company like this, you could get screwed with your deal as well.
What is a customer red flag? When he says, I gotta talk to my wife about it, you'll never see that man again. What is a customer red flag?
We're not looking to buy today.
What is a customer red flag?
When he says he's a mechanic.
What is the biggest customer red flag?
The biggest one is not wanting to communicate over the phone, not wanting to come in the dealership. If you're trying to buy, let's say, a $40, $50, even a $20,000 car, and you refuse to get on the phone with a salesperson, then you're a red flag.
Because you're basically guaranteed to waste time. The salesman is not going to tell you the out-the-door price on the phone. You're just going to end up getting annoyed. Another one of the red flags is having to talk to my wife, my partner, because why should you communicate with her when you're about to sign on the dotted line for a $50,000 plus vehicle? Another red flag is just being a mechanic, so they could actually figure out how much they're getting screwed. And I mean, there's even more clips like this that are pretty embarrassing for a salesperson to make.
Well, I gotta talk to my wife. Let me think about it. The payment's too much.
So if they're sitting at the dealership making TikToks like this all day, I feel like it's pretty obvious that they're hurting. If they were actually churning and burning, they wouldn't have time to make these types of posts. On top of it not being worth it in the first place, I feel like this is just rage bait to make even more people angry at the dealerships in general. I mean, here's another one. My customer just walked away after waiting 1 hour for finance. Maybe that means you should speed up the process, especially if they're purchasing wildly overpriced vehicles like this.
Over $100,000 for this 2025 Hummer. That is a lot of money for an EV Hummer. But we're here at GMC, so we're probably going to see a lot of $100,000 vehicles because it's General Motors. But we're also going to check out Buick. Some of you are like, what? Buick still exists? It does. It still exists. They still sell cars, just not that many. Now let's check out this Yukon here, 2026. Luckily, we're not seeing any old inventory yet. $98,000. Wow. $98,000, and it has a 6.2, and if you know anything about it, the 6.2 has a recall with the different year models, and it's had a lot of issues. Let's check out this one. It should be a little bit of a lower trim level here. Let's see, maybe $96,000. Save a few $1,000.
And a comment from you guys goes very well with the Yukons, could have something to do with the loan lasting longer than the vehicle. We have seen many clips of those SUVs breaking down at 10, 20,000 miles, while you're paying well over $1,000 a month for it. But we could just move on to yet another bait and switch from a dealership.
So we're gonna go see if this is real or not. This 2025 Hyundai Ioniq 5 SLE. So this is one of the mid trims. $55,000 MSRP for $27,000. So I'm here at this dealership right now. So we're gonna find out how true this deal is and what the actual out the door price is. So again, 27 online ended up being 42,000 out the door, which I don't get how we went from that to that. And again, the same MSRP and everything. So yeah, I guess that's not really a deal. There was a better deal if you leased. You got an extra, you got $17,000 off, but then you had to lease it, you had to buy it out, and kind of, you had to pay an acquisition fee. There's a whole bunch of other fees. So it wasn't really $17,000 you got off because you had to pay like $5,000 back in fees. So yeah, not really as good as the deals I thought.
Dealerships lying once again to get people to come in. 27,000 to 42,000, what a joke. And he didn't say anything about the dealership saying, oh, this was just a typo, we messed up. They knew exactly what they were doing.
My latest car purchase, it was unbearable. You always have to talk to the finance office, no matter what, to complete the purchase.
What do they kept saying? They just
And he kept me on the line. I mean, even after I convinced him, listen, dude, I am not taking out a loan, so stop. He went, well, the warranty, you really need the warranty. So then he pitched the warranty for another 7 minutes. It was exhausting.
You got to stay on that phone.
And at some point, I just wanted to say, hey, man, Google me. Just Google me.
Google me.
We can
You'll
end
know.
this call
I
early.
swear.
We
I
save you your
swear.
time to go
I know.
peddle this to someone else.
Yes, that's right.
Whenever we go over this topic, I'm just amazed that some company out there hasn't done what Carvana does, but obviously in a much better way. There is a ton of money to be made in the car market, but every option seems to be awful.
Entire recon department quit today. Here's a day in the life of a GM at a Ford store. I've been calling recon for like a half hour because we have cars that need done. We have new car check-ins, about 6 of them that need checked in and stocked in, and they're not answering. Send one of my girls back. Hey, no one's in recon and they haven't seen anybody in there for like an hour. Okay. Call them. 2 guys working today. Yeah, we quit. We just left.
Going over to the comment section, people don't quit jobs, they quit management. The entire team left, that tells you something. Mistreated employees do that. Poor management is probably your big answer. Kind of sounds like you're the issue. This is also somebody we've gone over before with the videos talking about why aren't these cars selling in their wildly overpriced F-150s or the unreliable Broncos and Bronco Sports. And now there also seems to be even more issues with the dealership other than the price. But now we're really starting to see the consequences of the lack of sales when it comes to entire manufacturers.
Volkswagen's profits have collapsed, and now tens of thousands of jobs could be on the chopping block. The company is facing one of its toughest financial moments in years. And how bad is it? Well, they just reported that operational profits dropped 53%, which is a massive hit, and one that's forcing the automaker to rethink its cost structure. According to reports, to deal with the slowdown, Volkswagen is considering cutting up to 50,000 jobs globally across all brands as part of a major restructuring effort. Now the pressure is coming from multiple directions. Demand for electric vehicles has cooled in several markets, competition from Chinese automakers is intensifying, and the transition to EVs has proven far more expensive than originally expected. Added tariffs and things are just not looking so great. Volkswagen has been investing billions into electrification, software development, and new platforms, but those investments haven't translated into the profits that the company expected.
And this is not just Volkswagen. A ton of companies have put a massive amount of money into EVs, and clearly the popularity has died down a lot over the past few years. Almost all the manufacturers have walked back their plans and stopped selling many EV models. I mean, the Volkswagen ID Buzz is not being sold in the US anymore, primarily because it was an EV with 250 miles that cost $70,000. I mean, maybe having a $39,000 GTI wasn't a good idea, or having a $50,000 Golf R. Every other thing is the problem but the car price. They're dropping because they want to make $60,000 electric vans and buses. I really wouldn't be surprised if we see some brands go away in the next few years. Everybody's been talking about Nissan and Infiniti for quite a while. The sales aren't great, along with the lack of reliability. But we can finish off this video talking about something a little bit different. It's not just vehicles. Motorcycles are having the same issues.
The average Harley-Davidson buyer in 2025 was 56 years old. The
The average Indian buyer was 54. The average cruiser buyer across all brands was 53. These aren't sustainable numbers. What happens when your core customer base is in their 50s and 60s? They stop buying new bikes. They downsize. They get health issues that prevent them from riding. And eventually, they age out entirely. Harley-Davidson has been losing roughly 40 to 50,000 riders per year to age-related attrition since 2020. That's 40 to 50,000 people who used to buy bikes, buy parts, pay for service, and generate recurring revenue, just gone from the market permanently. The replacement buyers aren't showing up.
Why would I pay 20,000+ for a Harley when I can get a brand new Honda Fury for 10 to 12,000 with a better warranty, drivetrain, and looks? Easy solution, don't charge $30,000 for a $9,000 bike, blame everything but the cost of the bike. So we might be seeing Harley-Davidson disappear in the future as well. But that's all I got for you guys today. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. YouTube thinks you'll like this video popping up on screen right now, but hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, please leave a like, and I'll talk to you guys later.
Yo, 6 owners, 3 accidents, man. And you owe how much?
I owe 60,000.
How much negative equity do you think we're going to have here?
Oh, 50,000.
Oh man, this payoff is higher than the MSRP.
Alright, so I just ran the credit. This might be the worst credit I have ever seen. I just want you guys to see this.
Okay, so today is going to be a fun one. We're going to be taking a look at some terrible car deals in this video. Story after story with people making pretty questionable financial decisions when it comes to purchasing a vehicle and then having to pay the price down the road in various ways. Could be negative equity, it could be destroyed credit, so your next loan will be awful. And like I always say, if you could genuinely afford the price of today's cars, along with the maintenance, the insurance, everything else that goes along with it, then fine, buy whatever you like. But it's become increasingly more apparent that most people cannot afford the vehicle they purchase, and it turns into the examples we're going to see today. We have a ton of stuff to go over, along with comments from you guys from previous videos, so if you want to be featured on a future video, leave in the comments down below. But let's start off with somebody trying to trade in a 10-year-old Mini Cooper.
Calling a customer on her Mini Cooper she wants to trade in, and she has 2 previous repos. We'll give her a call. Hey, how are you? This is Yusuf of Charlotte Auto Center.
Hey, Yusuf, how are you?
I'm doing good. I'm just calling up on reference to your interest in our 2017 BMW.
Yeah, 2015 Mini Cooper. I think like 109,000 miles on it. It's a 4-door hardtop.
Okay.
Just a
Pictures, I know you still at work, so if you can send that when you get a chance. So,
yeah.
as far as trading for that, right around 5,900 to 6,200, depending on condition and mechanical. Do you owe any money on it?
I still need to pay off about, I think like 19 or 20.
$20,000 on the 2015 Mini Cooper?
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay. What's your monthly payment on that?
Right around 600.
$600 a month.
Yeah.
Do you know your credit by any chance?
I've been working my credit and it's about, I've gotten it up to like 5 now, 500.
500. Okay. And have you had any repos in the?
Unfortunately,
2 repos? Okay. Okay, what a way to start off this video. We have someone who still owes $20,000 on an 11-year-old Mini Cooper that is worth about $6,000 overall with 2 repos. But still, you want to upgrade to a BMW, a nice luxury car, even though that is so far out of the realm of possibilities she didn't even know. Some of the comments, this is actually just sad. 20 grand on a $6,000 car is crazy. I'll never understand why people go for cars they can't afford. And with the 2 repos before the Mini Cooper, you could almost guarantee the interest rate was awful. The bank approving this loan is just as reckless as she is. It depends though. If she went to a buy here, pay here dealership to get that Mini Cooper, which can be a possibility with the 2 previous repos, they'll give you a loan for basically anything. The interest rate's going to be terrible, but they're almost banking on repoing the car again, maybe getting a few payments from you. Everything's GPS tracked so you can't hide at all, and rinse and repeat customer after customer. High school needs to start teaching basic finances, especially for the car stuff, vanity is off the charts in today's world, so you have countless stories of 18, 19, 20-year-olds getting brand new luxury cars that they have absolutely no business purchasing, and then they wreck their lives financially for the next several years. I asked you guys in an older video, do you know someone who's underwater on their vehicle? Majority of the people that I know, it's just sad. My brother-in-law bought a Bronco, and he doesn't need a Bronco, but he bought one because it looks really cool. He owes $50,000 on it still, and the car's worth $10,000 less, not to mention the amount he already paid on the loan. That's probably one of the best examples over the past 5 years. The Bronco is incredibly popular, very expensive as well. I like the way it looks, but I'm not getting one. And on top of it, if you paid over MSRP in 2020 or 2021, you're in an even worse situation. And a comment from you guys says the exact same thing. Pretty much everyone who bought a new car in 2021 or 2022. I have a 22 Hyundai Santa Cruz that I'm about $16,000 underwater and owned for about 2.5 years. Well, at least in comparison to the next clip, $16,000 isn't that bad.
How much negative equity do you think we're going to have here?
Oh, 50,000?
Oh, man. His payoff is higher than the MSRP. Social media is going to have a field day with this when I tell you what the trade number is.
This is a lease, right?
Yeah, it is.
Still, he must have rolled. He had a G-Wagon.
Well, clearly he did, because his payoff is still higher than the MSRP. Yeah. The adjusted cap cost at the beginning of the lease was $138,937. The deals with what they were even a year ago, with all the incentives that we had, to still have a cap cost of 18 grand over MSRP, he would have had to roll a massive amount of negative equity. I don't think he's a stranger to that. But you said that he wanted a GLE?
450E, and as low as you get it with there.
The problem is that unlike on this car that had big incentives, that has the lease cash, but that's it. Unless he would be coming to the table with a big down payment, because he is looking at, ready for this?
Go ahead.
$56,000. How many miles are on it? I'm sorry, actually, I forgot to update the miles. Oh, 62.5.
$62,000 underwater on a lease. So this is a perfect example of somebody getting a new vehicle every couple years, over and over again, and a Mercedes probably. Each time just rolling the depreciation into the next deal, and now you dug yourself $60,000 in the hole. His payoff is higher than the MSRP. What did he roll into the lease? A house? How in the world does banks even give these people loans in the first place? Why doesn't he just go get a used $6,000 old Honda and pay off his $50,000 debt? You know exactly why he's not doing that. He's currently at the Mercedes dealership and trying to get out of a G-Wagon. You think this person would ever make a sound financial decision and go over to a Honda? Oh no. You gotta keep up with the appearances. I'm still going to have a GLE, need that Mercedes badge on my car even though I clearly can't afford it. And another one that should be their decision, someone get that man a Corolla. There's just some people you really can't talk out of these choices. We'll see a little bit later. But now we're gonna move on to a Volvo that this guy just got a terrible deal on.
Alright guys, so hear me out. I got a customer that just came in on this 2010 Volvo. Has about 97,000 miles. Been having issues with it. The worst part about it, this gentleman owes, and it is really rough inside. You guys can see this. It smells really bad. This man owes $14,000 on this car. This is probably like a $200 car. It has 95,932 miles on it. There's a total loss report on the Carfax. I mean, this is as bad as it gets. Yeah, so total loss, click that. Total loss report in 2023. I feel bad for this guy, man.
Even with the inflated prices on both new and used cars right now, $14,000 could still get you a used 2015 Civic that's in pretty decent shape and will last you quite a while, and he still has that owned on this Volvo that's starting to break down on him. That is a total loss. It's a salvage vehicle. $14,000 left. What is he paying? $42 a month? The creator responds saying that they were paying almost $500 a month for this thing. $14,000 on a salvage vehicle. And funny enough, there's a comment talking about a 2015
2015 Honda. My Honda's worth about $5,000, but I owe around $10,000. I'll be driving it till the wheels fall off. It's just crazy how insanely common this is. Now, this next example is definitely very odd, wanting to impress other people with what you're driving around, even though you can't really afford it on paper. This guy seems to have the cash for it, but just a very shady situation.
All right, we're gonna be cold calling Terry back because I found a car that's more in his price range. I don't know how he's gonna react to it, but it's worth a shot.
Hey, brother, what's going on?
Hey, man, just giving you a call back, man, seeing if you've extended your search with the Hellcat anymore, and I just want to let you know that I actually found us a car. It's not a Hellcat, but it is a car that you can pay cash for with the down payment that you wanted to put on the Hellcat. It's a 2018 Dodge Charger SXT. It's got 84,000 miles on it, and I can sell it to you for like 20 grand.
I'm sorry, Alex, you said it's a SXT?
Yes, sir, it's a black SXT, and it's only $20,000.
Look, brother, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. First of all, you really don't know who I am, brother. I mean, I'm not going from no Bentley to a retired cop car to a rental car. I'm not going to be rolling around in no $15,000 car. I told you the price ain't really an issue. I can come up with that $10,000, $15,000 easy. I have that cash with me. I just took out a loan to cover the down payment pretty recently, so I was ready for you to get me some info on that Hellcat, but here you are.
What do you
trying to diminish me to get an even cheaper car? That's not what I'm looking for.
What do you mean you took out a loan to cover the down payment?
Yeah, with my local credit union. I bought cars like this before all my life, and I'm not going from a Bentley to a retired cop car. You really don't know who I am, and you're lucky I ain't coming down there to get that.
To do what?
Alright, so this one's interesting. This guy doesn't want to deal with having a plain old Charger. That's beneath him. You don't know who I am. I have the money for it. Cash on hand, apparently. Even though he had to take out a loan for the down payment on his previous car. So I think two things could be happening here. One, he's just completely lying about all of this, making it look like he's tough. He wants to get a Hellcat. He apparently has a Bentley. He's not going to drive around some retired cop car, or whatever his line of work is not on paper. Everything is cash and under the table, so you're not taxed on it, but then it's very difficult to get loans because it looks like you make no money. But when we're talking about those Dodges, the Hellcats, the Demons, it must have a million people in a chokehold apparently, because even when you do end up owning a Hellcat, that's not enough. Now I need a Dodge Demon. You're just never going to be satisfied with your vehicle, and you're going to get into even more debt because of it.
Yeah, so I got a 600 credit score. So
you said you got a 2018
I got a 2018 Hellcat, and I switched that Dodge Demon. So I was trying to see if I could trade out and get it back.
How much do you owe on the Hellcat?
Ooh, I owe like 60 grand. I got it for 80,000.
$80,000 you said you bought it for? And how many miles are on it?
Like 96,000.
6,000 miles, bro. And you owe 6 owners, 3 accidents, man. And you owe how much?
I owe 60,000.
What's your credit score?
My credit score is 60, maybe like a 680.
That's decent. How much money do you have down to get in the car?
About 2,000 to 3,000 now. Yeah.
How much do you make a month?
I make in between $3,000 and $4,000.
What do you do for work?
Like Amazon package delivery. Yeah.
So
yeah, I'm trying.
What's your interest rate and what's your payment on the car?
22%, and the payment on the car is like $1,250 a month.
$1,250 with 22% interest rate on the Hellcat, and you're trying to upgrade to a Demon when you only make $3,000 a month being an Amazon driver. Almost all of your money, if not more, is going into the car on top of the maintenance and the insurance. I bet the interest rate will be even worse than the 22% he currently has if this happens. Owing $60,000 with almost 100,000 miles is insane. I forgot to talk about that. Bro needs a Honda. He needs to get a Dodge Neon, not a Hellcat. 6 owners and 3 crashes is crazy. I mean, you can't get much worse of a Carfax than that. He's paying rent for a car. He already has a Hellcat. Just be happy with that. That's what I'm talking about. Some people will just never be satisfied. Even if they do get their dream car, in a few years something better comes out with, of course, a higher MSRP, and then they want that, and they're just in the rat race for the rest of their lives. How did he get approved for $80,000 on a Hellcat when it was wrecked 3 times? But like I said before, even with all of these types of videos that I make and everybody else's experiences on social media, you just can't talk some people out of their choices.
Okay, so like I said to you this morning on the phone,
because you told me you have bad credit, it's going to be hard to get an approval with $3,000 down on a 2015. That's what you're not understanding. You know what I mean? Again, it's a 10-year-old car, and it's got over 100,000 miles. But if you want to get your own financing, if I can get you a bill of sale, you can feel free. But I just know if I run your credit, I won't be able to get you approved for $3,000 down. But if you still want to go inside and run your credit, I have no problem with that. With $3,000 down and a 500 credit score, no, I don't think so. Just like I told you on the phone.
I cut off this video here. This goes on for about 4 minutes. This guy absolutely needs to have a Cadillac Escalade, even though it's a 2015. It still looks nice and fancy to other people. I only have $3,000 to put down on it with a 500 credit score. And even the car salesman, the guy whose job it is to sell these vehicles, says that you're not going to get it. There's no way I can approve you. But it doesn't matter to him. He just absolutely wants it no matter what. The salesman's trying to do him a favor, and it's just not working. Go over to the comments. No, it's not. I bought a car for $9,000 with $3,000 down, no problem, and bad credit with a 2013. The creator responds to this. You probably went to a buy here, pay here. If you bought a car for $9,000, you put $3,000 down, you basically put 30% down. In this case, the car is $20,000 and he only wants to put $3,000 down. Do you see the differences? It's like a child begging for a toy. Wow, this is brutal. Showing up in a suit with bad credit is diabolical. Trying to look the part, even though the dealership's going to run the credit regardless. But we have a comment from you guys here. The car insurance ad that played during this video though, LOL. So whether you're watching these types of videos or maybe you're just on the hunt, you're searching for a car, everything around you is gathering data and trying to push ads to what you're looking up. So when we went over buy here, pay here lots, payday loans, I had nothing but ads from these companies trying to get you to take out a loan. So that's going to just put the thought in your head over and over again. If you're swiping on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, whatever, you could have very bad credit or zero money down. We'll still give you a loan, basically just guaranteeing your financial future will be in shambles. But talking about low credit scores, we could take a look at this next clip.
Hi, Kiana, this is Greg. Well, I'm just giving you a call now because we did get your credit apps in the 2008 San Aura, right? First question is, how is the credit?
Not good at all.
Not good at all? What are we working with?
Rebuilding.
Got it. Okay, so do we know what the score is?
It's 561.
How much money are you looking to put down?
1,000.
1,000 down. Okay, so I'm going to work on your credit app and see if we can get you approved. All right, so I just ran the credit. This might be the worst credit I have ever seen. I just want you guys to see this. Look at the credit score. I mean, 2008 Saturn Aura, 6,000 financed amount. Look at the bank fee. So I would have to pay $2,000 just to do this deal. I mean, that's their way of saying they don't want this customer. Look at this, 28.99, $2,000 bank fee. I can't charge that to the customer. This is just them saying we're not doing business with you.
I think 340 is the lowest we've ever seen on this channel, and a perfect example there where one of the banks won't actually give you a loan because of how bad their credit is. A 30% interest rate, wanting an initial fee up front of over $2,000 even though the entire car is only worth $6,000. There's just no way that's going to happen. We can take a look at some of the comments. 289 credit score. I owe $10,000 on a 2010 Chevy Cobalt. 3 repos and a bankruptcy. No money down. What could I get? Somebody else just replied, a bike. It's sad how credit is your life in America. Well, at this point, if you're sitting in the 300s, you basically just don't pay anything off. It's not like the world is out to get you. You're just not paying any loans back. Buying a Saturn in 2025 is insane. LOL, Saturns aren't manufactured anymore. Good luck finding parts for that.
What is this car? 2013 Chevy Spark.
So I bought this car and I went to a buy here, pay here place, October of 2022.
So what's the interest rate?
28%.
Oh!
Not my worst. Not my worst.
No, I saw 110 earlier.
Yes.
That doesn't mean 28% is good. What is owed on this car?
It's still without, the principal balance on it is $12,000. The with
paid off half?
With the interest. So they only.
What's the total owed?
Well, they won't tell me the total amount with the interest. When I go to make my payments on it, it shows as $12,000.
Okay, but not what's interest accrued on top of it?
Yeah, so
I'm seeing $13,000.
Yeah.
Are you sure?
That it's that I bought it for $23,000, yes. The company, the loan was sold to a different company.
So we don't even know how this. Okay.
And when it was sold to a different company, this is the amount it dropped down to.
What's your minimum monthly car payment?
$135 a week.
Week?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, I haven't had one of those since like the third episode I ever recorded.
When you start hearing that car payments are weekly for a person, you know it's a bad deal. 23 grand on a Chevy Spark that's worth basically nothing. We got another 30% interest rate, and they did go to a buy here, pay here dealership. $540 a month for a Spark is wild. She could have even gone to CarMax and gotten a Chevy Spark for 9 grand and 70,000 miles. To buy one for 23,000 is just ridiculous. That's what happens if you go to one of those buy here, pay here lots. That car is not worth $5,000. It's worth $1,000, maybe $1,500 at the most. But now we got another situation of somebody getting into one of these Broncos and it not turning out great whatsoever.
I got a 2025 Ford Bronco about 3 weeks ago. The loan was going to be for like $50,800 a month. Instead, I got a loan for $63,000, $1,100 a month. I've also gotten a couple of trade appraisals, but the car has 1,100 miles on it.
The car's worth
Yeah.
$7 grand the whole thing. What's your payoff?
$62,000, like $100.
You're like 23 grand upside down. That alone, if we do this until 36-month lease, it's a $600 payment. It sounds like the rate they gave you those are fairly high as well.
I believe it's 11.62%. I didn't know it was signing the paperwork. They put an iPad in front of my face and they said, we need your signature to do DMV and something else. I don't know what she said. And I signed once on an iPad. She came back 10 minutes later and was like, yeah, you're good to go. We're just transferring your plates now. Apparently that was signing the whole entire contract. And I didn't even get a copy of it. No one cares about that. I didn't even talk to an attorney. They're like, it's your word against theirs. Not worth the battle.
Okay, so along with it being wildly overpriced, there seems to be a very shady dealership that sold her this car. And there's honestly not much she could do. Even going to an attorney and saying it's their word versus hers, there's not much you could prove in court. So now she's stuck with an $1,100 payment on a Bronco that is notoriously unreliable. So the maintenance is going to cost a pretty penny as well.
What do you do for a living?
Well, I was bartending, but they promoted me to an hourly manager.
Okay.
So that's why I'm trying to get a nicer car.
Don't mind me asking, what are you making out?
I make like 18 an hour.
And you want the BMW?
Yeah, I
right?
want a BMW.
Okay, sounds
I've been wanting a BMW for a long time.
Have you ever had a car note before?
My credit's good. I still owe like a little bit of money on this cross-track. I probably owe like $3 grand.
Well, it might not be that bad upside down, but we'll see what we can do for you. Let me ask you this question. It might be a little personal. You know, have an idea what your credit score might be?
Last I checked, it was like 630.
That's not bad at all.
I got a credit card recently. I don't know if it went down or went up.
Well, typically the credit cards help you, but sometimes they bring it down. But in your case, we'll just have to check it out for you. All right, so it looks like this one running about $31,551. But beyond the payment of the car, is there a certain payment that you were trying to be at?
I can't go more than
You can't go more than 8.
that. No, that's just too much.
Oh, I agree. I think 800 for anything is a lot.
700's pushing it.
Okay.
I think 600's fine for a Beamer.
Okay, we're just going to go over to the comments before I say anything. Being willing to pay $800 a month while making $18 an hour is absolutely insane. Again, I say it a million times as well, that's just the car payment. That's no maintenance on the BMW, that's not the insurance, the gas. 630 credit score is horrible credit. I agree. I make $24 an hour and I'm afraid to buy even a Nissan. Some people these days confuse the heck out of me. $31,000 car, she makes what, $35,000 a year? She needs a Honda Civic. Him saying not bad at all to a 630 credit score is comical. Yes, that is bad credit, but he still wants to make that deal even though the interest rate's going to be rough. Repo within 6 to 12 months. Wait till the $10,000 in maintenance, they'll see. There you go. I also want to add that she said that she got promoted to an hourly wage. It does really depend on what bar you're in. However, if you're really good at your job and you're at a solid location, bartenders could probably make a lot more than $18 an hour. I feel like she almost got downgraded, but it doesn't matter. I'm a manager now. I need to get a BMW. Oh, man.
So a client actually messaged me off Instagram wanting to get some more information on our 2023 Raptor R, so we're going to give him a call and see what's going on.
Hello?
Hey, looking for Dustin?
Yeah, bro, this is Dustin.
Hey man, this is Alex with Earth Motorcars, giving you a call about the 23 Raptor R you just shot me a message about not too long ago.
Yeah, bro, what's up?
Hey man, just giving you a call, seeing how I could help you.
Yeah, so like I'm in the market for like a new truck, and I was debating between like the Ram TRX and the Raptor, like the Ford Raptor truck. Yeah, no, I'm gonna pay cash, but like I'm still like kind of on a budget, you know, bro. So I was wondering if you could like help me out a little bit, like on the price. If not, I mean that's cool. Like if you're trying to do your job, you should just let me know. But I'll pay cash, yeah.
I mean, what did you have in mind on the price? I think I'm priced pretty competitively, but what did you have in mind?
I mean, my budget was like $100K, because like my trust fund just hit, and I got like $300,000 from that, right?
From the trust fund, you're saying?
Yeah. And I invest. Yeah, bro. So I mean, I'm trying to control myself, you know. But like I invested like 200 grand of it into like this crypto that like my friend runs. So hopefully, I mean, I think we're gonna like 10 players at some point, so I'll get my money back.
This one was probably the hardest wash so far. He somehow gets $300,000 from his trust fund. It says that he's on a budget and then immediately wants to go get either a TRX or a Raptor R, and then the other $200,000 was invested in, it sounds like a crypto rug pull with his friend. It's basically a speed run to see how fast you could evaporate $300,000. Wow. The comment section said the same thing. Listening to this kid is brutal. Dude's going to be out of money in a year. Imagine working your whole life for Dustin to blow your savings on a Raptor and a crypto rug pull, because that's probably what happened. Your grandparents or parents died, and that's all the savings they had working their entire life. Just basically gone in an instant. Of course, this clip was even longer. I did want to cut it, but he said, "I deserve something," is crazy. For doing virtually no work, just being lucky that a family member was able to save up a substantial amount of money. This kid's a dealership's dream. Bro did not control himself. Just absolutely ridiculous.
You say 400 a week?
No, 400 a month. I could probably do 450.
A week?
No, a month.
So what you looking for?
I seen online, looks like y'all got a Z01 Camaro.
Oh yeah, it's super clean, brother. You like that?
Yeah.
What kind of down payment you got?
Still waiting for my tax refund. I could probably do like 750 to 1,000.
On this Camaro?
Yeah. You think you could give me around?
You say 400?
Yeah.
I don't know, with 1,000 down?
I mean, I could probably do 1,500 once I get my tax money.
How strong is your credit?
I don't really know. I had a repo 2 years ago, but I think it's off now.
There's definitely not. How much was your repo?
Like 30-something thousand.
So you repo 30,000 and you want to get into $60,000. How long you been on your job and how much you make a month gross?
I've been on my job for about 5.5 months, and I make like 4,200 a month.
4,200 a month.
I DoorDash too, so probably an extra 400 a month.
So you gonna DoorDash in this Camaro?
No, this will be an everyday driver.
Z01 Camaro, $1,500 down, $450 a month, repo 2 years ago. Can't imagine anything going wrong for this guy. I bet it'll be way more than $450 a month. Normalize telling people they can't afford it. And then the salesman trying to shoehorn in the $400 a week. I'm pretty sure in total he makes close to, if not less than, the price of the car in general per year, along with a previous repo. Of course, we have a comment from you guys here. Record high auto debt is happening while delinquencies skyrocket to 2008 levels already. Only new car anybody should be buying is a tow truck to partake in the golden age of repo. I bet if that deal did get done, somehow that ZL1 has already been repoed.
You have a CRV and an HRV, right?
An HRV and a CX-5, both obviously with negative equity. I'm at 1250 right now with both cars combined. They gave me both parts because you didn't have the numbers yet.
That ballpark, I think, isn't going to really change that much. We're working with like 20 grand in negative equity. On an SL Pathfinder, you'll be at approximately $980 a month, with 5531 total due at signing. If you bury 20 grand, you are technically lowering your payments, and you're only paying for one insurance.
And if I only did like taxes and the DMV.
That 5531 is just your taxes and fees. That's no money down. The reason why it's 5500 is because your taxes are increased by quite a bit because you're rolling in $20,000. Your taxes are increased by like 2 grand.
Those are big numbers.
You're rolling in 20 grand. Just the money that you're rolling in alone on a monthly payment is going to be $600 a month. Your negative equity alone is more than a Nissan Pathfinder.
I have about a year left on the Mazda, so try to get as close as finishing the lease, and then only doing the Honda, would you say?
The problem is really the Honda. The Mazda is only 7,500 upside down. The Honda is 13 grand, but obviously both are not good.
That much upside down on an HRV and CX-5. I mean, $1,200 a month without the insurance yet again. How would you think either one of those deals would be good for you walking out of the dealership? And it sounds like his family is growing and both of those SUVs are pretty small. So even going to a Nissan would be $1,000 a month, let alone the reliability issues. You would think that these types of stories have to be made up, but there are just so many examples of this on social media.
How are you? This is Yusuf. I just got your message. Are you interested in our Jeep or your second?
I
gotta get rid of my Jeep. I need the best advice you can give me. I have a 2021 Jeep Compass right now that is getting towed to the dealership. It is garbage. I'm so upside down on my loan. I owe $30K on it. My credit is... My battery's fried. Both batteries, actually. I just bought it a year ago. I can't stand the car. The hurricane didn't knock it out, unfortunately. I tried every other way for it to be blown up, but I can't stand this car. I'm just like so upside down in it. I just don't know which way to go. I asked the credit person. She said let it go. The lemon law, I'm not close enough for it to kick in. I just don't know what to do with the car. It has 90,000 miles on it.
Do you have any money down?
$3 grand.
And what about your credit?
I think it's like a 490. My car is hurting me. That's what's on my car. That's what's literally destroying my credit. Between my taxes and my scholarship versus my spring semester, I'll have like $17,000. I don't want to blow it all on a car.
It's just your limited options, unfortunately. 490 credit score, you're $23,000 upside down, and you only have $3,000 saved.
All of that for a Jeep Compass, on top of showing you some of the reliability issues, getting towed over to the dealership with all the problems, and they just completely regret the purchase, but there's not really a great way out. They only have $3,000 for another down payment, owing so much on the car still, you're just stuck between a rock and a hard place. But that's all I got for you guys today. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. YouTube thinks you'll like this video popping up on screen right now, but hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, please leave a like, and I'll talk to you guys later.
Imagine paying over $400,000 just in interest on a 2015 Lamborghini Aventador.
So you have $100,000 inheritance and you want to spend on a WIA?
Yup.
They're hitting you with 28.9% interest rate. Very high interest rate.
Okay, so today is going to be a fun one. You guys really seem to like the last episode, so we're taking a look at some horrendous car deals. Negative equity, high interest rates, and purchasing vehicles you had no business in buying in the first place all culminates into these crazy videos we're going to see. We have a ton of stuff to go over today, along with comments from you guys from previous videos. So if you want to be featured on a future video, leave in the comments down below. But we're going to start off with one that I honestly hope is fake, just a bunch of rage bait, because if not, this is probably one of the worst car deals of all time.
Imagine paying over $400,000 just in interest on a 2015 Lamborghini Aventador. 25% interest. Subprime Lambo deal. That is diabolical. That's for an 84-month term. If they stuck it out, they didn't refinance. After putting down $83,000, they're gonna be paying a total of $771,000 for a 2015 Lamborghini Aventador. Now, to be fair, after Meekum's auto auction, there have been some crazy record sales for Ferraris, Lambos, and a bunch of other high-end exotic vehicles, but that still does not qualify or quantify somebody paying almost $500,000 in interest on a Lamborghini Aventador. To all you core sellers, anybody that is going to try to qualify themselves with a 25% interest rate on a Lamborghini Aventador to pay almost more than $400,000, it's not worth it, I promise you.
I like him bringing up the core sellers because I could see it now. They're in Miami doing the same cookie cutter stuff as the other gurus. You need to look super rich to all the 18-year-old kids you're about to scam, but I don't have the funds to actually own a Lamborghini or a Rolls Royce or a Ferrari. But it's okay, the 25% interest rate that I'd be paying, it doesn't matter. I'm gonna make millions off of my course, and it's just a real good way to absolutely destroy your life. Like I said before, I hope that this is fake. This didn't actually happen. They're just going through the calculations of what could be, because if anybody legitimately took this deal, I mean, you're just cooked. I asked you guys in an older video, do you know someone who got a terrible deal with their vehicle? I did. I owe $39,000 on a Cadillac XT6 that's worth $25,000 with a 13% interest rate. After we traded in our 2019 Camry on it and went way negative, and an almost $1,000 a month payment. I did, but even more than my terrible deal, my friend got a 2010 Chevy Cruze for $10 grand with a 22% interest rate. My mom had a 2021 Ford Explorer at an 18% interest rate for a total of $60,000. $700 per month, and she gave it up after 3 months and got it repoed. I'm $41,000 under in my 2021 Tiguan that's actively falling apart at 120,000 kilometers, which is about 75,000 miles. With negative equity from 2 other cars from 2020 as well. I hope this is like the first clip. This is just bait for engagement because this is a wild decision. But let's go over to another crazy choice, somebody being heavily underwater in a Suburban, and they're trying to trade it in to get a newer model to do it all over again.
I'm trying to trade my car, but I have a
not paid off.
Okay.
I check on the car marks in person for appraisal. They give it to me like a very low. I have a loan left around 35K. They give it to me 8K. So I have a negative equity around 27K.
Do you have $27,000 of negative equity?
Exactly.
Okay. How's your credit?
Market is also not good.
So that'll be the challenge. Obviously, banks don't like financing too much negative equity. They will finance quite a bit sometimes, but then if you also don't have great credit, that'll make this a little bit of a mountain to climb. Do you know what your score is?
Like 580.
Okay. I mean, all I can do is try. The good news is this Suburban's discounted quite a bit. It has a really big blue book relative to what I'm selling it for. So if we were going to try and bury some negative equity, this would be the truck to do it on.
But it still doesn't mean it's not going to follow the same path as every other Suburban. The Expedition, the Tahoe, the Yukon, the Escalade, all of them depreciate like crazy, even with the high MSRPs. The guy on the phone literally just went through it. He still has a $35,000 loan on a car that's worth $8, and you're going to do it all over again for a newer model. What am I supposed to say? We got a comment from you guys. I need to start the negative equity Olympics. That's basically what these videos are.
One of my advisors let me know you're interested in this M5. There was an M8 it looks like you were looking at, and then also maybe an X6M. Want to see what I could do to help.
He was not able to probably get where I want to be because there are not probably enough discounts or rebates.
He was sharing with me that you wanted to be around $1,800 a month.
Yeah.
And just as it sits right now, I can't get another set of eyes on your trade, but to get within $100 of your payment, just as it sits right now, I'm taking $1,000 off the vehicle, stepped into your trade pretty aggressively based on what the market's bearing for the car. And if you want to be at about $1,800 a month on a lease, we're about $40,000 away.
Yeah, he already told me that.
You want to look at a different car?
What different car we have? You don't have enough rebates to cover it on any car, probably.
No, sir. We have to just look at something that's a little bit less of an MSRP.
Yeah, like what?
There's 30 grand in negative equity.
The only way to make a deal is that if you have enough rebate on some car, we can cover the 30K. That can eat up the negative equity.
We could do a BMW iX if you're interested in an all-electric.
No, I don't want electric.
Okay, so if you're talking about rebates and discounts this much, maybe you can't afford these types of vehicles. All of them that he went over, M5s, M8s, the X6M, just tank in value after a few years. It seemed like he had some sort of Mercedes. I don't know if it was a C63. If he's currently looking at the high-performance BMWs, it's the same story there as well. Ridiculously high MSRPs, and the value goes down very quickly, so much so that he was $30,000 or $40,000 in debt. Maybe it is time to look at a used Corolla. But I know, just with the vehicles he was looking at, there's no way he would make that choice. He's got to have the luxury car with the performance, even though it doesn't sound like he could afford it.
We have a client that is trying to get a Range Rover. We got them approved with the rates coming back super high, 19%. I'm gonna call the bank and see if we can get the rate lowered and see if we can make it happen. Did you get the app I just submitted for?
Yes, I have it right here.
I see that it got approved for a tier 5 at a 19% rate, and the customers were going to get a lower payment. I was hoping that we can get an exception done for tier 1. Is that possible?
Tier 1? She doesn't qualify for that, I'm sorry. This should have been denied.
Why do you say that?
Because she has charge-offs and she's escalating. On top of that, she's applying for more credit cards. You're lucky this was even approved.
Gotcha.
So we're going to have to keep it at the tier 5.
I know the credit's not perfect. They're a 599 score, but if you look at the auto history, they had an auto loan back in 2020 that they paid well, another one in 2021, 2020. So they buy a lot of cars, they keep the car for a year, and they pay it off early. They're really good with their auto history.
They might be good with the auto history, but they're escalating on the credit cards and applying for more credit cards.
Okay, so something odd's happening here. First, the dealer just calling up the lender and asking for a better deal, as if they're just going to go, oh yeah, sure, that's fine. If they were supposedly buying a vehicle every single year and paying it off, why get a loan in the first place? Just buy it in cash. And then on the other side of it, it looks like they're not paying their credit cards and just applying for more and more. I don't know, something is very fishy in this situation. We can go over to some of the comments. Absolutely no chance a lender made an exception from tier 5 to tier 1. The bank should decline. 599 is not a Range Rover credit score at all. And with these kinds of rates, a comment from you guys is perfect. They aren't selling cars, they're selling high interest loans with a car on the side. It's kind of like playing games at the fair. And if you are one of these people that the dealership remembers in the next clip, there is a 100% chance that you got a bad deal.
What's the lowest credit score you've ever pulled?
About a 333. When I ran their report, they financed a toaster, and it actually showed repo on their toaster.
What's the lowest credit score you've ever pulled? 402. What's the lowest credit score you've ever pulled?
I saw a 395 one time. You gotta work really, really hard to get it that low.
What's the lowest credit score you've ever pulled?
Probably about 410.
What's the lowest credit score you've ever pulled?
401, 402. You don't really remember too many of those because they come in your office and they get out pretty quickly. But yeah, about 401 to 402 is probably the lowest I've pulled.
How do you get a toaster repoed? Rent-A-Center. Rent-A-Center sends a SWAT team to your door to extract the toaster. I mean, if your credit score is genuinely that low, there's no way that you don't know it before walking into the dealership.
She has this Ford Escape that she's looking to trade out of. Unfortunately, wherever she bought this vehicle from, they might have maybe overcharged her for the vehicle. Where she stands in equity, it's a negative equity situation. Fortunately for us, we're going to go ahead and get her a newer loan, something that's going to be able to reestablish her credit. She owes $8,000. The car's worth $8,000. It's a terrible situation for her. Are you going to put money down?
Yeah.
How much?
I can go as much as 5,000. I have to. 'Cause I'm trying to go on my own.
Slow down. So right now you're paying how much for that car?
585, 587.
And we're looking to go lower, right?
Yeah, like 400 or low.
Now, what do you like more, Toyota or Honda?
I look at
right?
both,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm more into the Honda.
The Hondas, right?
Yeah.
I like the Hondas.
So I like the Toyota Camrys and the Honda Accord.
Okay.
There's one I like, the Honda Accord Hybrid.
We haven't submitted you to a lender just yet, so this is the score that we pulled. If we're going to do it only in your name to get you a second, it's going to be a little bit tight of a squeeze because of where we stand. We're confident we can do it because the income's good, but we know that where the credit is, they're going to give us a subprime loan. So we don't think we're going to be able to get enough funding from a bank to get to this 23 Accord.
Okay, so even with her, in my opinion, picking one of the correct vehicles, a Camry, an Accord, a Civic, a Corolla, they are much more reliable than most of what's out there today. But on the other hand, $10,000 in negative equity, you want to have $400 a month payments with only $10,000 down. Camrys and Accords have gotten very expensive, especially the hybrid models. So $400 a month is just not going to work with a subprime loan.
What is one bad financial decision that you regret making in life?
Buying a car from a dealership. My car is worth $4 grand, but it's low key. I'm paying maybe 20 grand for that.
So what you mean by that? Like you got a high interest rate?
Yeah, high interest, and then also they sold it to me for 18 grand, right? So my car is like maybe only was worth 7 when I bought it. Now it's worth like 6, and I still gotta pay that off. And the APR rate is 30%.
Wait. Hold on. Let's talk about that. Like what? Yeah, like that. What happened?
Maybe like 25%. Look, I had no credit, and I needed a car, so I was like, I got $1,000.
Whatever it takes, make it happen, right?
Yeah.
What is one bad financial decision that you regret making in life?
My car.
Why?
Because it's a great car. It's a beautiful BMW, but the payments, the work, anything, oil change, tires, anything on that car is insane. The amount the oil changes being $340 and up is insane.
Damn, where are you getting these oil changes at?
The BMW place itself.
Okay, so we got another example of somebody buying a BMW because it's a nice fancy luxury car and people would see me driving it around town, but then also do zero research on the maintenance and upkeep of the vehicle, along with also doing that maintenance at the BMW dealership. Probably the most expensive you could get. I just don't understand the decision making. And the first clip sounds like a buy here, pay here lot, paying 20 to 30% interest rate for a car that's worth maybe $5,000-$6,000. But when it's all said and done, you paid 20 grand. It's one of the big reasons why I make these types of videos on the channel.
He's a 428 credit score. His chances of being approved are going to be based heavily on a couple of things. Ready? How much does he have down? Okay, that's not enough. He has an Ally Financial that he is past due on, $11,000. So he's already got a current car loan that he's proving he's not going to pay. Like, he's telling the bank already, like, I'm not going to pay you. So the chances of another bank saying, well, maybe you'll pay us are slim. A lot of times they can buy you into a car loan. Like, if somebody has $5,000, $6,000, $7,000 down, the bank will be like, well, we're in an equity position on it, so we'll take a shot on them. We don't want to spend a whole lot of time on this guy. This guy would need a big down payment. This is not somebody who's going to get approved on another car loan right now, especially with now lockdown. I agree with you. I think you should save some more money down. Cool. We'll move on to the next one. Okie doke.
Again, this is another one of the situations where you know where you stand before you walk into the dealership. It's not like they can't pull up the information and see that you're $11,000 behind on your current vehicle, and they'll completely ignore that and set you up for your second car. That, in all honesty, it sounds like you might not pay as well. How is it possible that you could be $11,000 behind when he still has the car? How is Ally not repossessed with $11,000 past due? I don't know about that one, but we can move on to yet another shady situation.
She was interested in Escalade. She's actually giving me 7 credit applications just in case she doesn't get approved. So we're working very, very hard to make this work for her.
Who's up first? She put 776 next to his name. What is that?
He wants 2 cars.
No, 1 car. Forget 7 cars and all that stuff. We're gonna sell 1 car. Now we're gonna go to the next one. I don't even see his name in the system.
She's going on.
Let's do this. Let me get a license for every single person that runs your credit. Let's start there. This is insane. What's the actual goal of her 7 co-signers that she has?
They need 3 cars.
3 cars.
They
Between
have
the
a
7.
business. They want SUVs because they run a company and they haul stuff, so they want SUVs. They've been trying to go to dealers. They haven't been able to get approved.
All 7 of them?
No, a couple of them. But I've been in communication with her for a while. I had to touch with her again, so I just wanted to touch base.
All right, let's see what's changed. What's working.
So you have 7 co-signers for your app.
7 co-signers.
Okay. Any clue if there's one that has good credit?
Yes, she's filling them out. This is her family. Her mom, dad, kids.
It's like the Brady Bunch.
Yeah, she wants the car. I believe is the most qualified customer, but I don't think she's finished working the application.
Okay, so we'll go over to the comments before I say anything. My job would have asked everyone to leave. 7 people, all bad credit, but needs 3 cars, and nobody cares which one's on the loan either. Sounds like a recipe for future repos. With a 490 credit score, she shouldn't be trying to buy anything but a Huffy bike. 7 co-signers shouldn't even be allowed. And to add on top of it, of course this person wanted an Escalade. I have a business where we haul a lot of stuff. I need a big SUV. So apparently the only option is a Cadillac Escalade. Seems a little odd to me. We got another comment from you guys right here. People are so weird about cars. It's like all sense of reasoning goes out the door. And we could take a look at a perfect example of that.
Hey, well, this is Gus with Legacy Motor Cars. I just ran your credit app and I got an approval, man, but I think you're gonna need a little bit more down payment. So I think you said you wanted to put 10,000 down. Are you able to work with 25? That's what they're asking for.
Man, I'm gonna tell you, I barely got the 10,000. I was lucky. I got an advance with the TurboTax. They gave me my tax money a little bit early, so I barely was able to swing that. I mean, can you not work with that?
Unfortunately, like I said, it's a huge difference between what the bank's asking versus what you have. The only way I can work with you is you have like a co-signer with, a good credit score. Is that something you were able to get?
No, I'm not able to get a co-signer.
Okay. The car is priced around $60,000. Are you opposed to like a regular Camaro SS? It's still got the V8. It's a manual. And by the way, both these cars are manual. Are you able to drive a manual transmission car?
No, I'm not. I can learn, but I honestly was interested in that ZL1. I like that big swing they got on there.
Okay, so we got several things to go over. First off, this guy could barely handle the $10,000 down payment, and the only reason he has that is because TurboTax gave him his refund faster than usual. And especially during this time of year, I wouldn't be surprised we see a lot more clips like this popping up. But even a 10K isn't enough. He needs some sort of co-signer, which he doesn't have. And then at the end of the video, he doesn't realize that they're manuals. He can't even drive the vehicle. He just wanted it because it was the ZL1, and it's got a big wing on the back of it. The comment we just read from you guys is this clip to a T. Why do people insist on buying vehicles that they realistically can't afford? I think at this point, if you watch my channel, that's basically a rhetorical question now. But let's take a look at this next one of somebody getting absolutely rinsed for some Cadillac EVs.
All right, so the black one, I pay $3,100 a month. The gray one, I pay $2,900 a month, so a total of $6,000 for these two. The car that is in Houston with my brother, which is the Cadillac Vistic, which I'll put in here. I pay $1,700 a month.
And we could just cut it off right there with the creator turning off comments as well. The reaction to this was probably pretty brutal. If you know anything about the EV market as a whole right now, none of these vehicles are doing well. So if you're going out purchasing brand new ones with these high MSRPs, they'll depreciate faster than any of the other cars we've seen in this video. And you have 3 of them? If I'm paying $7,000 a month in car payments, it's definitely not going to be on Cadillacs. I'd legitimately rather have Ferraris, Lamborghinis, Porsches. This one I just cannot wrap my head around at all.
I paid $265,000 for that car.
65, you said?
No, 200, like 100,000 over sticker price.
Trying to sell us his 2023. What is it called?
Dodge Demon.
Dodge Challenger.
Demon.
2023 Dodge Challenger SRT Hellcat Demon 170 jailbreak white body.
Bruh.
We sell vehicles for maybe it's like 18, 19, 20. You know, not a demon. Like that's not our type of inventory.
Is there a way I do that? Take that little bit of money for I don't know.
Yeah. So if you sell it locally, which honestly the market is hot for that type of vehicle, so I'm sure somebody even out of state is willing to purchase that car. But highly suggest another dealership, big dealership. They'll get you the most money. And then if you're trying to get just something decent but not as much as that what you have, you can buy something from us. We have no problem with that, of course.
I paid $265,000 for that car.
You pay 65, you said?
No, 265, yeah. I paid like 100,000 over sticker price.
$100,000 over sticker for a Dodge. And I get it, it's the top of the line Demon, 1,000 horsepower, but regardless of what it is, you've now put yourself in a terrible financial situation when you do decide to sell. And from him calling this normal dealership who didn't want to take the Demon because they don't deal with cars that are that highly priced, it sounded like he had to downsize to a normal economy car. Maybe spending $250,000 on a Dodge in the first place wasn't the best idea.
They're hitting you with 28.9% interest rate. Very high interest rate.
Customer went and sold his vehicle. Was we told I'm giving it out finance.
Buy sir 300. He literally sold it in front of our lot.
He told me he can do only for 100, and I put the number. Even at 225, you got 79 bi-weekly.
Why does he think that he can do 400?
Vaguely went over it. I'll give her vague numbers.
But to him doesn't work that way. This is financing. We're trying to lose you money. One way or another, we'll be able to get him done. This vehicle has 130,000 miles. 2 years and a half, max 3 years. He's 18?
Yeah.
18? Yeah, this is a tough call.
I told him, like, get the insurance, let me talk to the finance department, then we go from there.
You did make it up, man. It's easy. So I'm the one who does financing. I discussed it with you before.
I just sold my car here.
I know, man. They tell me that. We got some guts. How much did you sell it for, first of all?
26. Girl that had it before the one I bought it from.
No way. That works out somehow. Walk me through your income. It's $1,900?
Roughly.
I was very particular in telling you, hey, man, like, you're 18 years old. About to be 19, right? No? You just good. You just started work in 5 months. You're saying the low end 19. What does that mean?
I've worked more than that sometimes, but that's like
the bare minimum. Did you get a quote from insurance? 320 insurance? I'm just trying to logically make sure you can afford this, man.
I know I can afford it. I don't have no bills. It's gonna be this, car insurance, and my phone. When the finance guy at a buy here, pay here lot is trying to see if you could afford this vehicle genuinely, you know that this is a bad deal. He apparently just sold his current car right in front of them to somebody else, so now he absolutely needs to get something from them, which looked like a Chrysler 300 with 130,000 miles. I'm amazed that it's still alive. And he makes $1,900 a month, and he's about to get a almost 30% interest rate loan. But it's okay, I could easily afford it. I don't have any other bills or responsibilities, just the car, my phone, and insurance. If anything else pops up in my life, an emergency, I don't have anything, because all of it's going to be going to this Chrysler. Bi-weekly is horrible, don't do it, and that's how we finance in-house. I know there are some people in certain situations where you can't go to normal dealerships, and buy here, pay here lots are the only option, but you have to know, regardless, you're probably going to get a pretty bad deal.
So you have a $100,000 inheritance, and you want to spend it on a BMW i8?
Yup.
Hey Henry, this is Gus with Legacy Motor Cars Still. How you doing?
Hey, what's up, man? Thanks for giving me a call. I appreciate it.
Yeah, man, no problem. So I got your message. You're interested in a BMW i8?
Heck yeah. Heck yeah. You think it's nice, man.
Yeah, I love those cars. Any reason why you want the i8 or no?
So tragedy followed by some slight good news. My dad passed away. He wasn't really around, so it kind of... He basically left me something, and that was a huge inheritance, and so
might as well reward myself with a little something. So I'm looking at this I-8. I gotta get those suicide doors, man. Budget-wise, I got some money to put down, but I'm not trying to be stuck in a huge payment because I'm putting so much money down. So the inheritance was 100K, but I'm trying to put down maybe like, 30 or 40,000 to have some money to still play around with.
So how's your credit?
It's not the best. Mid 500s, 550, 560, something like that.
Okay, so you got bad credit, you want the BMW i8 because it looks cool and it's got suicide doors, and you think you deserve to reward yourself because your parent died and you got an inheritance. But also, I'm only going to put $30,000 or $40,000 down, so I have about $60,000 to play with. This seems like another example of somebody getting a huge gift and squandering it. The previous video, we went over somebody getting a $300,000 inheritance, and he turns around and immediately wants to go buy a $100,000 plus Raptor R, and then put the other $200,000 into crypto. What could go wrong? The dude has an ability to change his life for the better by investing this money, but goes out and buys a depreciating asset. Especially those i8s, man, they do not hold their value well at all. I don't understand why people inherit money and then choose to blow it on cars instead of invest it, but unfortunately this kind of stuff happens all the time. But that's all I got for you guys today. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. YouTube thinks you'll like this video popping up on screen right now, but hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, please leave a like, and I'll talk to you guys later.
Honestly, and I mean full disrespect when I say this, Hyundai.
I had my dream car for about 4 months, and I'm selling it today. Well, maybe I shouldn't say it's my dream car, because literally right after I bought it, I realized I didn't really like it that much.
Is there a sign that if you ever want to get a Range Rover, just don't get it?
So today we're going to be taking a look at some people who regret their vehicle purchases. This can be for a number of reasons, but at the end of the day, it's never a cheap fix. Depreciation takes a toll on your car every single day, along with the monthly car payments, the insurance, and maintenance as well. That's why I think it's so important to have some sort of car knowledge before buying. I'm not saying that everyone needs to be some sort of car nut and know the ins and outs of every vehicle on the road, but just some basic knowledge could save you a ton of money. We got a lot of stuff to go over today, along with comments from you guys from previous videos, so if you want to be featured on a future video, leave them in the comments down below. But let's just jump right into it.
I have a Toyota Sequoia TRD Pro. I thought it was the best purchase of my life, okay? Until yesterday, when I had to go buy 4 tires and an alignment and spent $2,000 for rubber? Oh, because I need the off-road tires for... I don't even go off-road. I don't even go off-road. It's okay. I'll be fine.
Okay, so before I say anything, let's look at the description and the comments. Being an adult sucks sometimes. Hashtag adulthood, Sequoia TRD Pro, off-road, not funny, and SUV. So why did you buy the TRD Pro if you don't off-road? Should have bought a Platinum or Limited 2-wheel drive. The creator responds, I would never. I only want the best. Well, then that comes with a heavy maintenance bill, regardless if it's a Toyota or Mercedes-Benz. With these sort of MSRPs, you're going to pay a lot for everything. If you don't know, the MSRP for these TRD Pros are around $80,000 to $85,000. And that's exactly what the next comment says. $85,000 for an SUV, that's fine. Spending $2,000 on tire and alignment, not alright. You do know that there are other trim levels of Toyota Sequoia much cheaper than a TRD Pro, which is designed to go off-road. I don't want the basic trim. She says it over and over again. Why'd you buy the off-road trim? It's the most expensive one. I like the best, not realizing more stuff comes along with it. I'm just a girl. Oh, man. This, me thinking I was cute in my Jeep until I needed new tires. Why didn't anyone tell us this? And why do these tires not last long? Because the off-road tires sitting on pavement 24/7 grind them down way faster. I don't really know how to help in this case. She only gets the best of the best, but then complains about everything else that comes along with it. Oh man, well, let's just move on.
About the first generation of the Ford Maverick hybrids, I'm not going to say that it was a total regret, but honestly it's given us so many issues. Let's just start with all the good things that we like about it. I like the gas mileage, obviously, but it's like insane. It's like 40 miles per gallon. It is like a cute little truck. I feel like it's nice for like being a work truck. Obviously, it's like low to the ground, so it's not really like you're doing anything crazy with it. You're not gonna be like towing a boat or anything with this one. But it's just nice because it was like 20 grand, and that was it for a brand new truck. It can't go wrong. It has definitely given us lots of issues though, like a ton of recalls. Babe, do you know how many recalls it's given us?
Like 6. It's ridiculous. The back camera's frozen. It's been stuff with the hybrid system, stuff with the airbags, the seat belts. I mean, it's like just everything's made very, very cheap in this car.
Hence, yeah, the price was only 20 grand though for a brand new truck. So, I mean, you kind of get what you pay for. He said it is made kind of cheap. Like, things are just not lasting. Like the steering wheel, this, and it's really only been 3 years, which is a little bit crazy.
20 grand, 40 miles per gallon, you've had 6 things fixed for free. None of these are negatives, by the way. However, it just shows the lack of quality with this vehicle. What is it going to look like down the line, if it even lasts that long? Yes, in today's world, that price is very cheap, but clearly these are the type of issues that come with it. You're not going to be getting 40 miles to a gallon if the hybrid system is constantly having problems. You won't be driving the thing, period, if you have to keep going back to the dealership for some recalls. The steering wheel already being worn down, along with the leather, probably fake leather. At only 3 years old, what is it going to look like at 10 or 15? And this is just my personal opinion. I know people go above and beyond when they're talking about work trucks. They get some F-350 dually when they're barely doing anything that requires it, spending 6 figures while doing it also. But if you've ever seen what the Ford Maverick looks like in person, it is very small, even comparing it to a Tacoma. So if you do have to use it to haul some pretty heavy items often, it might not be the truck for you. But we can look at some more comments. Its older cousin would never. The Ford Ranger. Buying a first-gen car never ends well. You kind of are the guinea pig most of the time. And we have a comment from you guys right here. Worst mistake ever was paying $70,000 on a full-size SUV that's only worth $30,000 now. Well, we can take a look at another clip right here of somebody regretting their vehicle and losing 20 grand because of it.
Calling a customer on his 2019 Dodge Hellcat. He wants to sell. He got this 2019 Dodge Charger with 44,000 miles, right?
Yeah, 44, almost 45, yeah.
Tell me a little bit about it, man. Like, what are you looking to get for it?
I shouldn't have bought it. I mean, I wanted it, but I shouldn't have bought it because my daughter's going to college, my son's going to college. It's not that I can't afford it, it's just I like to get rid of it because the payment's a lot and I can save more than I'll put the money away for that. But I owe 70 on it. I know you probably can't get that. I just need to know how close you can get to help me so I can not put much down to hit a difference to get rid of it.
What are your monthly payments on it?
1245.
And when did you buy it?
February 16th of this year.
Oh, wow. Okay. It's not the wide body, so that's something that's going against you, man. 45,000 miles, no accidents. So I got MMR pulled up and also AccuTrade. I can do a solid like 48 on it, 49.
All right.
Him just saying, all right, losing 20 grand because he wanted to get out of a $1,200 car payment. Those Dodges have so many people in a chokehold. It's unreal. I seriously don't know how anybody walks away with a payment like that. It's ridiculous. It's almost my mortgage payment. And we got another comment from you guys. Here's your reminder. If you're planning to buy anything, products are terrible today, especially with those modern vehicles.
Do not buy an Audi SQ5. I've had a 2025 SQ5 for about 2 weeks. Within 24 hours, I was already having sensor alarms. It wouldn't go into park. It was just like 7, 8 alarms all at the same time. Over the last 2 weeks, I've spent 8+ hours at Audi. Still not able to link the digital key. Still not being able to figure out why all of these alarms are going off all the time. They've done an update. Honestly, love the aesthetics. Absolutely obsessed with the aesthetics in this car. I will actually stitch in like a night view of the car. Aesthetics are just chef's kiss. But sensor-wise, like software issue, just not worth it for the price.
And that's how they get so many people in today's world. I love the aesthetics of the car, which means I like the way it looks. It's nice and fancy. It's got the Audi logo. It's an SQ5, not even a Q5. Other people are going to be even more impressed. However, the actual car is a total nightmare. And we'll take a look at the starting MSRP. 2025 Audi SQ5 starts at around $64,800 for base model trim, up to $67,000 and over $70,000 depending on options. I highly doubt that this was an absolute base model and you're still having all of these problems. Audi and Volkswagen are junk. Don't buy an Audi, that's it. Anyone who knows anything about cars knows how terrible they are. I think recently Audi's been taking a hit regardless because about 10 years ago, their whole vehicle lineup looked pretty nice comparing it to BMW and Mercedes-Benz, but they haven't really changed that much since. And clearly the quality hasn't gotten any better, and unfortunately she's dealing with the consequences.
What is a vehicle that people buy and then secretly won't admit that they don't like?
Jeep Wrangler. They're cool looking, so they want to look cool. They're driving it, but it's not worth it. They are not reliable at all.
What car do people secretly regret buying but won't admit it?
Maybe like an Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeos are great, but when that maintenance bill hits, dude, they're crying.
What about you?
I think people haven't done their research on electric. They usually will not be prepared for road trips or how fast electricity goes down. They don't have a way to charge it at all. They'll run real fast.
Okay, so the first two I do agree with. The Jeeps, the Wranglers look cool, nice off-road looking vehicles, but even just the tires like the first clip. Replacing those are not going to be cheap, along with the plethora of other issues. Same with the Alfa Romeo. I personally think the Giulia is a very nice looking car. However, I would never get one because of the lack of reliability, on top of how much it costs to fix it. But then the last one, we've had entire dedicated videos on this channel talking about electric cars. It is truly insane some of the owners do no research before buying one. I guess they think they could just plug it into a random outlet in their house and it'll charge in just a few hours and you'd be on your way. And that's just not the case at all. Hyundai, Kia, Jeep, Nissan, Genesis, Infiniti are all garbage. Not so secretly hate my Mazda CX-50. My Wrangler has been the biggest piece of crap I've ever owned. But we'll go back to the comment talking about electric vehicles with this one.
Yeah, it's great. Get an electric car. Snow on the ground. I am charging my car. But because when you turn the heat on in these pieces of cars, the mileage goes down. So now I started here at 98 miles. I'm here 25 minutes. It went up 1 mile. What a great investment this was. Sitting in the snow and the cold, watching my car charge. My neighbor finally caught on to me. You know what? I'm going to his house right now. I'm going to try to outmaneuver him because this is insane.
I don't really know what you were expecting. The Hummer EV is a massive vehicle. On top of you living somewhere that gets extremely cold, and electric car batteries, at least in today's world, are notoriously bad in cold climate. You leaving the car running with the heat on makes it so it's legitimately not giving you any extra charge. And I also wanted to add this comment: after numerous oil changes, engine work, and thousands of dollars spent on mechanical repair, I'll be going electric. Screw this gas crap. There's a good amount of the population that think that there's no maintenance done whatsoever on electric vehicles if you decide to purchase one. Yeah, you don't have to go in and do oil changes and lose $80, $100 a pop every few thousand miles, but it doesn't mean that there's not going to be any issues at all. We'll take a look at this a little bit later with some examples of the most unreliable vehicles of this year, but we got another comment from you guys right here. These newer cars that are full of tech is one of the reasons for the poor reliability. Couldn't have said it better myself.
Here's another piece of advice for all of America from a 30-year technician. I've been a tech all my life since I was 18 years old. CAN bus systems, all these computer systems that are running in these cars are expensive to fix. They're hard as hell to fix. Don't sit there and bull a 30-year tech saying it's not hard to fix a CAN bus system. It's very difficult to fix these cars. You guys waste all your money on BMWs, Mercedes, and all these fancy cars that you don't need. You're only in your car for, I don't know, what, 30 minutes to an hour every freaking day of your life, and you're sitting there paying how much money for these cars? You need a Toyota Camry, Toyota Corolla, Hyundai freaking Elantra. You need something that's cheap. Honda. Don't buy Jeeps. Don't buy Dodge. And I'm not talking about the trucks. The trucks, every truck has its own problems, whether it's electrical, whether it's fuel or suspension or anything else. They all have their own freaking problems. You need to do some more research when you're buying these damn vehicles.
And I agree with that 100%, but there's a few more things. I'm not on board with buying a Hyundai right now. I'm pretty sure what he was trying to mean is just a cheap vehicle, like an older Honda or Toyota. They'll have less tech, less electronics, which means the maintenance bill won't cost nearly as much comparing to Mercedes-Benz or BMW. Of course, like I always say, if you truly have that kind of money and you could deal with all the maintenance, then go get whatever you want. But most of the people on the road today that have those vehicles can't genuinely certainly afford it. And another good point is raised in the comment section. Even cheap brands nowadays, like Hyundai, are trying to be fancy and have so many electronics, so the prices for them have gone up, including the maintenance bill. This is all brands. But let's go over to a clip of somebody crashing out because they bought a Hyundai.
Honestly, and I mean full disrespect when I say this, Hyundai. I don't care, Hyundai, whatever you go by, you. Y'all knew your cars were faulty. Y'all knew it, and it's still in the market, and you're still selling it. And I get it. Maybe it's my fault. I live in Philadelphia, but the amount of times that every time, I swear to God, at least once a week, every time I come, there's something wrong with my car. People were saying, unbeknownst to me, people were saying not to buy Elantra, not to buy Hyundai cars because their cars suck. I didn't know that. I was just very excited to buy a car. I saved up money. I bought a car that I thought was good. I guess, I really should have did my research. I'm so tired. Like, I didn't know. Apparently, there's like this faulty system, and they're very easy to steal. The amount of times that my car windows have been smashed, the amount of times that people, like my fuse box have been tampered with. It's Halloween weekend. It's my niece's birthday, and I just want to spend time with my family.
I'm pretty sure Hyundais and Kias have a difficult time with that right now. A lot of them are easy to steal if you really wanted to. And I don't know where she lives in Philadelphia. I guess it might be a rougher area. That kind of puts a target on your vehicle for a lot more vandalism, let alone all of the problems that come with it. I remember an older clip of a mechanic showing the amount of full engines he had for these Hyundai vehicles that he had to put in, because that's how bad the reliability is right now. And we have another comment from you guys right here. There's so much information online on what vehicles are reliable and which aren't. It amazes me how many people buy unreliable vehicles and then are surprised when they suck. That's what I hope these videos help you guys out with. I know a majority of people out there aren't car guys and don't really care about vehicles whatsoever, and that's fine. But I think everybody needs to have some base level knowledge on what vehicles are good, what aren't, especially when you're signing up for $600, $800, $1,000 monthly payments for years on end. But we could transition a little bit more into the dream cars segment, just having instant gratification, wanting the next thing over and over again, and how detrimental that could be to your bank account.
And the moment that new car feeling goes away, I'm ready to get another car.
And then people are surprised when we see clips of somebody having $50,000+ worth of negative equity because they just roll it into the next loan every few years. It seems like nobody wants to be content in their life. They always want bigger and better, even if they can't afford it. Here's another clip of somebody getting their dream car and it not actually being what they want.
I had my dream car for about 4 months and I'm selling it today. Well, maybe I shouldn't say it's my dream car, because literally right after I bought it, I realized I didn't really like it that much. And it was really crazy because you work so hard to get to a level where you can afford these things that you always dreamed of. And as soon as I did, I realized it wasn't what I actually wanted. Anyway, this thing goes out today, and hopefully in the next month, the new one will be coming in, and I can't wait to show you guys what that one's gonna look like.
This is a perfect example of what I've already talked about and shown you guys before. Let's just use the example of the giant mom vehicles, the Suburbans, the Expeditions, the Escalades, the Yukons. You know exactly what I'm talking about. People will have one child and then think that they need to drive that school bus around at $60,000, $80,000, $100,000+. It's their dream vehicle. It's all that they want. They end up getting a crazy loan to purchase it, and within a few years, there's a new version or a facelift model that looks a lot better. Then they start getting the itch that they want that one, not the one that they currently have, and the cycle happens every few years. Now we have the Dream Z06 with the car guide. C7 Z06s are like $60,000, $70,000 still. It's not like this thing is cheap, but within a few months he's sending it out and getting the new dream car. And I took a look at his page, and surprise, surprise, it's a new BMW M3. This is just the new popular car that a lot of the influencers and the course seller guys love to drive around and flex on social media. And I can almost guarantee within a few years when something new comes out, this one will go out the door yet again and something else will take its place.
Shut the f*** up. So you have power for everything?
Yeah.
All your lights outside lighting up, your brake lights are coming on?
Yeah, everything's
Everything. The starter just not engaging.
My car ended up being towed up to the service department for the Cadillac of Turnersville, New Jersey. This service department has been a nightmare, and I encourage you to view the playlist I'll tag it with this video. I'm being told that my motor is locked, that it's blown, that it's no good. I have asked several times for proof that my motor was blown, something in writing, and the service department is refusing. To me, this is a red flag. I've also asked how this happens, and I still cannot get a straight answer. I'm just being told it happens. I've also asked how they tested my motor to prove that it was blown. They said they tested it. That's the only answers I will get. I also went up to the dealership to pick up the rental after a couple of days and to get my personal belongings out of the car. They disabled my car and would not unlock it for me or let me inside of it to get my personal belongings.
Okay, so definitely something shady happening with the dealership, not letting her get in her car along with no proof of the engine actually blowing. Even though if you've seen my older videos, this is a common problem that all of the GMCs are having right now. The Yukons, the Suburbans, the Escalades as well, even with the crazy price tag. I mean, you saw at the beginning of the video, $147,000 for this thing. I can't even imagine. So let alone the lack of reliability for such an expensive vehicle, you also have to deal with a pretty shady dealership. What a nightmare. But let's go to the other end of the spectrum, what you're supposed to buy. It's not like these are cheap either. Buying a 2025 RAV4.
Cool. Can you give me a sec?
Alan, we are so... $656 for 7 years just for a RAV4. Who is taking out 7-year loans on a car now? Unfortunately, that's becoming more and more common. If you can't pay the car off in 3 to 5 years, then unfortunately you can't afford the car. Don't hate her, hate the inflation of car prices and the ridiculous things that dealerships add on top of sales. While I do agree with that, you still signed on the dotted line. Why are people normalizing a $600 car payment as something good or healthy? No sunroof? No way. Why would you do that? And even Toyota, the one that's supposed to be the most reliable, the newest vehicles coming out are starting to have their issues.
Dude, my freaking car, it is broke.
This is on a brand new 4Runner, by the way. These 6th Gen 4Runners have quality and reliability issues, unfortunately. Buy a 5th Gen 4Runner, thank me later. Former Toyota tech. She responds, yeah, I wish I would have known that before buying. Should have done my research. It's not going to help too much now. As a loyal Toyota driver, the new generation of Toyotas are trash. It's almost like everywhere you turn, you're just going to get burned. And we have a clip right here of a Tesla that's on screen. My cousin just got a dinosaur while showing the center iPad screen how slow and laggy it is. And I'm not specifically trying to pick on Teslas right now. This is what every vehicle is going to look like in the future. They all have these types of screens, and just like old computers, old laptops, they start slowing down with time, getting extremely laggy, basically being unusable. You don't think the exact same thing is going to happen with all of these vehicles? The entire secondhand market is going to look like a war zone, and all of the more reliable 90s, 2000s, early 2010 cars are going to start thinning out, so that's not going to be an option. So the only other thing you could do is to buy a brand new vehicle in 2035, 2040, when the MSRP is going to cost an arm and a leg. There's no winning in this situation. Nobody should be buying a Tesla that old. It's going to have so many problems. I feel like you could swap out Tesla with any other brand in this time period. What year? 2008. The future is not looking bright.
I'm back from the dealer. I got approved with Capital One. Okay. The first offer that they gave, they wanted me to get in this Honda that I didn't want. It had too many miles and it was like a 2017. And yeah, it just didn't make sense to me. So I found another one, and it was a Nissan Kicks 2020 with 49,000 miles. And the offer that they gave me was 1,000 down, and it was gonna be 72 months, 25% APR, whatever, $474 a month. I wanted to have warranty. The warranty that they were offering me was $3,000 and $3,070. There was like add-ons of $1,000, and someone on here did like help me and stuff. So yeah, he told me that that was not a good deal. I don't know. The loan was gonna be $19,000, right?
Okay, let's do some quick math. $474 for 72 months is over $34,000 for a Nissan Kick. Add in the $1,000 down payment, so over $35,000 without the insurance or maintenance. She had an offer for 25% APR. Oh man, but she didn't want to get that old 2017 Civic. That was terrible, right? A 2025 Nissan Kick MSRP is $21,830, and she would have paid over $35,000 for a used one with 50,000 miles. Now luckily she said she was going to think about it, and she ended up making this video, which turned into a whole ton of comments of people telling her not to do it, so she didn't. Don't get a Nissan Kicks. Almost any Honda is better. 25% APR is insane. Get a scooter. 25%. Please don't do that ever. So I'm glad that at least she dodged a bullet, but in this next clip, I don't think this person was so lucky.
I have a 2025 Nissan Versa financed through Santander. The car has 12,877 miles. Nothing mechanically or cosmetically wrong with it. I got a cash card from my mom, so I just really don't want to have a car note anymore. It's a great, reliable car. The problem is I owe more on it than it's worth. I owe $22,000. So if anyone's interested in a new car or know anyone is interested, can you please share the word?
A 2025 Nissan Versa starts at an MSRP of $17,390, and she owes over $22,000 trying to get rid of this thing. Nobody is going to buy this, or she's going to take a pretty hefty loss. Here's another one, a notoriously bad brand, the Range Rovers.
The serious sign that if you ever want to get a Range Rover, just don't get it. Just get a Benz, because this car gives me so many issues. Like, I'm literally pressing the key fob to open the door, and only the back handle opened up. And it's not even opening up my car. Like, I'm so irritated. Like, this literally is the worst car. Now I have to tow it back to Land Rover.
And if I really wanted to, we could have made an entire video just about this brand. Another one, one day your husband's going to take you to the Range Rover dealership. You're going to buy a brand new car. It'll end up being a lemon. I know so many people love the cars, especially the Land Rovers, because of the way it looks. And I agree, it's a nice looking SUV. I would never own one, but regardless, people are lining up, signing on the dotted line, and then dealing with these consequences. Why do people keep buying these? Range Rovers have been consistently ranked the most unreliable car manufacturer. And it's not like these are cheap vehicles either. They're very expensive.
I'm currently in a 24 Grand Cherokee 4xE, and I've been having a significant amount of problems. I'm sure you've heard about all of the recalls that have gone on. There were 3, 1 was taken care of, 2 are active where I can't use the electric function really at all. The recall is saying you shouldn't charge the battery, it could catch fire. I ordered a fob from the dealership like 7 months ago, it's still not in. I've been having like multiple issues. Is that something that I should try and go to the dealership and kind of figure out with them? Because I got this 70th anniversary, which I'm regretting because it's like $660 a month. I don't want to do something now and roll negative equity into my next lease.
So what's your question? To go to the dealership to talk to them about what?
At this point, with the 2 open recalls, I almost feel unsafe. The car could catch fire.
Yeah, so common misunderstanding. The dealership has nothing to do with this, right? It's not their car. They've sold it to
So it's actually cheap.
Who are you making your payments to?
I believe it's the direct cancel.
So your first step would be to call or corporate. It's the same thing as if you were to walk into a random dealer and talk to them about it. They'd be like, dude, this isn't our car. We have nothing to do with this. Go talk to Jeep.
Alright, so because you bought this thing that's a hunk of junk, you're legitimately worried about it catching fire if you use it. They're going to make you run around in circles going to the dealership. It's not their problem. Then you got to talk to the bank with the loan. Then you got to go straight over to Jeep to try to be able to resolve this problem that so many people are having right now.
I am so tired of having this Wrangler. The engine light is on, so I can't auto start my truck. The dashboard is completely black, so I can't use my backup camera. I can't use my radio. This is a brand new Jeep, and when I tell you every 6 months it's something, I can't take it.
Jeeps have been garbage. People buying them now just to put rubber ducks on the dash. Just empty every pocket. That's what Jeep stands for. But let's finish off this video with some of the most unreliable vehicles of 2025.
These are the 12 most unreliable cars and SUVs of 2025. Number 12 is the 2025 Tesla Model Y, which has a JD Power Reliability score of 69 out of 100. Number 11 is the 2025 Rivian R1T, which also has a JD Power Reliability score of 69 out of 100. Number 10 is the 2025 Lincoln Nautilus, which has a JD Power Reliability score of 69 out of 100 as well. Number 9 is the 2025 Alfa Romeo Tonale, which has a JD Power Reliability score of 68 out of 100. Number 8 is the 2025 Audi Q7, and that has a JD Power Reliability score also of 68 out of 100. Number 7 is the 2025 Audi Q4 e-tron, and that has a JD Power Reliability score of 67 out of 100. Number 6 is the 2025 Volvo V60, and that has a JD Power Reliability score of 67 out of 100 as well. Number 5 is the 2025 Dodge Hornet, and that has a JD Power Reliability score of 66 out of 100. Number 4 is the 2025 Mazda CX-90, that has a JD Power Reliability score of 65 out of 100. Number 3 is the 2025 Polestar 2, and that has a JD Power Reliability score of 65 out of 100. Number 2 is the 2025 BMW X1 with a JD Power Reliability score of 63 out of 100. And the number 1 most unreliable vehicle of 2025, according to U.S. News and World Report, is the 2025 Cadillac Lyriq with a JD Power Reliability score of 53 out of 100.
So it was basically dead even between both gas and electric vehicles for the worst thing that you could possibly buy. A lot of the brands and manufacturers that we've already talked about in this video, and it's something you need to be aware of before you buy anything new. But that's all I got for you guys today. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. YouTube thinks you'll like this video popping up on screen right now, but hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, please leave a like, and I'll talk to you guys later.
Jeff, highest monthly payment you've ever seen?
$3,700.
I was working at Mazda and watching people get absolutely ripped off with their car finance every single day.
Tonight, it's never been more expensive to buy a new car. According to a report from Kelley Blue Book, the average price for a new vehicle has cracked the $50,000 mark for the first time ever.
So you already know what time it is. We have another de-influencing video talking about car payments with $1,000 a month payments, 72 or 84 month term lengths, and the recent news that the average new car price just went over $50,000 each. We're only going to see these videos pop up on social media even more. We have a lot to go over today, along with comments from you guys from previous videos. So if you want to be featured on a future video, leave it in the comments down below. And let's start off with the high payments, but I want you to specifically pay attention to the wording they're using.
What kind of car do you drive?
Mercedes.
And how much is your monthly payment? Lorenza, what kind of car do you drive? And how much is your monthly payment? Oh no. Justin, what kind of car do you drive?
2018
And how much is your monthly payment? That's not bad. Hey Dustin.
Yeah.
What kind of car do you drive?
A Range Rover Velar.
And how much is your monthly payment?
$760.
That's not bad. What kind of car do you drive?
I drive a 2024 F-150.
And what's your monthly payment?
$1,000.
Oh no. That's the worst one today.
Okay, so now the $1,000 car payments are bad, which I agree, but if you're talking $500 or even $700 a month, oh, that's not bad anymore, apparently, right? That's exactly what these dealerships are trying to make you think, because these deals just keep getting worse and worse. The payments are only going up. Some of the comments, I don't want to drive a mortgage payment, $800 plus for a Chevy Tahoe. They're trying to normalize high car payments. Please stop. I don't trust any car salesperson with a car payment above $500. We have a screenshot right here. I'm nosy. Tell me your car payment so I feel better about mine. $640 a month because I just had to have a panoramic roof that I never opened. $692. Just bought myself a 2025 Camry Hybrid. I know overall it's more reliable than most of the other vehicles people purchase today, but still you're talking about $700 for a Camry now. $856 because I just had to have a third row. I have one child and he's 13 and he usually sits up front. A picture perfect example of the mom car. A giant school bus looking SUV when you don't have enough kids to fit all of the seats, but it doesn't matter, you're going to be paying that $856 for 72 months, even 84, not including the insurance. By the time the car is finally yours and not the bank's, you don't even want the car anymore. LMAO. And that's how people get into the cycle of car payments for the rest of their lives. Another one, you guys in the comments are making the worst financial decisions I've ever seen. Someone had to have a third row even though they had one kid, just talking about the comment previously. I also work for a dealership and there's a lot of payments around $1,200 out there, so they just keep upping it higher and higher. $500 used to be a high car payment, then it was $800, now it's $1,000, $1,200 apparently, so anything under, you're getting a good deal. Yeah, sure you are. You guys are paying rent for your cars, might as well just live in them because that's all we can afford anymore. I have a lease, a 2024 BMW X1, the smallest SUV you could get $850 a month. I don't even think about my bill. Just like the mortgage, I need a car, I need a home, still gotta pay them, so you had to get the base model BMW though, right? $850 a month. Sounds to me like you're just paying for the badge on the front and back of the vehicle. $960 a month and $630 a month for insurance. $1,500 a month for a vehicle. Oh man, $1,260, but I pay $1,400 just to knock off a couple of payments for a Tesla Model S. They must have gotten a Plaid, right? Even though they have heavily depreciated since they came out a few years ago. $781 for a 2025 Toyota GR86, $1,075, and I'm a financial advisor. Whoops, $1,897, and that's with 10% down a 2025 F350, $2,000 a month. I hope at least it's a legitimate work truck. $598 for a 23 Kia Soul, a lot more than I wanted. Negative equity brought me into it. I mean, this keeps going on and on. There's almost 40,000 comments on this video, but we could just move on.
I was working at Mazda and watching people get absolutely ripped off with their car finance every single day. Customers would come in needing a car loan and we had to mark up their interest rates by 2% just because it was legal so the company could make more money. I would see young people signing loans that they did not understand, paying thousands more than they needed to because nobody explained their options. And the worst part was I was part of that problem. I was trained to maximize profits, not help people get the best deal, and I literally couldn't sleep at night doing this job any longer. So I left and I became a finance broker. Now I compare 25 different lenders instead of pushing one bank's products. Everyone deserves better than bank speak and just one option. That's why I do what I do now.
So this was specifically Mazda, but you don't think every dealership does this? Every manufacturer? Because in comparison to most other brands, Mazda is kind of on the cheaper side right now. Virtually no vehicle is cheap whatsoever, but at least when we're talking about something like Toyotas, they are very expensive today. But it's their job to get you to pay as much as you possibly can so they can bring in that commission check and make the dealerships even more money. They are not going to be your friends. We have a comment from you guys. I love these car payment videos. They keep me happy with my 10-year-old fully paid off Mercedes that I bought in cash. Sometimes I get angsty and wish for a newer, nicer car with the latest and greatest tech, but after you see the 4-figure monthly payments become more and more common, you start becoming a lot more grateful with the car you currently have.
What's the highest car payment you've seen?
$1,200 bucks.
On what?
Suburban. Jeff, highest monthly payment you've ever seen?
$3,700.
What kind of car?
McLaren. Probably $1,500 so far.
And what kind of vehicle was it?
That was a ZR2 Colorado.
$2,600 bucks a month.
What kind of vehicle?
Genesis G90.
$3,196 a month.
Wow, it's pretty high. What kind of car was it?
It was a Corvette E-Ray, financed the whole amount.
Nice.
No money down.
About $2,300 bucks on a Corvette.
Probably about like 2,800, 2,700 bucks around there.
What kind of car?
Probably a commercial truck.
Probably $2,300.
What kind of car?
One was a Dodge Dually.
$2,600 for a Genesis. God bless them. That was probably the worst one out of that entire clip. I thought the Corvette payments were just as ridiculous, especially the one who financed it all. Couldn't come up with a down payment, but they absolutely wanted that C8. And as I said before, these prices are only rising higher and higher.
The economy tonight and our reporting on the prices you're paying for everything. Tonight here, the cost of a new car. What our reporter discovered on the car lot, the average price of a new vehicle in this country, and what's driving this. Here's Matt Rivers.
Tonight, it's never been more expensive to buy a new car. According to a report from Kelley Blue Book, the average price for a new vehicle has cracked the $50,000 mark for the first time ever.
It's shocking.
I think it's obscene.
And that's just what people paid. The average asking price, the MSRP for 2026 models, is even higher, more than $52,000. Talk about sticker shock.
The study's authors writing, it was only a matter of time, especially when you consider the best-selling vehicle in America is a pickup truck from Ford that routinely costs north of $65,000. The report says the average price for a new Tesla is $54,138.
Now, I know at least that pickup trucks hold their value somewhat because they're utilitarian use. I'm not saying that it's a great value because almost all of them are wildly overpriced, but especially when we're talking about EVs and Teslas, they're taking crazy depreciation hits over the past couple years. So if you're paying $55,000 for a brand new one in 2026, it's going to be worth a fraction of that in just a couple of years. Not something that I would want to deal with whatsoever. And something that I'd like to add, it depends on what state you live in the country, but of course it's not just the car payments, it's the insurance, the gas, the maintenance that goes along with it, and possibly a vehicle registration renewal. Most of the time it depends on the value of your car, and it could be a ton of money, especially if you're buying something brand new. This person on screen had to pay an extra $920. Where I live in North Carolina, you have to pay a percentage of the value of your vehicle every single year to the state, along with all the other expenses of owning a vehicle. It can get unbelievably expensive.
And how much you end up paying a month? How much you end up paying a month? What's too much? Right here. Yeah, by your new car. Came in for an oil change. Now you left with more debt. But how much you pay a month? Yeah, how much you pay a month? There you go. Zero down. Goose egg.
$520 a month for a hopefully already pretty heavily depreciated Jeep Grand Cherokee when this person was only coming in for an oil change. I don't know the value of the car that they had initially, but they probably traded it in, and now most likely you're stuck in another payment cycle for what, 5, 6, 7 years possibly? And by the time those payments are finally done, that Jeep is going to be almost worthless. Stellantis has been having a real tough time over the past few years.
CarMax has to be stopped. This is a 2015 Nissan Altima S, meaning that it doesn't have a backup camera, base model, no frills, no features, and they want 12 grand for this. Check this out. Now this one's locked, I can't show you the inside, but check this out. 12 grand for a 2015 Nissan S with 126,000 miles. This thing's going to need a new transmission the moment you drive this off the lot. $308 a month for 72 months. Look at this, 72-month term without a down payment. Meaning you could put a down payment down and bring this down maybe $20. You're still paying close to $300 a month in 2025 for a car with no backup camera, cloth seats, and a horrendous CVT. To top it off, look at this. They tried to polish the lights, but they didn't do a very good job.
And then CarMax will be shocked that it'll just sit on their lot forever. 12 grand and over 120,000 miles on a Nissan? A decade-old base model Nissan, I should add. Who's going to pay that kind of money? Nobody. I just don't understand where they're pulling these numbers. And I know some of the salesmen try to play into this to get engagement on their TikTok or possibly bring in clients, but still, I don't know why any of them are surprised that less people are buying.
So what's the biggest hiccup on why you haven't bought a car yet? If you're looking at buying a car and you haven't bought it yet, what's the biggest reason you haven't bought it yet? Tell me in the comments, maybe I can help. And follow Ramsey Sells Cars.
So this clip had 27 likes and 423 comments. Costs too much. You guys want $45,000 for a mid-size pickup and $85,000 for a full-size. Does that answer the question? The price is not a mystery. They're all still $10,000 too high. Interest rates and MSRP is too high. $70,000 for an extended full-size SUV is absurd. I was actually going to buy a brand new F-250, but the price has surpassed the quality. Overpriced because a Ford Focus could cost up to $40,000. And if you wanted to comfortably afford the best-selling vehicle in America, you're going to have to make a lot more money than you probably think.
So does anyone else besides me think how crazy it is that the Ford F-Series is currently the #1 vehicle sold in the United States? However, most Americans are currently in debt affording this car. So let's see how much you need to make to comfortably afford a 2025 Ford F-150. So the total price of this Ford F-150 XLT came out to be right around $54,000. However, when you multiply by 7% sales tax, you get a brand new total of around $57,000. Taking the total price of the vehicle, adding 20% down, financed at 5% for a total of 60 months, you're left with a total monthly payment of around $872. So the annual insurance cost for a Ford F-150 is going to be right around $2,400 a year, so it's roughly going to be around $206 a month. The annual maintenance cost on a brand new Ford F-150 is going to be right around $788 a year, so that's roughly going to be around $65 a month if you were to budget this out. And after we add all of this together, we're left with a total monthly payment of around $1,100 a month. And if you were to multiply this by 10%, you'll find your monthly gross income, and multiply this by 12 to find your annual gross income. and you roughly should be making around $137,000 a year to be able to very comfortably afford a 2025 Ford F-150.
And with all the F-150s that you inevitably see on the road, do you think each one of them are making almost $140,000 a year? I doubt it, and we're not even talking about the F-250s or 350s from any of the other manufacturers as well. That gets wildly more expensive. So that's how we have a total of over $1.6 trillion worth of car debt in the US. Now we could go over to a Mustang segment in this video. I found a couple of them just talking about Mustangs alone. We'll roll it.
This car has been on our lot longer than I have, and I don't know why. Behind me is a 2023 Mustang GT Premium, and here's 3 reasons this car should be gone already. Reason number 1 that this car should be gone is it has just over 10,000 miles on it. That's only 5,000 miles a year. Reason number 2 this car should be gone is it's actually purple and not black. This paint color is called Purple Mischievous Metallic. Reason number 3 this car has to go. Listen to this exhaust. In all honesty, we just got this car in last night, and I just started today. But if you're watching this video, I can sell it to you for $42,991. Let me know in the comments, would you drive a purple Mustang?
$42,000? Are you out of your mind? That's what a new one costs. Trade in on Kelley Blue Book, assuming it's in very good condition, is between $35,000 and $39,000. And we all know it's most definitely not towards the high end. And seeing how your dealership has a 2.5 star rating and the internet price is already $1,000 cheaper than what you stated, I'm assuming the price of this vehicle with the sales department did not go over well after posting this video. It's almost like they're trying to get you into the dealership because then you're already taking the steps to purchase, and then they'll hit you with all of those extra hidden fees, and no wonder why they have 2.5 star rating online. But for some people, it does not matter. They're gonna wreck their finances just to afford one. Imagine not getting your dream car because you're scared of a loan. With the red Mustang on screen, when all you do is work to afford a $1,200 car payment. And again, yet another Mustang. Hopefully it's the GT, at least. But we could go over to the comments. $1,200 a month Mustang and didn't get a GT 500. Is this rage bait? The creator responds, I got a 460 credit score. I don't know if he's truthful about that. He's probably just playing into the bait. But as we've seen on this channel, people with that bad of a credit score have still tried to purchase vehicles to show off to others, no matter how bad the payments could get. Another one here, $780 a month lease, $2,000 down, first-time buyer for a 2026 Tacoma. For a lease? Bro, $780 for a lease. $700 on a lease is wild. Unlimited miles, tires and maintenance, etc. And then the salesman replies, bro, it's a trail hunter. I thought $700 a month loan was bad. Again, the response, this is a trail hunter, as if anybody cares. And I'm not saying that I don't like cars and that it would be nice to have a fancy vehicle, a sports car, something along the lines of that. But the things that some of these people do or try to justify for the trim level is just absolutely off the walls for me. Another comment here, worked at a Ford dealership from 99 to 2015. And one of the most important things that I learned was just because it's new doesn't make it reliable. I think you could really lump in all manufacturers in the modern day when we're talking about the lack of quality and reliability. They truly just don't make them like they used to. And now when we're talking about the maintenance for these new vehicles, especially the luxury manufacturers, you better be making a ton of money because nothing is going to be cheap.
Speaking of oil change, I just called Mercedes and them said $800 for service B. I won't be accepting any more texts this month, any more phone calls this month, unless it comes with some money. I'm sorry, that's all I got. That's all I got. Like,
It's only $800. How'd you buy a luxury car and can't handle the maintenance? People love to see that badge on the vehicle though. Everyone wants a luxury car until it comes time to get something fixed. Hit the nail right on the head there. Another comment here, I used to wonder how so many people could afford all of their new homes and 2 new cars. As I got older, I realized everyone's broke, especially when you start seeing deals like this 2024 Chevy 2500. The APR is almost 21%, $1,600 a month for 72 months. The total amount of payments will be almost $115,000 for this thing. There's no way on planet Earth that this would be worth it at all. 20% APR. Did you sell this truck to someone with a FICO score of 300? Repo guy following home, $1,500 for a used truck. There are tons of clips like this and new ways that they're trying to get more customers in when your new 2026 is only $500 a month for a Kia K5. But it's got that nice fancy red interior. For some reason, people equate that to luxury, even though it's still a Kia at the end of the day. And another example of trying to make $500 a month seem cheap. I don't know, with today's climate, I feel like a lot of people would like to have an extra $500 a month. $500 a month for car payments? Lord, in this economy, exactly what I just said. Some people are paying $800 to $1,000. I mean, it's like I'm a broken record. They're saying the exact same things over and over again, these salesmen. It's not that bad. At least it's not $1,000 or $1,200. That's what I see all the time. Another one of the tactics up on screen I've seen recently, 2026 Camry with a pink interior. So now red isn't cool enough. You want the pink interior. Who do you think they're trying to sell this to? And I guess it's working. I'll trade in my 2025 XSE right now. You're telling me I could have done this with my 86? So you're saying I should trade in my car? The creator replies, yes, I'm saying that. Go ahead, roll your negative equity into another vehicle just with different colored seats. Genius. It really is never ending. Me with $18,000 and then me without $18,000 with a Toyota Supra and a $1,582 monthly payment. There's no way that's your payment. That's 20% APR. I mean, I don't really hate the way the new Supra looks. I think the Mark IV is much better, and I feel most people think that way too. But for almost $2,000 a month, there's no way I would ever buy it. But we can move on to the modern tech that comes along with these wildly overpriced new vehicles.
You guys check out the window controls on my new car. This is so cool. My old car had separate buttons for each window so I could just feel it. But then I was wasting all this time looking at the road, paying attention to where I was going. Now, if I want to roll down the back window, I can stare down at my knees and fumble around with a touchscreen the size of an almond, all while I'm traveling at 70 miles an hour. The really cool part, too, is sometimes it doesn't even work. Kind of keeps things exciting. So massive shout out to Volkswagen for this huge step forward in human progress.
Now, I know part of the problem with modern vehicles is that there's a ton of rules in the US. Regulations when it comes to the engine and how efficient it could be, on top of tons of different safety regulations, right? And in a way, I understand, but when it comes to this type of new tech, how is this kind of stuff even allowed? The giant screens that you have to stare at and click through several different option menus just to be able to turn on the AC, how is that safe when you're driving on the road? Same thing with the example on the windows right there. You're not paying attention for a second or two because you have to look at the touchscreen and then be able to use the windows correctly, and then you have no idea what's been happening on the road at that time. Sounds like a really easy way for people to get into way more accidents. All I want are buttons. No more screens, just buttons. Everything after this was a mistake with a lot of the knobs we've seen on older cars. Bad news for fans of the living. I really don't understand how a lot of these apparent new features even get past safety regulations. And to keep on with the modern infotainment screens, it's only a matter of time until they run ads on your 3-screen dashboard. Every time you turn on the car, you're gonna have to sit there for 30 seconds while you're just getting hammered by Coca-Cola and Red Bull ads. I know it sounds ridiculous in 2025, but I'd like to see what happens in 2035. But let's go back over to the dealership with the salesman paying ludicrous amounts of money for their vehicles that are all, of course, financed as well.
I'm Ed Howard. I've worked at this dealership for 15 years, and I'm thinking I probably spent $300,000 in cars that I purchased. Oh my God, no wonder I'm so broke.
Hi, my name's Alicia. I've been here for 13 years. I think I've spent maybe 400 grand on cars here. Yikes.
Hi, I'm Matt Liebig. I've worked here for 15 years. I think I've spent $300,000 on
I'm Chris. I've been here for 8 months now. I think I've spent probably 100 grand. Ouch.
Hi, my name's Alex. I've been here for about 18 years, and I think I've probably spent somewhere between, let's just say, $500,000 to $600,000 on all my cars. costs a lot more than that.
So all the numbers we saw in this clip are life-changing amounts of money, but all that money disappears because you wanted to buy a brand new BMW over and over again. I know the MSRP was probably much lower than all the total cost that they paid over time, so that's how much extra money they lost due to financing. Financially irresponsible final bosses. $1.3 million in 15 years is around $87,000 a year. That guy is giving his employer more money per year than my employer pays me per year. Again, all to just be in the newest model BMW year after year, instead of legitimately being able to retire years before you think. Can't say it's worth it in my opinion.
Bro, please tell me this is a joke, right? I'm just trying to figure out, how do you owe $25,000 on a Mercedes that has 170,000 miles?
When I got out of high school, I wasn't really too smart about the car finances and stuff like that. It was pretty much blind lease on. It was a 26% interest rate. I got it from CarMax. Originally, the note was like 500 something plus the CarMax gear, stuff like that. So it went up to the 600. After tax, 628 or 668.
Wait, you said you bought the car in 2021?
Yeah, 2021.
4 years later.
Credit score 580. Now I don't have anything down. I'm like an Amazon driver.
Time being, just use the car. Just be careful. They're going to pick it up, but I mean, if that's your only mode of transportation, hustle for a year or two, get your credit up, and then, when you have a 700 credit score, you climb the Amazon ladder and go get a car, a nice car. But right now, the situation is people see you look at your cars and high interest rates, they don't really think about getting to this point.
But you getting right out of high school, your mind's set on that Mercedes that you saw at CarMax. We saw the example earlier in how bad the Nissan deal was. This Mercedes one with 170,000 miles is way worse. Spending $25,000, still owing $25,000 4 years later as an Amazon driver, but you needed that luxury badge. He kind of made it sound like it was possibly getting repoed in the future as well. I mean, the entire situation is just a mess. Who buys a Mercedes just out of high school? You have to flex though, right? What are these interest rates? The average Canadian interest rate are 5 to 10%. That would probably be with some pretty solid credit, but 580 is pretty low. Seeing these videos have convinced me I will never own a car again. I mean, if you could somehow manage, maybe if you live in a city where you work from home and the grocery store is super close, but most of the time when we're talking about the US, you almost need some sort of transportation. Now, a new vehicle that's been popping up that I'm going to see into the future, if anybody purchases, will lose a massive amount of money, is the one up on screen right now. They have a Nissan Armada Nismo version starting to show up on lots today. I personally don't really like the way it looks. Kind of just looks like a riced out vehicle, but it's from the manufacturer. And we go over to the comments. It's gonna sit for 2 years. That's a cute oversized Nissan Cube. All that for 6 seconds, 0 to 60. Recalls coming in soon. And of course, there's consistent issues with Nissan as a whole, but the other problem is the 2026 Nissan Armada Nismo starts at an MSRP of $81,720 for a Nissan. You're paying $80,000 for a Nissan. It's going to be funny looking at it just a few years in the future. The depreciation hit is going to be unreal. Now, with all the examples that you've seen on this channel, on the news, everybody's really talking about it. Many are looking at just purchasing older, reliable vehicles. 1999 Toyota Tacoma available on our lot now. And it looks like it's in pretty good shape, right? A smaller, reliable work truck, nothing fancy, but will get the job done. Then we go over to the comments. It's listed for almost $14,000 on their website. I get it, it'll probably run and last forever, but still, 14 grand. It really does seem like there is no winning in this situation. But we'll finish off the video with this clip.
I'm learning the hard way that just because you can make a payment on something doesn't mean that you can afford it. For 30 years, I have lived with the mindset of, if I want it, I'm going to get it. I didn't care what it affected or who it affected, if it was going to cause us to not meet one of our goals, or if it was going to cause us to live paycheck to paycheck. And now I'm 48 years old. I've already lived half of my life, and I'm just now figuring out what that mindset actually cost me, which was peace, progress, and a whole lot of missed opportunities. And yeah, unfortunately, I'm learning the hard way, and it has cost my family, and it has cost me. Here I am stuck in a car that I had to have 2 years ago, financed $78,000 for it. I pay $1,100 a month. I owe $57,000 on it, and they appraised it for $40,000. And we don't even own our own home yet. yet.
That'll be a very similar story with anybody trying to buy that previous Nismo Armada, but so many people live in this type of mindset and then are surprised that they could never get ahead financially. But that's all I got for you guys today. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. YouTube thinks you'll like this video popping up on screen right now, but hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, please leave a like, and I'll talk to you guys later.
I currently drive a 2025 Nissan Armada, the new body style. My current payments are $1,573 right now.
Toyota's charging us $600 a year to keep all of our functions on our 2025 Camry after we've owned it for a year.
I don't want the Toyota Highlander. It's too small for my one kid.
Alright, everybody knows what time it is. We are due for another video of ridiculous car payments. This type of content just keeps getting uploaded to the internet. We're gonna keep watching and honestly be grateful that we're not in the same situation as some of the people we're gonna take a look at today. Because we're not gonna be looking at people who make millions of dollars a year and decide to go buy a brand new Escalade. We're gonna be looking at normal people struggling with the high cost of living, the rising housing prices, the student debt repayment starting back up, but they still insist to have a $700, $800, $900 car payment. And don't worry, in this video it's going to be way higher than that, all to try to impress other people that don't really matter. We have a lot to go over today, along with comments from you guys from previous videos, so if you want to be featured on a future video, leave it in the comments down below. But we're going to start off with everyone's favorite segment, the car salesman monthly payments.
What's your car payment and what do you drive?
Just short of $2,700 a month, but every morning I have to decide if I'm going to drive the Tahoe Premier or the Ford Competition.
What's your car payment and what do you drive?
$1,342 and I drive a Silverado 3500H.
Hey, what kind of car do you drive and what is your car payment?
I drive a Lincoln Navigator.
Hey Jacob, what kind of car do you drive and what is your monthly payment?
A Chevy Silverado is $934.
What kind of car do you drive and what is your monthly payment? Hey Bluetooth, what kind of car do you drive and what are your monthly payments?
Right now, I currently drive a 2025 Nissan Armada, new body style. My current payments are $1,573 right now.
What do you drive and how much do you pay?
I drive a 2023 Kia Telluride SXX Pro, and I pay $797 a month.
What do you drive and how much do you pay?
Currently buying, but probably around the high $700 range.
Okay. Cool.
And at the end, they showed somebody they were roping in for high $700 car payments on a Kia K4. Oh man, that doesn't include insurance either. I mean, we could talk about almost every one of them. $800 a month for the Kia, whatever trim model it was, as if anybody cares. Almost $1,600 for the new Nissan Armada. It's a Nissan. And it's basically like a badge of honor to these people how much money they could spend on depreciating vehicles, trying to make it more normal in today's society. And that's exactly what this comment section talks about, trying to normalize high car payments, I see. They're trying to normalize the high interest rates as well. WTF, did he say $2,700? Reminder, these people are trying to convince you that your car payment is affordable because that $700 a month isn't nearly as bad as $2,700. $797 for a Kia is criminal, and then right after that, the $700 for a Kia K4. I honestly really feel bad for that kid. Is this an advertisement to not buy a new car? Is this supposed to make me want to buy a new car? Those payments are scary. I'll pass and keep driving my paid-for truck. We have a comment from one of you guys. This should be required viewing for every high school senior class. Coming from a high school teacher. Because basically every 18-year-old guy wants some sort of nice vehicle, whether it's a big truck or a fancy car, sports car, whatever, right? Maybe they get out into the real world, start making some okay money, and immediately blow all of it on a car that's actively losing value. Another one right here, a staple on the channel, is the mom car payments.
Okay, so I've been at car dealerships all day since like 9:30 this morning. I finally found a car, got a new mom car. I'm nosy. I want to know, what do you pay for your car, especially if you drive an SUV? Because I thought $340 was a lot, that's what I was paying. Now I'm thinking a little bit more. But all the dealership guys are telling me $340 is a lot more. So what are you paying for your SUVs?
2021 King Ranch Expedition, $990 a month. Okay, dream car until the new facelift version comes out, and then that's the old one. Now I got a new dream car that I got to spend $1,000, $1,500 a month on once again. I mean, the next comment says exactly that. I love it, but now I want the brand new one. LOL. car salesperson here, the average car payment is $750 to now $1,200 a month. I like how each time we go over this topic, every few months the salesman always just upped the number a little bit. It was $600, $700, maybe $800, then it went up to $1,000, and apparently it's up to $1,200 now. $1,200 for a 2025 Jeep Wagoneer. $995, those $300 payments are long gone now. $1,472 for a 2025 Chevy Suburban. 2025 again, brand new Kia Sorento, $800. Another Kia, $800. 2023 Escalade, $1,400. Another $1,000 for a Suburban, and even $908 for a 2024 Honda Odyssey. You're hitting almost $1,000 a month payments for a minivan now. But on the contrast, I asked you guys the exact same question, and it is not nearly the same as the past comment section. Nothing, I own my car outright, $0. $0, I'm going to keep it that way as long as possible. $300 for a 2024 Corolla, a lot cheaper than what we just saw with new vehicles. And an Odyssey that's also paid off. $0 paid cash for all 5 of the vehicles both my wife and I have had for the last 36 years. $0, $0, $0. There was a lot of comments like that, which is what I definitely like to see. But going back to the mom car issue, as soon as you have one child, you immediately need some sort of Suburban or Escalade. Just absolutely monster SUV. We have a skid here that isn't really far from the truth.
I don't want the Toyota Highlander. It's too small for my one kid. I think it's something a little bit bigger, but something affordable. Maybe like kind of like Escalade. There goes that Tahoe my wife's been talking about. Yeah, she didn't want a GMC though. She really liked the Lexus Sequoia, but the 14-inch screen that was the size of a tablet was big enough. She didn't like it, so we're gonna look for something else. Yeah, we heard all the other brands were going to the Chinese market, so we decided to buy a Lincoln Navigator Black Label instead.
Some of the comments, we decided to go into generational debt for that Lincoln Navigator. Girl I went to high school with got an Expedition Max when she had her first child. A school bus for a single infant. It's odd that there's a very specific vehicle as soon as you have a child that everybody apparently wants. Almost none of them are reliable as well. And like I said at the beginning of the video, if you truly make a ton of money and could easily pay for these vehicles in cash and all the maintenance that goes with it, then that's fine. Go buy whatever you want. But most people who are making average income are getting roped into these types of payments and then will barely live paycheck to paycheck, never getting ahead in financial. And financial problems won't be the only issue that could come up with this situation. I told my husband I wanted a new car. He said, no, we don't need a new car. I don't know what no and don't need means, but here's my new car. And surprise, surprise, it's the same type of SUV. You must be so wonderful to look with. Tell your husband I wish him better luck in his next marriage. My wife came home with a brand new Audi lease that she couldn't afford. I served her a couple months later. Debt, car payments, hard pass. What the ladies always say, may this love never find me. So one of these types of SUVs really worth your entire relationship going under? I don't think so. And while people are paying ridiculous prices for these vehicles, some don't even know the make and model of what they purchased.
Is it normal to not know the make and model of your car? I just looked at a picture at the beginning and they asked what kind of car I have, and I was like, hold on. And I had to go look out the window for the make and model of my car. I've had this car since 2013. It's been 12 years and I can never remember what the make and model is. And while we're on this topic, did you guys know that you're supposed to have a physical copy of your car title, like with you? Physically, you're supposed to know where that is.
Okay, so we're gonna cut that off. At least the silver lining, I'm hoping, is that because this car is 12 years old, she's not making crazy payments on it anymore. And I'm also not saying that everybody has to be a car person and know every new model that's coming out, differentiate every little thing about each vehicle. But there were some examples that we saw that people were solely purchasing vehicles because they had heated leather interiors, and maybe they were red. It was a nice bright color and it looked cool. Didn't know anything about the make or model or reliability of it. It just had a couple features that they wanted, so that turned into $700 a month payments for the next several years. But we have a little two-parter on a model that I don't think we've really talked about on this channel, so we'll just roll it.
Let's see how much it is. I don't see any markup. 68,000.
I think it's cool looking, but seriously, $70,000 for 230 miles of range is pathetic. I've yet to see one on the road in my area. I've seen one in my life so far driving around. Since when is Volkswagen worth $70,000? I love electric cars, but wait a couple years. It'll be on sale for 250 to 300 miles and be $17,000. It's never worth it to buy an electric car new. Well, funny that you say that, because the next clip up on screen probably needed an oil change, got a new car instead. Somebody actually signed on the dotted line for one of these things. I thought the top comment was really funny. You solving mysteries, like they got the mystery machine. There's a whole bunch of the comments, oh, put it back, and then there was just a reaction of like, why would you actually purchase this? On top of these insanely high price tags, we're still seeing another video. POV left the dealership after buying a car and just realized I can't make the payments. Did it twice in the past year, and God has been making a way since, sis. What does that mean? Has God been giving you the monthly car payments? Is money just appearing out of thin air? The worst part is that they knew you couldn't. Talking about the car salesman, the creator responds, you know they did, LOL. Just make the number look good when you're there. So what is the goal here? To just drive it around and then get a car repo on your record and make any car buying process in the future exponentially worse? And you actively knew that was going to happen? This is my sign to go ahead and upgrade to that 2025 Honda Accord. Just the thought process is insane. Another one talking about God somehow fixing all of this. Man, listen, I drove off that lot in my new truck so fast. The Lord will make a way somehow. I don't know, for all the prayers that they would be answering in the entire world, I don't think that they would be responding and paying for your monthly car note. I don't know, that's just me. Me with my $1,100 car payment because I wanted Apple CarPlay, heated leather seats, and a moonroof. And it is another one of the Nissan Armadas, a Nissan. The comment section basically said the same thing, $1,100 for a Nissan. You might need to get checked out. Wow, the sales guy had a field day with you. For a Nissan is utterly insane. Girl is fighting for her life in these comments. People have a lot to say about this clip, and we have all the information here on a new 2024 Ram 2500. $1,898 a month for 84 months. The interest rate is over 10%. The amount financed is $111,916. And by the end of it, they're going to be spending almost $160,000 to pay that truck off. The fact that someone would sign that is insane. Step one is to not buy a truck for $111,000. 10.6% interest, that's the problem. That's kind of low compared to some of the more insane clips that we've seen on this channel. Not saying that 10% is low overall, but it could have been even worse. Did the dealership at least use any grease? Me, because I decided to finance a vehicle for the first time ever in 2024, not fully understanding the damage of having an interest rate of 18%. There you go, almost double the last clip. Now I've paid well over $6,000 so far to this vehicle, and only $1,000 of that has actually gone to paying it off. Still have $21,000 to pay. Original price, $22,000. You know, there is a reason why they don't teach financial skills in school. Hopefully that's what these types of videos could show you and what to look out for, because I bet if I wore a suit and tie and just had a whiteboard in the background and showed you all the numbers like lecture, people would find it very boring. But hopefully adding in these types of TikToks and more of the drama will hopefully be at least a little bit more entertaining, while you also can learn from this. I have $16,000 left on a 2019 that I got for $22,000. Didn't realize when you pay extra, you have to specify it's for the principal. I was and still am just a girl. The amount of times that I hear that excuse is unreal. Try having a 24% interest rate. My APR is 22% interest rate on a 2019 Jeep Compass. People just get raked over the coals with those Jeep Compasses, man. We have another comment from one of you guys. I'm driving my car until the wheels fall off, and then I'm putting them back on. I mean, sounds like a pretty good plan to me.
The average new car payment is $800 a month. That's insane. Most auto loan places are able to give you the loan that you want by just extending out the term, even if the interest rate's 20-25%.
Yeah.
It's scary. When you look into auto loans, they're not regulated the same way that student loans are, or with mortgages or even credit cards. Credit card reviews your income in such a way where they're not going to give you too much of a limit, but auto loans are very unregulated. They can sell these off privately without there being a rule out there that says, oh, we can't qualify you for this.
Especially when we start looking into the world of buy here, pay here lots, that could get extremely dangerous, and the amount of money that much you're going to be paying. If you do end up paying it off and it doesn't get repossessed, it's just not worth what you're actually buying. But some people just really want to impress others by any means possible.
We just got your application that you had sent over on that 21 Ford Raptor. I was going through it, but I see here on the notes that you had mentioned something about a repo.
That was like 2 years ago. That was on the other Raptor I had, but I was trying to get another one.
By chance, have an idea on what your credit's looking like right now?
I have a couple collections right now, but it should be good. I think I'm looking at 470 right now.
Oh wow, 470. I'm gonna be pretty honest with you, man. That sounds pretty hard to do on this 21 Raptor. We have it at like 64 grand, man. How much money were you planning on putting down? I'm gonna be honest, man. They're probably gonna be asking around like 40% on it down, given that you have a couple collections and the repo on your record as well.
They're gonna ask for about 40% down.
I'm just estimating. It might be even a little more depending on your credit situation.
That's crazy. You play with the numbers a bit more.
No, man. We try our best. We have lots of lenders, but when you have several collections and a repo on your credit, it's very hard to get you financing on a big ticket unit like this.
Alright, I'll see what I can do.
Someone get this guy a Saturn. 470, bro. Can't even get a Kia Optima with that. Hello, Mitsubishi. We have a customer for you. Here's a 2006 Altima. Just buy a cash car, bro. But that wouldn't impress other people. I need the new Ranger Raptor. Even though I have bills going to collection and a previous repo, clearly I can't afford it, but I need other people to think that I'm cool. Another one of the problems that I talked about for a second earlier in the video is people getting bored of their new vehicles. I got the car I want. I'm keeping it forever, and it's a new Mustang. I was excited to reach 1,000 miles, considering that I had it at only 19, so yes, brand new. 6,000 miles later, I think that I want something else. Then we have a picture of another Kia. Back to low mileage. Let's see how this time goes. LOL. Just rolling that negative equity over and over again and slowly getting higher and higher car payments just because you can't be content with the vehicle that you currently have. Another comment from one of you guys: my car is paid off, my home's paid off, it's nothing fancy, but this not even being a thought in my head, that's priceless. To add on to that, I've also seen people talking about regretting their purchases, me excited to buy my dream car, which was a BMW M2, realizing that it's holding me back from achieving my lifelong goals. Invest your money, don't buy a $70,000 car. I didn't even know that M2s got all the way up to $70,000 now, but somebody who legitimately saved up and had that kind of money could have probably put that money to work and made even more for himself, and overall could have made his life a lot easier. Now, when it comes to any of the modern age vehicles and all the prices that we're seeing, you now have to add on top of the monthly subscription service to be able to use features in the car that should already be priced into the trim level you're buying.
Toyota's charging us $600 a year to keep all of our functions on our 2025 Camry after we've owned it for a year. Let's go ahead and dive into what it is. Well, everything's a subscription nowadays, so it shouldn't be too surprising that cars are now wanting a subscription as well. And after a year, Toyota expires some of the vehicle functions. So what are those functions? Well, probably the biggest thing that expires after a year is remote start via the Toyota app. So you used to be able to, from anywhere, open the app and remote start your vehicle to get it cooled down. That's no longer a thing after a year. You also lose the digital key functionality, so you have to take your keys everywhere with you. You can no longer use your watch or your phone. Another big thing that expired is our navigation. Despite us buying the high-end XSE trim level with the big screen, when we tap to the navigation menu, guess what? It's now expired, and if I hit get started, all it wants to do is sell me this subscription. So how much is the subscription? Well, $15 a month is the entry-level price if you want the app functionality with things like navigation, which I feel like we already paid for. Now, if you want additional things like Apple Music to be able to function inside the car natively, that's $25 a month. And then if you want Wi-Fi on top of that, that's an additional $25 a month. So yes, you can spend $50 a month on this Camry in subscriptions, $600 a year.
This is now currently on a Toyota Camry that's sitting at around $40,000. And to get everything out of it, you need to pay an extra $600 a year. This is still not something fancy like you bought a Mercedes or a BMW, Audi, something like that. This is still just a Toyota at the end of the day. So every car manufacturer is rolling this kind of stuff out to still squeeze out a little bit more money from you at the end of the day. Cars selling subscriptions to unlock features they already put into the car should be illegal. I agree. That's ridiculous. Charging for a remote start in 2025 is diabolical. Toyota's lost their minds. Like I said, they're not the only ones either. Tons of manufacturers are doing the same thing. And another one of the the staples on this channel when we talk about cars, and all the high prices and the negatives that come with it, they're not even built reliably now.
Big news for Ford, they just broke a huge record, but it's not one they're going to be bragging about. Ford just issued their 90th recall this year. That's the most by any car brand in a single year ever. And we're only halfway through 2025. Yesterday, Ford issued a recall for nearly 700,000 vehicles. And this one is kind of serious. It affects 2021 to 2024 Bronco Sport and 2020 to 2022 Escape models with a 3-cylinder engine. They're all subject to leaking fuel injectors. Apparently, repairing these issues is going to cost the company an estimated $570 million. Now, this comes just days after Ford issued another recall for nearly 850,000 vehicles for engines that could stall while driving. Now, in total, Ford has recalled over 5 million vehicles in 2025. That's more recalls than any other company has issued in a single year. The previous recall record holder was GM, who had 77 recalls in the year of 2014. Keep in mind, Ford is at 90 and it's only July.
I mean, what am I even supposed to say about it anymore? It's just sad. We could just move on to this clip, somebody paying $1,500 a month for one of these pickup trucks with 150,000 miles.
Good. So I'm calling about that 2016 Chevrolet Silverado.
I paid $1,200 a month for it. About $20K living. Insurance is about $350.
Do you make a month?
Make $3,500.
You said how much? $3,500 a week or a month?
A month.
You're spending almost half your income on this truck?
I had a good job at first. I worked as a software engineer, and then I got cut during budget cut. So now, per month came down a little bit.
For you is, if you got $5,000 down, there's about a $9,000 discrepancy. So if you have $5,000 down, $4,000 rollover, I can definitely roll you into something a lot cheaper, like a Nissan Maxima or whatnot. $15,000 or $14,000 for the truck. It'd be less money out your pocket. You pay the difference.
Okay, so the truck went from 55,000 down to 14,000. Again, 150,000 miles. He only makes $3,500 a month while paying $1,500 for it. And another one of the stories: I had a better job, wanted to upgrade my lifestyle, get a nicer truck, and then the job market got shaky. I lost my job, and now I can't afford it. A very common situation we've been seeing recently. Now we can move over to somebody who kind of dodged a bullet, even though they didn't do any research when they wanted to purchase a vehicle, because this could have gone way worse.
I was at a car dealership, and the guy that works there comes up to me and asks me questions about what kind of car I wanted, what my budget was, and asked me if I wanted an EV or a gas car, and I said I don't care, and I proceeded to tell him what my budget was, and we go from there. So we go outside looking for cars, and the first car that he shows me was a Fisker Ocean 3. So I go around the car looks great, it looks like a Range Rover, the inside was amazing. I asked him to pop the hood, and he said it's an EV. Then he proceeds to tell me about the range and everything, and I was like, okay, cool. But then we go to the price part, and it was like extremely cheap. Like cheap for the feature that it has, like with the design, the interior is so nice. I don't get why the cars were so cheap. So I proceed to ask him. The company went bankrupt last year. That was the catch. He said they don't run no more, so it's gonna be really hard to like find spares, parts for the car. So I was like, what if I get stranded? And he was like, GG's, bro.
I will say the top comment though, at least the salesman was honest. You could have found out yourself after you bought it, because we've seen that happen a lot. These car salesmen are working on commission checks. They want to do the most amount of deals with the most amount of people. That's how they make their money. A lot of them don't care if it's a very bad deal for the customer. And I don't know if you've seen on TikTok, there's a situation with one of the car salesmen that uploads videos that got a whole ton of backlash from one of these trends. You look happier. Thanks, I sold a single mom a car $10,000 over sticker. Now I've seen a ton of videos like this where it's just a car salesman kind of doing the exact same thing as this clip, just selling vehicles way higher than they're actually worth. And there was a reply from another creator basically bashing this car salesman, and it just took off, got millions and millions of views. His page ended up going private. It was on one of the news stations as well. So yeah, he's basically getting canceled because he showed what happens a lot of the times at these car dealerships. You have to do your own research before walking in. Don't let them play with the numbers without you knowing what's actually going on, because unfortunately you could be one of the next customers they're talking about in this trend. But we're going to finish off this video looking at people who just can't handle these types of car payments anymore.
The headlines say inflation is easing, which is not true because it just went back up, and jobs remain strong, but consumers are skipping car payments. Just think about that for a minute, right there. Supposedly everything is good, but people are skipping car payments. Why on earth would they be doing that? And that right there alone, that opening sentence of this story is exactly why you have to just kind of toss out all of the economic data that the Fed gives us and that the government gives us, because none of it is a real reflection of how people are living today. And it's not just people missing car payments either. Credit card delinquencies are on the rise, student loan delinquencies are on the rise, mortgage delinquencies are now on the rise as well.
So as we start seeing the rise in car repossessions and of course the credit card debt, people not being able to afford their mortgages anymore, I just hope that my channel can help people avoid these same situations. But that's all I got for you guys today. YouTube thinks you'll like this video popping up on screen right now, but hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, please leave a like, and I'll talk to you guys later.
How much is your car payment?
$1,670.
How much is your car payment? $1,720.
I bought a car at an astronomical interest rate.
It's when you stop making real cars, instead make them out of plastic with no frame whatsoever, and sell them for insane prices.
Alright, well, it's about that time again where I gotta show you some ridiculous car payments that people are making, along with the whole market in general, to persuade you to not get into some heavy car debt like we're about to see. Even with some of the changes and the new information in the car world, still probably not the best time to pick up a new vehicle. So we have a ton of stuff to go over, along with some of your comments from previous videos. So if you want to be featured in a future video, leave it in the comments down below. Now you know what I have to start off with, so let's just roll it.
What's your car payment?
$958 a month.
How much is your car payment?
$1,670.
How much is your car payment? $1,720. What's your car payment?
$1,533.
What's your payment and what do you drive?
2022 Silverado High Country 960.
What's your car payment and what do you drive?
$2,000 a month. I drive Chevys, of course.
What's your car payment and what do you drive?
Actually, I have two cars that I have currently paid off, and my new vehicle is a 2024 Chevy Silverado RST 3.0 diesel, and it's $935 a month.
So last guy had two paid off vehicles and still had $1,000 a month for another pickup truck. So I mean, you could see the faces of these people that work at the dealership. It goes right along with the comment from you guys, a finance manager with 3 car payments. It's almost like a competition between them and making it the norm of 4 figures now for these ridiculous payments, or just several cars at once. We have a video that's literally just that, the highest car payments they've ever seen.
I work in luxury sales, and these are the highest payments we've ever seen. So our sales manager, Shaq, what's the highest payment we've ever seen? What's the highest payment you've ever seen? What's the highest payment you've ever seen?
$3,250.
Jeez. Alejandro, what's the highest payment you've ever seen?
$4,300 on the lease.
Jeez. What's the highest payment you've ever seen?
About $3,200 with a B series Escalade.
What's the highest payment you've ever seen?
Highest payment that I've ever seen is $4,400. This young lady, she purchased a 2024 Cadillac Escalade V.
Sean, what's the highest payment you ever seen?
$2,700.
What's the highest payment you ever seen? Highest payment you ever seen?
It seems like a lot of the $4,000 marks are for the Escalade V, and people are taking a bath on the depreciation of those vehicles. Just look at it, a few years old. One of them was like $4,000 a month for at least 2. It legitimately is a competition. But we have another comment from one of you guys. The car dealerships prey on their employees so much. When I worked at one, I was under constant pressure by the owner to buy or finance a new SUV. When I gave my notice, the pressure doubled with the tactics like you'll never get an employee discount or interest rate like that again. The employee discount was laughable. I knew how they fleeced customers who financed through their lenders. I stuck with my paid off vehicle. And that's what all these videos are made for. Normal people looking at these dealerships seeing now $1,000 or $2,000 a month. So the $700 a month you're paying isn't nearly as bad, and it's completely okay. These guys must be smart enough because they're paying for it, even with the employee discounts and all the benefits they get, which I guess really doesn't exist too much. But we can head over to the next clip of what you could actually afford, doing the numbers.
How much should you be making to drive a 2025 G-Wagon this month?
set you back $156,000. Let's use the 24/10 rule to figure that out together. You're going to put 20% down, which means that your monthly payment is $28.81 per month. After doing research online, the average insurance and maintenance per month is $391.25. That means your payment is $3,272 per month. We're going to multiply that by 10 to get our monthly income. Multiply that by 12, and we need to make close to $392,000 per year in order to comfortably afford a G-Wagon.
So I know the G-Wagon is, of course, a very expensive vehicle, $150,000, but let's just cut all the numbers he ran in half, $70,000, $75,000. Do you think all these people driving around in a $70,000 Mercedes are making $200,000 a year to comfortably afford these payments? Majority of them are probably not, but that really does not deter people at all. And I do want to say, if you are a genuine car enthusiast, then maybe these types of videos are a little different for you, because I just saw a video on TikTok of somebody saying, just go buy that car, you know. You'll enjoy it more than putting that money into retirement. And I think he bought like a $50,000 Supra. Even though that's clearly not the best financial decision, most actual car enthusiasts know they're going to lose a bit of money with their hobby. Or they end up getting older vehicles that are still fun, so the depreciation is minimal. And I get it, that's what they enjoy, but many people with these car payments are not car enthusiasts. They just want to look wealthy with the newest luxury SUV in front of everybody else when they go to the stores or their neighborhood. I just recently saw somebody drive by with a new BMW iX with the custom license plate that just said iX. So if you know anything about this vehicle, it is an all-electric BMW SUV that just right off the bat, you know the depreciation is going to be unbelievable. But with a starting price of $87,000 for the base model. You could go up to the M60 with an MSRP of $111, but I saw the base model as it drove by. So you can guarantee whoever was in that vehicle just wanted you to know that they had the newest electric BMW. They got the base model and not the M60, which still $90,000 a lot, but still wanted to pay extra for the iX custom license plate. Some people you really can't help. You gotta let them make their own mistakes, but hopefully these videos will help deter some people from losing tens of thousands of dollars in vehicle depreciation or possibly paying ungodly prices like this next clip.
Hey guys, that's the drive. Today we have this Rihanna approved on his 2022 Chevy Malibu. This Rihanna, how do you experience? Actually, great experience. Pretty speedy, very quick, very efficient. How did you get here? I actually took a flight. Got a little where? From Kansas at 6 a.m. Miss Rihanna put $12,000 down. Miss Rihanna, how much are you paying a month? If you're on a market for a vehicle and you don't know how to start, you should be at me at Destination Drive, and I'll get you driving up today.
So these people are taking social media to get some of their customers with really, really bad credit to just pay crazy amounts of money for these cars. Just look at the hashtags for these videos. No credit talk, bad credit financing, car finance, car business, car talk, down payment, buy here, pay here. Oh man, the comments don't make it much better. Now that's what I call Grand Theft Auto. How do you put $12,000 down and still pay $900 a month? $900 for 84 months is $75,000 plus the $12,000 down. What kind of vehicle is that? It's a complete fleece, and is why I recently made a dedicated buy here, pay here car lot video. If you don't have the knowledge purchasing a vehicle with the interest rates and the payments and how long it's going to be, you could end up paying almost 6 figures for a Chevy Malibu, man. Oh, wow. And another comment from one of you guys, and these payments don't even include insurance. I'll be driving my 2011 Fusion into the ground. I believe the stat was in the past 5 years, insurance has gone up 46% on brand new vehicles that were already overpriced to begin with and had dealer markups, low inventory, it was really scarce, people were buying it without even looking at the vehicle. I mean, I don't even know what to say, it's just brutal.
Okay, so I'm literally so embarrassed to talk about this. I bought a car at an astronomical interest rate because, first of all, I don't know any better. And my aunt didn't know because my family always bought their cars in cash. So nobody knew about what it was like to take out a loan on a freaking car. So, long story short, I pay bank that like thousands of dollars in like one chunk payment. Lo and behold, I didn't know that you have to actually call their finance department and let them know you want not say $10,000 to go towards the principal of your freaking loan. So apparently, I still have so much to pay on my car, but they literally took half of it as finance
ship me lately.
This is basically the consequence of the last clip, having no idea how much you're actually going to be paying by the end of the term, even doing a lump sum payment and going right to the interest of the vehicle instead. Not knowing what to do, having the financial knowledge. Your family didn't do it, so you never learned. Not looking it up online. Again, same reason why I make these types of videos. But another comment from one of you guys, any car payment above $400 is insane to me, and that would be considered cheap. Now, I think the bare minimum is like $500 plus now for new vehicles, unless you're getting something unbelievably cheap like a Mitsubishi Mirage. All of these cars' MSRP is just going through the roof, and they're not even lasting anymore.
Since when did we stop making real cars and instead make them out of plastic with no frame whatsoever and sell them for insane prices? For example, take a look at this Hyundai. It's brand new 2024. I have it priced out $49,424. It's absurd how little $50,000 gets you nowadays for a new car. So for the average price of one of your saddles, you get the cheapest plastic interior, most unreliable vehicle. It's like they've completely lost their minds with this. Who's buying a Hyundai or a Kia for over 50 grand these days? If we even look back to like 2018, these same exact models were selling for roughly half the price. It's like over the course of a couple of years, Hyundai went from knowing their place to now being a luxury car brand. Basically, it's easy to imagine that in another 5 years or so, if this continues, a new Hyundai can cost well over $100,000. And the worst part is these cars, they age like milk. They do not last.
And as we're going to see throughout the rest of this video, it's every car brand. I know he was harping on Hyundai, that I know they definitely have their problems, but all manufacturers are way worse than they were even just a couple decades ago.
This is a 2025 Subaru Outback. It will not let me actually open my climate control unless I open the camera on my phone, and then it will let me push all the buttons. And then I turn the camera off and it closes it back.
So this is what happens when all the knobs turn into just one giant screen. I know I sound like an old person and I want it to go back to the way it was before and all this new technology is ruining it, but it honestly is. What kind of insane bug is that on a brand new vehicle, 2025? And this is going to happen with every single manufacturer because there are iPads in every one of the new cars coming out. And you can see by the comments, a lot of people agree. Bring back buttons and knobs. Note to car manufacturers, not everything needs to be a friggin' touchscreen. HVAC and volume should absolutely be a physical thing. It was trying to change the temperature in the vehicle and you had to open up a camera app because of some bug.
Wake up! Hey, I can drive? What the heck?
And now we get to the portion of people arguing about manufacturers. Here's the comment. You bought a GM product. I feel about as sorry for you as the United Healthcare CEO. So this goes along with a comment that I got from my car repo video. I would never get a Ford, so I don't care. And that was talking about Ford making a technology that would self-drive future cars back to dealerships or repo lots if the car had to get repossessed. I know it sounds absurd and crazy, but who was the last one made a good video talking about this argument with phones? You know, people always argue about Androids and iPhones, whatever. And when one of these companies does a bad thing, everybody else who doesn't like that company or drives another vehicle makes fun of it. But from what we've seen with almost every company in every single market around the world, is if one of them get away with something, everybody else begins to copy them. So when Buick is still selling their products with bugs or terrible quality control, having higher margins on each one of the vehicles or getting even more money for people going in for repairs, then all of these other manufacturers will do the exact same thing because it's just for money at the end of the day. And this isn't just random people on TikTok complaining about it. Car people and mechanics whose entire lives are dedicated to these vehicles are saying the exact same thing.
Models that were iconic years ago that we thought were bulletproof, and now this is what's replacing them. I don't care if it's Hyundai or Kia or Honda or Ford or Chevy or Dodge. All the offerings they have in 2018, 19, 20, 23, they're getting to be junk. I've talked to some of my friends, Cameron from DC Motor Works, or even Johnny the Car Ninja, and how we frequently talk about how the newer cars, Mercedes, Audi, it doesn't matter the brand. They're garbage. They're absolute garbage. There's so many plastic parts on them, and the engines are designed basically to fail. They're making the timing chain, the turbos, the parts, all the different things on it. They tweak it with their engineering to say this will last 100,000 miles. That's good. We don't need to go any further. We don't put another dime into it because the CEOs need their $50 million bonus at the end of the year. We don't dare cut into that.
And people don't take this as seriously of an issue because of insane marketing. How many of these manufacturers have made it your being to buy these certain vehicles? Having a pickup truck, having a muscle car, or looking super wealthy in a Mercedes-Benz. And if anybody says something bad about the type of car that you drive, now you're against them. It's basically turned into modern-day politics, but you bought into it and are actively losing money off of depreciation every single day just to defend these companies who are actively making their products worse every year. So when we see something like this in the next clip, you better know it's going to be coming to other manufacturers.
Jeep and all of its subsidiaries have decided to go full engine certification with advertisements that pop up on the car dashboard every single time that you stop. Basically, every single time you stop your Jeep brand car, an advertisement is going to pop up, and the only way to turn it off is to continue to drive again, or as the support says, you can always click the X in the corner. So this decision was made by Stellantis, which is the parent company of Jeep, Dodge, Chrysler, Ram, and a whole bunch of other common vehicles. So what they've decided to do is introduce full screen pop-up ads on its infotainment system. And these ads appear every single time the vehicle comes to a stop. You stop at a red light, ad. You stop because somebody walked in front of you, ad. You park the car, ad. You get stuck in traffic, ad.
And this is just going to be the beginning, like BMW with the subscription model heated seats, like $7 or $8 a month. And now tons of different manufacturers have paywalls behind what should have been normal on vehicles, especially if you pay even more for trim levels, just because the seed was planted from BMW a couple years ago. And Jeep is doing it now with ads. A little tangent though, because we are on Stellantis, I have no idea what they're doing with their company in general. One of the few reasons why people buy Chargers and Challengers is the engine and the sound. You get all of that supercharged power, and what did they decide to do? Make the Challenger a EV. Everybody's making fun of it.
So we got the new Charger out, and we got the sport mode on, and here is the new augmented exhaust noise. There's a little slot that says insert man car right here. Rev it up, Jeffrey.
Comments are pretty funny too. Those cars are going to sit on the lots for years. Imagine the speakers blow and sound like a straight pipe Civic. Rev it up, Jeffrey. Like, it's almost like the higher ups in these companies are completely out of touch with reality. They don't even know what the customers want. It's just unbelievable. But we can keep going with the terrible quality. Recalls are non-stop.
U.S. companies GM and Ford are undergoing a series of embarrassing recalls and investigations over their shoddy car production. GM vehicles are under investigation following reports that the engine can suddenly seize up and stop working without any warning. One of the models under investigation for the engine failures is the Silverado pickup truck pictured behind me. This was GM's bestseller in the U.S. last year and the second best-selling vehicle in the United States overall. The Escalade, Tahoe, Suburban, and Yukon are also some of the other models that are currently under investigation. Now, for its part, Ford has been forced to recall over 270,000 vehicles due to battery failure. In the Ford Bronco Sport and Maverick models, the 12-volt battery may suddenly experience degradation and just
fail.
And to add insult to injury with these types of vehicles, we're seeing insane prices for something that will fail.
Never understood the point of buying a mid-sized pickup truck, but now this can't be any worse. I mean, look at this, $50,000 for a mid-sized pickup truck. What is this? Like, why are you gonna pay $50,000 for a Chevy Colorado? I didn't even pay anywhere close to that for my Silverado last year. That's wicked. And you get the same MPG as a full-size pickup truck, basically. That's wicked. And then you get, what, the tiny little bed? Tiny little bed. Granted that this is bigger than the last generation, so I'll give it that for like the back seat and stuff. But at this point though, why wouldn't you just buy a full-size pickup truck? Alright, let's see what like a steel wheel base model is. Almost 40K for a base model?
So these are $50,000 because if you want to get a full-size pickup, they could be $60 or $70 or $90, $100,000 we've seen. And I know the same argument's probably going to be popping up in the comments section. Instead, you should probably get a Toyota or a Lexus. However, have you seen the price of the Tacomas if you don't want to get a Colorado? They're even more expensive. I think the top-end TRD Pro is like $65,000. So none of these vehicles are cheap. And even the increase in reliability buying a Honda or a Toyota doesn't mean it's bulletproof. If you know anything about the space, the Toyota Tundras have had a ton of issues with engines failing. There's also been issues with the Tacoma and Honda products as well.
Toyota Tundra engines blowing up isn't something I imagined I'd see headlines about, but apparently it is a real issue. Honda is recalling another 720,000 vehicles, and this comes just after they recalled 1.7 million earlier this month for a steering issue. Toyota is recalling over 500,000 trucks and SUVs due to axle failures and a weird transmission issue.
Even if it is probably a better deal than most of the other manufacturers in today's world, if you look at the exact same models 15 years ago, those vehicles are made so much better and will last so much longer than what's coming out right now. Another comment from one of you guys, I waited 2 years to find the truck I wanted at the right price. My patience saved me $28,000 in the end. It's up to the consumers to stop paying ridiculous prices, but I still think they have some wiggle room to keep going down because people cannot pay these prices.
Show you how bad repos are getting and how new these vehicles are that are getting repossessed by the banks and being sold at the auction. All these are repos, all brand new cars. You got Chargers, Getbacks, Mercedes, Genesis, Range Rovers, Range Rover, trucks, Teslas, 2010 Teslas. These are 2019, 2020s and up that are getting repo. People are barely had these cars for a year, maybe less, maybe more, and the banks are picking them up and selling them at the auctions for a fraction of what they bought it for. High interest loans, people bailing out of their auto loans because they can't even afford it.
And he just keeps going on with this, showing you vehicle after vehicle. Now, I know a whole ton of people in the comment sections are asking how they could buy these cars for a fraction of the price, but you need a dealer's license, unfortunately, so you need to be a car dealership, and then you can get the decent deals. But then, of course, in turn, they'll buy these vehicles and then resell it on their lots for much more. Okay, so sorry for butting in, but I found another clip while I was editing this video too good not to put in, because I think this adds on to the hype of Toyota right now being at least more reliable than other cars. And with the demand going up, the prices have gone up along with the deals that you could possibly get. Especially if you don't do your own research, you could end up spending $60,000 on a base RAV4.
We've all made ridiculously stupid financial decisions. And this one right here was my ridiculously stupid financial decisions. This is a 2024 RAV4 that I bought last year, brand new in 2024, February. So exactly 1 year ago, I bought this car. I went in, did the trade-in, told the guy, you know what, I'm in your hands. You've proven to me and my family, because he's also sold to my family, that you are an honest salesman. We trust in you completely. He sold this car to me, put 14% interest rate, and snuck in a couple of other things. Him and the finance guy. So I'm paying $63,000 for this car, 72 months, so about $800 a month. All thanks to the fine salesman in West Kendall Toyota. Not only that, they've screwed over my brother and my dad. Somebody that we completely trusted in, that I don't know why we thought it would be wise to trust a salesman.
Okay, so there's a few things about this clip. First, at the beginning, he said that he sold to the family. Everybody trusted this salesman, and then at the end, it seems like all of his family also got screwed, including himself. $800 a month with a 14% interest rate on a base RAV4. This isn't the XLE hybrid, as bare bones as you could get. And he said other stuff was snuck in, maybe even dealer markups because of the demand with Toyota right now. So buying something that's supposed to be more reliable definitely doesn't guarantee you having a good deal. On the other hand, he signed the paperwork that had the ridiculous deal. It's just as much his fault. You really have to do your own research with every single vehicle purchase, no matter what car brand or trim level you're going for. Now, one thing that I did come across in the car world are sets of videos where they're taking older SUVs, cars, whatever, and upgrading them to the newest model year. Now, I don't know if I'm just completely getting baited right now and I look like a fool, and they're doing this just for views, or you could actually do this and just buy the newest body panels with a 15 or 20-year-old skeleton under all of these plastic parts. I'm not sure. I thought it was pretty funny, though. If this is actually true, I bet there'd be a ton of people getting scammed looking like they're buying a brand new BMW SUV, and you realize you probably bought an X3 or an X5 that's 20 years old. But to finish off this video, we're going to go on a little bit of a tangent because it's not just cars. I'm not a huge boat person. I know that I will never own one in the future, but even in that market, which could be unbelievably expensive, as all of you probably know, seeing people buy $100 million super yachts and all that kind of crap, the same lack of quality with increased margins are going into boats as well.
Every boat show that we've been to, it's getting worse and worse. We see more crappy work coming out of these boat manufacturers.
Well, I don't think they like us here too much because we're like exposing the things of these boats, and they kind of heard us talking, so they're like playing music so we don't get to record. We don't care because we're going to bring you the truth. We're uncovering things that the boat manufacturers don't want you to see. We did the dirty work. We went into the villages, we stuck our heads in the consoles, we reached into places that we're not supposed to see what's wrong with these boats. And we made some shocking discoveries, as you're going to see, right? And we want to share them with you.
So even though we're talking about cars in this video having worse quality with higher prices, higher monthly car payments, because this is still working with the customer base buying new vehicles, what other markets could they do the exact same thing and take advantage of people buying? This kind of stuff is only going to get worse unless consumers stop buying, but that vanity and wanting to feel super wealthy, having a really nice car, or just a brand new vehicle in general, to show off to your peers, your co-workers, anybody you live with, the neighborhood, lets all of these car brands get away with some of the worst products they could come out with. But that's all I got for you guys today. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. YouTube thinks you'll like this video popping up on screen right now, but hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, please leave a like, and I'll talk to you guys later.
And what's your car payments?
For the Rebel, it's $11.59 a month. The Audi's $901, and the Corvette 06 is $17.53 a month.
For how long? For life. For life. You see that? For the Ford F-150.
Okay, so even with the year winding down, 2024 coming to an end, we are still seeing ridiculous car payments and listings and prices, and it doesn't really seem to be slowing down, unfortunately, even with the somewhat cooling of the market with some vehicles. So we have a ton of stuff to go over today, some clips, some of your previous high car payments that were actually sent to me, along with your comments from previous videos. So if you want to be featured on a future video, leave it in the comments down below. But of course, we have to start off with the classic, ridiculously high car payments.
I have a 2021 Ram Rebel, a 2017 Audi S6, and a 2017 Corvette 06.
And what's your car payments?
For the Rebel, it's $11.59 a month. The Audi's $901, and the Corvette 06 is $17.53 a month.
So Darren, what car do you drive?
I drive a 2019 Audi e-tron, and my payment is $78 a month.
I've got three. I have my 2023 S5, I've got a 2010 S4, and then I've got the 2007 Corvette.
And what are your car payments?
$850 on the S5, $650 on the Vet, and $450 on the S4.
Then Norman, what car do you drive?
This is my car. 22 Porsche Taycan.
And what's your car payment?
$1367.
Yo, Mike, what car do you drive?
Drive a 2020 Audi Q7 Prestige Black Optic.
And what's your car payment?
About $850.
Yo, Gurham, what car do you drive?
I drive a Lexus ES 350.
And what's your car payment?
$700 a month.
Yo, BJ, what car do you drive?
An EQS 450.
And what's your payment?
Avenue 16.
Yesterday, what car do you drive?
I drive a 21 Mercedes.
And what's your payment?
It's about $12.75.
I think that rivals the worst batch of car payment clips that I've ever seen on this channel. Real quick before we get into the clip, we could talk about one of the comments from you guys because I think it adds onto it. Looking at all these car dealership employees being able to afford these car payments should tell you how much they're ripping people off, which I could definitely see that has some merit, but the reply to that, just because they can make the payments doesn't mean they can afford it. Because just the way some of these people spoke, you knew that they were just trying to flex. The guy with like the Audi Q5, Black Prestige, whatever it was called, it was literally just a murdered out Q5. Or sorry, it was a Q7, actually the uglier version. At least the Q5, in my opinion, looks a little bit nicer. And it was a 2020. The depreciation is already pretty rough. I mean the same, let's just say interesting looking guy with the Porsche. It's not even a 911, it's the EV. But clearly a lot of these people with crazy high car payments for their nice vehicles, it's just a way to flex, show off to other people. And I mean, you could take this either way. Either the car dealership employees are making unbelievable amounts of money ripping you off, making you have high car payments and they get a kickback, or they fell for the same marketing that everybody does from all of these manufacturers. I feel like you're super rich, high upper class if you're driving around in a Mercedes or any of the luxury vehicles or very expensive pickup trucks, and they can barely afford to make the payments as well. To piggyback off of talking about pickup trucks, we have a clip here that I guarantee all of us have seen one or two of these people in our lifetime.
I drive a 2004 1500 Chevy. What's the matter? You broke? You can't afford a real man's rig like a Duramax or a diesel that goes half-ton, little broke boy rig. Well, it's all paid off and I have no payment, so that's worth its weight in gold. You have your truck paid for all cash. I knew you'd ask that. My payment's $1,100. I can afford the payment. $1,100 a month? Must do pretty well to afford the payment. It's kind of a steep payment. It's a rig, just a whole bunch down. Rig's $80K, all right? Yeah, put $5K down, but I can afford it. And if you ask me what I make a month, I make $3,800 a month. I got plenty in the bank, and I ain't gonna be pulling up to some girl's house, picking her up in a half-ton Chevy. That's for sure. I'm gonna be pulling up. This all sounds like a horrible financial decision. You should shut the heck up and get yourself a Duramax.
I would say that the pickup truck niche is probably as good at marketing to their customers compared to like the muscle cars, sports cars, because as crazy as it sounds, $80,000 for a rig is actually kind of cheap comparing to what we're going to see later in this video. But how many people have giant, massive pickup trucks that barely end up doing anything with it? I know that there's a study out that most people don't even use the truck beds on their pickup trucks, and overall I do understand. I know for the utility and how large these trucks have become, you could basically drive around your entire family, have a whole bunch of stuff in the pickup bed, and be towing something all at the same time. I know the amount that you can do with a pickup truck does make it enticing, and I understand why people get it. However, when you're paying $1,000+ a month for a truck that you can't really afford, it probably ends up being not the best financial decision. Some of the comments from this video are pretty funny too. Soft hand, brother. I sleep in my Duramax on the job site because I can't afford rent. $1,100 per month, financed for 84 months. And the term length is something we'll get to in a second before one of the comments from you guys. Most of my neighbors have these giant $80,000 to $100,000 trucks parked in their driveway, paying $1,000+ a month on top of their mortgage payment. The trucks sit there 90% of the time. They don't go anywhere, they don't haul anything, and they don't need it for work or practical reasons. But boy, does it make them look cool. And the manufacturers 100% know and market to guys and just up the price every single year. If you look at high-end trims from pickup trucks 20, 30 years ago, none of them are around 100,000 or even over if you're starting to see like the Raptor Rs or the TRXs. But you legitimately get people like the previous clip who will put almost all of their money into their pickup truck and barely be able to afford life after. Another comment from you guys: what's scarier to me than the average loan price being around $700 is the average loan term is nearly 70 months. So that's the argument that I see all the time with these high car payment videos. Apparently, everybody who's got $1,000+ a month is paying it off in 1, 2, or 3 years. That's why there's high payments, and that's just clearly not the case for most people. I looked it up. The average length of a car loan in 2024 is 68.5 months for new cars and 67 months for used cars. It doesn't even get better with used. Most common length for new cars is 72 months now, and the average car payment in 2024 for a new car is $734 and used is $525. So now I think it's a good time to show you one of your guys' high car payments that was sent to me, and unfortunately this is a lot more common than you think when you start seeing these trucks, big SUVs, cars on the road. But we could read some of the email real quick. The dumbest decision I have ever made. Gladly, I finally got rid of this vehicle this past weekend. Took me a good 6 months to convince my wife we didn't need this to haul around a kid while we were spending over $500 in gas a month on top of this payment I'm about to show you. So here we could take a look. This was a brand new 2023 Ford Expedition that initially the purchase price was $90,000 for a Ford Expedition. I know that they're big and they're fancier now, but it's not a Lincoln Navigator. We could just run through some extra fees. $5,000 for taxes, charges for accessories and installation, another $1,700. They had a down payment of $5,000, which turns the unpaid balance to $85,000. Here we have a whole bunch more fees. I mean, the registration, another tax hit, a gap waiver, $950, maintenance plan, another $950, documentary preparation charge, $450. What does that even mean? Tire and wheel protection, another $1,400. Service contract, $4,000. Total an extra $8,000. So that amount financed goes back up to $93,000 after the $5,000 down payment. So it just disappears. Finance charge, $28,000. So this 2023 Ford Expedition cost $121,000 and at an APR of 9%. Total $121,268, and the amount per payment, how much they're paying per month, $1,684 for 72 months. $1,700 for 72 months for a Ford, man. Oh, how many of them have you seen driving around the road? Escalade, Tahoe, Suburban, Expedition, Navigator. I know that I'm missing more. Yukon. There's probably more that I'm forgetting. I'm glad that you got rid of it because, oh man, this is absolutely insane to me. We have another comment from one of you guys. You'll own nothing and be happy. Most people are already there. They don't pay off cars or houses. They just go loan to loan. And now you've probably seen this before with the car payments. It's like an entire Instagram account and YouTube channel I've seen that I thought it was satire, but there's so many videos that I don't know if this is legitimately happening, because if it is, again, I'm just honestly speechless. It's unbelievable, either crazy high car payments or for literally hundreds of months, which just sounds ridiculous. I have it up on screen. 0 down, $399 a month for life for this F-150, and it just sounds like it's a joke, like it's a skit making fun of like the first clip that we saw in this video of people having crazy high car payments. But there's just video after video of these same clips with different people in different vehicles. A Mercedes C300, which I mean is fine, but nothing really that special. $580 a month for 287 months. Now I hope that I'm just completely wrong and I just didn't get the satire and this guy's just playing the bit, and it found a whole bunch of different people for their clips to make these videos, but there are tons and tons of clips like this. Some of the comments, they got a $49,000 car for $166,000. Mad. $580 a month for 24 years is absolutely diabolical. I doubt that the car would even last 24 years. Now I know that payday loans skirt around the laws of like what credit card companies and bank loans, like they have a certain percentage of interest, like the max that they could charge, and somehow payday loans could get around it. It kind of seems like this person's doing the same thing. Again, I hope I'm just completely wrong about this and I didn't get that it was a joke and this isn't really happening, but we'll see some pretty rough decisions from other people and a little bit later in this video as well. So it's not really that far out of the realm of possibilities, unfortunately. Another comment from you guys, the rates are ridiculous. I had to buy a new car when my old one had a trans go bad. Wound up buying a car out the door for $37,000, put $4,000 down, and after all the extended warranties I bought and gap insurance like we saw with the $120,000 Expedition, finance amount was $42,000, so the payment is $741 a month for 6 years, and they have an 800 plus credit score, so you're really in the best possible position, and $700 is just crazy to me, even though in comparison to what we've seen just in this video alone, it almost seems like nothing, but it's just too much for me.
The car market crash is not happening, and it's because of you. These are all bank repos being checked in, about to be sold at auction. Wide body Scatback 392 repo. Range Rovers, Kias, Mitsubishis, big trucks, Mercedes, all these repos. BMWs, brand new Ford trucks. The reason why it's not happening is because consumers and people are still signing 25, 28, 30% loans till this day. And even though I put out many videos and other content creators put out videos and help telling people and explain, stop getting in situations where you have so much negative equity, stop getting situations where you are signing for a high payment auto loan, high interest auto loan. People are still doing it. 2020 BMW X6, sitting here ready to go.
Hey Chipotle, I just spent $12 on this. Hey Chipotle, I just spent $12 on this. Tell me how this is acceptable. $12. $12. I should not be giving you chances. This is insane. Yeah, Chipotle will not be getting my business in the future. This is ridiculous.
Okay guys, they're actually shrinking the sizes of our food. Look at this shit. Regular ruffle bag. Look at the size difference. That is like a regular bag of chips.
Y'all know what kills me? I cannot leave the house without spending $300. If I get in my car and go somewhere, whether it's groceries, running errands, eating, picking up stuff for the kids, like, I just went to Walmart, no joke, y'all, I got 6 bags. 6 bags. $297. No wonder people is trying to make a living off TikTok, because you can't afford to go nowhere. You cannot afford to leave the house anymore. You leave the house, get ready to swipe. I mean, this is so ghetto.
We have to talk about the silent killer in the room, and that is going to be shrinkflation. You may have noticed that your bag of chips have gotten smaller. You may have noticed that that bag of salad is a lot tinier, and that's all shrinkflation. Not only are grocery prices going up and skyrocketing, but the products that we're buying are getting smaller. So it's really a huge time for a lot of people to really budget and take a look at their finances, because your money is not getting the same value as it used to back in the old days. Now, if we only had shrinkflation, that would be okay, and if we only had rising prices, that would also be okay. But because we're getting both shrinkflation and rising prices at the same time, this is hitting a lot of Americans very hard. You're buying more you're buying products, you're getting less, and you're paying more for it. And it's a huge problem because it's eating through a lot of people's grocery budgets very, very fast, and you're not getting as much product as you used to. And that is why a lot of Americans are fed up with how the cost of living crisis is right now in the United States. It's absolutely absurd, and something definitely needs to change. Let me know in the comments below what you think about this, and take a look at the rest of these clips.
Guys, I am so sick of shrinkflation, I cannot stand it. Every time I turned around, I was like, what? When did they do that? I learned something new today. Did you know that bars of soap, which, judge me all you want, I like bars of soap, I don't love body wash, I like bars of soap. But nonetheless, bars of soap used to be bigger, and they used to weigh about 6 ounces, some of them bigger. You want to know what bars of soap weigh now? 3.5 ounces. Three and a half ounces. Look at this tiny thing. Hang on. Used to be twice this big. And of course, it's not even the same price. It's more. But what kills me about shrinkflation more than anything is just go up. You were gonna go up anyways. Quit shrinking stuff. We're tired of it. Like, this is ridiculous. Thanks for watching.
I listened to some bullshit yesterday, and it said that the price of groceries rose 7%. And I went, what the fuck? You mean in the last 24 hours? I'm sure you guys have seen that most prices have gone up at least 50% in the last 90 days. In some cases, double. They do it in tricky ways also. They change the size of products, increase the price, and per ounce it's double. I'm going to be going to Costco as soon as possible, getting more meat and some other things. But even Costco is going everywhere. I saw a video where he was right. Since last year, double the price. And we're the ones who suffer the most. So again, prepping is the best defense against inflation. But you have to find what you want at the best price possible and buy it in bulk. And then you eat from your supplies and replace it. Each time you see a sale, you go out and pick up 12. And then first in, first out, but you do not just let it sit. And don't toss it because of the expiry date. One point is that you can go 2 years past that. And number 2 point is you can donate it to food banks or churches. But they'll take the food because they know the truth. Expiry dates are legal disclaimers. They aren't the truth.
Okay, shrinkflation. At first, I thought I was tripping. I'm like, I got this juice like last, I don't know, a month or two ago. And again, I picked it up last night and I'm like, this bottle is still smaller. Like, am I tripping? And I had to put them next to each other. I don't know if we can really tell from this video, but they're definitely like, them motherfuckers used to be the same type of, it used to be this carton that you would get the juice and it was, I don't know, like $1.50, $1.60, $1.80, something like that. And now what I would pay for this with the juice, I'm now getting the shrinkflation. It's real. Jesus.
Now this right here is a shame. This is what they call shrinkflation. Like literally, do you see how little broccoli is in this bag? This is the same bag that I used to get, and all 4 of us could eat out of it, and maybe have some left over. And I do believe the price is higher than it used to be. This is barely enough for one person to eat. What other items have you noticed shrinkflation on? This is ridiculous. Might need to go ahead and get that garden growing. Can you grow broccoli in your backyard?
So, like, genuinely, why is everything getting more expensive but shittier quality? Like, I live in a luxury, like, new-built apartment, and the walls are paper mache. And it's nobody's fault with the builders, but, like, I've been listening to somebody play the same shit song over and over for, like, an hour. And I'm sure they're not even playing it loud, but, like, I could hear it real nice and loud in my apartment. And, like, it's definitely still better than the last place I lived, if you know, you know. But it's just, like, why? Why am I paying $1,800 for a small one-bedroom apartment in Rochester, mind you? Rochester, like, this is not a special city, it's not a big city, it's kind of a shithole, if you ask me. I lived here all my life. I think it's a shithole. And I'm just like, what are we doing? like the plot has been lost. The plot's been lost for a very, very long time. But I think I'm gonna leave after this year, like the entire state actually, because I'm over New York in general. I don't know. Is it better anywhere else stateside, or like do I just have to fuck off out of the entire country this way?
So shrinkflation is now a thing on top of inflation. Did you know about this? You're going through boxes of cereal way too fast. Yes, 2 of my kids eat cereal every single morning for breakfast. Don't judge me. At least they're eating. So I thought, okay, maybe they're like pouring too big of bowls or something. Then I ended up seeing this article. Mills and other brands have made their boxes smaller and they're charging more. And then on top of that, what used to be the regular size is now like being marketed as the large size. So they're also tricking you with the language. Am I crazy? Am I the only one who's noticed this?
Things I think are too expensive. Freaking tampons and pads. What do you mean I have to pay $10+ to make sure blood does not come out my... So sick of it. It should be freaking free. It's healthcare. It's healthcare. Why do I go to the store and like my pads are like $15? What are we talking about? What are we talking about? I'm about to start wearing adult diapers. I don't care. I don't care anymore. Next freaking thing is girls deodorant. I don't care what y'all say. It's cheap. It's cheap. No, my deodorant is $10 to $12. What the freak you mean? I had to go to Walgreens to buy 2 deodorants and it came out to $24. 24 for two deodorants? I'm gonna buy it because I'm not disgusting, but still, what do you mean? Or you guys are like, well, there's like $2, $5 ones. No, those are the ones that purposely do not work, like at all. And I'm not gonna walk around smelling like onions. Absolutely not. Freaking things that are too expensive is freaking lip gloss. What do you mean lip gloss is gonna turn into $20 now? What? Makeup in general, I'm so sick of it. I'm so freaking sick of it. I don't want to pay a bunch of money for makeup. You guys might have noticed that I stopped wearing like makeup, like putting makeup on, because what the freaking mean I'm gonna pay $100 for one makeup set? Like what? There are things I think are overpriced, and thank y'all so much for 57,000 followers. Stop. Better have an amazing day at school, and if you don't, we're gonna have to fight, because you better have an amazing day. And I love y'all. Have an amazing day. Bye. Bye.
I need your attention real quick. If I pay full price for something, I expect the full product of that thing I paid for, right? If I pay full price for a drink, right? I don't expect the drink to stop here, or here, or here, or here, or here. I expect the drink to stop here. On another note, if I pay full price for a drink, I don't expect the ice to be all the way up here. Now, if I tell you no ice, and you now reduce the drink because I said no ice, when did ice become a juice? When did ice become a juice? Mind you, this has nothing to do with Chick-fil-A, because I don't want you guys to be like, oh, no. I'm just saying, in general, why is it that you pay, like, let's say I pay for a full bag of chips. I paid $3. You guys are now using the chips to discount, but there was no discount reflected on the price I paid. If I pay hey God, my English is paying me. If I pay $3 for a bag of chips, I expect a bag of chips. Now, if there's space in the chips, if there's 20% air in the chips, I expect 20% discount on that bag of chips. You get what I'm saying?
Went to the store, cereal sounded good. What the fuck is this? Are they making, why is this so small? These are small. And then obviously I had to get milk. I haven't eaten cereal or gotten milk in so long. This is so small. Like, this is not, the ones I used to buy like a year ago were bigger. I'm not tripping. I'm not, because
now we're all fed up on how shrinkflation is. You basically pay more and you receive less. This is causing a lot of people to have outrage, and rightfully so. If we only had one or the other, we'd be okay, but we're having both of these things work against us, which eats into a lot of people's grocery budgets, and it just makes no sense. It just shows how bad the economy is, that not only are prices rising, but a lot of companies are taking measures to really squeeze profits out of us, whether that be shrinkflation or using cheaper ingredients like a lot of restaurants now are doing. They're using a lot of filler, a lot of cheaper ingredients that are very harmful for people to eat.
Breaking news coming in April the 10th, energy prices are skyrocketing, and according to Forbes, this is the biggest price jump in over 20 years. That's why everyone's feeling like, why is everything so expensive? It's literally because of the energy. not even talking about one thing. I'm talking about gas, grocery bills, electricity bills, utility bills. Everything plays a part because of energy. It's literally all because of what's happening right now in Iran, the war in Iran. But like, this isn't something new. Anytime a global disruption happens, it affects the markets. Prices spike immediately. But here's the thing that people need to start talking more about: where that energy is being produced. Right now, America is depending on global markets mostly, literally. When renewable energy is literally the fastest growing energy source in the United States. Wind and solar generation increasing 7-fold since 2010. That's incredible. Renewable energies literally do not have to rely on global fuel markets once it's fully built. Reliable, domestic, renewable energy is the answer. It will save us so much money in the long run.
Okay, y'all, I'm gonna be a hunk for real, because since when is cereal $8 a box? What the hell? And the box looks smaller than it ever was. Let me find out. Not only are they inflating prices, but they're making the boxes smaller. Like, I don't know, because, you know, I wasn't paying for shit, but I'm almost positive that cereal was never almost $10 a box for a little ass box. Like, am I tripping? Gee, am I tripping? Has cereal always been this high? Is it just I was a broke best friend?
Yes, I don't know. I never paid for it.
I don't be eating cereal no more. I literally was just gonna grab a box because, you know, nostalgia, but... Okay, he acting like it's normal. Maybe I'm just broke as shit. As a matter of fact, I know he lying, because the way me and my sister used to go through cereal, if my mom was paying $10 per box, she would have been whooping her ass. I don't know what's going on, but they need to fix it ASAP.
I'm gonna be, like, negative for like 0.5 seconds, so just bear with me. I don't like shopping in stores anymore. It's not nice. Like, I am gonna start just going to the store initially to figure out what size I actually am in their products. There's a physical store. That's the only reason why I will go into the store, is to figure out what size I am in their clothing if I can. Otherwise, don't think that I'm gonna be shopping in person anymore. And it's not because of the products, it's because of the people that work in the stores. They are really mean. And just, I was in such a good mood today. Like, I started the day, I was in such a good mood. I had gone on the website of a specific store. It's so hot, oh my god. I'd gone on the website of a specific store, and I realized that they had a physical location in my city, so I went to check out the stuff, and they had a lot of the stuff I had in my cart in the store. I walked in the store, I was in the store for a while, no one ever greeted me, ever, at any point. And I was seeing so many cute things for really good prices too, you know, and so I'm picking things up, you know, because I don't want to, I'm shopping for the intent, I'm shopping for the season. Like, I'm not just buying just to buy. Like, I'm getting staple pieces for the changing seasons. And I got a lot of stuff in my hands, you know? And I'm walking around the store, I see employees, they see me, they do not speak. And it's not just that they do not speak, they are so utterly uninterested. Like, utterly uninterested in anything that I got going on. And somebody might see this that works in retail, and you might say, oh, you know, maybe they don't want to work there. Then don't. Because I worked in retail all throughout college. I worked at boutique shops. I worked at BCB Max Azria. I worked at, and that was back when it was like the thing. It was the bandage skirts and the bandage dresses and all that. You know, and so like, I know retail, I know what it's like to work retail, but I'm also respectful and kind, and I know how to make people who are coming into an establishment to patronize the establishment, I know how to make them feel welcomed and feel just like a customer. Like, I don't know, you know, it was just so uncomfortable. I felt like I was a burden, which was odd because I'm literally here to spend money. It was just a very uncomfortable, off-putting experience, and it sucks because I love the clothes so much. Like, I'm actually a fan of the brand, but I will never go back to a physical location ever again. Like, ever again. And because I also have to, I know how to separate the brand from the people that may happen to be employed with a brand too. So it's like, Mango, if you see this, I love your stuff, but maybe your middle management needs to do a better job of hiring people who actually want to work there, because they're making your brand look and feel very unwelcoming, which sucks because you have really cute stuff. So I still bought my items because, like I said, great pieces, great quality, great prices, but I will never go back into a store. I don't think I'll ever go back into any store, because why? What's the point? You know, the customer experience is so non-existent now.
Everything has to be marketed as luxury now. Look at this new study that just came out. This is from today. I saw it this morning. And the cost of a car has gone up 50% since 2020. And they're going to keep gaslighting, specifically the younger generation, 35 and under, that we're irresponsible with money, we don't save, that we spend erratically, right? But at the end of the day, like, yes, we already know that things are harder for us than for our parents and our grandparents, but when are we going to get to the point where everything is so expensive, everything has to be luxury? There's like, I don't get it. Like, this graph here, this table, whatever it's showing us right now, is outlining a deeper problem, right? That stems from corporations only, you know, planning for quarter over quarter. They're not really thinking about the current consumer. They're thinking about shareholder value. At the end of the day, like, everything comes down to quarter over quarter profits and upholding shareholder value. I don't know, like, something's gonna pop. I mean, the housing market, you know, is not very healthy. I think we just hit the lowest amount of home sales in record, or since the 2008 housing crisis. I don't know. I think February or March was the lowest ever in home sales. And then this car market situation is just the same thing. And then, like, everything is marketed as luxury. Everything is $100,000 or more for a car. I was looking at some lady. She was looking to get a lease on an Expedition. She had a 2018 car, paid off, did what she was supposed to do, went to go look for a car, and I think their payment was over $1,000 for a lease. Like, what? Like, this is not sustainable. And plus, the current economy in regards to jobs, like, there's no stability. Like, why would someone sign up for a 30-year mortgage or 15-year mortgage or a 5 to 6-year lease on a vehicle when there's no stability in the market as well? I don't know. This is crazy. It's a double whammy, and we're definitely in some kind of bubble or recession. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I just ran into Target on my way home from work to get a couple of things the girls needed to see Santa today. And I bought 6 items. And it was $73.60. Let me show you what I got for $73 fucking dollars. I got 3 pairs of white tights. The bigger girls are a little bit thinner and were $3.99 a pair. And the babies are a little bit thicker and they're $4 a pair. So $4, $8, $12 in tights. 2 littles, each matching shoes because they've outgrown theirs. Just little gold flats that were $14.99 each. So, like,
$29. And then I had to get pull-ups. So for 74, for almost 30 fucking dollars for these. Ridiculous. So yeah, $74 for 3 pairs of tights, 2 pairs of little flats, and some pull-ups. This economy sucks.
If you think that the polyester sold to you at premium brands is better than the polyester sold to you at, you know, the more lower end brands like Kmart, I really need you to watch this very quick video. Girls, polyester is polyester. Now, I've triggered a few people in my last Material Matters review of Age, and I don't really understand why. I mean, if someone was telling me something that I didn't like to hear about a brand that I like to shop from, I wouldn't just, you know, throw a tantrum and get abusive and just block out what was being said to me. I'd literally take that information and do my own research and come to a conclusion for myself, right? And if it's something that could potentially help my health and my finances, I would really look into it because it's a win, right? Because I have no ties to a brand other than giving them my hard-earned money. So why wouldn't I want to look into it? Why would I want to ignore the information that's been given to me? And so this is what I would love for people to understand. Polyester is polyester. It is synthetic, it is man-made, it is not good for your health. You know, polyester sold to you with a much larger price tag in a more premium store is not better than the polyester sold to you at a much lower price tag within a fast fashion brand. Please don't fall into that elitism marketing that a lot of brands are using to make you believe this. So many people, not just in my Age review, but in other, you know, premium label reviews that I've done, were saying that polyester is required in, you know, garments that are made for evening wear, for example. It's not. Yes, it can make things easier for the brand. It can make it cheaper for the brand, but it doesn't make a difference for you, especially when they're trying to palm off polyester to you at premium prices. What does that mean? It means that they're trying to keep their costs low when using polyester and trying to make you believe in this elitism marketing that they're using in order to get you to pay big dollars for something that they could have easily made using natural fibers. Are you with me? Does that make sense? I really hope it does. So yes, polyester can make things easier and more cost-effective for the brand. It's cheaper to source and produce at a larger scale. It is wrinkle resistant and it does hold structure. Yes, it does. But structure doesn't come from the fiber alone. Drum roll, because it comes from how the garment is made. There are so many other things that come into play when garments are made. How do I know that? I've studied pattern making. I have been to China. I have gone to factories. I have looked into it deeply. So there are other things that you might not know about that help garments retain its structure, that create that nice structure that you might find at brands like Age, for example. They're called boning, interfacing, layering, tailoring. It might be jargon to you. You might not be familiar with these words, and you don't have to be. All I want you to take from this video is that polyester isn't what makes a dress, especially, you know, an evening gown, hold its structure. No. It is all these things that I've mentioned. There's so much more to it. But what makes me angry is when these premium brands use synthetic fibers like polyesters, right, or other man-made fibers, and try to charge premium prices for them. They could literally use natural fibers to make the exact same garment. But why don't they do it? Because it means their margins are going to be much lower. What margins? Their profit margins, okay? So they use elitism marketing to scam you. And don't get me wrong, yes, of course, the premium brands that are still using synthetic fibers are adding the construction margins to their costing, you know. So yes, they are spending more money on the construction of their garments, say, as opposed to, I don't know, Kmart, right? Yes, of course they are. But as I mentioned, they can make the exact same garment using natural fibers. I hope this makes sense. If you are interested in furthering your knowledge and understanding of what I've just spoken about, please come back and watch my video or my review on Zimmerman that's coming on Monday, because there you will see that it is in fact quite possible for brands to use natural fibers to create that beautiful structured evening wear that so many of you believe can only be made using polyester. But make sure you've watched my review on Age first, and when you see both, it'll make so much more sense to you. So girls, polyester is polyester. It is synthetic, it is man-made, it is not natural, it is not good for your health, and you're just wasting your hard-earned money.
Oh, don't come around me asking when I'm having kids or what I'm waiting on to have kids, cause look around. Rent $1,800 for a one-bedroom apartment. Groceries higher than damn Demi Lovato and Camp Rock. The groceries that they giving us, they poison them. They poison us, and now we gotta go to the doctor with these insurance cards that don't cover shit. You still gotta pay to get up in the doctor. You still might gotta pay for your medicine. Any procedure that you gonna need, any major procedure you gonna need, you still gotta pay for that. You can't send your kids to school without you worrying about them getting shot up or a bomb threat. Hell, you yourself can't even go walk freely down the street or, Bourbon Street and have fun and relax from the bills overtaking your life without you worrying about a motherfucker running the jail shooting your shit up. Like, I mean, the real question is, why are y'all still having kids? Like, I think we just need to take a step back as a community and get this shit together with the people that's already here. Stop adding new motherfuckers on top of chaos when we don't even got this shit figured out.
It ain't no American dream no more. We living in an American nightmare right now. You got folks working 2-3 jobs trying to make it. Folks working 2-3 jobs and still can't pay their rent. People can't buy houses no more. You don't see people in their 20s and 30s buying houses no more like they used to back in the day. People can barely afford food at the grocery store. The prices are steady going up. Gas prices is going up. And then you got to fill your tank up every 3 to 4 days because this gas is burning way too fast. You know what I'm saying? We living in an American nightmare. This ain't no American dream. I don't know what the fuck is going on. This ain't no American dream though. Whenever you gotta work 2 or 3 jobs and you still can't afford to live, you still can't afford food, you can't put gas in your car, you can't afford basic necessities, man. It's an American nightmare. Ain't no more American dream.
Let's talk about the American dream, because a lot of people think that the American dream has expired a long time ago. And that may be the case. Right now, more than ever, the economy is very tough. It's very tough to get ahead and pull yourself out of poverty without taking on multiple jobs, because one job is not enough to achieve the American dream anymore. So long are the days we can have one job where you're going to be staying for decades. That used to be the past, where you could just have one job, you'd commit to one company, and they'd give you a nice retirement and a pension. That's no longer the case these days. You have to get multiple jobs or job hop to get a higher paying wage, because if you stay at the same company for too long, you're going to fall behind, because the raises that you get, and I don't know why this is the case, it's just minuscule. They don't really care about retention these days, and that is why a lot of people are switching jobs every 3 to 4 years compared to the past, where you'd stay at the same company, the same job, you'd grow in the same company, and you'd be able to afford a house, afford a car, afford a family on a single income. And that's why nowadays people believe that the American dream is dead, it's expired, and we can't really afford retirement these days. Let me know in the comments down below what you think, and take a look at the rest of these clips.
So a dream of mine, just like everyone else, is to own a house. Bro, that shit's never gonna happen. That shit is never gonna happen for me, or for most people, honestly. And I've always wanted to have my own man cave, go downstairs where all my gaming shit is and have everything the way I wanted it. Go outside on my porch and smoke a doobie, Dude, that sounds like the life, bro. And I wouldn't hate working if that was my life. But I can't afford that shit, bro. Most people can't. And I honestly, and the thing is that I could afford to rent a house, but I mean, that's like half of my dream, bro. I want to own a house, bro. I don't want to rent, but that's where I have. That's where I have to do it. If I want my own house, I have to rent a house, bro. For example, there's a house right next to where I live. It's a foreclosed house. And usually foreclosed is on the cheaper side, and there's a lot of shitty, there's a lot of problems with it most of the time. And they redid some of the house, and from what I found, it is still $200,000 in a shitty neighborhood, bro. Like, dude, I saw the sign go up, and I was, like, immediately excited, bro. I'm like, oh, shit, I'm gonna get my realtor, we're gonna look at it. $200,000 for a 2-bedroom, 1 bath. $200,000, bro. Like, what the fuck? I want to smoke a doobie on a porch. I want my own gaming setup on the basement or in a different room, bro. I want my own space, dog. I don't want to live in any more apartments anymore, bro. I am 25 years old. I don't want to live in any more apartments. That shit sucks. Like, I don't even know how to feel anymore, bro. Like, I've gone through all the stages, right? Like anger, sadness, hopefulness, depression, all of it. I've gone through all of it, bro, and now it's just numbness because it's never gonna happen for me. The only possible way that I could afford a house to actually own a house one day is if I consistently work 2 to 3 jobs. And then but if I do that, I can't even smoke a doobie on the porch or play my games because I'm too busy working. So it's either or, bro. I can't have both like it used to be back in the day. It's either or, and I don't know, bro. I don't know.
Finally getting a big boy job is crazy because you'll have the responsibilities of someone who is also salaried, be the only person in your department who is hourly. Only person. Direct contact, direct management to someone who makes 4 times what your pre-taxed salary is. And they're asking me to do the Department of Marketing, HR, Student Affairs. I'm being pulled everywhere on campus. Worked here over a year. I was told I was going to be supervising. I was told I was going to be training, developing, working with different departments. None of that is true. And I'm supposed to wait until I'm at that point 22 months in before maybe getting a 1% raise. Yeah, I'm in that bottom 60%. That's for sure. That's for sure. And I hear people talk about like, oh, you only got a 3% raise. 3%. I was given extra departments. I was given less per paycheck. And the craziest part is 10 people are retiring this semester. I say that because I'm working in academia. None of those positions are getting replaced. And but we can't afford to give me enough to pay my rent. Got it.
Bitch, we're gonna work until we die. The American dream is absolutely DEAD, ho. That bitch died it. That bitch is deceased. That bitch fucking funeral viewing was like 2 years ago. 8 years ago. 2008. 2008. No, Obama was president. That shit just died. I miss Obama. I miss being a kid. Like, this is just gonna sound so serious, but I did not realize that when I was a beautiful little young child, and I thought the world was peach and rainbows, that when it was gonna be my turn, I'm 27 years young, baby, about to be 28, that when it was gonna be my turn, it was gonna be ass for me. The economy was gonna be cheap, and our little America is gonna be run by somebody who can't even put into words, ain't got nothing nice to say, not gonna say anything at all.
that if I wanted to have, this is the one that really pisses me off. I want to have kids, right? Maybe later. Maybe when I'm like 31, 32. Not anymore. Not until this fool's out of office. Not until my kids can get vaccinated. Not until my future kids can go to school without there being like a shooting or something like that. Like, shit's cooked. My future that I thought I was gonna have as a child is literally cooked cheese fries. About to make $19 an hour. Good job, good benefits, really exciting. 19 isn't good enough. This shit's not gonna cut it. I'm still gonna be struggling as much as I was in my old job, making $17 an hour. Helping animals, fucking anesthetizing pets, doing x-rays on your pets, doing blood draws on your pets, being a veterinary assistant, veterinary technician. Hard work, $0. Zippo zilch. And then healthcare, excited about that, but then the American healthcare system's fucking ass cheeks. You're gonna be taking out so much money in my paycheck. Got my tax return, had to pay somebody a little bit off my tax return because they barely helped me doing my taxes. I'm just so confused. This is not what I thought was gonna happen when I grew up. I really wanted to be an adult. Oh, I can't wait to be an adult. No!
American dream is a scam. All you have to do is work hard. It's the meritocracy. Do you know how many people are working hard and have been working hard their whole life, and all they have to show for it is like some sort of chronic health condition and a fuck ton of debt? It's not real. It's not real. The thing they've been selling us isn't real. We'll just create jobs for everybody. Everybody will have jobs for the chicken on every table or whatever. But here's the thing: we're going to create all the jobs in the place where it's too expensive for anybody who has those jobs to live there, so then they'll have to commute. They'll have to commute to that job because we're not going to be successful. Then by the time they're in their home, 10 hours a day or long. But they'll work so hard that on those 2 days, one of them is just recovering from all of the work that they've done, and the other one is just preparing to do more work. So when are you supposed to wake the fuck up? Do you want to be an accountant? Do I want to be a banker? Am I really into plumbing? Actually, I do think blue collar work is a wonderful service and probably very rewarding. But I thought I was doing it right. I followed all of your rules. I did everything you told me to do, and I'm miserable. And I'm miserable. Stop buying it. I think we can all just get paid to be ourselves. I think abundance is our natural state, and this is a scam.
The average price of a house in West Virginia is around $200,000. The minimum wage in West Virginia is $9. Oh, and it's $200,000 to $300,000, not the lower end of $200,000. Right. Gas is $4 going up, and somehow it's running quicker in our tanks. We need to fill up. I used to fill up once a week. Now I fill up 2 to 3 times a week. It used to be cheaper to go get groceries from a grocery store and eat healthy food than it was to go get fast food every day. Not anymore, not anymore, not anymore. It's cheaper to go get fast food, junk poison, than actually good food from the grocery stores. Why? I wonder why. We have a felon, like a felon with multiple felonies in the White House, and nobody's doing anything. But we have people that are just going to work and doing their job and paying taxes that are in concentration camps in Florida. I don't know what to do. There's literally nothing we can do about this. I feel so stuck. I don't want to live here, and I feel like I shouldn't even be doing anything to work towards my future because I feel like I don't have a future.
I still think that the American dream is achievable. It's just way harder than it was in the past. And that is primarily due to inflation and the cost of living. Everything has skyrocketed, which makes people have less money at the end of the month after they're paying off all their bills, because the bills are increasing in price every single year, and your wages are not following that same pattern. People's increases in their pay just doesn't match the rate of inflation, and that's causing a huge problem because no one's able to achieve the American dream anymore unless you're working for a top tech company or working multiple jobs or even having your own business.
As the years have gone on, I've now realized that America is not the place for me. As it stands, the idea of the American dream is completely dead. And what does that mean? Well, it means that I am going to see myself out. Luckily for me, since my dad was an immigrant, I was born with dual nationality, so I can go get citizenship in Thailand. But honestly, there's so many other places I could go. There's a lot of other first world countries where I could have a much clearer peace of mind. Because sure, here in the US you have all your freedoms, but with those freedoms you have the choice to choose stupid things. And that is absolutely the direction that we've been going. Which sure, that's fine, you're entitled to that, but I'm just honestly not interested anymore. Go somewhere where I can hang out with my neighbors and go do fun shit, and then not have to worry about if I break my leg or some shit like that. I don't know, it's a pretty big world. I'm gonna go see it.
How did the American dream die? How did the middle class die? I'm going to tell you, it started in the 1980s with trickle-down economics that did not work. They decided to give tax cuts to the rich and corporations, saying that money would trickle down. It didn't. It just made the rich richer. Then we greenlit stock buyback. So instead of, when the productivity was going up, instead of giving workers more money, they just bought back their stocks so the shareholders could make profit and the executives could get bonuses. Then we had leverage buyouts, and the government didn't regulate leverage buyouts, and that was the start of private equity basically buying up everything so that they could make more money. Then we moved away from pensions to 401ks, which essentially just took the responsibility and accountability of the company to take care of their workers with the retirement and put it on to individuals. But we were never taught economics in high school, so how the fuck are we supposed to know about compound interest and investing? But they said the 401k was better than the pension when it wasn't. Then they started shipping our jobs overseas, building the middle class in other countries so that they could make more profit, destroying the middle class here. Then we started ramping up the borrowing money and getting into debt as a country, which devalues our dollar. Then in 2008, we had predatory lending, which crashed the housing market over so many Americans. And then we used taxpayer money to bail out the banks. And when all the houses were cheap, the rich went and bought those up. And that's when you started to see the rent start to increase around the 2010s into the 2015s. And then in 2011, we allowed super PACs to exist. So billionaires can now buy elections, and they use that money on attack ads, which divides the country. Divide and conquer, and that's what they did. In 2020, we had the pandemic, which both sides of the aisle handled like absolute shit, shut down all small businesses, all the money went to the top, the rich got richer, they printed trillions of dollars more, which people needed, but what did all the people do? We spent the money because we needed to spend the money, and where did that money go? To the top, and they got richer. And lastly, they decided during the pandemic, let's lower the interest rates on buying a home to 2.5% to 3% so that people could refinance and get ahead. But no, all that really did was give the green light to a bunch of rich people to basically borrow free money and buy up all the housing so that we can no longer own a home. And that all ended in 2021. Then we've experienced 25% inflation since the pandemic, and we no longer have a middle class, and the American dream is dead.
When I was in college, my first apartment, me and my roommate had was $712 a month. And I remember they gave us a 5% student discount off the rent because we was in college. When I left, when we parted ways and I left, from living there, my first apartment was $590 a month. It was a 1-bedroom apartment in a decent side of town. And it was nice. And I was able to pay my rent off of doing hair part-time and working as a server at Applebee's. Then I remember my first car payment. I got a 2013 Nissan Altima, and this is with a crazy interest rate. My car payment was $312 a month. My insurance was $98. And then I'm like, ooh, if I could just, I know if I can make $50, $60, $70, $80,000 a year, baby, I'll be balling with these prices. And then fast forward 10 years later, 10, 15, and I'm at 6 figures, and it feels like when I was in college. The money ain't stretching. Where is the $700 apartment? Where is being able to find a nice rent house for $1,200, $1,300 a month? Where is the $300 car notes? Where is insurance under $100? Where is all of that? Why when I get to making some decent money, everything want to skyrocket? I used to get food stamps in college, baby, $250. In the grocery store, we could eat for years. Now I go in there, I went to Dollar General the other day to get some soap to wash my ass, some tissue paper, and something else, and maybe some toothpaste, and it was $45. Why the economy got to go to hell when we get in our 30s? We can't afford to buy houses. The house that we see $350,000, $400,000 to live in a popcorn box. Where is the life that we was promised? I just want to know.
So I have come to realize that New York is not a place to raise a family. And I'm saying this because, so this morning as I'm getting up to get ready for work, my wife asked me if I could feed our son before I go. Normally, if I'm working, she takes overnight, and I wake up and I go about the day. But this morning she asked me, so I asked her, you know what, I'm gonna warm his bottle, jump in the shower real quick and come back. And he was a little bit more fussier than usual this morning. And I took him to the living area. I fed him a little bit. He was still fussy. I couldn't, I swaddled him. He's still fussy. And he didn't take all his feed, but I continued to, try and calm him down. But again, I'm getting ready for work and time is going. And I just go to the front door and I open the door and this child immediately stopped crying as if he was saying, all right, Dad, I know you have to go. All right. And he stopped crying and I fed him the rest of his bottle. He drank it. I brought him to Mom. He laid in bed and I ran out the house. And it just broke me that I had to leave my 3-week-old to go to work. Why is it like this?
Hello.
Like the system is set up in a way where you have to always be working, have to always be making sure that you have a certain amount of money coming in because you have expenses, right? So, I got over that, I hopped in the car and I started driving. And then another thing occurred to me. There is no type. So, you already can't, be with your family because you have to work so much. The times that you do get to spend with your family, it's like you can't spend it at home because there is literally no yard space. This morning I was driving, there's no backyard, there's no front yard. I'm just passing this entire stretch. And in the US alone, there is an issue with obesity and the age at which people are getting type 2 diabetes is getting younger and younger. And the person who made the blueprint for New York, they knew exactly what they were doing. They said, whoever lives here, they're gonna work until they retire. And even if they stop working after they retire, well, they can't even stop working because all of the expenses won't be covered with the retirement money. And it's just so sad. I can't have a peace of mind knowing that I'm able to spend quality time with my family and not be able to worry about work. I have to always worry about work. I have to always make sure that there's food on the table, there's shelter here, and it's just so sad. It's really just so sad. And people talk about the American dream. This is not the American dream. This is not the American dream. You have to work so hard. And for what? You work all these years and you stress yourself out. And before you know it, you get very ill that you can't even enjoy all of what you were working with. And, it's just heartbreaking to know now. I've been seeing.
find weird about fucking society is that being broke is so fucking normalised.
Why are we normalizing being broke? I don't know where we went wrong, but why is it normalized to be broke?
We're not built to withstand this level of trauma.
You know, at some point, somebody has already decided that this is how it was supposed to be. That working 40, 50, 60 hours a week and still not be able to afford a house was just adulting, right? That choosing between your medication and your groceries was just budgeting. That being one car repair away from financial collapse was just life. That's just how it's supposed to be. You know, that feeling anxious and exhausted and hopeless about your future was just being an adult in the modern world. You know, someone took that broken system and called it normal. And the scariest part about it is that, like, most of us have believed this. Most of us currently believe this right now. Let me tell you guys what actually happened. At some point in this country, the relationship between work and reward got completely severed. There used to be a connection with all this. You put in the time, you got something back. Not everything, of course, but, you know, not like a mansion or a yacht. Obviously, we're not really asking for all that stuff, but just enough to live on, just enough to keep going, enough to breathe, enough to have something to look forward to when you wake up in the morning. But that connection is completely gone right now. And instead of fixing it, instead of acknowledging that the system is broken, somebody handed us a new vocabulary. They called it the gig economy. They called it hustle culture. They called it entrepreneurship. They rebranded exploitation as an opportunity and sold it back to us like it was some kind of gift. Like, hey, work 3 jobs? Hey, you are a go-getter. I mean, you are getting to the money. Can't afford healthcare? That is your motivation to start a side hustle. Living paycheck to paycheck despite working full-time? Maybe you need to cut on the lattes at Starbucks. I don't know. They literally broke the machine and told us to run faster. Now, here's what normal used to look like in this country, because it seems like we have lost touch of what that is. One income could literally support a family, okay? A high school diploma could get you a job with benefits. You could literally buy a house in your 30s while needing 2 incomes, perfect credit, and a down payment that took literally a decade to save. You could get sick, okay? And you could go to the doctor without calculating whether you could afford to find out what was actually wrong with you. That wasn't even, that's not even upper class, guys. That was just regular life. That was like the bare minimum. That was the baseline between all of this. You know how great that sounds in today's time? Now we treat that baseline like it's a literal fantasy, okay? Like it's just, like it was never real in the first place. Like, it's literally like wanting stability and security is somehow naive or entitled. When in reality, this is literally the bare minimum. But nowadays, these are luxuries. If you're able to access all these things, you are way up in the class ranks, trust me. But I'm here to tell you guys that this is not entitlement. That is what a functional society is supposed to provide for people who show up and do the work. And somewhere along the way, we let somebody convince us that wanting that made us unrealistic. I want to talk about what this actually costs people, okay? Not just financially or emotionally, but psychologically as well. When you work hard and still can't really get ahead, when you do everything right and still lose, it does something to you over time, okay? It makes you question your own worth. It makes you wonder if you're just not good enough. It makes you internalize a failure that was never yours. It was never yours to carry in the first place. That's the most dangerous part of calling a system broken normal. People will stop blaming the system and start blaming themselves. They stop asking why things are this way and start asking what's wrong with them. Nothing is wrong with you, okay? The system is broken, all right? The system is broken. There's nothing wrong with you. And it has been broken for a very long time. And the people who benefit from it being broken have spent a lot of money and energy making sure that you blame yourself instead of them.
We work the majority of our lives just to, like, get by. Especially in this generation, this is like the most fucked generation. It's like most of our money goes on landlords and fucking gas and electric, and like we're left with a very small amount. And what makes it worse, you have the most privileged fuckers.
You're like, oh well, don't go on holidays. Don't do anything, just fucking
rot. Like, am I crazy? Like, if you have a full-time job, you shouldn't be struggling to survive. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. Like, we're supposed to be okay with it. Like, what? Fucking enslave ourselves till the day we die just so you can hoard your fucking money in the Cayman Islands? This is what these people are doing. They're being like, you don't work hard enough, that's why you're poor. These people are literally exploiting you for every fucking penny that you have. I mean, thankfully, I managed to land myself a good job that pays me decent. But it's not fucking easy, and it's not something everyone can do. Because there's only so many jobs that pay decently.
Why are we normalizing being broke? It almost seems like it's cool to not have money. I mean, I get it, but at the same time, that's also reinforcing a really limiting belief. Now, I don't have anything against spending money, and I definitely understand that times can be hard for people, but that doesn't change that by us doing it, we're actually speaking struggle into our lives. And if this makes you mad, it's just because you're being called out right now, and it's a coping mechanism. What we should be normalizing is growth. I'm a financial coach, and I've helped hundreds of people over the last 5 years see a $5 million improvement in their finances. If people come to me thinking that they're never going to get ahead, that they're always going to live paycheck to paycheck, and they're dealing with just this defeated mindset of anxiety and stress, but then after not only working on their finances, but also working on their mindset or their beliefs about themselves and what they think is possible for them, they start crushing their goals. They pay off their debt, they save that money, and they're finally able to get themselves out of that rat race. They're also a lot more confident. They see the world in a new perspective, and they're finally looking forward versus just staying stuck where they're at or even looking backward. So no, it's not cool to be broke. It's not cool to be fat. It's not cool to be a victim. What is cool is you growing. So come after me in the comments if you want, but just know that if you do, that's a sign of you not growing.
I don't know where we went wrong, but why is it normalized to be broke? Like, a human should not have to stress about, like, the cost of, you know, a $3 energy drink or going to get gas or getting food. Like, that should not be a thought in your brain. You should just be able to, like, buy that shit and it does not affect you whatsoever. And a year ago from now, I was in the exact situation where I would count every dollar. I wouldn't even get energy drinks on the way to the gym because I thought that $3 was going to affect me. But staying in that mindset usually just keeps you broke, and it was only until I shifted that and just realized that that truly doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things, that's when I actually started making money.
So I'm here to tell you that it's not normal to be broke. I feel like society has us thinking that being broke is normal just because the economy's bad and everything's high, everything's through the roof, okay? And everyone's broke and they thinking that that's okay. Everyone's living check to check. That's not okay.
We are not built to withstand this level of trauma. I'm a licensed therapist, and I want to validate you if you feel terrible all the time. Because I know for me, it is becoming increasingly more difficult to show up in my everyday life and just get through some of the most normal tasks. I cannot stop thinking about what is happening in my country. I cannot stop thinking about what is taking place all over the world. We are not meant to witness violence at this level. We are not able to process what we are consuming day in and day out. Living in current times is incredibly challenging at best and absolute torture at worst. And that's not okay. Being highly distracted, having a short fuse, feeling like you're having trouble just getting out of bed, these are typical responses to what's happening. This is what we're supposed to feel like as a result of witnessing this level of violence. And yet, we're supposed to just go and do our jobs, show up for our family and our children, and be social and go out to dinner. Like, this is not normal, so please don't feel like you have to act like it is.
Anybody else just fed the hell up? In a sense that you don't know how much fucking longer you can keep complying, or how much longer you can pretend like this shit's normal and okay. We're genuinely not working for anything. With the way things are currently set up, we're literally just working to end up losing everything that we have. A lot of people I know are in their late 20s, early to mid 30s. They're still living at home, and they're in poverty. And for the people that are out on their own, they're literally living with like 6 other people to make things work. And we're gaslighting ourselves into believing that all of this is okay. People are literally working themselves to the point of developing health problems. Some people are out here taking on 3 fucking jobs just for the next person to tell them, you're not doing enough, work harder. We're not the problem, guys. I don't know when you're going to wake up and realize that the working class is not the problem. It's these greedy fucks making record profits, taking every last thing that we fucking have. They're the ones that we need to put the blame on. Once we stop, it's over for them.
Hello, good morning. Canadian, living in the United States. One of the little missions that I've been on since I moved here is trying to understand the people that absolutely despise your current administration, and after yesterday's events, we gotta talk about it. Their reaction to the events at the White House Correspondents' Dinner is repulsive, to say the least. So naturally, I have a couple things to say, and I made some notes. I'm scrolling through the comments on the videos of this event, and I'm seeing things like, do you think he'll understand that we don't like him? Or, I don't see Melania, I bet she planned the whole thing. Or, you'll get him next time. Or, I hate when my dreams don't come true. I'm sorry, what are you doing? What are you doing? Are you serious? This isn't even political disagreement anymore. This is people, you people, getting comfortable joking about violence. And that should freak everybody out. You can dislike the president. You can dislike his policies. You can protest, you can debate, you can vote. That is all part of a functioning democracy. I thought you wanted a functioning democracy. But joking about attempted assassinations and like normalizing that, respectfully, that is not activism, and you have a serious problem. Some of you people on the left are so very mentally unwell that it is extremely concerning. Because you are the same people who preach that we're about empathy and kindness and love and inclusion. Where is that energy right now? Because these comments that I'm seeing, the reactions, this isn't it. Respectfully, I think some of you people have become dangerous, okay? You have lost your humility, and you actually think that people deserve this. You cheer for it, and you pray for it. The media has you so brainwashed that you don't even care, and I'm not even sure that you're aware of what you're doing. At some point, there has to be a line drawn, and we have to say that this behavior from you people is completely unacceptable. Not because of who the president is, but because of what we will tolerate as a society. And this kind of dangerous rhetoric ain't it. I'm sorry, but it's not. Anyway, that's all I got for this one. Have a wonderful day.
I just think it's crazy that they've tricked everyone into working 8 to 10 hour days, 5 days a week for like 40 to 50 years for someone else's profit. They haven't just tricked them to do that, they've also tricked them to stare at a screen for 4 to 6 hours a day, every day after working, and then on the weekend, yeah, like 16 hours a day staring at a screen. Now they sweeten this deal with, some benefits and 2 to 4 weeks of paid time off if you're lucky, and, an occasional pay raise here and there, like 0.5% every year. All of that wasn't bad enough. They take like 30% of your pay after all of that, and no one's really that upset about it. And I know people aren't upset about it because a lot of you who live that life allow your children to go to schools where they tell them, hey, this is what you should aspire to. This is normal. This is what everyone should do. I don't understand how more people aren't waking up to this. I don't understand how more people aren't trying to escape, trying to find any other possible lifestyle than the one I just described. Do people really think that life is about donating 50 hours a week of your life for 50 years to someone who doesn't care about you? Like, that's really what you're meant to do on this earth? That's really what we're all supposed to do?
Do you know what's not normal? It's not normal to get up at 6:30 in the morning, to get your kids rushing ready for school, to shove them out the door, to fight with each other, in order for them to go to a place where they're not actually getting educated, they're getting indoctrinated. Do you know what else is not normal? It's not normal to just have a couple of hours with your partner in the evening, after work, when you're tired, when the last thing you've got on your mind is actually, you just want to de-stress and all you do is argue, right? Do you know what else is not normal? It's not normal having to live month to month on a wage, knowing that if one day you were to lose your job, that's it. You'd lose your house, you'd lose your car, you'd lose everything, right? That's not normal. And we've been sold this as a normal way of living, like this is life. That's not life. That's survival. It's literally clutching at straws in order to just get through to the next day. We've been sold this lie, this game, which doesn't benefit us in any way, shape or form. All it does is benefit the people at the top, the owners of the corporations, the billionaires, the people who take advantage of the fact that you don't feel good, that your health is bad, that you feel depressed, so they sell you solutions to your problems in order to make themselves money. And that little bit of money that you have, you spend it on shit to try and make yourself feel better. And all the time, they're just getting richer and richer and richer and richer, and your life isn't changing. Because the alcohol that you buy, the nicotine that you buy, the drugs that you buy, the Netflix that you watch, all of these things you do to kind of make yourself feel better don't actually solve the internal problem, which is the fact that life is not meant to be lived in this way. And when you change your life to a life that you actually love, then you don't need the Netflix subscription, you don't need the alcohol, you don't need the drugs, you don't need the nicotine, you don't need the constant fighting with your partner. You have time to spend with your children, you have time to spend with your family, you have time to spend with your partner. You do the things that you enjoy, not the things that you hate, right? But of course, in order to do that, you need to change the mindset of the way that you're thinking. You need to change the things that you do. You need to change how you feel, which is what I've been in the process of doing for the last 2 years, right? And so I want to share with you what I've done, and I've written it all down in a book called The Path to Abundance. Now, you're going to say to me, "Oh, Philip, well, you're just profiting off trying to. You're just doing the same thing as the billionaires. You're trying to profit off people not feeling good." Yeah, perhaps, maybe, all right. But the book's £7, and it lays out exactly what you need to do in order to change your life to make it the way you want it. Now, £7 is 2 coffees from Costa's. If you can give up 2 coffees from Costa's, you can change your life. What are you waiting for? Click the link in my bio, go download it.
So I posted this video yesterday where a guy calls in sick to jobs that he doesn't have. He called this manager saying, "Hey, it's a really nice day. I think I'm gonna go out fishing with the boys. Can I have today off?" And this woman was like beside herself because that's against the policy. But the point I was trying to illustrate is that asking for a day off to go fishing because it was really nice out, to me, was no more absurd than an adult treating another adult like a child. As someone who owns their own business and has also worked in the corporate world, I can tell you that the idea of me asking another adult at this point in my life for a day off, and that if I didn't show up to work, I would be disciplined for it, is absurd. And so I think a lot of the things that we consider to be normal in our society are actually kind of messed up. And the fact that people don't think critically and question things is concerning to me. This manager, even though she was confronted with a ridiculous request, she just reminded me of one of those girls on the playground that's like, "I'm the boss of you. You have to do what I say." And I think if you're defending this manager, you're probably similar to that manager. And there was this guy in my YouTube comments saying we have no work ethic anymore, that we're entitled. And I'm gonna try to explain this as respectfully as possible. The reason people no longer have work ethic is that there's no incentive anymore. And this guy in my comments was saying it's no wonder companies are having a hard time filling positions. Of course they're having a hard time. Wages have not caught up with inflation. Benefits suck, pensions are gone, and we still have to put up with this bullshit. The boomers had pensions and great health care and great benefits, and they bought their home for a couple of blueberries and a penny. This system and culture worked for the boomers because they were able to support themselves and accumulate wealth. So they put up with the bullshit. But now what you have to understand is people my age and younger see no path to success. There's no path out of this. It would be different if it was worth the sacrifice, but it's not anymore. And if you want to talk about entitlement, I'll tell you what we feel entitled to. We're entitled to happiness, respect from our managers, and wages that keep up with the cost of living. And I just don't think the older generation has any concept of just how done we are.
I seen a post from somebody who said they went to New York for the ball drop and like nobody was cheering, nobody was excited, you know, that it's a new year like normal. That's because nothing is normal. We are not living in normal times, but there are so many people who are pretty much forcing normalcy onto themselves, onto their families, still celebrating the holidays, like nothing is changed, like everything is the same. And they're not facing reality. This is not normal times that we are living in. The shit that is happening, focusing on this country specifically, this is not normal. But we have so many of us who are walking around acting like everything is normal. And this is the reason why they're getting away with so much shit, is because we are still doing, still spending, still going to work, still paying taxes, just living life as normal. It's not normal. And until we stop doing all the normal shit, they're going to keep going and going and going.
I made over $120,000 last month using this exact business model.
I would encourage people to really look into the penny stocks. What's the things, the top things that people won't even have a clue that they can write on?
Do you know you can write off your birthdays?
Okay, well, we have a good episode today. We have another staple on the channel, checking out all the bad advice these TikTok gurus and entrepreneurs, masterminds, whatever they want to call themselves. So we have a ton of stuff to go over along with some of your comments with your experiences. So if you want to be featured on a future video, leave your comments down below. But we're going to start off with one of them that I actually have not heard before, and this is from a former NFL star.
I would encourage people to really look into the penny stocks where you paying a couple dollars, 50 cents or whatever. Within 5 or 6 months, that money will flip so fast, you'll be like, what? I've had some opportunities where I got into crude oil. It was fluctuated. It was $3, $2, and I ended up kind of doing my research, and I found a competitor of it. They kind of had the same trend. You know, I seen them. They were down. One was like 39 cents. So I bought into it, right? I put 50 in both of them. I mean, like $2.3 million.
Holy crap.
Here's the crazy thing, though. I took some out before, but I waited after a full year because of tax purposes and all that. But I made like 2-1.
Are you sure about that, Adrian Peterson? Because not only is it apparently super easy to just do a little bit of research on penny stocks, because they're not volatile at all, and he said he put 50 into both, which I'm guessing is 50,000, and somehow flipped that into 2.3 or 2.1 million dollars. I guess it really is that easy. He just puts all of his time into finances until recently, just a few months ago, we got a nice little article. Adrian Peterson ordered to turn over assets to pay $12 million in debt. So where is that $2.1 million you made? That doesn't really sound like all the penny stock flipping did you too well. Former NFL running back Adrian Peterson has been ordered by a Houston judge to turn over numerous assets as a means toward paying a debt that is estimated more than $12 million. This began when he took out a loan for $5.2 million from Pennsylvania Lending Company back in 2016. So I don't know if that means if he took that money out to try to flip it with penny stocks almost a decade ago, or he's just trying to keep up the lifestyle that he used to have being an NFL athlete. And there have been numerous stories of pro athletes just blowing all their money when they retire and going completely broke, even though they're making tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars through their careers. So if I were you, probably wouldn't take advice. Flipping penny stocks, a very scary, volatile market, literally losing all your money within seconds, especially when this guy has over $12 million worth of debt. The next one I feel like I'm probably going to be able to talk about for at least the next couple months because of the wave of cryptocurrency and how much it's been pumped up. Not just the big ones, you know, Bitcoin, Ethereum, even like Dogecoin, which is still a meme coin, just the crazy alts. And I can guarantee we're going to see a ton of videos like this flood all over social media.
Next couple weeks. You know, beyond anything, what you just learned, I mean, Alicia just really shared. I mean, Alicia got this house for you guys. I mean, it's crazy. You know, when I first started in the industry, we didn't have videos like this. I think sometimes, you know, we overlook how much success there is, how much value there is, how much leadership there is.
So I don't know, there's something about this video, I still feel like it is a joke, but we're going to see all of these people come up who got super lucky, made a ton of money off of Fartcoin, and now they're the next big up-and-coming investor. They look like they're YouTubers back in 2012 with their hair. Of course, he's got all the flashy jewelry on, a Givenchy shirt, or however you say that brand. I mean, just checking off every one of the guru boxes. But especially in today's world, anybody can make these videos and have somebody pay attention to them because everyone's trying to get rich as quick as they possibly can. One of the comments from you guys, a fool and his money is easily parted. You could stop one scammer, and the same people who are getting scammed will throw money at millions of other things, hoping they'll get rich quick. So hopefully I could save some people with these videos. I know it's just a lost cause for others. I mean, how long ago was the email phishing scams a thing? You know, the whole joke of the Nigerian prince needs $1 million. Any of the phone call stuff with buying gift cards and giving people over the phone like the code for it. Very, very low level basic scams scams, and it still happens today. You see it all the time. So I can try to help as much as I want and show you guys all the different grifts and scams and gurus and influencers that are just trying to get a little bit more money out of you. But unfortunately, you can't save them all, because we're not stopping there. Everybody's talking about cryptocurrency, and everybody apparently knows what they're talking about.
All right, yo. Warcraft is $10. What do you hold? XLM.
Hey, cuppa.
Okay. And Nico, what you got, man? What you hold? One. All right, what's your price prediction? $3,000. That's crazy. Yo, Louis, what you holding on to? H-bar. What's your price prediction? $3. All right, cool. Sage, what you got?
LCX.
All right, what's your price prediction?
$50 to $150.
Wow. All right, so what you got to say about that?
It's the one coin that has the most potential out of every coin they've listed.
All right, let's get that money, baby.
Let's go.
I love that all they have to do is name out coins and a random projection. I mean, $50 to $150 is a huge jump. And then when they get slightly challenged by the person who's recording the video, he's like, it's just the best one out there. Literally saying absolutely nothing about it other than, I think it's better. And adding on top of it the whole gambling issue, which we'll get to in a little bit. This is just another way for people to just keep gambling, because I would say most of this stuff is around the 20 to 30-year-olds. You don't see too many people in like the 50s who are actually doing this. That's a lot more of the sports betting, casino type gambling crowd, even though there are still young kids who do that as well. But again, as I say over and over again, with the one single story with one guy putting in $100 on some insane parlay and making $1 million, there are millions and millions of other people just losing all of their money. Same exact thing's going to happen with this crypto boom, and magically people are still going to be surprised when they don't have money in their bank accounts.
I made over $120,000 last month using this exact business model. First step is to pick a niche. This is just a topic that you want to talk about, and for this example, I'm going to go with health and wellness. Then you're going to head to Google and search up health and wellness affiliate programs. Here are 15 of the highest paying programs in that niche. Next, scroll on through until you find one that has a high commission rate like this one right here, and then you're going to click here to sign up to get your unique affiliate link. Then head to social media and start posting content about your topic. This account doesn't even show their face, and look how many followers they have. Just be sure to put your affiliate links right in your bio. I've made over $460,000 with this in less than 8 months. To learn my exact steps, grab the free guide from my bio.
I swear, man, every single box ticked. Real quick, we'll look at the comments, because at least somebody has common sense. Sorry, if it was that simple, everybody would be a millionaire. Of course. Unfortunately, this is so unrealistic. If it was that simple, a lot of people would be making money by now. How much of this $460,000 is selling how-to courses to people? There you go. At least we have some people in the comments that are seeing right through it. So you get very bare bones instructions on how to, I guess, just make $500,000 in less than a year, copying, pasting links, and I guess just hundreds, if not thousands of people are just going to start buying your stuff. Again, if it was really that easy, everybody would be doing it. These types of niches are so oversaturated that the only way you can make money is selling other people the dream to make money online. And this is exactly what she does, because she has the free link in bio, which gives you even less information, and then all the special stuff you really need is behind a paywall. And going a little bit deeper onto this user, I've seen that there must be some sort of shady stuff that she's doing to get potentially banned off of TikTok, because if you look up her name on TikTok, she literally has like 20 different usernames with the exact same profile picture, all the same videos with all of the different links for her other social medias, the paywall stuff, her courses, just like a scattershot of accounts, even though there's no reason to actually do this. My only guess is that she does something against TOS and TikTok bans her, and then she just goes to the next account and keeps posting, and then account after account after account, just trying to rack up as many how-to course sales as she possibly can, because here's just some of them. Kickstart strategies, my exact reel strategy, like Instagram reels, 30 hooks, 60 reels for 30 days, it's $150. Faceless wealth programs, it's like, you know, the faceless YouTube channels. I mean, how I grew my Instagram to 100,000 followers in 40 days, most likely you bought fake followers. Digital wealth guide, I mean, it's just so basic. And you go onto her Instagram, 500,000 followers, helping ordinary people make money online, even though I doubt she really does. I bet she just went from 0 to 1.7 million in 16 months trying to sell you that dream that you could be like her, but you're not. Because the people who legitimately find ways to make money online or something that isn't as popular, not as known to the public, don't tell other people what they're doing. It will just breed more competition, oversaturate your market, and you will make less money. And I personally know this from experience. So when I used to resell sneakers back in the heyday around 2020, I ended up finding a different method of buying sneakers for really, really good prices and selling them just right back online on eBay with a very solid profit margin. And I did not tell a soul. So now with the sneaker market basically dead and I don't even really resell sneakers anymore, now I can tell you it was as simple as finding Poshmark and Mercari listings of people just selling their used shoes like it was a garage sale. I mean, some unbelievable deals I was finding almost every single day. People just didn't want their shoes. They wanted to make a little bit of cash while the sneaker market was booming. I'd buy it off of Poshmark, off of Mercari. They'd be shipped to my house. I'd clean them up a little bit and relist them on eBay. And especially during that time, eBay didn't even have fees on the sneakers. Now I am oversimplifying what I actually legitimately on my phone for 8 to 12 hours a day. It was insane. I actually had two phones, one with Poshmark open, the other one with Mercari, and I would refresh every minute. I looked like an insane person at home, but it legitimately worked. It made me more money than any other avenue. Any of the sneaker botting methods, any of the raffles, none of that compared to what I found. But if I made a video and it got 1 million views somehow of showing you exactly what I did, I would just shoot myself in the foot. I would have hundreds, if not thousands of people competing with me now, trying to buy all of these listings, and I would lose way more money than just shutting up and doing exactly what I was doing. So if I really wanted to be scummy, I bet about a year ago when sneakers started to really decline, I could have been like this person and made a very basic, sneaker reselling guide and making it a how-to course behind a $150 paywall or even more probably, and telling people how to buy and offer and get better deals on Poshmark and Mercari, even though that wave is kind of already done, and it's the same thing with the affiliate marketing. It is just sad that I still know there'll be many, many people who will buy these courses just for the hope, the dream that they could start making at least just a few $1,000s more a month, but it's just not going to happen. We have a comment from one of you guys. I have a teenage son who doesn't have social media but watches YouTube, and I hate that I have to combat this stupidity on occasions when he asks me about these kinds of videos when they pop up. Thankfully, he's slowly learning what to ignore, because if you haven't seen any of these grifts, you never watch CoffeeZilla and watching all the different scams that people will try to pull, and you start gaining that knowledge and intelligence of what people are doing online. If you just never saw any of that, it'd be very easy to get convinced by somebody flashing a Lamborghini and having a nice big Rolex or diamonds on them or whatever. Or honestly, just ridiculous stuff like this.
I've been losing all my money sports betting, so I'm selling my car at CarMax so I can get some money and bet on tonight's Cowboys-Bengals Monday Night Football game. I need some money. I lost thousands yesterday. They just gave me $3,000, and I know I shouldn't do this, but I'm betting it tonight on Monday Night Football. Jamar Chase, 50 yards. Joe Burrow, 2 passing touchdowns. Cooper Rush, 200 yards. Easiest bet ever. I know I've been losing my bets, but tonight's bet is a lock. Ain't no way it don't hit. Once it hit, I'm coming back to get this deal jumping right here. I'm going to be riding clean. I'm done losing all my bets. 3,000 on the bet tonight. There's no way it doesn't hit. Cooper Rush, Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase. I need you. If it don't hit, I'm calling the gambling number. I'm done.
So I'm going to tell you right now, whether that bet hit or did not, he is not going to stop with the name Reese Money Bets. I mean, this legitimately just sounds like a gambling addict selling the car for a bet. I doubt that this even happened. If anything, he was probably actually already selling the car, because he probably makes a good amount of money from people buying his picks, but making these terrible decisions and these stupid bets for thousands of dollars. And if he did win, I bet he'd get a whole bunch more followers, because ooh, look at his payout. He must know what he's talking about. Maybe I will buy his course. And this one really is lashing on to anybody from like 18 to even 40-year-old guys. Everybody's sports betting now. And if you've watched my channel, you have clearly heard my stance on gambling as a whole. I've made 2 dedicated videos where I was very biased. I hate gambling so much, and unfortunately those videos did not get traction compared to my normal financial videos. But I have seen recently very big YouTubers are starting to talk about the gambling epidemic. Everybody's just throwing away their money, whether it's a lottery, casino, sports betting, I mean, you name it. So I'm just happy that people are making videos and doing numbers and getting millions of views, and more people are hopefully starting to realize how stupid this is. And speaking of stupid, we could go right back to the classic tax fraud. Oh, you gotta love it.
What's the top things that people won't even have a clue that they can write on?
Did you know you can write off your birthdays?
Get out of here.
Can I go into that?
Go ahead.
If you have a birthday coming up, instead of just throwing a party for your birthday, you can host a master. You call your friends, you call Gil, you call all your business partner homies. Y'all spend the first couple hours of the party party talking about business strategy, social media strategy. At this age, my friends be my business partners anyway. We gotta be breaking bread. The first half
Hey, cuppa, hey.
Y'all go over social media strategy, you take notes, and then after that's over, then you have the party. But now you're able to write off the venue, the Airbnb that you hosted your birthday at. You're able to write off the food you get catered. You're able to write off some of the drinks, and you're able to write off all the expenses related to throwing that party. Yeah, we are calling that a business master. And all you have to do is document it. You take photos, you take attendance of who came. We talked about what business topics were talked about, what podcast guests were secure, right? We do all that. So now we're focused on how to turn our personal birthday into a 100% tax deductible business master.
Real quick, we'll look at the comments, and they are just eating it up. Similar way I wrote off my wedding. Okay, only if you have a business. Chess, not checkers. That's why they're trying to get rid of TikTok, because the government don't like people giving free game. I think it's amazing when people start talking about the gray area of what you can and cannot write off in business, because honestly, this kind of stuff, especially if you're bringing in a lot of revenue from your business, you can most likely get away with this kind of stuff. However, when you have video proof of you saying, yeah, the first part of it was what we were writing off so we would be able to dodge everything, and the second part was just a whole birthday, if the IRS really wants to come after you, boom, there's the proof right there. Again, in the same way where people legitimately find a strategy to make money online or in the real world or whatever, if you do this kind of stuff and you get away with it, keep your mouth shut. There was another one a couple of videos ago where the guy was just writing off everything. He was hiring a personal chef every night and would have his family over, and they would talk business, and magically, I guess you could just write off the chef 100%. You really can't do that, and that's why it's in an entire gray area, because the actual rules are pretty vague when it comes to tax deductions. So that's why very dangerous game, and especially when you're flaunting it like this, like it's so easy. That's one really quick way to get audited.
Hey, Michael Phillip here, rainy Wednesday in Dallas, Texas. How you doing? Will your job make you a millionaire? 78% of people out there are entrepreneurs who become millionaires. Guess what? 0% of employees will ever become millionaires. I am in a multi-trillion-dollar industry which will allow you to become a multi-millionaire. Our company helps you get there. That's what we do.
Okay, and there you go. Their company will help you magically become a millionaire entrepreneur. And they're playing on the job market right now, 2024, 2025. That's a complete mess. People are getting underpaid, overworked. But honestly, what he said, where 0 employees will be millionaires in their life, is just straight up wrong. Technically, even the high-ups, the CEOs, what you think the managers of the company, any of the C-suite employees, are still employees. They technically work for the company. So all of these rich CEOs, CFOs, any of the other acronyms are all still technically employees, and a lot of them are millionaires. I mean, you could even talk about NVIDIA recently. Many of their employees had stock options, and because of how much the stock just exploded over the past, 5 years, most of the employees are actually millionaires right now. So what he's saying is just completely false. But he wants to get you on the percentages, like these 78% of entrepreneurs are the millionaires, and you're going to be stuck in your cubicle forever being poor unless you pay for our company to help you, and then you'll magically become one of us. And it's just not going to happen. Here we have a clip that I think is very poorly timed to what's been happening in the news over the past few weeks.
Times are getting extremely tough, with spending at an all-time high, interest rates at an all-time high, and debt at an all-time high. You need to find a vehicle that has unlimited earning potential. Well, I'm here to tell you, here at Insurance Elevated, we do have that. The reason why is because we get paid residuals, we get paid bonuses, we get paid upfront commissions, we get to build a team, and we show you exactly how to develop a book of business that's going to pay you for years on end. Now, just to prove to you, I have Jarrell here. Jarrell, how old are you?
19 years old.
19 years old. How long have you been here?
About 2.5 months.
And how much money have you made in the last 2 months?
20K each month, so just around 20K.
Around $40,000, 19 years old, meaning anybody can do this. Because here, we've developed all the systems and processes to make it as easy as possible for you to be as successful as possible. If you want to learn more, hit the link below. We'd be happy to talk to you, and then you decide from there if it's best for you and your family.
So talking about insurance and making apparently $20,000 a month, probably not the best thing to talk about right now. Is I don't really have to explain what's been happening, especially with the health insurance area right now. But in general, people are so tired of insurance, car insurance, health insurance, any of the home insurance. People aren't getting getting paid out for any of the natural disasters. I mean, everything seems to be like a huge scam right now. But you have this company with a whopping 36 followers trying to get people in and become their salesman to rip off more people, enough to apparently be making $20,000 a month as a 19-year-old. Magically, they never said that they were really taking care of their customers, just that they were making a boatload of money almost immediately getting into this game. So I'd probably advise you to stay clear of this right now. Pretty hot water with how people feel about this, but I do think it is crazy that any sort of these companies are trying to hop on the social media bandwagon and be the cool, relatable people to kids and make these videos similar to all the gurus and the entrepreneurs and the masterminds who are just scamming people with courses to sell that give you no real good information. But we do have another comment from one of you guys, pretty funny. How do you end up with a small fortune? Start with a big fortune and follow TikTok advice. I mean, can't get any better than that.
Here's how to buy a new property every year with only 5% down. You can do this with unlimited properties every 12 months. The trick is it has to be your primary residence and you have to occupy it for at least that first year. If you do this right, you can really set yourself up. Check this out. So your first home purchase, you could buy a 2 to 4 unit property with only 3.5% down using FHA financing. Then while you're living there your first year, you have the tenants from the other units covering your mortgage payment for you. So after that first 12 months, then go buy a townhome or a condo with another 5% down. And the next year, buy a small single family for 5% down. And the next year, an even bigger single family home with another 5% down. Now to do this, you basically have to be moving up the property ladder, like moving from a multi-unit to a condo, to a small single, to a larger single. And you can continue to do this as long as there's some obvious desirability as to why you would occupy it as your primary, other than just building your real estate portfolio.
So this stuff was just running rampant during the absolute lows with interest rates back around 2020, 2021. But now at the end of 2024, you putting down 5% back to back to back over and over again on all of these properties with 7% interest rates right now, you have to play it perfectly. You can't have, they have to instantly be occupied with tenants, no issues with late payments, anybody leaving, and then you have to hope you didn't buy in a overpriced area, which many places are overpriced right now. Any of the values of your property starts going down, there goes all of your money, just disappears, because 5% down is nothing. The monthly payments are going to be super high right now, which means the rent to cover it for the tenants are going to be even worse, making it even harder to get tenants. I mean, it's just a cycle that could be so dangerous and only really work out positively a few years ago when the housing prices just skyrocketed for a couple of years.
How to buy another property if you can't currently afford one. There is a program called a home equity line of credit, otherwise known as a HELOC. A HELOC can actually take the equity you already have in your home and you can use that by buying another property. For example, if I took a HELOC on my home and I had $100,000 in that home, I can take upwards of 70% of that equity and roll it into another property. So I can literally take 70 grand and roll it into a second property as long as I had enough equity built up in that first home.
Again, in this market, how to lose all the equity on your house, which most likely would put you a foot ahead of most of the people who don't own a house right now in 2024, and you take that and just completely flush it down the toilet. Say taking the $70,000, 70% of your equity in a house that most likely went up in value if you've had it before 2020, and putting it into something that's much more difficult to find value in 2024, 2025. And again, renting that out with a 7% mortgage, everything has to be perfect, even though the rent's going to be pretty rough for the tenant. You need to find a perfect tenant, won't be paying it late, won't be leaving. I mean, super, super dangerous game, man. We have another comment from one of you guys. Have been hearing these real estate scammers since the early 80s. I just turned 70. The funniest thing has always been that the real money they made was typically not from real estate, but selling gullible real estate seminars. That's the old version of the how-to courses, any of the sports picks, all of that kind of stuff. It's just moved online on Instagram, on TikTok, instead of the mastermind seminars like they were back in the 80s.
You can fake the car game, zero down for Lamborghini, $4,500 a month, but you can't fake the boat game, right? We're hanging out in Catalina, all these other yacht owners. My buddy Champagne Dave has a 72-foot Sunseeker, so we're hanging out on his boat. And in Catalina, there's all these rows, right? It's like the first row is like all these 30-foot boats, and then it's 40-foot boats, and then it's 50-foot. And you get out to his row, and it's like 80, 90-foot yachts, and you're out there. You know, you're hanging out with those other yacht owners, networking and doing business, that sort of thing. These are all like high-level entrepreneurs, real estate developers, and all that sort of thing. But to give you an example, you can fake the car game, zero down for Lamborghini, $4,500 a month, but my buddy's 72-foot Sunseeker. This thing is $35,000 a month just to maintain, and it's paid off in cash, just to maintain. Also, all these boats are paid off in cash. You can't get a boat. It's very hard to get a boat.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, because boats can disappear, they can sink, they can disappear to Mexico, and so lenders hate lending on boats. It's a lot easier to get a real estate loan. So most of these boats are paid for in cash.
I did not know that.
I love the comments, man. It's perfect. He has no idea what he's saying. Flexing your friend's boat is crazy work. Yeah, it's not even his. And I mean, he makes it like it's super easy to get on the person's yacht that's 100 feet long or however big it was, and just be able to network and talk to all the other people with these super yachts or whatever in your little club. Yeah, I could definitely see people renting out the Lamborghinis for a couple days and making a ton of content and technically being able to write it off in their business, but honestly, maybe if you got a whole bunch of people with the $35,000 a month payment for the yacht, you could actually be able to fake it with the giant yacht. You have 10 different people who are all doing the same grift, same type of YouTube videos, TikToks or whatever, and they make the video vlogging of them on their boat with a whole bunch of girls and champagne or whatever. And they could also be in the same realm with people renting out cars. You could still rent out boats and yachts. It's not like 100% of them you see on the water are 100% paid off by the owner. Just seems like a podcast clip trying to get views online saying something wild like this. And we have the last one that I thought like the first third of this video I was kind of on his side because I was guessing where he was going with this video, and then it just took a turn. And of course, looking into it a little bit more, it's just the same type of content creator, but we'll get into it.
If you're a grown man and you watch sports, what the f are you doing, bro? Like, get your shit together. You're telling me you're gonna sit there, cheer on another man making a touchdown, can't wait for the football game. The football game's this Sunday. We all gotta sit together and watch it. Wake up and realize that you are a consumer. Your whole life is a lie. I don't know. I've just never understood it. Like, why are you cheering for another grown man throwing a ball around? Like, you're not rich. You're working a 9 to 5, so you probably work for another man. So I guess that makes sense for you. And most likely, you have no goals in your life, and you're working towards nothing.
So when I first heard this clip, I thought he was going to go into the route of how ridiculous sports betting is, because I get it. You have huge fans of sports or multiple sports spending hours and hours a day. There's a game on every single day. And if you laser focus in and actually watch the game, that's a huge time sink. And it's very easy then to get into the sports gambling with it, betting on the players, because you think you could beat the casino odds, and then it starts getting very dangerous and it just down a rabbit hole you don't want to go. And I'm not gonna lie, I do watch a lot of sports. I would say a majority of it is in the background while I'm editing videos. I do it while I'm doing cardio, and even that most of the time is the highlights. I don't really sit down and watch like a 2-hour game unless it's a huge matchup. But this video is kind of like the rage bait, just trying to annoy people because it starts funneling in to another affiliate account. Top 1% affiliate, my accounts. Again, several different accounts, probably just to be able to dodge a TOS if he does do something he's not allowed to and gets banned. And I mean, it's just the same as the woman earlier in this video, just trying to sell you a dream for a couple $100, and they make their money off of that, and then everybody else ends up getting screwed. So that's all I have for you guys today in this video. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. YouTube thinks you like this video popping up on screen right now, but hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, please leave a like, and I'll talk to you guys later.
So apparently, Gen Z consumers, 34% seek financial advice from TikTok, 33% from YouTube, and 24% from financial advisors. Boo! What is the financial advice I'm not getting in fucking Wall Street Journal, Financial Times? Boring. Washington Post, boring. I want to know what is on the talk. So let's take a look at TikTok investors and see if we can learn a thing or two about the right way to build a smart financial future.
Here's why you should never pay off your house.